101. Speed. Bang. The air around them twisted, generating a shockwave that spread in all directions while sparks of lightning flew off. The clouds above show signs of parting while the ground below cracked. Everyone present in Green Hill Island felt the shockwave and collision as the entire island shook for a second. Speed was astonished seeing their attack cancel out. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, and before he could react an explosion mushroomed right in front of his face. The explosion triggered golden flames with high temperatures that blazed its way forward. But, Speed is quick on his feet and fast to react because of his devil fruit ability. Before the explosion could do any actual damage, his figure flashed away and disappeared from the spot. And, reappeared hundreds of meters away from Blaze. The explosion raised everything with 500 meters while the flames melted everything and even the ground showed signs of melting. Since he's fast, the flames didn't damage Speed in any way. Not even his clothes showed any signs of burn. Blaze got annoyed seeing his attacks didn't do any damage. His timing is perfect and any normal person in Speed's place would have been injured by his attack, but the latter is different. His devil fruit power is perverted. No wonder they say he's uncatchable. A good example is, when you swipe your finger through a candle flame. In order to feel pain, your hand has to warm up enough to feel the burn, but if you move your finger fast there won't be any reaction. Because heat must transfer from the flame into your skin. It takes a moment even for a very hot flame to transfer over enough heat to the skin. It's the same concept. If Speed passes through the flame in less than that amount of time, no harm will be done to him. Of course, Blaze's flames are different, but Speed is also very fast. It's not a good find because it means Blaze's devil fruit power is ineffective against Speed. At least for now Blaze can't do anything to Speed with his devil fruit ability. But, he can use them to shield or defend himself. It's time he begins to utilize his devil fruit power differently. He has some ideas, let's see how it works against Speed. In fact, Blaze reacted to Speed's previous attack with the help of his devil fruit power. He can't imitate Kizaru's ability, who can turn into light particles as he's a Logia fruit user. But, he can stimulate his cells with extreme heat and make himself faster. He's still experimenting, so Blaze doesn't know the full extent of what he can do. At the same time, Speed is shocked because of how fast Blaze reacted to his attack. It's impossible by common sense as he's countless times faster. It means, his opponent also increased his speed to match his. Though he hadn't shown his full speed yet, the fact Blaze can improve his speed surprised him. Interesting. I didn't expect Marines would have such a person in their ranks. He's a good opponent to test my new technique, but the battle has just started, let's wait for now. Speed thought and looked at Blaze. Blaze too gazed at Speed. All the information regarding the latter flashed before his eyes. Speed's age is between 35 to 40, the reason he's strong because he's young, clever, and at the prime of his life. Unlike other muscular characters, Speed is of average build with toned muscles and stands around 7 feet in height. The striking thing about him is his hair and the tattoo on his left arm. His hair is short but spiky, maybe it looks like this because his name's Speed. He sported a sleeveless shirt and jeans-like pants with brown sneakers. With a tranquil expression and captain coat, he had the air of a king. What caught Blaze's attention is his casual demeanor that can only be gained after several victories. Meanwhile, Kuzan and Luke exchanged blows with neither gaining an advantage over the other, they are evenly matched. Don't know when Kuzan utilized his Ice Age ability and froze the entire terrain around them. It froze the sea below them, 1/3 of the Green Hill Island, and encased everything in a shell of ice. But, Luke looked perfectly alright. It's going to be a tough fight as both Speed and Luke are different from what they expected. It made Blaze wonder. With their strength, they are qualified to compete for the position of Yonko. But, there's no trace of them in the original series. If he isn't wrong, they may have lost to another pirate crew, or if not for Blaze's appearance, Garp would have accompanied Kuzan, which may have changed the outcome. Whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. For now, their priority is to defeat the Speed Pirates before they grow into an unstoppable force like Big Moms and Kaidos. Marines can't let lose this fight. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened and the sun rose on the distant horizon. Feeling the sun rays falling on his skin, Blaze smiled. His body gleamed in the bright glow of golden light, astonishing everyone present. Channeling the vigorous energy throughout his body, Blaze attacked. Golden sparks flashed around his body and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Speed. His movement and agility are even faster than the latter. Blaze didn't utilize his devil fruit powers as it isn't effective against Speed. Instead, he used them to elevate his speed. Coating his fist with haki, he withdrew his arm backward. Bang! When the sound happened, Blaze's fist smashed Speed's left cheek. The force behind the strike blasted him far back, into the center of the Green Hill Island. Speed saw through the punch, but he couldn't react, and that's what amazed him. He saw what Blaze did. The latter cleverly utilized his devil fruit power and exploded his elbow, which in turn propelled his arm forward. With the force behind the explosion, Blaze boosted the speed of the punch by many times. Impressive. Speed thought as his figure crashed into the ground, destroying the vegetation around. The punch nearly shattered his bones. If not for his quick reaction and last-moment protection with Haki, the punch would have broken his bones and knocked some of his teeth. Blaze was frustrated seeing the attack fail to injure his opponent heavily. Speed was able to minimize the impact at the last moment. He can only accept the result as it's his opponent's strength. Without minding the bruises, Speed got back to his feet and rushed at Blaze. He's incredibly quick as he closed the gap between them in a flash. 102, solid punch. Sun rays illuminated the entire land. The battle between Blaze and Speed heated, and the same could be said about Kuzan and Luke. Blaze prepared himself and sharpened his observation Haki facing his opponent. As for Speed, his figure blurred and the next moment, he appeared before him in a flash. His speed has increased. Blaze's eyes flashed red and crossed his arms in front of himself at a quick speed, shielding them with Haki. Speed's punch wasn't a regular one coated with Haki, he had sparks of lightning flashing around his arm. It felt more like some sort of super punch utilizing his speed. Bang! His punch collided against Blaze's Haki-covered hands and sent him flying backward. Though Blaze covered his arms with Haki, the sheer impact behind the attack is enough to level a small town. What's more, Speed's punch contained vibrations that bypassed his Haki coating and directly injured his internal organs. How can he block that? Crash! Blaze's figure shot like a cannonball and smashed into the ice-covered region of Greenhill Island. His crash left a huge trail and destroyed everything in the path encased in ice. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Blaze coated his legs with Haki and utilized Sora before vanishing from the spot. The next moment, Speed's figure flickered next to the spot where Blaze crash landed before flashing away. Speed chased after Blaze, who tried to dodge his strikes as quickly as possible by combining his Haki, Sora technique, and Devil Fruit power. Still, Speed's faster than him, so some of his attacks connected. Blaze found the reason for it. Speed's very good because he perfectly integrated his abilities into his fighting method: speed, stamina, Haki, and endurance. If described in simple terms, he found the balance point in his power. It's a terrifying concept, considering he's still young and in the prime of his life. At the same time, Blaze is at a disadvantage since he can't utilize his Devil Fruit power to its fullest. He has some tricks up his sleeve, but before revealing them he had to find Speed's limit. Speed's every movement is swift and direct, and all his non-stop strikes are intended to kill or paralyze Blaze while trying to deprive his fighting powers. Both Blaze and Speed engaged in rapid blows, running across the island, frozen ground, or jumping up into the air, all while exchanging attacks. None of the spectators can follow their moves as there were only occasional blurs and after-images left behind by them. Aside from that, there were sparks of lightning and thunderous sounds when Blaze and Speed clashed. There's also shockwaves that destroyed everything in their way because of their super speed. It's mostly Speed taking the initiative to attack while Blaze took defense and avoided direct confrontation. His attacks were like sharp swords trying to drill a hole in his body. Most of Speed's attacks were unpredictable as he's calm, so Blaze is having a hard time trying to predict his movements with observation Haki. Some of his attacks connected and injured him to some extent. Thanks to Blaze's 60 constitution attribute, they healed on their own. The good thing is, trying to predict Speed's movement pushed Blaze's observation Haki without himself knowing. Since he's also a calm person by nature, he easily grasped them. Strangely, Blaze felt more alive than ever as his heart thumped faster and blood surged to all parts of his body in pure excitement. It's the feeling he's been seeking. At that moment, his concentration is at its peak and his strength soared to a great height. The feeling of power coursing through his body, he hadn't felt for a long time. His Haki and constitution attribute increased by 1 point. It's unbelievable as even when he battled against Shanks it didn't happen. Blaze didn't sense any of the changes as he focused entirely on Speed. He's searching for an opportunity to strike back, one that should heavily injure Speed, and he found it. His eyes flashed while in his mind he saw the image of Speed's movements and what's he going to do next. It meant only one thing: his observation Haki has evolved and exceeded Speed's level. So, he was able to predict the immediate future, allowing him to predict what Speed is going to do next, a few seconds prior in the form of pseudo-precognition. However, it should not be confused with the actual ability to see into the future, which is a completely advanced concept. And, Blaze took the first step. Blaze knew his opportunity has come. The one thing that he noticed as a weakness in Speed, is his inability to control the speed when it reached a certain limit. For example, he can't stop in place as he wanted or change direction suddenly. Blaze is going to exploit the weakness to deliver a blow. As for Speed, he didn't stop his assault on Blaze. Flashing here and there, he suddenly appeared before Blaze and pierced his arm that vibrated at extreme speed. Blaze, who suffered before, quickly evaded. Speed retreated, planning to strike again. And, as Speed withdrew, the wait is over for Blaze, so he acted. Bursting forward with tremendous speed, he pursued Speed, who was surprised by his sudden rush. With his observation Haki, Speed sensed Blaze's intent and planned to move towards his left. But, Blaze already foresaw it. When Blaze slightly showed signs of shifting towards the direction Speed chose, the latter was forced to make a decision. Speed didn't panic, but it affected the level of his observation haki. To be safe, he decided to back away without changing the direction. But, that little choice changed the entire outcome of the battle between them. For the first time during the battle, he made a mistake. When Speed took a step back, he placed his left leg over an ice shard that's partially melted and stumbled back. Of course, he reacted quickly and balanced his body, but that small time frame is the opportunity Blaze sought. Speed too realized it. Oh no! Before he could even react and plan his next course of action, a fist filled with tremendous power hit him squarely in the face. Finally, Blaze delivered a solid punch that can't be evaded. Speed can't escape the blow like other times because Blaze disrupted his center of gravity by sending a sweeping kick that sent Speed's entire body into the air for a second. Blaze put everything in the attack. He channeled everything he got into his fist to form a bubble-shaped golden ball of miniature sun and further coated them with armament haki. The punch is the display of Blaze's absolute strength. 103, Blaze vs Speed 1. A deafening boom resounded, followed by an explosion. The tremendous amount of force in the attack twisted the space itself that led to huge cracks in the air. The explosion slammed right into Speed's face, pushing him downwards onto the ground at an incredible speed. Unlike regular shockwaves, the impact generated a heatwave at high temperature because of Blaze's devil fruit ability and explosion. The heatwaves melted everything in its path. And, most of them were concentrated directly below their feet as Blaze punched downward when Speed was in mid-air. When Speed's figure crashed into the ground, it created a huge crater. As Blaze's heatwave traveled further, it melted the soil and turned the crater into a deep abyss. It was as if the door to hell has opened. 1/3 of Green Hill Island is completely destroyed. If not for Kuzen's ability that froze most of the sea, the blow would have sunk the entire island. Steam filled the area as the heatwave vaporized the ice. Meanwhile, the Marines and pirates suddenly felt a huge tremor below their feet, and before they could make sense of what's happening, a heatwave traveled past them. It destroyed whatever vegetation left and turned the whole island into barren land. As for the living beings, they were flung directly into the air. It's not the end. Ah! The wails and cries from both Marines and pirates filled the air as the attack injured them in some way. Few unlucky ones had their entire skin scorched. Regis and Kuina were also affected by the attack. Blaze can't be blamed for it as he can't hold back his strength at such a crucial moment. Well, in a way, his strike helped the Marines and changed the outcome of the battle between them since pirates lost their advantage. Blaze felt comforted by the punch. It gave him a huge relief as it's been a long time since he utilized his full strength. Kuzen and Luke stopped their fight, overcome with awe. The landscape that had been scattered with ice shards was unrecognizable. The once beautiful Green Hill Island is ruined beyond restoration. After seeing the exchange, Kuzen's opinion of Blaze has been completely changed. He's not weaker than me. Such monstrous strength, it's frightening. Meanwhile, Luke had a look of shock. He couldn't accept the reality that someone landed a blow on Speed as he knew how strong and fast his brother is. Still, he has full confidence in Speed. His brother isn't someone who can be defeated by a single strike. Despite his confidence, Blaze's strength somewhat worried him. Luke even had a conception that if he's in Speed's place, he either would have been killed or lost his ability to fight facing that powerful strike head-on. Just as he thought of helping his brother, Kuzen interrupted him from doing so. It made Luke wildly attack Kuzen, who lazily evaded the strikes with precision. Kuzen may not look like someone who possesses great strength, but that's what makes him extremely dangerous. He's someone who's proficient in Rokushiki while his haki is stronger than even Speed. Rumble. A slight noise came from deep within the crater shaped by the blow. The next moment, Speed's figure came out and landed before Blaze. Blood trickled down his face that missed the nose and mouth but had a huge dent in its place. His entire face is deformed and it's a horrible sight to behold. Next, an unbelievable thing happened. Similar to Blaze, Speed's wound healed on its own, and in no time, his face was good as new. Blaze nearly cursed seeing this. Fuck it, he can even super heal. Not bad. I'm impressed, but if you think that a single punch is enough to take me out, then you are greatly mistaken. Speed cracked his neck and uttered, looking at Blaze. Hadn't he reacted fast and clad his body with ample haki, the last blow would have injured him heavily or even claimed his life away. He's not going to underestimate his opponent anymore. Speed planned to go all out. Besides, he exhausted half of his haki reserve to protect against the last attack while the super heal drained his physical strength greatly. Blaze smirked and answered. Of course I know that. But, I'm just starting. Speed is superior to Blaze in many ways, his haki is slightly stronger, he's faster and more experienced than him. But, it's not like he's undefeatable, he's just fast. To defeat Speed, Blaze first had to disrupt his power balance, and he just did that. Now, his opponent will show his ultimate technique and trump cards. Meanwhile, Speed too gazed at Blaze, whose marine coat fluttered in the air. He found Blaze is different and better than him in some areas. First, his devil fruit ability is unusual, it's even hotter than the magma displayed by the Akainu. Secondly, his opponent's haki reserve is extraordinary. The atmosphere is stifling as both Blaze and Speed glared at each other as if they are going to kill each other in their next move. Everyone present within a few kilometers radius felt their terrifying presence. Even without them doing anything, sparks flew off in all directions as a rippling effect appeared in the air. Thin lightning-like energies of one golden and one red suddenly clashed in mid-air. Boom! The air screeched while sparks of lightning flew off. The clouds shook and thundered, the clash provoked a shockwave that dispersed in all directions. The clash of two supreme kings. Foam came out of most marines' and pirates' mouths, their eyes went blank and with mouths wide open they all hit the ground with audible thuds. Some of them didn't directly lose their consciousness but were forced to their knees. Only a few strong-willed ones stood on their feet. Speed gazed straight at Blaze in seriousness. A marine using House Hoku Haki. 104, Blaze vs Speed 2. Without wasting any time, Speed suddenly sprinted forward as his entire form turned into a blur. Meanwhile, Blaze's senses flared as he steadied his stance to welcome the incoming assault. Speed's form reappeared before Blaze. Sparks radiated as they clashed while lightning rippled and formed cracks all around the battlefield. Speed unleashed a violent assault without giving any room to breathe. Their clashes created numerous sparks and explosions that triggered terrifying shockwaves which vigorously shook the entire Green Hill Island. Blaze's observation haki failed to keep up with Speed's movement as he's extremely fast. Before his eyes, he only saw flashes. Speed is at least twice faster than before. His haki-enhanced attacks coupled with vibrations pushed Blaze to the edge, as most of the attacks successfully injured him. And another thing that he noticed is, Speed's haki is at the barrier of advancing to the Yonko level. He's very dangerous. If they missed the opportunity to capture or kill him now, they will forever regret it. Just as Blaze thought Speed had shown his ultimate technique increasing his speed twice, but Speed's next move proved to him how wrong he was. Just as Blaze struggled to predict Speed's next course of movements, the latter burst with sudden speed and appeared before him. Speed threw a punch at Blaze, who is initially able to dodge it, but caught off guard as the punch suddenly changed direction. Not only that, Speed's arms had a royal purple texture around them. Don't tell me. A thought came to Blaze, but before he could react, Speed drove his purpled arm into his stomach with devastating force. Super punch, inner sanctum. The impact created a shockwave while Blaze was sent flying and crashed into the huge mountain at the center of Green Hill Island that's completely barren now. From the front, he may seem uninjured but his clothes and coat at the back were punctured but his skin showed no signs of injury. Meaning, a terrifying force flowed through from his front to the back. A good example of advanced haki technique, internal emission. Blaze coughed a mouthful of thick blood and struggled to rise to his feet but failed to do so as the strike completely deprived his strength temporarily for the moment. Like how Blaze punched with everything in his last attack, Speed did the same. The bastard didn't hold anything back. But, what made his eyes widen in surprise is the internal destruction technique displayed by Speed. He can even use that. What more he's hiding? Blaze couldn't think things through as Speed didn't give him any opportunity, he dashed forward to strike again. Gritting his bloody teeth, Blaze muttered, "Solar flare." With him as a center, a huge explosion occurred that triggered white steam and a golden heat shockwave which spread in all directions. The shockwave is completely different from what he had shown before. It was extremely overwhelming and destructive. It leveled the mountains, destroyed the ships, and threw all the beings on the Green Hill Island to faraway distance. Even Luke and Kuzan fighting in the distance were forced to withstand the extreme heat wave. Only good thing is, it didn't carry a high temperature. Speed was unfazed by the attack, still, he was forced to back away from Blaze. That gave the latter room to breathe and plan his next course of action. Blaze rose to his feet while the wounds healed on their own. It's the last time, he can't heal any more major injuries with his remaining physical power. The sun is up but he needs time to restore his lost energy. And that last attack was really powerful, if not for his 60 constitution he may have been directly lost his life or injured heavily. At the same time, Speed looked at Blaze in solemn expression. He thought his last strike would take his opponent out or at least injure him heavily with no strength left to spar. But he's greatly mistaken, his opponent is as strong as him who's also resolute and strong-minded. Blaze didn't know about Speed but he exhausted half of his haki reserve and more than 70% of his physical strength. It's not good for him to continue fighting Speed head-on, it's time to change the strategy. He's going to use his devil fruit ability. With a thought, golden energy surged from his body and winded around him as if he's surrounded by a sea of flames. Speed, you have shown the full extent of your devil fruit ability. It's time to flaunt mine. Are you ready? Blaze smirked and willed the golden energy to take shape. There's a reason why Blaze didn't use it from the very start. 1. Speed is very fast so even if he revealed his power it won't affect the latter in any way. From the very start, Blaze's motive is to break the balance of power and speed. Now, his opponent haki, devil fruit power, and physical strength are drained to some extent, unlike Blaze who didn't use his devil fruit power much. Under the astonished eyes of Speed, a golden construct formed around Blaze. First, a skeletal structure manifested such as a massive rib cage followed by the arms. Once the full skeleton is formed, next was muscles and later, skin. Finally, a humanoid-shaped golden figure stood before Speed. Yes, what Blaze materialized is Susanoo, which completely golden in color and formed purely out of his devil fruit power. The weird thing Speed noticed is, the humanoid thing only had the upper half but missed the legs. Just as he thought it's the end, he noticed another change. Armor formed around the humanoid figure that also acted as the figure's coat. Blaze further strengthened it by coating the Susanoo with haki. It's just the haki isn't visible to the naked eye, but Speed felt its presence. Speed's internal destruction stunned Blaze, but now, he challenged Speed with his arrogant pose. It was as if he calls Speed to come and break the Susanoo defense. Of course, his Susanoo is completely different from the Sharingan users. But it won't be any weaker than real Susanoo. For sure, there are advantages and disadvantages to his making. But, it doesn't matter. Blaze's aim is to deter his opponent with the unknown power and at the same time construct a solid defense that can shield the attacks. It's time to test it out. 105, Blaze vs Speed 3. Susanoo's upper half stood haughtily, covered in golden layers of solar energy, while a long sword materialized in its right hand and miniature sun formed on its left hand. Blaze glanced at Speed and gestured with his sword. Come. His actions angered Speed, but he isn't someone who let his emotions judge his reasoning. Since his opponent is so confident, there has to be a reason for it. Besides, he senses a bad vibe from that golden humanoid thing. Speed doesn't like the way the battle is progressing and his opponent is stronger than he anticipated. He had to admit that he somewhat underestimated the Marines, only slightly. Noticing Speed's hesitation to attack, Blaze smirked and waved his sword a little before he swung it towards Speed, who was ready to evade the attack with his speed. Divine Slash, Crescent of the Sun. From his sword that's purely made of solar energy, a half-circle golden slash, like a horizontal crescent. It flew straight towards Speed, aiming to cleave him into two. Though the strike may look casual, Blaze swung the sword at incredible speed with overwhelming power. At first, Speed didn't think much about the plain slash, but when it neared him he sensed the destructive power behind it. He reacted quickly and flexed his upper body backward to the level of his waist. Zzzzz. The half-crescent traveled past him and cleaved the mountain behind him into two. The force behind the didn't stop there, it flew further and sliced everything in its way. Fuck. Speed cursed. He was nearly hacked by the slash. Still, he was unfazed by the attack and even took the initiative to attack Blaze. It's understandable. After all, he possesses the color of Supreme King. Even though it's not as strong as top users, his will can't be easily crushed. Speed charged at Susanoo, unafraid, while his momentary is long gone. Blaze too didn't wait for Speed to near him, he attacked. The miniature sun in his left hand rotated at great speed and fired countless bullets. Within a second nearly 1,000 bullets shot at Speed while the miniature in Blaze's hand disappeared. The bullets fired are of great speed with a high temperature and they even exploded upon contact. And, Blaze fired them predicting Speed's movements with observation haki. So, Speed has a hard time trying to dodge the bullets. Still, it didn't stop him from charging forward, he was like a wild beast. Speed evaded most of them but few bullets found the mark and hit him. As the bullets are made of pure solar energy, they had a high temperature and exploded when they came in contact with Speed's haki. Though Speed shielded his body with haki, the bullets harmed him to some extent. Blaze had to admit his opponent is as crazy as him and quite brave. Arriving before the golden armored Susanoo, Speed punched without holding his strength. A huge amount of haki flew from his fist and slammed against the outer layer of the Susanoo. Bang! Speed once again used the advanced haki concept, internal destruction, but Blaze, who was behind the armor, didn't feel a thing as the haki dispersed before it could reach him. Speed was astonished, that thing is quite hard than he anticipated. How was he supposed he break such a thing and injure the person inside it? A thought came to him. Should he retreat? Blaze didn't give his opponent the time to ponder, he took the initiative and attacked. Time passed, as they both fought with intensity and whatever they had up their sleeve. As they exchanged blows, Blaze utilized the opportunity to restore his lost physical strength and haki while absorbing the energies from the Sunday. Meanwhile, Kuzan and Luke on the frozen sea. Their battle isn't much different as they too were fighting with their life on the line. Luke is physically strong but Kuzan is stronger than him when it comes to haki, haki reserve, and devil fruit ability. Luke won't hold on for much longer, if Speed doesn't come for his aid soon, he will lose. But, it doesn't seem to bother Luke much as he enjoys fighting. The ones who survived the Conqueror's haki clash and conscious watched the battle from the sidelines. They were completely awed by the battle powers displayed by Blaze. Kuina and Regis were also among them. Especially Kuina, she was amazed. She didn't expect Blaze to be this powerful, a sword slashing the mountain into two. Her eyes gleamed in excitement. The pirates were on the verge of losing the battle. Using the chance, the marine vice-admirals and rear-admirals ganged upon Fukin and Jasper. Morning turned noon. Speed was nearly exhausted trying to crush the humanoid thing. He knew his opponent is using this move to deplete his haki and physical energy. But, Speed is confident in his devil fruit power. There's a reason why he's called uncatchable Speed by others. When he decides to retreat, no one can catch him. And, Speed knew the time for retreat has come. He has severely underestimated the marine and his opponents. The outcome would have been different if he used a different approach. Most of the pirates in his crew were already apprehended. If he wastes any more time trying to break this thing, it won't do them any good. But what he doesn't know is, Blaze is waiting for this opportunity. From the very start, he knew he can't defeat Speed, so prepared a plan as he fought. It's time to use it. 106, Trapping Speed. Speed is fast, ridiculously fast thanks to his devil fruit. Even Blaze can't stop him if he decides to escape. He thought of this problem before the confrontation and found a way. Meanwhile, Speed, who consumed nearly 80% of his haki and stamina, decided to retreat as the fighting's not going in their favor. He scanned the battlefield with his observation haki. Luke was having a hard time fighting against Kuzan while Fukin and Jasper were riddled with sword slashes and wounds. Still, they weren't caught by the Marines yet. Not just pirates, the Marines also suffered severe casualties trying to apprehend them. Speed cared about his subordinates, but he knew he can't save everyone. But whatever the case may be, he won't leave behind Luke, Fukin, and Jasper. Stopping his assaults, he looked at Blaze and spoke, "Today is misjudgment on my part. I shouldn't have underestimated the Marines. They are still the greatest force in the sea. Especially, you. Your strength even rivals Admiral, but I haven't heard of you before. What's your name?" "Blaze. Your devil fruit abilities are weird, as your flames are even stronger than the magma man Sakazuki whom I fought before. The next time we meet, the result won't be the same." "Next time? Aren't you too confident? What makes you think that you can escape under my eyes? I am taking you down today and no one can stop it." Blaze confidently spoke. Hearing it, Speed smirked. "Many claimed the same thing, but no one has ever managed to capture me. The fact you are covering yourself in that armor is a testament to my strength. Just because you can fight me as equal doesn't mean you can catch me." Saying it, Speed turned around and intended to rescue Luke first. But, just as he used his devil fruit power to rush towards Luke, he suddenly felt a tug in his leg. It nearly stumbled him. Looking down, he was shocked to see a nearly invisible chain-like energy binding the ankle of his left leg. Whirling around, he glared at Blaze. The chain-like energy directly connected to his opponent. Speed was thrown in confusion. How? He racked his brain but couldn't find the answer. How could someone bypass his observational haki and bind something to his leg without alerting him? It's impossible, as any attacks with intent will be sensed by his observational haki. Besides, how come he didn't feel this thing the entire time? He knew Blaze didn't do this right now. But the question is when and how? Speed looked at Blaze, who had a faint smile on his lips. "Don't be surprised. This technique directly targets the heat signature and binds them at the same temperature. Still, I thought you would sense when I tried to attach that thing, but the mystifying part is you failed to notice it." Blaze shrugged. "When? The time when I first punched you," Blaze replied and quietly channeled more power to the heat chain. Speed observed it. He noticed countless golden threads entwined themselves to form the chain, and his opponent coated it with haki. Meaning, it would be difficult to break. Vibrating his hands, Speed slashed the chain at incredible speed. To his astonishment, his hands passed through the chain without touching. Aside from feeling some heat, his hand couldn't touch it. "Don't bother. That chain is made of nothing but pure heat, but with my thought, they turn hard. You can't get rid of it so easily. Maybe if you discovered it sooner, you may have had a chance. But now..." Blaze shook his head, considering Speed's hopeless situation. The binding heat chain isn't as simple as it looks. When Blaze first attached it was just a single thread, but as they fought and time passed he toughened them by entwining them with more threads. Finally, the threads turned into a strong binding chain. It may seem simple, but Blaze had to constantly use his devil fruit power to keep them intact. Hearing his words, Speed clenched his fist. He has been deceived from the very start. If he had been more careful, he could have prevented it from happening. His opponent is crafty like him. Without himself knowing, he trapped him while waiting for him to exhaust himself before revealing his hidden move. Well, it's no use crying over a spilled milk. It's time to think of another plan or face his opponent head-on. Speed didn't lose hope. He tried to break the heat chain binding him, but nothing worked. Even coating himself with haki, Speed can't brush the thing. Because unlike Logia devil fruit powers, Blaze's heat manipulation is different. It's not Logia but special paramecia. And, it's not as invisible as Speed thinks. It's only possible because Blaze is controlling the nature of the heat chain with his thought. Knowing it's waste of time to break the chain binding him, Speed attacked Blaze directly. They were once again exchanged blows while Blaze utilized Susanoo to fight Speed. Don't hide in that turtle shell. If you have what it takes, fight me head on. If not for that, I would effortlessly crush you with my strength. Speed roared while channeled Haki to his fist and used internal destruction. The attack didn't affect Blaze, who was shielded by multiple layers of Susanoo. But what Speed didn't foresee is, after his provoking words Blaze uttered, "Sure," and dispersed the humanoid thing. I have presented you the opportunity. Don't tell later that I haven't given you any. Now, let's see whether you are true to your words or just all talk. Blaze gestured Speed with his hand. He's confident because he recovered most of his physical energy and still has half his Haki reserve. Speed can't do anything to him even with the internal destruction concept. Today, he's doomed to fall. Once again, Speed and Blaze faced head-on. Speed took the initiative and rained him with punches filled with madness. Even with his superior observation Haki, Blaze couldn't dodge all the attacks while some struck his body. But, he didn't care. Zephyr Sensei's words resounded in his mind. For the first time, Blaze disregarded the limitations of Haki. He didn't care about the Haki reserve nor how much amount of Haki that he should channel to each strike. He went wild and enjoyed the battle. Speed's strikes were accurate and fast. If Blaze fails to dodge or block the strikes with the right amount of Haki, he would be heavily injured. But, in Blaze's mind, he dismissed the intent to block. He wants to fight. So, without minding Speed's strikes, he launched the attacks of his own. Blood splattered. The air around them is shaking with the color of the Supreme King. Lightning sparks flew off as the space around them cracked as they clashed. Blasts sounded while shockwaves upon shockwaves formed and scattered in all directions. The mastery of Haki and control of physical strength that each fighter had over their respective field destroyed the grounds and surroundings, leaving nothing but dust and huge craters. None of them used their devil fruit powers, just their Haki and physical strength. Blaze was thrilled, excited, the heat of battle thumped his heart rapidly. He could feel the true power of Haki as fist punched through the air and violently slammed into Speed's face. While Speed's attack landed on his chest, crushing his inner organs, forcing him to cough mouthful of blood. Without himself knowing, Blaze channeled his Haki inside his body and coated his inner organs. And, Blaze found Speed's next attack was not that powerful while his attacks broke some of his opponent's bones. After an hour of intense battle, Blaze's punch slammed into Speed's skull, nearly shattering them into pieces. Unable to withstand the force of the attack, Speed was cratered into the ground. Blood gushed from his orifices, nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Speed struggled to stand but failed to do so as he was injured heavily and depleted his Haki reserve. It's the same for Blaze as he panted, nearly draining his physical energy and Haki reserve. 107, End of the battle. It was nearly dusk as the sun will set in another few minutes. The battle between Marines and Speed Pirates that's been going on for nearly 12 hours was coming to an end. Jasper and Fukin were already caught by the Marines. As for Luke, his situation is worse as he was surrounded by the Marines, Admiral Aokiji, 2 Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and some Marine soldiers. He had a ferocious look in his eyes while covered in blood that flowed from his injuries. The Kilo fruit matched perfectly with Luke's personality and character, that's why he is very strong. Combined with his inborn strength and powerful Haki, even Kuzan couldn't defeat him. Even when surrounded by so many people, there's no hint of fear in his eyes. Ice block, partisan ice mass, 2 thorn pikes, Kuzan formed several spears of ice by solidifying the cold air around him and then hurled them at Luke. This kind of attack isn't enough to injure him, but surrounded by Marine Luke has to be careful of how he evades them. Luke increased the weight of his arms and punched. The air pressure from the punch blocked the attack while using the observation Haki and coating his body with Haki. Luke dodged the Marines' combined attack. Using the opportunity, the Vice Admiral with a sword in his hand crept behind Luke and drove his blade. The sword pierced his back and came out from the front, damaging Luke's heart. Coughing a mouthful of blood, he spun around and clasped the Vice Admiral by his neck like a chicken. Seeing this, the other Marines reacted and sent a volley of attacks at Luke, while rushed forward to rescue the old Vice Admiral from the hands of Luke. But, he suddenly heard a crack sound. Luke broke the Vice Admiral's neck with the help of his devil fruit power and flung his body away. He looked at Kuzan with a slight grin on his face. He knew he can't escape today as he's thoroughly exhausted and seriously injured in many places. He's not like his brother who can super heal. Besides, he saw his brother Speed is completely overwhelmed by his opponent and his situation is not that different from him. He knew today is the end for the Speed Pirates. However, he won't go down that easily, at least not before bringing some of the Marines to hell with him. Seeing Luke kill the Vice Admiral, Kuzan got infuriated while ice spread over his hands and legs. A wave of ice advanced along the ground and froze anything in its way. Everything within 500 meters was completely frozen, even the other Marines in the vicinity were forced to retreat from the area. As for Luke, he was frozen to the bones as he was already exhausted both his physical strength and Haki. Since Kuzan used everything in his attack, Luke couldn't block. Sensing Luke's situation with his observation haki, Speed clenched his fist while he strived with all his might and rose to his feet. He could feel Luke's life energy gradually fading with every passing second. Speed knew he's going to lose his brother, the only family he got in this world. After a few seconds, Luke's presence completely disappeared from the world. His entire body trembled with pain and anger while blood flowing from his orifices already dyed his entire body in red. Rest well, Luke. Speed closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, he looked different. Seeing this, Blaze didn't show any kind of reaction. He's not going to feel pity for a pirate. Though Speed is not some insane pirate who slaughters the whole village for money, he still got the blood of innocents in his hand. He has killed several innocents, civilians and marines alike. He's someone with the ambition to rule the sea and wants to become the king of the pirates. Losing his brother, Speed changed, but there's no crazed look in his eyes, but the words he uttered from his mouth were filled with ruthlessness. You better kill me today. Or at least hope that I won't come out of whatever hole that you are going to send me. Because if I regain my freedom one day, I will come looking for you. And, the next time we meet, I will kill you and the ones around you like you Marines killed my brother. Hearing words, Blaze couldn't hold back his laughter. Don't make me laugh with your talk. The next time we meet, we won't be in the same class. So don't bother come looking for revenge. Otherwise, you will only lose your life. Just as Blaze finished his words, Speed attacked with whatever he had in him. Ah! Roaring, he threw himself at Blaze. As a Conqueror's haki user, how could Speed let a Marine capture him so easily? He would rather die than surrender. Blaze knew Speed will put up the last struggle, so he was prepared for it. Dodging the attack by wheeling to his left, Blaze stretched his hand and a golden sword materialized made purely of solar energy. With a slight wave of the sword, Speed's left leg was sliced off from his body. Speed toppled and fell to the ground while the pain from losing his made him scream. His agonizing cry resonated throughout the Green Hill Island and vented the Marines' anger who lost some of their partners in the battle. Disturbed by the scream, Blaze pulled his hand back and glazed it with solar energy. Balling it into a fist, he punched Speed in his face. Crack! Speed lost his consciousness with a dent on his face. After today, there will be no Speed pirates in the new world. As soon as he defeated Speed, the system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Achievement, defeated a pirate with a bounty greater than 1 billion. Achievement, destroyed Speed pirates whose total bounty is higher than 2 billion. Reward, 3.0 free attribute point. The reward isn't as handsome as he expected. Just 3 free attribute points. Everything changed after his attributes crossed the 50 bar limit and the new system upgrade. But, during his battle against Speed, his constitution and haki attribute were increased by 1 point. It was a good thing. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 61.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 51.3. Haki, 51.4. Free Attribute Point, 4.8. 108, News Coup. The other Marines came over noticing the battle is over. During the battle, they couldn't approach the range as both Blaze and Speed were Conqueror's haki users. The clashes and shockwaves are enough to blow them away or knock them unconscious. And, it's not wise to meddle in the battle of such a level. In no time, the Vice Admiral, Rear Admirals and some Marine soldiers with strong willpower who weren't knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki, circled Blaze. They first inspected Speed, whose face they couldn't recognize because it's bloody and entirely deformed. They then looked at the Marine captain whom they thought as weak, with admiration and respect. Some even came forward and respectfully saluted Blaze before scurrying over to capture the other pirates. They won't ever forget today's battle. Their marine fleet took down one of the great pirates of the sea whose fame terrorized the New World for many years. Speed pirates were greatly feared by people because of their formidable strength and atrocities. Their terror expanded further when they stormed the kingdom under world government rule and bested a marine admiral. The feats further enhanced their reputation and shot the total bounty of the crew over 3 billion berries. The marine soldiers carried unconscious Speed to the marine battleship and imprisoned him in a special cell while cuffing his hands with sea stone cuff. The other Speed pirates who are alive were also brought to the battleship, and the stronger ones with devil fruit powers were restrained carefully with sea stone shackles, like Jasper and Fukin. As for the dead ones, they were taken to the pirate ship and set it ablaze along with their bodies, including Luke. Only half of 300-something pirates survived. The marine also had casualties. They lost an experienced vice admiral and 50-some soldiers while many were injured in the battle. Blaze sat on a huge rock and gazed at the setting sun, deep in thought. His marine coat is destroyed in the battle while the shirt he wears was riddled with holes and rips. It's one of the hardest battles Blaze had ever fought. In truth, if not for his opponent underestimating him, it's hard to tell who would have emerged as a victor. And, the excitement and heat of the battle completely satisfied him. It was a wonderful fight and it's what he yearns for. The reward issued by the system isn't great, but it's enough. The entire Green Hill Island is destroyed while many died in the battle. When Blaze saw the soldiers carrying the dead and wounded ones back to the ship, it invoked deep feelings within him. It also reminded him about the cruel reality once more that he wasn't on Earth but already been transmigrated into another world where strong rule. At that moment, Kuzan came over and sat next to him. The Speed Pirates are way stronger than we anticipated. Yes. Especially, Speed. I didn't expect him to possess the color of Supreme King. It wasn't mentioned in the intelligence report. Blaze admitted. Do you need someone to check up on your injuries? Kuzan asked, glancing at Blaze's state. It's just dried blood. Most of my injuries have already healed, so there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, it's good that Sengoku-san and Garp-san sent you. It's only thanks to you that we prevailed over them. It reduced the casualties on our side too. Kuzan thanked. He became admiral at a young age, so the pressure on his head is high as many people doubt his abilities. If not for Blaze, they may have really lost many soldiers in the battle or, the battle itself. As a marine, it's our duty to stop the criminals from harming innocents. And, thanks to Speed, I had a satisfying battle after a long time. Blaze grinned. Okay. Let's go. We have to report the battle to Sengoku-san. Kuzan said and stood up. Kuzan, don't expect me to share your work. I am just a marine captain, you can't expect me to do work beyond my rank. Blaze jokingly replied and followed Kuzan. As they walked towards the battleship, they chatted. I don't know how you become so strong within a short time. It's astonishing. Nothing can be done about that, I am a genius. And, I know you are stronger than me when it comes to haki. If you don't mind, I want to have a duel with you. Not interested. It's too troublesome. Kuzan flatly rejected. You are just being lazy. Blaze shook his head. Blaze and Kuzan reached the battleship. The marine soldiers worked efficiently under the commands of the vice admiral and other rear admirals. They quickly cleaned the battlefield and bandaged the injured ones. In no time, the marine battleships were ready to depart with the captured criminals. Kuzan unfroze the ice and the sea turned to normal. As soon as he did that, a loud rumbling sound came and the entire Green Hill Island submerged into the ocean as it was mostly destroyed. Blaze wandered the battleship and located Kuina and Regis. Kuina was injured, her right arm and some parts of her body were wrapped in a bandage. How did it go? Blaze asked while Regis recounted the battle Kuina had with the pirate. The next morning. Even before Blaze and others could reach the headquarters, their victory traveled fast and it shook the entire Grand Line. It was all because of news coup. The front page of the newspaper had the title Battle of Green Hill. A fierce battle took place between the Marines and the notorious pirate crew, Speed Pirates on Green Hill Island in New World. The Marines had an overwhelming victory. The captain of the Speed Pirates, Speed, who had a bounty of 1.48 billion berries, was taken down by a headquarters Marine Captain Blaze. The page had a picture of Blaze punching Speed squarely in the face. It was before Speed lost his consciousness. Don't know how? The photo was angled and shot perfectly. If Blaze saw this, his reaction would be enjoyable. Who knows, maybe he will cut and save one for himself as it exhibited his heroic nature and handsome face. He looked strong and valiant. Of course, the newspaper also mentioned Admiral Aokiji, vice admirals, and other rear admirals who made contributions. A particular sentence and story in the paper attracted many people. A marine captain who's as strong as admirals. Who's he and why has no one heard of him before? It described Blaze's entire history from his time as a slave to now. His story impressed many while his battles and deeds earned respect. Since Speed Pirates are considered as one of the great pirates of the sea, the article attracted some notable crew's attention: Whitebeard, Big Mom, Beast Pirates, Revolutionary, and other Big's Hots. For the first time, Blaze's name sounded in their ears. It won't be long before they encounter him in person. 109. Fame spread the Grand Line. Somewhere in New World, Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirate's ship, drifted on the sea. Whitebeard sat on a high platform drinking wine, while he read the article described on the front page of the newspaper. He also saw Blaze's appearance and muttered. He's young yet so strong. Unfortunately, he's standing on the world government side. Sengoku's still a man with a vision to recruit such talents. Losing the interest, Whitebeard threw the newspaper away and concentrated on his drinking. Marco caught the paper and looked at the article. The other commanders and pirates surrounded him and looked at the newspaper curiously. Marco commented, "Speed Pirates. I didn't expect them to be taken down by Marines, and that too by a Marine captain. It's interesting. I think we will meet him soon. He's just a Marine with little strength. If he messes with us, we will show him hell." The other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates chatted and laughed. Whitebeard shook his head listening to their talks and carried on with his drinking. As long as he's here, no one can touch his family, and he's happy that his sons rely on him. Unknown Island, New World. Ben Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks and puffed the cigarette. What do you think? Shanks read the article and smiled, just as I thought. You knew he's a marine? No. But my intuition told me he's not as simple as he portrayed. The next time we meet him, it will be different. Shanks chuckled. Similar things happened all over the Grand Line and even Four Seas. Kaido, Big Mom, and other infamous pirates noted Blaze's name in their minds. Being in the New World for years, they know how things work and they also know how strong the speed pirates were. So, it won't be long before they encounter Blaze in one way or another. Marine Headquarters. The Marines are the ones who got the news first. The victory stirred their hearts. They celebrated the defeat of one of the great pirates of the sea as it's not an everyday occurrence. The entire headquarters looked alive and filled with vibrant energy while many were shocked by Blaze's strength and they wondered why he's still a Marine captain. Blaze's fame skyrocketed in one night among the Marine officers and soldiers. Most of them began to compare his strength to the level of the admirals. The only one who's unhappy about all the ruckus is Admiral Akainu. He just arrived at the headquarters yesterday after destroying a strong pirate crew. As soon as he arrived he heard two pieces of bad news. Blaze is back and he took down Speed, whose bounty is above 1 billion. What he found ridiculous is, he too had defeated a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion but nobody spoke anything about it. He thought Blaze's rate of improvement will be slow, sent to East Blaui, but instead, he came back stronger than ever. It irritates him. Blaze was like a fly buzzing around his ears. Fleet Admiral's office. Wahaha. What did I say, Sengoku? That brat gets stronger fighting against stronger opponents. Garp laughed. Well, I'm surprised he defeated Speed. I didn't expect it, he has grown very much in a short time. Sengoku admitted. In fact, he was a little shocked when he heard the report. The Marines suffered casualties but it's nowhere near what he assumed. It's a remarkable victory considering the opponent's strength and numbers. Told you, Garp chucked. It's time you promote him, his rank is unbefitting of his strength. Sengoku sighed. That's the problem. I got a call from above, it's about Blaze. They think he's a loose cannon, so they want me to keep him in check. What? Hearing it, Garp sat upright. They are afraid of him. Wahahaha, it's hilarious. Blaze has grown too fast and considering his past actions, it would be weird if they didn't do something. But don't worry, I told them he's completely my responsibility. Though Sengoku said it, Garp had a worried look on his face. He knew what it means. If Blaze gets in their way again, the world government will do whatever it takes to destroy him. The Marine fleet under Blaze and Kuzan returned to headquarters after dropping the speed pirates to the Impel Down. Everyone on the fleet was given 2 days of rest and everyone was rewarded for their contribution with merit points. Even Kuina got a few points. As for Blaze, he was given whole 2,000 merit points. Another good news, he was directly promoted to the rank of Headquarters Rear Admiral. Unlike before, from now on, he will directly work under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It can be considered a special privilege. Furthermore, a new unit was assigned under him. Blaze didn't bother with any of this as he directly went to his temporary headquarters. First, he needs a rest and then he wants to analyze his battle with Speed. His armament and observation haki improved to another level, he wants to familiarize himself with the concept before it fades from his mind. As soon as he was promoted, system notification sounded in his mind. Achievement, become a Rear Admiral. Complete. Reward, 1.0 Constitution 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential 1.0 Free Attribute Point. Accepting the reward, Blaze checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 62.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 52.3. Haki, 51.4. Free Attribute Point, 5.8. 110, Target, Doflamingo. Fleet Admiral's Office. 2 days passed since he arrived at the headquarters. Aside from recovering from his injuries, Blaze practiced his haki concepts. It was fruitful. Today, he was called by Sengoku to discuss something important. When he entered the office, Rosinante was already there. As soon as Blaze saw him, he got an inkling of what this is about. Blaze, how are you? Are your injuries fully healed? Sengoku asked. I'm completely alright, Sengoku-san. You have done a good job capturing Speed, he caused so many losses to the people and Marines. Bringing him down also strengthened our reputation among the people. It's my duty. Okay. I called you to discuss something important. It's about Doflamingo. Tsuru-chan informed me that Doflamingo's intending on auctioning a devil fruit, GOL no me. Doflamingo pirates are strong with some powerful members and many of them are devil fruit users. Even though we knew about the information, we can't directly attack him as many underworld people who had Noble's support have shown interest in the auction. Lately, there are even reports that he attacked World Nobel's ships and stole money. The odd thing is, none of the world nobles said anything about it. What do you think about this? It's obvious. He's manipulating them with something, supposedly some secret since he was once a world noble. Blaze replied. Possible, Sengoku muttered as he also thought of the same thing. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. From what Rosinante learned, he plans on dethroning the king of the Dressrosa and ascends himself as a king. If we let him do it, there's nothing more shameful than this. I don't know how many people will lose their lives in the process. I have a bad feeling about this, so we have to stop it before it happens. Don't worry, Sengoku-san. Leave it to me. Blaze nonchalantly replied. Blaze, don't be fooled by his bounty. He's far stronger than you think. Sengoku seriously spoke. I know. I already confronted him once. Sengoku nodded his head and continued, okay then, I am leaving the Doflamingo pirates in your care. You can work with Vice Admiral Tsuru, she knows Doflamingo better. Turning his head, he said. Rosinante, you don't have to participate in this operation. No, Sengao-san. My brother is evil, many people lost their lives in his hand. As his brother, it's my responsibility to stop him. Rosinante responded earnestly. Well said, Blaze clapped his hand. Sengoku-san, I was meaning to ask you this, how's the warlord's recruitment going? Right now, we have signed 3 members, Dracula Mihawk, Jinbei and Bartholomew Kuma. Talk is going on to sign the Pirate Empress, the captain of the Kuja pirates. Why are you asking this? Sengoku asked with his eyebrows raised. Nothing. Sengoku shook his head and said, take care and be careful. Blaze and Rosinante left Sengoku's office and headed towards the dock area. Blaze mused on the conversation. Since the gold fruit is involved, it means Guild Tesoro will act and he will also successfully steal the fruit from Doflamingo. If the timeline is correct, Doflamingo will make his move on Dressrosa in a few months. In the meantime, he will also become a warlord of the sea by blackmailing the world nobles. Rosinante interrupted his thoughts, Blaze-san, what are you thinking? How to kill your brother, Blaze replied. Rosinante nearly stumbled, hearing his blunt reply. Chatting, they reached the battleship assigned to his unit. It was pretty big and can effortlessly sail New World. Furthermore, now there are nearly 100 soldiers under his command. Getting on board, he met his unit and saw Regis and Kuina. Regis was promoted to captain. It didn't surprise Blaze as he knew he will be promoted considering his strength. Rosinante was promoted to commander. As for Kuina, she was promoted to first-class seaman from seaman recruit. But, she has a long way to go. There are some capable fighters in his unit who directly came from the training camp. They don't know Haki but most of them are proficient in 2 or 3 styles of Rokushiki. After speaking some encouraging words, he let Regis take the command. Right now, they are going to meet with Vice Admiral Tsuru and plan the next course of action. He called Kuina. He didn't speak with her after the battle as she was injured and exhausted. How was the battle? Blaze asked while their ship departed from the port towards the New World. Kuina didn't suffer any major injuries from the battle but she had some small bruises while her left shoulder was bandaged due to a sword cut. The major difference he noticed is, she looked determined than ever and the self-doubt disappeared from her eyes. It was a good thing. Clenching her fist, she spoke. I'm weak. I couldn't even take out a normal pirate. If not for Regis-san's help, I would have been killed. But, after participating in the battle I understood things and my heart is clear now. One day, I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. Good. But you have to understand that you are still young so learn to take one step at a time. You can't become stronger in a single day. Hearing his words, Kuina nodded her head. Blaze then went to his cabin and began to train. Neither Doflamingo nor his operation didn't bother him in any way, Blaze's target is Whitebeard all along. To defeat that man, he needs to be the strongest and the best of himself. Blaze closed his eyes and harnessed his Haki to all parts of his body. During his fight against Speed, he unconsciously used Haki to protect his inner organs. The concept amazed him, he wants to do the same with a thought. He knew it's an advanced concept of armament Haki, coating the inner organs with Haki. Blaze calmly recalled the feeling and channeled the Haki as he remembered. But, he failed. He couldn't channel them correctly. Of course, it didn't stop Blaze from trying again as he knew he will perfect it if he worked hard. 111, Avalon Island. New World. GA, officially Marine Grand Line Avalon Branch is a marine base located in New World. It was established on Avalon Island and commanded by Vice Admiral Tsuru. Avalon Island is a circular-shaped island with a rugged coastline featuring several tall rock pillars. The marine base is located in the middle of the island covered by forest. The only way in is through the gate that's reinforced with steel. After all, the marine base is in New World and they have to be ready to face any kind of situation that arises. Many pirates caught in the New World were locked up here temporarily before they are shifted to Impel Down. Blaze and his unit reached the base around morning. As soon as he walked down from the ship he met a familiar face, Jun, who came to receive him. Oh, Jun. Long time no see, how are you doing? Blaze smiled. It's been nearly 2 years since they saw each other. He noticed major changes in Jun, whether it's her appearance, personality, or strength. He could tell, she became strong and also capable of using haki. Then her personality, unlike before, Jun looked mature, charming, and firm. Good. Jun cheerfully replied and commented. As soon as you came back, you have gone and done that, taking down speed pirates. You haven't changed at all. Your actions shocked many people, pirates and marines, alike. Since I learned the observation haki myself, I could tell, you are very strong. Aren't you praising me too much? Blaze and Jun chatted for a few minutes before coming back to a serious topic. It felt great to chat with someone he was familiar with. Where's the auction taking place? Blaze asked. Sorry, I didn't know as I was busy with training. Let's go and meet Tsuru-san, she will fill you in on the details. Sure. Blaze followed Jun to the base that consisted of several buildings and large construction, which is the place of operation. Regis and Kuina accompanied him while Rosinante stayed on the ship. The only unaccustomed thing is, the place is filled with women. He hardly saw any male beings. Well, it's Tsuru-san's commanding base, after all. He knew Vice Admiral Tsuru commands a crew that consisted entirely of female marines. This place seems to be the home and training place for the female marines. She is? Jun asked, looking at Kuina. When she looked at Kuina, she saw her younger self. She's a marine trainee under my command. Her talent in the sword is very good. Give her some advice when you have free time. Blaze responded and then looked at Kuina. Kuina, she's Jun. She and I were in the same training camp. She's good at sword and also strong. Kuina looked at Jun in admiration. If even Blaze praises her skills, then she had to be terrifyingly good. After coming in contact with so many strong women, Kuina discarded the opinion of women can't become strong. Right now, her heart is filled with determination to get strong. Meeting Jun, she wants to ask many things that bothered her mind from childhood. Glancing at Kuina, Jun responded. Sure. Come and meet in the evening. Yes. After that, Blaze and Jun went to Vice Admiral Tsuru's office while Regis and Kuina remained outside. Inside, Tsuru-san could be seen sitting in her chair and leisurely drank her tea with a cake was placed on her table. Her face had no expression, like always. Blaze respects her. After all, she's a veteran marine from the same generation as Garp and Sengoku and one of the most prominent marines in the world who was respected by many. Blaze sensed her haki, it's very strong. It can't be compared to admirals, but she's definitely strong for her age. With knowledge and experience, not many people can outsmart her. No wonder that even Doflamingo respects her. Vice Admiral Tsuru, how are you going? Waving her, she spoke. Stop with the formalities, take a seat. You too, Jun. Want some cake? No, Jun shook her head. I will take it, saying it, Blaze accepted the cake and swallowed whole. It's good. Tsuru had a strange expression as she didn't expect him to react that way. Jun looked at him and mentally thought, Tsuru-san likes her cake very much. It was only for a second, Tsuru then reverted to her normal demeanor as she encountered similar things when she was with Garp. So, she directly went to the topic of discussion, auction. Doflamingo is auctioning a rare devil fruit this time. From the intelligence report, we confirmed it as GOL fruit, a paramecia type. I don't know why Doflamingo is willing to give away such a powerful devil fruit. From my understanding of him, he's up to something as he doesn't lack money. To get the world noble's attention. Jun said after pondering. It's possible as I heard many nobles are interested in the fruit. Tsuru-san, do you know where the auction is going to taking place? The location hasn't been confirmed yet, but it should be in New World. The auction is the best palace to take down Doflamingo, but the problem is whether he will appear in person. Blaze doubts it. After all, in the original timeline, the fruit was stolen by criminals sent by Tesoro. They couldn't have done it under Doflamingo's watch. Blaze knew Doflamingo would become a warlord of the sea before attacking Dressrosa. If he's not wrong, it will soon happen after the auction incident. Once he became warlord, it would be troublesome to take him down without solid reason. Of course, warlord titles didn't matter to Blaze, but he doesn't want to get scolded by Sengoku. The best time he could think of to confront Doflamingo is when he attacks Dressrosa. What do you think we should do, Tsuru-san? Blaze asked. It's up to you. But, you have to bear in mind that pirates, it's not the same as catching pirates. You can't just barge into the auction and do whatever you want. So think clearly before you act. I will notify you once I get the information on where they are going to conduct the auction. Blaze nodded his head and stood up. I will take my leave then. 112, Auction. Blaze came out of the office while Jun followed him. Blaze looked at her and asked, Jun, are you free? I want to stretch some muscles. Jun smiled. She was meaning to ask him but he saved the trouble. Sure. She wanted to see and personally experience how strong the current Blaze is. Both of them along with Regis and Kuina went towards the south side of Avalon Island that's designated for training. They were not alone, some female soldiers were already training there. But, as soon as they met Jun they respectfully greeted her, Rear Admiral Jun, while sending a cursory glance at Blaze. Reaching the center of the field, Jun turned and faced him while Blaze smiled. Meanwhile, the female soldiers in the field glanced at them in curiosity. Are they going to spar? I don't know who or how strong that young marine is, but Rear Admiral Jun is strong. She recently learned Haki and even took down a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Since they are of the same age group they should be friends. Maybe, they came from the same training camp. Let's see how the fight goes. The female soldiers discussed among themselves and observed. Ready? Blaze asked while Jun nodded. As soon as she responded, Blaze's eyes suddenly changed into that of a penetrating stare alarming Jun. She had a feeling she's going to lose before even being able to make the first move. For a moment there was a silence. Blaze said nothing but some kind of intense aura released from his body and spread in all directions. It's not the Conqueror's Haki but a powerful intent. Facing the aura, the female soldiers nearly dropped to their knees, quivering with fear while some find themselves struggling to breathe. But, Jun's different. During her time in New World, she fought many people so his aura didn't deter her in any way but she knew the feeling is real. It was as if she's facing some kind of beast. Jun's hand reached to her hip and unsheathed the blade. She pointed the sharp tip of the blade at Blaze and faced his momentum head-on without any fear. Suddenly, Blaze charged forward making the first move. Jun followed. She didn't wait for Blaze to attack, she gripped her blade in both hands and slashed. Swoosh! The thrust fueled the air pressure into something far more grand and destructive, creating a pressurized wind blade. It cut through everything and arrived before Blaze. As for Blaze, he didn't dodge the attack. He simply hardened his left hand with Tekai and smashed the wind blade away. It couldn't even leave a scratch on him. It's because his Tekai has already reached the advanced level. His hardening is equal to advanced level Haki. After years of training, Blaze can control any parts of his body as he wants. Arriving before Jun, he kicked, hardening his legs. The latter parried the attack with the blade. The collision produced a booming sound and created a minor shockwave. The force behind the kick flung Jun far away as she didn't expect the attack would be so powerful without using any Haki. But, what she didn't know is Blaze already restrained his strength well. Otherwise, she would have been injured heavily by a single strike. After all, his physical strength has crossed the 60-bar limit. After that, Blaze used his Haki against Jun. Haki grows facing a stronger opponent. Battling him is an opportunity for Jun, so he fought her at equal strength. Jun also understood this so she utilized the chance well and practiced her Haki. In between, Blaze also gave her hints on how to improve her attacks. They stopped the fight after an hour as Jun exhausted her Haki and stamina. She benefited greatly from fighting Blaze whose Haki reached the level of admirals. I will stay on the ship. Notify me once you get the information about the auction location. Saying this, Blaze left the training field with Regis while Kuina stayed to talk with Jun. 2 days passed. Finally, the Marines finally got the news. The auction is going to be held in West Blue in 4 days. When Blaze heard it, he nearly cursed. He felt like he's led around by the nose by Doflamingo. First, he leaked the news that the auction will be held somewhere in New World and then changed it to the 4 Blues at the last moment. I am going to beat him hard when I meet him. Blaze thought in his heart. The West Blue is very chaotic, also known for having a strong underworld scene due to the presence of 5 influential mafia organizations known collectively as the 5 Families of the West. It's a good place for Doflamingo to play as he wishes. He should have thought of this sooner. Right now, he's in the New World and had to travel all the way. Even though it's frustrating, there's no other way, so Blaze and his unit left to West Blue as soon as they got the news while Jun tagged along. After 3 days of constant sailing, they reached the West Blue while most of the soldiers on the ship were fatigued working day and night. The good thing is, only Blaze and Jun planned to visit the auction place. Docking the ship at the nearby Marine Bay, they left for the auction that going to be held tomorrow. He knew the auction will be disrupted and criminals sent by Tesoro will steal the devil fruit. But what Blaze wants to know is, who's going to conduct the auction? It will definitely be an elite officer of the Dongquixote family. The next day, Blaze and Jun reached the island where the auction is going to take place. They spotted many criminals and underworld people in the street. But, what both of them didn't expect is they were denied entry into the auction as they failed to show the invite. Jun asked, what should we do? We wait. Blaze spoke as their main goal isn't the devil fruit but Donquixote pirates. Of course, Blaze plan on seizing the devil fruit too. 113, gold fruit. Blaze and Jun waited outside the auction and gazed at the people going inside. Most of them are criminals but there are also some pirates. From the Doflamingo side, the one who came is Treble, one of the top 3 officers of the Donquixote pirates. His disheveled and bedraggled appearance disgusted Blaze. A minute after Treble entered the building, he saw another familiar figure in the crowd, Mad Treasure. Possibly hired by Tesoro to steal the devil fruit. After an hour, the auction started. Jun spoke, Doflamingo didn't come. She came to collect information on Doflamingo but the latter didn't appear but just send one of his officers. Yes. Blaze nonchalantly replied and took a bite of the apple he brought in a nearby store. It tasted so good, completely different from the apples on Earth. Looking at his carefree appearance, Jun shook her head, his character hasn't changed a bit. Don't worry, even if Doflamingo didn't come we can capture Treble. And, the devil fruit too. Blaze spoke. You plan to seize the devil fruit? Jun asked, you're a devil fruit user, why do you need a devil fruit? I can gift it to someone in my unit. To his answer, Jun just rolled her eyes at him. Blaze knew Doflamingo isn't intending on selling the fruit but using it as bait to lure the underworld people in one place. He's plotting something. Possibly it's related to him becoming the warlord of the sea and overthrowing Dressrosa. But, what he won't anticipate is Tesoro stealing the devil fruit under his nose. It's also the reason for Blaze's casualness, as he knew chaos will soon erupt. That's when he will strike. 15 minutes passed. A loud noise came from inside the auction building. In a matter of seconds, everything changed as a huge commotion broke out. Jun drew her sword and spoke, what's happening? Well, it's our cue to enter the fray. Just as he finished his words, the building before them was destroyed by a powerful attack and 2 figures came out. They are none other than Treble and Mad Treasure. At the same time, countless criminals hired by Tesoro launched their attacks, making the place extremely chaotic. As for the devil fruit, it was stolen by Mad Treasure. Treble was enraged as he attacked Mad Treasure madly. Any, who hired you to steal the devil fruit? Tell me. Treble, using his devil fruit ability, bound huge debris they destroyed and slung it at Mad Treasure, who easily repelled the attack by wrapping the arms with his chain. The debris deflected in its path and directly moved towards Blaze and Jun. Blaze just waved his hands and the air around him whirled, sweeping the debris away. Noisy. Blaze muttered. His conqueror's haki erupted while invisible ripples went in all directions, covering the entire island. The intense pressure cracked the ground below him and the nearby buildings. Foam came out of everyone's mouth who was weak-willed and they all hit the ground with audible thuds, losing their consciousness. Whether it's civilians or criminals, none of them were spared as Blaze didn't restrain his conqueror's haki. He didn't want to. As for Treble and Mad Treasure, they were shoved back by Blaze's presence. Blaze mumbled, House Hoku really comes in handy at times like this. When Jun heard his mumble, she got the urge to beat him up. She knew Blaze does things in a flashy way, but this is beyond shocking. Silence pervaded the entire island. Looking at all the unconscious figures, Jun shook her head. Just when she thought they encountered trouble, Blaze solved it in a second. Even though these criminals are not strong, there were nearly 300 of them. 2 Marines can't fight them all as they were in the middle of the town, it would endanger the innocent civilians. She had to admit, with Blaze around she didn't have to worry about anything. Color of the Supreme King. Treble and Mad Treasure stopped their fights and stared at Blaze in shock. Who is he? They wondered in their heart. Blaze uttered, obediently surrender or get beaten up. Are you a Marine? Treble asked while guiding the mucus to attack at any moment. You disgust me, Blaze said and stretched his left hand. Golden flames surged from his hand and blazed towards Treble, emitting high heat. The latter attempted to stop the attack with mucus, but the flames were extremely destructive, he couldn't extinguish them no matter how much he tried. Since the mucus is flammable, in a matter of seconds they were vaporized. Then, Treble's skinny figure came into the view, shocking everyone. Jun had a nauseated look on her face. Treble screamed in pain, unable to stop the flames from burning his body even with haki. It wasn't a pleasant experience, to feel your skin and flesh being burned under extreme heat. Just as Treble thought he's going to die, Blaze doused the flames with a thought, barely leaving the latter alive. Then, his eyes turned to Mad Treasure, who stood in place instead of running. Treasure shuddered when Blaze's eyes locked onto him. Where's the devil fruit? Treasure didn't reply, but chains emerged from his body and wrapped his entire body. Seeing this, Blaze smiled. Really? The next second, Blaze utilized Soru and appeared before Treasure. Before the latter could react, he punched at him. The strike landed squarely on Treasure's chest, shattering the chains and crushing him completely. His knees hit the ground while he coughed a mouthful of blood. Treasure's eyes finally revealed fear, the punch destroyed him inside out. Now, he couldn't even stand, he knew he met his match today. Devil fruit? Blaze asked again. This time Treasure didn't try to put a hard front, he obediently handed over the devil fruit that he hid in his sleeve. Gold fruit or Gora Gora no Mi. It was dark yellow fruit, the size of a palm, and had swirling patterns all over them. Good stuff. Blaze pocketed the fruit inside his coat and said. Sawed off, if I ever see you again your ending won't be different from him. He pointed his finger at Treble who lay on the ground in a sorry state. Treasure picked his weakened body with all his willpower and fled from the place. He swore in his heart that he shouldn't cross paths with the terrifying marine in his life. Meanwhile, Jun called the base and told them to bring a battleship. There are a lot of criminals here, even with marine soldiers it's going to be a tiring job to apprehend everyone. 114, Doflamingo's plan. 2 hours passed. The marine unit came and cleared the criminals and underworld people who were already knocked unconscious by Blaze. It's going to be chaotic at headquarters as most of the underworld people have world noble connections and some of them even have no criminals records. Blaze knew they will be released once the celestial dragons learn of this and he can't do anything about that, at least for now. So, Sengoku's going to have a hard time the next few days. Jun looked at Treble whose entire skinny body is scorched black and shook her head. She doesn't know why Blaze didn't let the soldiers arrest Treble. From her understanding of him, it wasn't anything good. Yes, Blaze didn't plan on leaving Treble alive. He knew the latter will be released once Doflamingo becomes the warlord of the sea, so it's better to kill him. The only reason why he hasn't killed him yet is to know when Doflamingo's plan on striking the Dressrosa. He needs to know the exact timing. Though Marines knew his plot, they don't know when it will happen. Besides, they can't forever guard the kingdom considering the present situation of the new world. Even Sengoku's helpless about this matter as the number of marine soldiers in his hands is limited. Furthermore, once Doflamingo becomes the warlord of the sea, even Marines can't interfere. But the problem is, lately, Doflamingo hasn't shown his face, so his location is currently unknown. So, even if Blaze wants to strike, he can't do anything without knowing his location. So, he had to extract the information from Treble's mouth. Where's Doflamingo? Blaze slapped Treble in the face and directly asked. You are nothing but world government's dog, you won't be able to do anything to Doffy as he already planned everything. Treble snickered. Hearing it, Blaze simply smiled and spoke, looks like you won't speak without suffering. He then extended his hand and a small golden flame danced at the tip of his index finger as if it was alive. Soon, under his control, the flame bobbed while its shape changed into a small insect. To Treble's horror, the fire insect fluttered its wings and drilled into his left hand. As soon as it happened, terrifying pain hit his head as if his insides are being eaten alive. Under Blaze's command, the insect slowly burned the latter's tissues and reached the bone area. Not even a few seconds passed, but Treble rolled on the ground while his entire body convulsed in extreme pain. Unable to bear it any longer, he screamed. No more. I will tell you everything, please stop. Blaze stopped the actions with a snap of his finger and spoke, speak, he didn't expect the latter's heart to be so weak. Without omitting, Treble disclosed everything he knew. Blaze and Jun's faces changed as they listened to the information. This is bad. They thought in their heart. Because according to Treble, Doflamingo and his crew are already in Dressrosa. Their plan will commence once Doflamingo becomes the warlord. And the worst thing is, the latter has met the world Nobel a week before and had already made a deal with them. If everything goes according to his plan, in 1 or 2 days the world government will announce him as one of the warlords of the sea. Blaze didn't expect Doflamingo to move so quickly. What he doesn't know is, as soon as Doflamingo found Rosinante is a marine, he knew his plans are already leaked, so he hastened the plan and decided to overthrow the kingdom ahead of time. He's just waiting for the world government's announcement. Call Doflamingo. Blaze spoke while Treble did as he asked. Purapuru, Purapuru. Catcha. Treble. What's happening there? Doflamingo asked in an angry voice. Just recently he got the news that all the Doflamingo pirates and underworld people who attended the auction were arrested. Where's the devil fruit? Doffy. Treble groaned in pain. What happened? Noticing something's wrong with his tone, Doflamingo asked. Before Treble could answer, Blaze picked the Den Mushi and answered, Doflamingo, thanks for the devil fruit. It's been so long, do you still remember me? You. The Den Mushi in Blaze's hand changed as veins protruded on its head. Clearly, Doflamingo recognized him. Looks like you haven't forgotten about me. What happened to Treble? Doflamingo asked, calming down. Well, he hasn't died yet but will be soon, as his partner Virgo is all alone up there. Blaze humorously responded. A few seconds passed but there was only silence from the other end. So, Blaze continued. I thought you would come looking for me after the last encounter. What happened? Got scared? Suddenly Doflamingo laughed. Fuff, I know all about you. Born in an ordinary family, captured as a chore boy to a pirate ship and then sold as a slave. You somehow fought your way out and destroyed the pirates who killed your parents. And, finally, you joined the Marines. The interesting thing is, you have achieved all this within a short few years. The reason for your strength, is it your devil fruit or something else? Fuff. Is he an idiot? I already told him my details because I am not afraid of him, Blaze thought in his heart and turned to Jun and asked. Don't you feel his laughter is kinda creepy? Jun laughed, covering her mouth. She didn't expect Blaze to be so bold to tease Doflamingo, who's called the Heavenly Demon by others. Hearing his words, Doflamingo once again got mad. Unfazed by his words, Blaze spoke. Doflamingo, your partner said you're in Dressrosa. Wait there, I will come in a few days, then we will discuss further over a meal. Saying this, he directly ended the call and looked at Treble, who trembled under his gaze. Hey, wait! Blaze didn't let him speak. He pointed his index finger while a golden beam shot and pierced Treble's forehead, directly killing him. The sudden turn of events stunned Jun. She glared at Blaze. Why did you kill him? He holds valuable information. Don't be naive. He's nothing but garbage. Before you can extract any information from him, he will either be freed or killed. He's better off dead. 115, Exchange Function. Blaze and Jun didn't stay any longer on the island. After handing the things to the local marine captain, they sailed back to the New World. On the ship, Blaze checked his status panel. Defeating Mad Treasure and Treble gave him 0.2 free attribute points, which are very pitiful. It raised his free attribute points from 5.8 to 6.0. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 62.1. Devil Fruit, 52.4. Hacky, 51.5. Free attribute point, 6.0. Next, Blaze plan on rising his Devil Fruit attribute to the 60 bar. Once he gets enough free attribute points, it would surely enhance his strength to the next level. Just as he was thinking over the next course of action, the system notification rang in his mind and a new note appeared in the system panel. Ding! The system found host is in possession of a Devil Fruit. Do you want to unlock the exchange function? Yes/no. Yes. Blaze shouted in his mind and a new row of text appeared. Exchange function unlocked. A new tab labeled Exchange was added to the system panel. Once Blaze clicked it, he saw the information. Exchange function, a precious material of equal value can be exchanged for similar material. For example, a Paramecia Devil Fruit for another Paramecia Devil Fruit. Exchangeable item, Gora no Mi Paramecia type. Note, only items that are deemed as precious by the system are eligible for exchange. Blaze was excited when he read the information. He quickly clicked the Gora no Mi. As soon as he did, a list of items appeared before his eyes. Along with the list, there are some conditions. He can only exchange devil fruits that aren't eaten by others. For example, he can't exchange gold fruit for Doflamingo's string fruit. Blaze saw many devil fruits in the list: smooth fruit, kilo no Mi, spike fruit, net fruit, smelt fruit, cage fruit, spring fruit, door fruit, slash fruit, noko no Mi mushoram, and many other devil fruits. He's familiar with kilo no Mi and noko no Mi as he came in contact with both of these devil fruit users. Since he can't use another devil fruit, this function is useless for him, but he can gift it to his trusted allies, Kuina, Jun, or Regis. Blaze isn't in a hurry. He will exchange for a suitable fruit after finishing Donquixote pirates, as they hold many precious devil fruits. Purapuru. Blaze's thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his den mushi. Noticing the call is from Sengoku, he directly answered. Sengoku-san. Blaze, I said you can't directly capture the people attending the auction, didn't you listen to my words? Sengoku's helpless voice came from the other side. Sengoku-san, I only acted after they began to fight among themselves. You can't blame me for that. Sigh, anyway, we can't hold these people who have connections with the world nobles. Sengoku spoke. Blaze understood the latter is telling him the captured people will be released soon. I don't care about that, I have done my part. Okay. Did you get the devil fruit? Yes. But, I'm planning on keeping it. You can subtract my merit points for it. Blaze said. Whatever. If you are going to give it to another marine, I don't mind. But, let me know before you do that. Sengoku spoke while Blaze happily agreed. Blaze then reported the information he extracted from Treble. Sengoku-san, if we don't do something, I'm afraid the entire kingdom will be doomed. Sengoku sighed. It's too late. The world government already recruited Doflamingo as one of the warlords. It will be announced tomorrow. What? That fast? Even Blaze was shocked. So, what should we do? Noticing the silence, he continued. Sengoku-san, don't tell me you are planning on doing nothing. There's nothing we can do. Warlords are in alliance with the world government and marines, you can't directly attack them without any reason. What I am saying is, I can't provide you any direct support. It's up to you to decide what to do. Hearing the words, Blaze smiled. Though Sengoku didn't say anything openly, he silently agreed for him to do as he wishes. The only downside is, he's on his own. Sengoku-san, leave everything to me. Blaze ended the phone call and called Jun and recounted the conversation he had with Sengoku. What do you plan to do? We are going to destroy Dongquixote pirates before the world government announces the news to the public. Blaze chuckled. How are you going to do that? We are in 4 Blue, it will take us at least 2 days to reach Dressrosa. Jun asked in puzzlement. It's not a problem, we can reach at dusk if we go by my way. That is. You will see in a few minutes. Gather strong marines, preferably, ones who can use haki. Blaze said while Jun agreed. Blaze then called Regis and Rosinante and told them about the plan. As for Kuina, he isn't going to take her this time as there will be no one to watch her. In no time, Jun gathered 20 submarine soldiers who can use basic level haki. As for Blaze, he directly used his devil fruit ability to create a huge dragon. Everyone was shocked to see his power except for Regis and Rosinante. Even Jun is no exception. When did you learn to control your devil fruit ability to such level? Get on. Everyone climbed onto the dragon while Blaze commanded it to fly. In no time, it soared and disappeared from the marine soldiers' view who are still on the ship. On the golden dragon's back, Jun asked. How are we going to attack? Even though you are strong, you can't take down everyone on the Dongquixote pirates by yourself as most of them are devil fruit users. Of course we aren't fighting alone. We can use the kingdom's strength to our advantage as Dressrosa isn't weak on its own. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Jun's eyes glowed. 116, King Riku and Viola. Dressrosa is one of the 20 kingdoms that were responsible for founding the world government after the defeat of the Great Kingdom. Originally, it was ruled by Dongquixote family but as they moved to Marigioase, the Riku family replaced them. Under their rule, the kingdom flourished while the dwarves were freed. After some time, the country became known for its unparalleled peace. As sun began to set, Blaze and his group saw the outline of Dressrosa that looked beautiful surrounded by huge rock formations. The luxurious, Spanish-styled buildings amazed everyone. To not alert the Dongquixote pirates, Blaze cancelled the dragon form when they were some distance away from the Dressrosa. It doesn't mean he's afraid of Doflamingo, he just doesn't want the upcoming battle to impact the ordinary civilians. If not for that, he would have directly acted. Furthermore, the number of devil fruit users in Dongquixote pirates is high. Especially, Pika and Sugar need to be handled carefully as their devil fruit powers are quite dangerous. In fact, Blaze plans to take care of them before confronting Doflamingo. For that, he needs King Riku's help. So, Blaze, Jun, Regis, and Rosinante headed towards the King's Plateau, which is a gigantic, crown-shaped landmark situated in the middle of Dressrosa. The royal palace is located at its top. As soon as they reached the King's Plateau, they were stopped and questioned by the guards of Dressrosa. Blaze directly stated his intention and showed his marine identity. The guards were skeptical as it's not an everyday occurrence for the marines to visit the kingdom, so they directly notified their superior. In no time, a huge muscular man with a thick dark pointed beard and disproportionately small legs approached them. Blaze knew this man, Tank Lepinto, who's very loyal to King Riku and also the commander of Dressrosa's self-defense army. In the original timeline, he joined as a gladiator at the Kori the Colosseum to compete for the Mara Mara no Mi. What are the marines doing in the peaceful kingdom of Dressrosa? Lepinto questioned. I am Rear Admiral Blaze, I want to meet King Riku. Blaze directly spoke. Hearing his words, Lepinto was a little angry, but before he could lash out, Blaze continued. It concerns the safety of your kingdom, so it's better if you don't waste any time. And, I am not joking. Lepinto suppressed his anger as he could tell Blaze is serious, so he quickly glanced at Jun, Regis, and Rosinante who are behind Blaze, and uttered. Follow me. It didn't take long for them to reach the royal palace following Lepinto. Blaze saw King Riku in the large luxurious hall along with some other members. The one who caught his attention is Viola, the current crown princess of the Dressrosa and younger sister of Scarlet who now lives with Kairos. In the original timeline, Viola is slender, well-endowed, and light olive-skinned woman of average height with a curvaceous figure. But the current her looked different. She wore a long dress with a black top and light and frilly bottom while her hair was cut to her chin and side parted with a pink hairband. She may look weak, but her devil fruit ability is very useful. If Blaze gets her help, he will be able to easily locate the Dongquixote pirates. What brings the marines to Dressrosa? King Riku asked in a doubtful tone. Unlike the other kingdoms, Dressrosa didn't have much contact with the world government. Hello, King Riku. Let me first introduce myself, I am Blaze, Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. And this is Rear Admiral Jun, Regis, and Rosinante. I believe you heard about the Dongquixote pirates before, right? King Riku frowned when he heard the name Dongquixote but eventually nodded his head. Yes. Rosinante, explain it. Blaze gestured while Rosinante stepped forward. My name is Dongquixote Rosinante and my brother's name is Dongquixote Doflamingo. Rosinante revealed Doflamingo's plan without hiding anything. Hearing the news, King Riku didn't lose his composure upon Rosinante's revelation but looked at his daughter, Viola, who ate the glare fruit and can see through any lies. When Viola authenticated the latter's words, Riku took a deep breath and was silent for a minute. Does the world government sent you all to stop Doflamingo? World government? No. Haven't you heard? The world government will announce Doflamingo as one of the warlords tomorrow, then he will become our ally. Blaze shook his head. Then why are you helping us? Let's say we have some enmity and Rosinante here also wants to stop his brother from doing any more evil. Blaze chuckled. Though Riku knows the truth, he still couldn't accept the fact. But, if they confronted the Dongquixote pirates head-on, he can't imagine the destruction it may cause to the people. Can't we settle this peacefully? King Riku, I think you still don't get Doflamingo's purpose. He doesn't care about money or anything. He wants to become the king of Dressrosa and reclaim his status as world noble. Jun told the cold truth. But, the people. King Riku rubbed his temples in frustration. Don't worry King Riku, I will take care of Doflamingo and his crew. I just need your help to stop some low-level members and your daughter's help. You are Princess Viola right, help me locate the Doflamingo's hideout. Blaze spoke and showed her the wanted posters of Dongquixote pirates. He couldn't find their whereabouts with his observation haki or devil fruit power, meaning they are hiding somewhere underground or concealed by a devil fruit power. Viola gazed at King Riku who nodded his head in approval. She then used the devil fruit power by putting her hands next to the eyes while forming circles out of her index and thumb finger, like glasses. Clairvoyance. This aspect of her fruit allows Viola to send out her sight in all directions in a 4,000 kilometers radius like a bird. There was complete silence. Nearly 10 minutes passed, but Viola still couldn't find anyone suspicious. I searched the entire Dressrosa and didn't find anyone in the wanted posters. Blaze understood she wasn't using her devil fruit effectively like in the original series so he helped her with some words and ideas. Hearing it, Viola's face brightened and she once again used her devil fruit power. This time, she combined two of her abilities, seeing through solid objects and long distances. Not even a minute passed before she suddenly shouted. I found them. 117, Dongquixote pirates. Some kilometers behind Flower Hill, Doflamingo and his crew were hiding inside a small hill that's altered using Pika's stone fruit ability. No wonder Blaze couldn't sense their heat signatures, the stone blocked it. Can you see who are all with Doflamingo? Jun asked and placed all the wanted papers on the floor. Viola confirmed that everyone in the wanted poster is there, apart from Treble who's already dead. Jun, I am going to confront them head-on. I want you and others to protect the civilians from getting harmed. Blaze spoke, itching for a fight. There are a lot of devil fruit users besides Doflamingo, but will they be able to harm him? He doubts it. Considering his current strength, only Doflamingo can barely fight him. Even so, he plans on taking out Sugar and Pika before confronting Doflamingo as their devil fruit abilities are troublesome. Are you sure? Jun asked back rhetorically. Piece of cake. Blaze shrugged and turned to King Riku, I hope you gather some of your best men and relocate the people near that area. Knowing the severity of the situation, Riku didn't say anything and directly commanded Lepinto to gather their best men. Jun, you cooperate with the Kingdom Force and don't let any main officers of Dongquixote pirates escape. Right now, the entire Dressrosa is under marine surveillance as Blaze spread the net as soon as he arrived here with the 20 marine soldiers who came with him. After issuing the commands, Blaze looked at the small hill Viola pointed before. Right now, he needs to find their individual positions before attacking. Taking a deep breath, Blaze pressed his right hand on the ground and closed his eyes. His body released a heatwave that traveled via ground in a straight line towards the position Dongquixote pirates are hiding. In a matter of seconds, his heatwave reached the location and flashed the information back to him. He memorized their heat signatures and had a surprised look on his face. Because as soon as his heatwave swept the place, Doflamingo noticed it with his keen observation haki. Impressive. Blaze mentally commented. If he's not wrong, Doflamingo's haki reached the level of Yonko commanders. Meanwhile, Doflamingo stood up from his seat and frowned. It was just for a second but he felt it. In fact, it's not Doflamingo's style to hide underground but Blaze's recent deeds made him wary. Especially after the latter defeated the Speed Pirates. How could he not be worried when he personally knew how strong Speed is? Speed is a monster in human skin, but even such a strong man was defeated by that marine. After the call today, Doflamingo knew Blaze's next target is him. He also found his brother Rosinante is with him. What happened, Doffy? Pika asked in a high-pitched voice. Someone just observed us. I think it's that Marine. He's in dress rosa. Doflamingo calmly uttered and squinted his eyes. It's beyond his expectation that Blaze would come after him so soon. He planned everything thoroughly, but the only anomaly is Blaze. It annoys him. That Marine is targeting us particularly. First, he killed Virgo, then Treble, now he's coming after us. We have to take care of him. Diamante stated. Doffy, you don't have to worry. It doesn't matter how many Marines come, I will take care of them. Pika haughtily declared. Get ready for battle. Meanwhile, Blaze dispersed his ability and rose to his feet. Since Doflamingo discovered his existence, it's time for him to attack. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. Jun, Doflamingo noticed us. I am going to attack, you gather the others and surround the area. Saying this, Blaze used Soru and disappeared from everyone's view. Is he going to attack the Dongquixote pirates alone? It's not a wise decision, he can at least wait for our men to gather. King Riku voiced his thoughts. Regis slightly chuckled, King Riku, you should be worried about the residents of Dressrosa. If Blaze-san doesn't restrain his strength well, it will very well be the end of this island. His words stumped King Riku and Viola as they didn't understand the meaning behind his sentence. Blaze's figure rapidly approached the hill Doflamingo is in. Just as he was a kilometer away, he stretched his hand and fired a golden beam that charged towards the hill. Bang! The golden beam drilled its way in and exploded when it reached the core. The explosion fragmented the small hill to sands so that it won't harm the civilians nearby. As soon as the hill was destroyed, Pika's figure crashed into the ground and coughed a mouthful of blood. As for the other members of Dongquixote pirates, they were forcibly sent out using stone fruit powers. Blaze landed next to Pika while his right feet pressed Latter's face firmly to the ground. But, Pika is quick enough to coat his face with haki. Looking at him, Blaze spoke. If you try to use your devil fruit, then I won't show any mercy. Then, he looked at the Dongquixote pirates before him. Diamante, Laoji, Senior Pinks, Gila, Gladius, and Mokvi stood behind Doflamingo. As for Sugar, Young Dellinger, Baby 5 and Buffalo stood at the back. Doflamingo, we finally met. You have a good bunch of devil users besides you. Is that the reason for your confidence? Blaze spoke while I scanned the pirates. All their information flashed in his eyes. Diamante, an elite officer like Pika and Treble. He ate Hira no Mi Ripple fruit and was also proficient in both types of haki. Next, Dongquixote army officers. Mokvice, he's the user of Tun no Mi. Senior Pinks, the user of Sui no Mi swim fruit. Laoji, he's a master of a martial arts style known as the Jioken. Despite his age, he's a powerful fighter. Gila, a devil user who ate the art fruit. Gladius, who ate the pop fruit and was proficient in firearms. Lastly, Sugar, who ate the Hobi no Mi, is extremely dangerous, but she's very weak like Baby 5 and Buffalo. Like in the series, Doflamingo draped a flamboyant styled light pink feather coat. He's also very tall, standing close to 10 in height. Doflamingo performed his unique laugh and spoke, Fuff. I guess the Marines didn't send any support since you have come alone. You are indeed strong, but you can't fight us all alone. And, I am well prepared for your arrival. Just as Doflamingo finished his speech, Pika, who's beneath Blaze's feet, utilized his devil fruit ability despite the warning and submerged into the earth. Blaze, who had already warned, erupted with full strength while golden flames flared around him as he stomped his right leg against the ground. Boom! Flames of extreme temperature melted the ground, and at the same time, the flames exploded, generating a sea of flames that incinerated everything below Blaze's feet. As the attack was concentrated on a single point, it penetrated the ground and vaporized everything in its way. Everything happened in an instant as even Doflamingo failed to react to Blaze's strike. Dongquixote pirates were shocked by the power displayed by him as they saw a huge void in the ground of 1 meter in diameter, like an abyss with no end. As for Pika, he's of course erased from the face of this world. Doflamingo face turned unsightly. Blaze shook his head and shrugged, why does none of your subordinates listen to me? He would have lived if he had heeded my warning. So, Doflamingo, what next? Yes, you said something about being prepared for my arrival. Show me. He excitedly asked. 118. Blaze vs Doflamingo. Doflamingo indeed prepared for Blaze's arrival, but he didn't expect the latter would come to Dressrosa so soon. And, the core part of his plan is Pika and Sugar. But now, Pika is already dead. Right now, his only choice is to confront Blaze head-on. Doflamingo and others on his side looked at Blaze, who hovered above the huge void in the ground. They were ready to attack at any moment. Doflamingo acted first. The fingers on both his hands moved while unseen strings assaulted Blaze from all directions. Meanwhile, the others members of Dongquixote pirates too charged at him. Blaze didn't dodge Doflamingo's strings as he wants to test how durable they are. The next second, the strings coated with haki bound his legs and arms tightly. The strings are really tough, but... Blaze mused. It's not strong enough to bind him. Anyone with haki above advanced level can break it with little effort. With a little bit of strength, the strings that restrained him were shredded into pieces. At that moment, a fist packed with power banged his face, forcing Blaze to tilt his head to the right. The punch came from Mokvice, who ate the ton fruit. Well, compared to the kilo fruit developed by Luke of Speed Pirates, it's nothing, as the attack didn't even tickle him. At the same time, several inflating bullets fired by Gladius using the firing mechanism installed on his arm struck Blaze's body, triggering a devastating explosion. The series of attacks stirred the dust and debris around, clouding everyone's view. As for Blaze, he floated in mid-air unharmed. With a thought, a golden spherical bubble wrapped his right arm, and Blaze reappeared before Mokvice and punched the latter. Bang! The punch triggered a huge explosion and gave rise to a sea of flames that completely engulfed Mokvice. The latter was smashed far away while his entire body was scorched black. Whether he's dead or alive no one knows. Finishing him off, Blaze landed few feet away from the Donquixote pirates, who all stared at him vigilantly. They could tell the man before them was powerful, extremely powerful, as their all-out attacks didn't even leave a scratch on him. Blaze smirked and thought, it's time to get rid of the small fries. His eyes flashed red, while an overwhelming momentum erupted from him and sent ripples in all directions. Everything came to a standstill. Blaze's haki affected the surrounding, the ground below him cracked, while the buildings and rocks shuddered under intense pressure. As if provoked by something, Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki burst forth on its own and crashed against Blaze's haki. Boom! The powerful collision directly knocked Sugar, Dellinger, BABY5, and Buffalo Who'swill aren't powerful, unconscious. As for other Donquixote pirates, they were tossed in the air and hurled away. Even some unlucky citizens of Dressrosa who are nearby dropped to the ground unconscious. It's better now, Blaze uttered, face straight and serious. Doflamingo, are you ready? Saying this, Blaze's entire body flared in golden flames as if a sun deity has descended to the mortal world. Golden bolts of lightning sparkled around him, and the next moment, his figure blurred and swooshed in front of Doflamingo before sending a high-speed kick that split the air itself. The latter swiftly coated his arms with haki and blocked the attack. Bang! Doflamingo was sent back a notable distance, failing to resist the power behind Blaze's attack. Landing on his feet, he slid a few meters before stopping, then looked at the scorched hands, unconsciously wincing from the pain. Doflamingo could tell Blaze didn't use any haki, but still, the brute force from the latter broke his haki defense. He didn't expect his physical strength to be so powerful. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red. From his observation haki, he sensed Blaze's figure rapidly advancing towards him. Wasting no time, he wrapped his feet with strings, and haki, he kicked. Arriving before Doflamingo, Blaze threw a kick of his own, imbuing it with haki. Bang! Waves of haki went off into the atmosphere, golden and pink sparks whipping and resonating together upon their brief collision. The sheer power caused a turbulent shockwave that dispersed in all directions, and the earth surrounding them couldn't hold well, leaving a crater with Doflamingo and Blaze at its center. All the citizens in the Dressrosa felt the tremor beneath their feet, making them flee their home, fearing it's an earthquake. Jun, Rosinante, Regis, and others who are appeasing and moving the residents to a safer place looked at the collision in the sky. Clash of the Supreme Kings, Jun muttered. King Riku, Violet, and other higher-ups of Dressrosa were dumbstruck by the intense battle happening somewhere away. Back to the battle, Blaze and Doflamingo exchanged dozens of kicks while Blaze remained completely unharmed. Doflamingo is riddled with bruises. As Doflamingo is someone who specializes in a kick-based style of combat, Blaze also only used his legs in the battle. It's fun this way. What amazes him is Doflamingo's control over his devil fruit ability. It's extraordinary, precise, and powerful. Though the latter's haki hadn't reached the level of admirals, he balances it with his string fruit that attained the level of admirals. Still, Doflamingo felt powerless against Blaze, who's completely beyond his league. He could tell the latter is playing with him. It angered him further. How could he not be? Just as Blaze prepared to strike again, someone grabbed his legs. It's Senior Pink, who sneaked upon him with his swim fruit. Before he could smash the latter's face, the ground he stood on began to ripple and flutter, causing him to lose his footing. He knew it's Diamante's power. All the conscious Donquixote pirates charged at him. Gladius fired several inflating bullets at him while Gila tossed the thought clouds at him using her devil fruit. He also sensed Lao Ji coming at him from behind. Annoying. Blaze muttered and took a deep breath. Boom! With his as the center, a massive explosion happened that in turn drove a heatwave of high temperature in all directions, blazing anything in its path. Doflamingo frowned and leaped back into the distance, avoiding Blaze's heatwave. As for others, they are not lucky, as they all suffered the full brunt of his attack. Only Senior Pink escaped unscathed as he used his devil fruit ability and submerged into the ground. 119. The power of awakened devil fruit. Not bothering about what happened to the other Donquixote pirates, Blaze charged at Doflamingo. If he wanted, he could finish Doflamingo with a single strike, but what's fun in that? First, he just wants to enjoy the battle, second, he wants to see the latter reveal the awakening abilities of his devil fruit. Overheat. Suddenly, Doflamingo fired a thick rope made of condensed strings from his palm and whipped at him. The whip glowed in fiery orange and exuded high amounts of heat. Playing with fire before me. Is he an idiot? Blaze caught the whip effortlessly with his left hand and yanked it. Unforeseen, Doflamingo was pulled along with the whip before he could end the contact. Pulling his right hand back, Blaze coated them with haki and punched when Doflamingo was drawn near. The punch landed squarely on the latter's face. Though Doflamingo was quick to react and coated the point of contact with haki, he was still smashed. His figure blasted far away and crashed into the nearby town, wrecking all the buildings. Fortunately, the residents were vacated by Jun and others, otherwise they would have been implicated by the collision. Spitting the blood in his mouth, Doflamingo rose to his feet. He looked beaten with half-destroyed glass and blood at the corner of his lips. Everything that happened from his childhood till now flashed before his eyes. Just as he reached the final step, a marine came out of nowhere to stop him. He could picture everything he built crumbling before his very eyes. Doflamingo clenched his fist while the veins protruded on his forehead. No can stop me from achieving what I want. Raising his head, he saw Blaze's figure approaching fast. Doflamingo swiftly stretched his hands and uttered, "Bullet string." Bundles of strings blasted from his hands at extreme speed as if it was fired a machine gun. Are you seriously attacking me with such crappy attacks? Blaze taunted and effortlessly parried the string bullets with his right arm. 5 color strings. Doflamingo quickly changed his attack and 5 colored strings like a rainbow came out of his hand and slashed at Blaze. Blaze once again dodged the attack and sent a high-speed kick while the latter responded the same with his favorite move athlete. Unlike before, Doflamingo put an immense amount of haki in the attack as it overflowed. Boom! Their strikes collided, the force from each kick exerted into one another striving to win. Ultimately, the strike expelled outward into a loud, powerful shockwave that dispersed in all directions. After the collision, Doflamingo distanced himself from Blaze by leaping backward and gazed at the latter breathing lightly. Exerting a huge amount of haki into the kick drains his haki reserve. Come on, Doflamingo. Is this all you got? If it is, I am disappointed. Blaze shook his head. Doflamingo knew if it goes on like this, he may be taken down in a few moves. Since it came to this, he knew he has no choice but to reveal it. Ever white. Crouching to the ground, he touched the ground with his hands, which turned the entire surrounding into innumerable strings. The power of Devil Fruit Awakening. Amazing! Blaze muttered, staring at the sea of string before him. Doflamingo then condensed the vast amount of string from Everwhite into countless sharp points infused with armament haki that glowed in dark purple. Without wasting any time, he shot the points towards Blaze in the form of spread wings. Excited, Blaze activated his observation haki and faced the incoming attack. Nearly 1,000 strings imbued with haki bombarded him from all sides. Discerning that he can't dodge all the attacks, he coated his entire body with haki and confronted it head-on. The endless strikes pushed him back a little by little. If he wants, he could easily avoid the attacks or use his devil fruit power to burn these things to ashes. But, he wants to feel it, the power of awakened devil fruit. Concentrating a little, he let haki surge throughout his body and blew it outward, forming an invisible shield that blocked most of Doflamingo's attacks. Even so, some of the sharp strings penetrated the haki cover and grazed his body. Blaze had to admit, the awakened power is simply amazing. At the same time, he also sensed Doflamingo has exerted a huge amount of haki in these strings. It's understandable since his haki attribute is just at the initial stage of the 50, while Doflamingo's awakened devil fruit ability should be equal to that. Compared overall, Doflamingo's strength should be at the middle stage of the Yonko commander. If Law hadn't injured Doflamingo, he doubts Luffy would have defeated him with just his gear fourth. Well, it's time to end it. Dragging this any longer will definitely bore me. Blaze mused as he already experienced the power of awakened devil fruit. Thinking through, Blaze clenched his fist while the temperature around the surroundings began to soar. The countless amount of strings created by Everwhite exhibited signs of crumbling and melting. Doflamingo knitted his brows and quickly coated the strings around him with haki and summoned 16 thick, sharp, haki-infused bundles of string. If Blaze isn't wrong, it's Doflamingo's ultimate move, God Thread, that he used finally against Luffy. Golden flames flared and orbited around him. With a thought, the flames gathered on his hand. Blaze then harnessed a huge amount of haki into the flames and punched. Bang! The space itself shook as the column of golden flames blasted from his fist and drove forward. In the meantime, Doflamingo cast the 16 God Thread that he formed towards Blaze. Both the forces collided in mid-air, freezing the time itself. Everything else quiets down for a second before erupting into a tremendous shockwave while the clouds split, shooting royal purple lightning ripples in all directions. Not even a fraction of a second passed, but Blaze's golden fist shattered and melted Doflamingo's thread like it was nothing and smashed him into the ground. 120, End of Don Quixote Pirates. In the distance, King Riku and his confidants felt the intensity of the battle from the powerful shockwaves that swept past them earlier. They don't know what's happening, but if it goes on it will affect the residents present on the island. What's happening there? This level of battle, I am afraid not even Dressrosa will hold for long. I told you guys before, if Blaze-san isn't careful, the entire island will be destroyed. Regis shrugged with a slight smile on his lips. Jun shook her head. She could tell Blaze's strength has possibly reached the level of admirals. The kind of strength that she yearns to achieve. As for Rosinante, he gazed into the far distance with a complicated expression. Doflamingo is his brother, but his heart has sided with evil. There's no return from that. As dusk descended, the cold breeze swept the Dressrosa. The entire battle ended within half an hour. Doflamingo lay nearly dead in deep crater with blood flowing from his orifices. The punch crushed him completely while the high temperature from the flames scorched his innards. If not for him protecting his body with haki, he would have been vaporized by the blow. Though he was conscious, he can't move a muscle. He knew he's not dead because the other party didn't plan to kill him. Blaze didn't care about Doflamingo, as he was busy looking into the system reward. As soon as he defeated Doflamingo, the system notification sounded in his ears. Defeated Don Quixote Pirates. Reward, 1.0 Constitution 1.0 Devil Fruit 1.0 Haki 1.0 Free Attribute Point. The reward is pretty generous for taking down the Heavenly Demon. Blaze whistled and checked the status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 63.1. Devil Fruit, 53.5. Haki, 52.6. Free Attribute Point, 7.0. Before this fight, Blaze thought of raising his Devil Fruit attribute to 60, but now, he had a change of mind. He couldn't choose between Haki and Devil Fruit attribute. True, his Devil Fruit abilities are insanely powerful, but at the same time, one's Haki is equally important. Unlike Devil Fruit, Haki is one's own power. Right now, even if he wants, he can't boost his Haki attribute to 60 as he misses another 0.4 points. Since Blaze also isn't in a hurry to improve his strength immediately. He thought he would decide later and put it in the back of his mind. He called Jun and went to check Doflamingo. The latter was conscious, but he was in no state to move his lips. He left, leaving a simple sentence. We will talk later. Blaze then checked the other Don Quixote pirates. Aside from Senior Pink, the others were mostly unconscious or heavily injured. As for Senior Pink, he didn't escape using the opportunity, as his character is like that. Within 5 minutes, Jun, Regis, Rosinante, and other marines came while King Riku and his guards accompanied them. Noticing the destroyed city, deep crater, and the scorched ground, they took a deep breath. They wondered, what kind of battle has taken place here? Looking at Regis, Blaze commanded. Regis, cuff them with sea stone. Apart from 2 people, all of them are Devil Fruit users. And also, be careful. Yes, Regis left with Rosinante and other marine soldiers. Why did you even bring me along with you? You alone finished them all. Jun rebuked in a fake tone. Blaze smiled and spoke. Notify the headquarters we have captured the Don Quixote pirates and tell them to send a battleship. Okay. At that moment, King Riku, Viola, and others came over to thank him. Thank you, young marine. We are deeply grateful for what you have done. No problem. It's my duty. Only then Blaze noticed small creatures, big enough to fit in one's palm, around King Riku. He saw some familiar faces among them. Next, King Riku hosted a banquet for them. Of course, Blaze didn't refuse since he's starving very much. He also met Kairos, Scarlet, and baby Rebecca during the feast. After an hour, Blaze and Jun said goodbye to King Riku and came to the port area where Regis and Rosinante kept the Don Quixote pirates locked with sea stone inside a house. The first thing he noticed is Rosinante's downcast expression. He went over and asked, What happened, Rosinante? Had a chat with your brother? Yes. Patting his shoulder, Blaze spoke. It's not your fault that Doflamingo is like that. Unlike you, he thinks of himself as noble, someone above everyone else. No matter what you do, you can't change it. I knew that's why I joined the marine and decided to take him down by myself. Rosinante lighted a cigarette and breathed. Now, I have no regrets. Good. Blaze then went inside the house to have a little chat with Doflamingo himself. Doflamingo was locked in a separate room with a lot of chains and sea stone cuffs. He was still conscious, even with all the injuries. Blaze knew he won't die with the level of injury. Fuff yuff 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 you, cough, cough, you are a strange man, aren't you? I don't get why the man of such caliber joined the Marines. Your strong will shows you're someone with ambition. Blaze praised Doflamingo in his mind for his extreme perception. Whatever your ambition is, the world government won't allow it. Once your power and influence reach a certain stage, they will come for you. Fufu, I think the future is going to be interesting. I didn't come here to listen to your speech. I knew you will eventually come out, but remember, if you touch Dressrosa again I will come for your head. I won't show mercy the next time. Saying this, Blaze left the room. There's a reason why he left Doflamingo alive. He wants to see how his action will affect the future, whether it's good or bad. Maybe, he will once again be defeated by Luffy in the future. Let's wait and see. After an hour, 2 marine battleships came to transport Doflamingo. Vice Admiral Tsuru came personally to escort the heavenly demon to impel down. As for what happens from now on, Blaze doesn't care. He had done his part. 121, 4 Emperors Concept. Next day. Blaze, Regis, and Rosinante were relaxing on an uninhabited island located in the New World. As for Jun and other marines, they went along with Vice Admiral Tsuru. At first, Blaze planned to return to the headquarters, but due to stormy weather, he decided to stay here for a night and leave in the morning. Just as he was prepared to leave, his Den Mushi rang. The call was from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He attended. Hello, Sengoku-san. You are calling me so early in the morning, anything important? After a brief moment of silence, Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the line. I presume you didn't see today's news? No. Even after all the evidence, capture, and my request, the world government still announced Doflamingo as one of the warlords of the sea. He's exempted from the crimes and released even before he was sent to the Impel Down. Hearing the news, Blaze was surprised a little. He anticipated the latter will be released, but not this soon. I know how you feel, but think from another perspective. Even though Doflamingo's released, we still prevented the Dressrosa from falling into his hands. Indirectly, you saved countless people's lives. Blaze chuckled. Sengoku-san, I just do what I think is right. I don't care about other things. Even if he cares about it, it's not like he can change the world government decision. Mistakenly thinking Blaze is upset, Sengoku changed the topic. I called you for another reason. It's about a new plan that's going to be implemented soon. There's a reason why world government introduced the 7 warlords system. It's to create balance in the world, as even world government finds the number of pirates growing every day threatening. The new world is already in chaos with pirates rampaging everywhere. Even we, the Marines, one of the greatest forces in the world, can't do anything about it. That's why the world government came with a plan, 4 Emperors of the Sea. But don't mistake it for some official position given to the pirates by us. We will release the news unofficially through Newsco, listing 4 great pirates with the highest bounty as 4 Emperors of the Sea. Then, before Sengoku could finish, Blaze spoke. The pirates with high bounties will fight among themselves for the position of Emperor while we just sit and watch the show. Yes. It's a great plan, Sengoku-san. Right now, all the great pirates in the sea desire to become the Pirate King. After the introduction of the 4 Emperors system, their objective will change. But, there's also a risk in this. In the initial stage, we may benefit, but once the 4 Emperors fortify their position and starts to develop their force, we will be in trouble. Sengoku sighed. We will worry about the future later, Sengoku-san. Let's see what happens in the present. You're right. The New World will be in chaos soon. With our numbered soldiers it will be hard to suppress the pirates of New World. Blaze, your strength is almost on par with the admirals. I can't give you the title of Marine Admiral, but I trust and have more faith in you than them. Also, I am assigning you and your unit to the New World and you will be directly under my command from now on. Do you have any questions? No. I can't wait to sail to the New World. Blaze excitedly spoke. Good. Come and meet me as soon as you reach the headquarters. Sengoku told and ended the call. Blaze then materialized a huge bird with his devil fruit abilities and flew towards the marine headquarters along with Regis and Rosinante. As they traveled, he thought about the conversation he had with Sengoku. 4 Emperors. Right now, there are 3 forces with supreme powers in the New World: Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Beast Pirates. They are very strong. It's nearly impossible to defeat them. The battle between the other great pirates will determine the 4th Emperor. Blaze knew the one who will emerge as the victor is the Red Hair Pirates, but he also knew it won't happen anytime soon. With his current strength, even if face an emperor he can exchange some moves without getting defeated. But, it's not enough to fight them as equal. His level of haki is decent but falls short when it comes to mastery. For example, internal destruction, house hoku infusion, future sight. After training in these techniques for some time, he knew the easy way to master them is by fighting. That's also why he was excited to sail the New World where all the strong people reside. Blaze then looked at Regis and Rosinante. Since they will be traveling with him to the New World, they too need to work hard to improve their strength. Both of them have learned the basic level of haki, but it won't help much when facing the strong pirates in the New World. Rosinante is already a devil fruit user, he's still exploring his devil fruit after his guidance. His strength will improve once he combines it with his observation haki. As for Regis, Blaze plans on letting him eat a devil fruit. With the system's exchange function, he can exchange it for a good one. After much thought, he decided on the Kilo no Mi eaten by Luke. Since the other party is dead, the devil fruit is already in circulation. It won't be a problem to exchange it. 122, New World. Blaze reached the Marine headquarters around noon along with Regis and Rosinante. After dropping them, he went to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Apprehending and releasing Doflamingo was kept a secret. Only a selected few knew about the battle. Nevertheless, Blaze is happy with the merit points transferred to his name, for taking down Doflamingo. When Sengoku asked about the gold fruit acquired from the Donquixote pirates, Blaze told him he wants the fruit. Sengoku didn't object but said he will deduct some of his merit points for the same. After chatting with Sengoku for some time, Blaze left his office to find Admiral Kuzan. He wanted to meet the latter for two reasons: 1. To test and push his armament haki mastery. 2. By defeating the latter he can complete an achievement and gain some attribute points. But, he heard Kuzan's not in headquarters. Blaze and his unit will be leaving the headquarters in another 2 days to the New World. Kuina and his unit haven't arrived at the headquarters yet as they encountered a storm on their way. Right now, his concern is to perfect his armament haki. Left with no choice, he went to meet Garp. Though the latter isn't good at teaching, he's very good at beating him up. After some time, Garp and Blaze met in the training field. Garp crackled his knuckles and grinned, "Blaze brat, you got guts disturbing my sleep and asking to have a spar with you. Are you ready?" Blaze had a helpless expression on his face and said, "Ready." After that, a lot of bangs and booms sounded in the training field while the Marine officers and soldiers circled the area and watched the show in amusement. Every one of them knew Blaze, the man who defeated the Speed Pirates and the youngest person to attain the rank of Rear Admiral. After 2 hours, Blaze left the training field in bruises. He regrets finding Garp for a spar. The old man didn't hold back at all, like always. Even with 60+ points in the Constitution attribute and 50+ points in the Haki attribute, he was beaten black and blue with no resistance. Garp is truly a monster. If his analysis isn't wrong, both Garp's Constitution and Haki attributes should be above 70 points. Maybe even close to 80. The difference is big. Of course, if Blaze had used his devil fruit powers he could have held his ground for a while, but that won't change the outcome. Still, fighting someone stronger is clearly different. He was able to experience things that can't be learned through training. And, his Haki attribute rose by 0.2 point in a single fight. In this fight with Garp, he emptied his Haki reserve and gained some insight into how to improve the advanced concepts of armament Haki. After dragging his body to the temporary room assigned to him, Blaze recalled the battle and trained in his Haki. 4 days passed. Just after Blaze and his unit left the Marine headquarters, a piece of news spread the New World like wildfire. The concept of the 4 emperors took the world by storm. The news didn't reveal anything about the world government or Marines' involvement, they just reported that the people in the New World proclaim the 4 great pirates of the sea as Yonko. Whitebeard pirates, Beast pirates, Big Mom pirates, and lastly, Crystal pirates. The current 4 emperors of the sea, according to the newspaper, it angered many great pirates who were active from Roger's time. Blaze knew about the Crystal pirates. Though their crew isn't as strong as the other 3, they are an extremely infamous and powerful pirate crew. Their captain, Crystal, holds a bounty of 2,824,000,000. He's one of the strongest people in the New World, commanding vast pirates. Just after the news, the New World is thrown into chaos while all hell broke loose. Some stronger pirates began to compete for the position of Yonko, while the weaker ones formed alliances to take down the strong. It's only been a day, but the battles between the pirates already began to influence the lives of normal people. Even some world government-affiliated kingdoms faced the attack, just because some pirates want to increase their bounties. Right now, Blaze and his unit are traveling to the Province Kingdom, ruled by King Elisabello II. According to the reports, a great pirate crew launched an attack on the kingdom. Though King Elisabello II protected the kingdom and its citizens from harm, the Marine received the intelligence that another pirate crew is heading there. A battle is inevitable between them. In an hour or two, Blaze's ship will reach its destination. Meanwhile, on the ship's deck, Blaze fought Regis so that the latter can familiarize himself with the devil fruit powers. Yesterday, he exchanged the GOL fruit for Kilo fruit and gave it to the latter. Gold fruit is without a doubt a powerful one, but to bring out its full potential one needs a large amount of gold, which isn't possible for Regis. It's also the reason he traded it for Kilo fruit. Of course, he could have traded for a better one. But, Regis is with him for years now and Blaze knew his personality well, so only after much thought, he decided on this one. It matches well with the latter. He also asked for Regis's opinion before exchanging it. After eating the devil fruit, Regis's physical strength skyrocketed. As for his haki, it has already reached the level of intermediate after the fight with speed pirates. Now, combined with his devil fruit powers, he won't have any problem facing someone with an advanced level of haki. In his unit, he's strongest after him. Regis, you already saw what the last user of Kilo fruit is capable of. The ability of the fruit is not just increasing your weight, it can do wonders if used rightly. Blaze said and threw a normal punch. Regis met the punch with his own by changing the weight of his arm. The two of them traded blows for a minute before coming to a stop. Practice well, you will eventually get there, Blaze said. And also, don't forget to train your haki. Regis nodded his head. 123, Crystal Pirates. 1513, 7th month. Rajan Island, where endless lightning bolts rain all day. It was situated near the Red Line. Right now, Blaze is using this island as the practicing ground. As for his unit, they were staying in the ship anchored some distance away from the island. It's been nearly 6 months since Blaze entered the new world. A lot has happened during this short period, but his stature remained the same. He grew a little tall, reaching 6.7, with a highly toned body. His hair reaching down to his nose while some bangs covered his forehead. The difference is, the circular scar on his chest as if someone drilled a hole in him. One had to understand Blaze's Senju's constitution is capable of healing any wounds in a short time. Still, the scars in his chest aren't disappearing. If it was someone in his place, they would have died. That's how damaging the wound given to him is. At that moment, a purple lightning bolt struck Blaze's body, making him grit his teeth in pain. The memories of what happened 6 days back surfaced in his mind. At that time, the Marines got the intelligence that the Crystal Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, fighting another great pirate crew on an unknown island. Blaze and his unit were nearby to the location. They were dispatched to monitor their movement and report. Sengoku decided to catch them off guard and eliminate both the pirate crews. After the battle, the pirates will be exhausted and most vulnerable. It's when the Marines will act and destroy them in one swift action. Still, Blaze and his unit can't take them alone, so Sengoku sent reinforcement. Of course, he strictly told Blaze to not engage before the reinforcement arrives, but not everything goes according to the plan. The other pirate crew couldn't hold on for a day before their captain was killed and the rest of their crew was either captured or annihilated by the Crystal Pirates. After resting for 3 hours, the Crystal Pirates decided to leave the island as they knew the Marine will be on their tail soon. Blaze can't let them leave, so he decided to stall for some time with his unit before the reinforcement arrives. It's one of the worst decisions he has ever made. It put everyone in his unit at risk and he nearly lost his life. It's not because he's not strong enough, it's because of misjudgment and overconfidence. Blaze thought he can take most of the pirates by himself, but that's where he's wrong. He misjudged Captain of the Crystal Pirates' strength. That bastard was hiding his strength. Out of the 4 emperors, Crystal Pirates are the weakest with few to no territories under their name. After the introduction of the Yonko concept, they were the most affected. Unlike the other 3, they are constantly targeted by other great pirates. But, it also made them stronger. Before their fight, Blaze is only slightly weaker than Crystal, but that can't be said about everyone in his unit. Against one of the 4 emperor, most of the soldiers in his unit can't hold their ground. Besides, they were outmatched in numbers. Before the fight, Blaze's attributes were like this. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 64.3. Devil Fruit, 54.5. Haki, 54.8. Free Attribute Point, 12.0. In the last 6 months, his strength improved fighting pirates regularly. His Haki was rose by 2 points, his Devil Fruit rose by 1 point while his Constitution rose by 1.2 points. And, capturing and killing the number of pirates raised his free attribute points to 12 from 7. But during his fight against Crystal, he was forced to raise both his Haki and Devil Fruit attribute to over 60 points. After raising his attributes, he was able to fight Crystal as his equal. Crystal, also known as Captain Zag, is very strong with powerful Haki and monstrous physical strength. But, his true strength comes from his Devil Fruit powers. The Crystal Fruit granted him unparalleled defense and strong offensive capability. What's more, he even awakened his Devil Fruit. With his Devil Fruit power, he can crystallize his body completely similar to Logia, but it comes under a special Paramecia type category. His Devil Fruit is highly resistant to heat. Normal Haki attacks didn't work against him. He's one of the toughest opponents Blaze had faced. Aside from all this, there's one skill of Crystal that troubled Blaze more than anything, the ability to create some sort of crystal armor around their subordinates. In the end, his unit was overwhelmed by their extraordinary power. So, Blaze chose to face most of them by himself, even though Crystal himself is a mighty foe. Apart from Crystal, there were other powerful Devil Fruit users in his crew. Even Blaze, whose strength reached the initial stage of Yonko, was overwhelmed by the numbers. Finally, Blaze was injured heavily by Crystal and his subordinates who worked together. Thankfully, the reinforcement arrived on time, otherwise he would have really died that day. Even so, most of the soldiers in his unit were heavily injured while some even lost their lives. In fact, they died because of him. Crystal used the soldiers in his unit to get to him. It worked, as Blaze won't let his subordinates die in front of him. After the battle, Blaze swore to kill that bastard Crystal, who's one of the evilest pirates he ever fought. But, that battle was also a blessing in disguise, as it helped him to realize the true power of Haki. He understood the advanced Haki concept, internal destruction, while his observation Haki took another leap, close to attaining the future sight. The next time he meets the Crystal Pirates, it will be their end. 124, Haki, internal destruction. Another purple lightning struck Blaze's body, bringing forth a tingling sensation. With his current strength, he didn't feel much pain, but the feeling of lightning flickering across his body felt weird. This kind of intense training is effective, as he felt his constitution improving. When looked at his status panel, he noticed his constitution attribute has risen to 64.7 from 64.3. This is the result of him training hard for 4 days after his encounter with the Crystal Pirates. Adding another 0.3 points from his free attribute points, Blaze pushed his constitution to 65. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.0. Devil Fruit, 60.7. Haki, 60.8. Free attribute point, 1.0. After resting for a few minutes, Blaze's injuries caused by the lightning bolts healed completely. He then moved on to practice the advanced concept of armament Haki, internal destruction. During the battle against Crystal, he unconsciously used it when he was forced into a desperate situation. It's not something he would forget. Closing his eyes, he recalled them once again. His right hand turned royal purple as Haki gathered in his arm. Blaze punched at the nearby tree. He didn't force his Haki, as he let it flow freely without trying to harden his arm like normal times. Pow! A ring-shaped blast followed. His fist halted a few centimeters away from the tree, but the force from the punch left a fist-shaped mark on the front side of the trunk, while its backside is completely destroyed. Good. Blaze mentally thought and repeated the process so that he won't forget the feeling. There's a reason why he's training in such a hurry, as he planned to fight Admiral Aokiji tomorrow. Besides, the system will grant him some free attribute points once he defeats an admiral. He needs to make everything count if he wants to take down the Crystal Pirates. Training till evening, Blaze returned to the ship. He saw Kuina on the deck of the ship, swinging her sword even with all the bandages wrapped from her neck to her stomach. She survived that day thanks to the new ability that he gained after pushing his Devil Fruit attribute over 60 points, and Kuina's life force is also tenacious. Seeing him, Kuina greeted. Blaze-san, you are back. Didn't I tell you to rest for another day? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Blaze reprimanded in a lighter tone while Kuina stayed silent. Shaking his head, he asked, "Where's Regis and Rosinante?" Kuina replied, "They are with Admiral Aokiji, who arrived half an hour ago." He came. Blaze was surprised, as he thought with Kuzan's lazy personality he won't come. Okay. Kuina, you go and get rest. No training for 2 days. Blaze sternly said and left to meet Kuzan. Arriving at the back of the ship, he saw Kuzan loafing about in a lounge chair while Regis and Rosinante stood some distance away. Both Regis and Rosinante had the appearance of a mummy with bandages all over them. Not just them, most of the soldiers in his unit were injured that day. 23 soldiers lost their lives while some were heavily injured. The battle against the Crystal Pirates is the biggest failure that Blaze had ever suffered. I am surprised, I thought you won't come. Blaze spoke. Kuzan didn't reply to his question but started speaking about the battle. It looks like all the 4 emperors of the sea are not easy figures to mess with. I didn't expect that even with your strength, you would be forced to this extent. You praise me too much. And, the Crystal Pirates are really strong. Though they are the weakest of all 4, they aren't to be underestimated. Blaze shook his head and asked. I heard that Madman Kaido attacked the marine fort. What happened? Kuzan was silent for a moment before replying, to be honest, as admirals we aren't a match for Yonko, their strength is overwhelming. Kaido wasn't this strong during Roger's time, but now, I don't think aside from Whitebeard and Big Mom, no one can take him down. His forces also grew rapidly, now it's almost on par with Whitebeard. Did you fight him? Blaze asked, a little excited. Yes, but I am not his match. Even with Sengoku and Garp-san joining the battle, he was able to escape. Kuzan replied. I missed such an opportunity, to exchange blows with the strongest creature. Blaze sighed, gazing at the setting sun. You are crazy. Did you forget you nearly lost your life to a Yonko just a week before? Kuzan rolled his eyes. Blaze grinned and replied, both are different matters. So why did you call me? Don't ask me to fight you, it's too troublesome. Hearing his words, Blaze smiled. He knew Kuzan would say that, it's also why he directly asked Sengoku so that the latter won't refuse his request. I need your help. I am on the verge of grasping a new haki concept but I need someone of equal strength to force me to the edge. Blaze openly said. But, why should I bother to fight you? Kyuzan asked. Come on, can't you help a friend in need? Furthermore, take it as I owe you one. Blaze said and Kyuzan agreed. We will battle tomorrow. The next day. Some kilometers away from Raijin Island, Blaze and Kyuzan stood face to face in the middle of the sea that's frozen by the ice fruit. Kyuzan, strike me with an intent to kill. Don't show mercy, otherwise, the entire thing would be pointless. Blaze spoke, stretching his body. Ready. Suddenly, Blaze's entire presence changed while he directly released his conqueror's haki. Kyuzan could tell Blaze is being serious, sensing the strong will radiating from the latter. He inaudibly muttered, so be it, and prepared himself for the attack. The next moment, Blaze's figure blurred and the next moment, he arrived before Kyuzan throwing a punch. 125, Blaze vs Kyuzan. Kyuzan clenched his fist and met Blaze's punch with his own punch, with nothing but raw power. Boom! As their fists collided in mid-air, it created a shockwave that cracked and shattered the ice around them. A simple exchange of physical power. But, the force of the impact pushed Kyuzan back while his arm was reeled back failing to withstand the power. Kyuzan was slightly surprised, experiencing Blaze's overwhelming physical strength for the first time. It's far greater than he presumed. He could tell his physical strength is just short of Kaido's. Blaze didn't wait for Kyuzan, he used the full might of Soru and leaped forth, rushing towards the latter at the maximum speed tearing through the air itself. Swoosh! In midway, his arms rocked back and forth, raining air-pressured punches at Kyuzan. Blaze didn't use haki nor the devil fruit power in his attacks, just physical power. It's the only way to push himself and transcend the limits. Bang! 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 Explosions and shockwaves created a crater below where they fought and lifted a cloud of mist while the ice ground quaked from the impact. Blaze didn't use haki, but it doesn't mean Kyuzan would do the same. He doesn't have any reason to hold back his power so he fought back with everything he got. Evading Blaze's attacks with ease, Kyuzan lunged forward while the entirety of his right arm transformed completely into ice. The air around became super cold as the temperature dropped instantly to the freezing point. A massive wave of ice that formed the shape of a pheasant blasted towards him. Blaze balled his fist and struck the air with all his strength. Unlike the previous attacks, he used haki this time, in the form of emission. A fist-shaped compressed air shockwave fired from his arm and took the form of a dragon head. A thunderous boom sounded, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that swept all directions while large strands of lightning birthed as an outcome of a clash between two haki users. The two strikes battled in mid-air, one trying to push the other. Eventually, Blaze's dragon head was completely frozen by Kyuzan's ice pheasant which emerged as the victor. It didn't surprise Blaze as Kyuzan's attack is the extension of his arm so he can use it to his advantage and exert more power as he wishes, which he did. Gaining momentum, Kyuzan's attack traveled fast freezing everything in its way. In the blink of an eye, it reached Blaze who faced it head-on without evading. Blaze instinctively projected his haki outwards and formed a thin layer of invisible shield around him, guarding against the potential freezing wave that could turn him into an ice sculpture. At the same time, his observation haki predicted Kyuzan movements but he was surprised by the find. Because the latter is just centimeters away from him, using the freezing wave as the cover. Blaze successfully blocked the freezing wave but he couldn't evade the latter's attack so close. An arm suddenly hugged his neck, while he heard a murmur, "Ice time." The next moment, a chilling sensation crept over him, and in no time, he was entirely frozen by Kyuzan's ice fruit ability. Even his thoughts began to freeze. No! Blaze screamed while an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him and destroyed the freezing process. With a thrust to the ground, Blaze leaped back and built some distance from Kyuzan while breathing hard. He was nearly frozen to the bones and would have turned into an ice sculpture if he was second later. Fuck! Blaze mentally expressed. I being too careless. The power of ice fruit is a lot deadlier than he imagined and Kyuzan's rich combat experience is terrific. This bastard, he's hiding his strength and portrays weak front. Just because he's too lazy to show them around. No wonder he can fight Sakazuki to the standstill. I am going to have a hard time fighting against him, without using my devil fruit ability. But, isn't this what I want? Now it's getting exciting. Blaze mused. It's time to get serious. Blaze grinned while an overpowering haki burst out of him. Feeling the pressure, Kyuzan's face turned solemn. Blaze raced forward, while a golden sheen of Buso's Hoku armament haki covered his legs with a thought. Just as he was a meter away from Kyuzan, he launched a kick horizontally. As Blaze put everything in the attack, the air itself began to shake followed by a whizzing sound. As the kick was too concentrated, it created just a thin, thread-like line that extended outward. Ara-ra! Kyuzen's expression turned grim and he instinctively used his devil ability as he had no time to react. An ice pillar shot from below his feet, propelling him upwards. Even so, Kyuzen sensed a razor-sharp line zipping past him. Sweat formed on his face. If he was a fraction of a second late to react, he would have been injured heavily. Blaze, are you trying to kill me? This isn't what we agreed on. Kyuzen vented his frustration, but what he got in reply was a punch to his face. Kyuzen, you are the one who's not taking this seriously. I already told you to strike with the intent to kill. Saying this, Blaze once again charged forward. Their battle went on for hours, morning turned afternoon, then afternoon turned evening. But, there's no sign of their battle coming to end. In fact, their clashes turned more aggressive as time passed. In the distance, Kuina, Regis, Rosinante, and other marine soldiers stood on the deck of the ship that's docked a little away from the ice surface created by Kyuzen. They gazed at the roaring clouds at the center of the icefield, formed as the result of the clash between two strong haki users. Shock waves, tremors, or some occasional powerful breeze that swept past them nearly toppled the ship a few times. This kind of battle is above their league. The sun will set soon, but Blaze-san and Admiral Aokiji are still fighting, Kuina exclaimed. I don't think their battle will end anytime soon, Regis commented, as he knew very well how strong both of them are. We are still too weak. If not for trying to protect us, Blaze-san wouldn't have been overwhelmed by those crystal pirates. Remembering what happened the week ago, Regis clenched his fist. He won't ever forget what happened that day. The sorry sight of Blaze's body drenched in blood and a gaping hole in his chest. He knew it's them who let him down. The next time we meet the crystal pirates, even if it means death, I won't go down without taking 10 of them with me. Yes, the marine soldiers present on the deck bellowed in unison with burning eyes. Come on, Kyuzen. Don't tell me this is best you can do. You are starting to bore me. Blaze teased, gasping for a breath. Kyuzen's eyebrow twitched while he too panted slightly. Why am I even bothering myself with him? I should have rejected Sengoku-san's request and peacefully slept in the office. He's taking this way too seriously. 126. Sengoku's thoughts. 2 days passed. The fierce battle between Admiral Aokiji and Blaze ended after Kyuzen was completely exhausted and injured heavily by the latter. Their surrounding was destroyed beyond recognition, while the ice ground they battled upon had multiple fractures and craters on them. Kyuzen, who had multiple injuries on his body, lay in the ice field gazing at the clear blue skies with blood still trickling from the corner of his lips. The last attack of Blaze is very intense and vicious as it destroyed the innards around his stomach. As a result, he couldn't even stand to his feet. It would take at least half a month for his injuries to heal. On the other hand, Blaze was in no better shape than Kyuzen. But, it's because he didn't utilize the Senjua constitution to his advantage and heal the injuries. Now, as the battle has already ended, he directly let the Senjua blood heal all his bruises and wounds. In no time, his body returned to its pristine condition with no signs of him having fought a life-threatening battle. Looking at Blaze's state further enraged Kyuzen, who coughed another mouthful of blood. He regrets agreeing to fight Blaze, who's simply a monster even without using his devil fruit powers. Blaze looked at Kyuzen gratefully, who fought with everything he had. Kyuzen is one of the few he considers as a friend. Blaze walked forward and sat beside him and placed his palm on the latter's stomach. What are you doing? Kyuzen asked, mistrustfully. Blaze didn't answer, but what happened next made the latter amazed. His hand glowed in golden light while countless tiny white particles gathered around and slipped into Kyuzen's body. Kyuzen felt warm current coursing through his entire body, and to his surprise, his injuries and bruises were healing at an accelerated rate visible to the naked eye. As his injuries mended, he even felt his physical strength growing by a small degree. It's simply extraordinary. You can even do that? Kyuzen asked, feeling the differences. I learned it just recently. I am not truly healing the wounds, just accelerating them so you may feel some weakness and fatigue. What kind of devil fruit did you eat? Is there anything you can't do? Kyuzen wondered aloud. To him, Blaze is an oddity. He's ridiculously strong with terrifying physical strength, powerful devil fruit, and overwhelming haki. It was as if Blaze has no weakness. Blaze smiled mysteriously, dodging the question. Take some rest. It would take some time for you to recover fully. He then checked the rewards for defeating the Admiral. Achievement complete, defeat Kyuzen. Reward, 2.0 Devil Fruit 2.0 Free Attribute Point. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Haki, 61.3. Free Attribute Point, 3.0. The rewards were generous, and at the same time, he also gained a lot from the battle. It was the right decision to fight Kyuzen. Thanks to the battle, his Constitution attribute rose by 0.4 points while his Haki rose by 0.5 points. There's no improvement to his Devil Fruit attribute as he didn't utilize them in the battle. Kuzan may be slightly weaker than him, but his rich combat experience counterbalances it, as he's at least twice older than him. Of course, if Blaze uses his devil fruit power, it's a different matter. After resting for a few minutes, Blaze and Kuzan returned to the ship. Kuzan didn't stay for long, he left for headquarters after replenishing his lost energy. The next day, Fleet Admiral Office, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku and Garp listened to Kuzan's description of the battle with incredible expression. It's only been a few years, I still couldn't fathom how Blaze's strength has reached such a stage. Garp, do you still remember the first time we met him? Wahahaha, I still remember it. He was so weak at that time, but one thing that hasn't changed is the glow in his eyes, the desire to become strong. Garp crackled, munching on the rice crackers. Garp then asked Kuzan, do you think he can contend against the Crystal Pirates? If it's one-on-one, I think Blaze will win, Kuzan responded in a confident tone. Garp. Sengoku sternly looked at the latter, guessing what the other party is thinking. Kuzan, you can take your leave. Sending Kuzan out, Sengoku spoke. It's not time to eliminate the Crystal Pirates. Garp snorted. You still listen to that 5 geezers and their cleaning plan. What's wrong with letting Blaze engage the Crystal Pirates? It's what he needs right now. It's not time. Hearing the words, Garp left Sengoku's office in anger. Sengoku sighed. Unlike Garp, he's concerned about Blaze because the latter is different from the other Marines, but much like Garp in personality. He doesn't know whether it's intentional or not, but Blaze has been standing on the opposite side of the world government from the start. The world government is constantly monitoring Blaze's actions, as they consider him a loose cannon and think someday he may challenge their authority. His actions are the best proof. They didn't do anything till now because they are waiting for the opportunity and didn't consider him as the threat yet. But, Blaze's recent action once again entered their sights. Even after knowing they are going to appoint Doflamingo as the warlord, the latter still arrested him. After that incident, they are pressuring Sengoku to stop promoting Blaze and give him any power. It's also the reason why Blaze hasn't been promoted to Vice Admiral, even after all the achievements he made in the last 6 months. Forget about that, they are the reason why the reinforcement arrived late during his encounter with Crystal Pirates, even though Blaze notified the headquarters earlier. Personally, Sengoku believes Blaze is one of the best Marine with a strong sense of justice, who's also strong and fearless in face of danger. But the problem is, he knew Blaze doesn't like the world government and their way of handling things. 127, Amazon Lily. Just as Kuzan met Sengoku and Garp in the Fleet Admiral office, Blaze stood on the deck of his ship overseeing Rosinante, Regis, and Kuina's training. Rosinante's haki reached the intermediate level while Regis's haki is just short of evolving to the advanced stage. In these 6 months, they trained hard and improved their abilities well. As for Kuina, she should be as strong as adult Zoro, who was first introduced in the series. For her age, she's doing good. Recently, Blaze has been teaching 2 styles of Rokushiki Soru and Renkyaku to her, which will elevate her strength to the next level. And, Renkyaku may help in perfecting her sword forms. After giving her some pointers, Blaze walked to the ship's front and gazed at the boundless sea, lost in thoughts. Actually, he has been wondering why the reinforcement arrived late during his encounter with Crystal Pirates. He didn't raise his thoughts on the incident because doing so would put Sengoku in a tough spot. He also knew the latter isn't type of the person who tries to harm him in this way. He has suspicions whether the world government has hand in it. My strength has reached the stage where I can now start the plan of breaking the Marines from world government control. Blaze knew it won't be easy. Having sufficient strength is just one of the requirements. He lacks status, influence, and adequate authority in the Marines. To achieve that, he needs to at least become an admiral. But, he could tell the world government is deliberately delaying his promotion. Even after all the achievements and merit points, he still hasn't been promoted to Vice Admiral. Just as he was pondering things, his den mushi rang. When he took out the snail, he saw it's Sengoku who's trying to contact him. He attended it. Hello. Sengoku-san. Blaze, I heard about the battle from Kuzan. It looks like you comprehended the haki concept, internal destruction. You have done well. Sengoku praised. Yes, but I have just grasped the basics, it needs further practice. Blaze. Good. Your attitude is correct, you still have a long way to go, to stand at the top of this world. Sengoku then asked about his unit. How's everyone in your unit, have they recovered completely from the injuries? Yes, except some. Is there anything you need? Blaze asked, figuring he has something on his mind. Yes. It's regarding the Pirate Empress, Bao Hancock. She keeps on turning down the offer of becoming one of the warlords. Not only that, she even turned all the Marine units we sent to stone. But, the world government and I think she's a perfect candidate for the position. She's maybe arrogant, spoiled, and willful, but her strength can't be questioned. Besides, the Kuja pirates are powerful, with all the members are capable of using haki. They are natural-born warriors. You want me to go and persuade? Yes. Why do you think I can persuade her when others can't? Blaze was speechless. Is it because I am handsome? He doesn't mind sacrificing his body for the greater good. Cough cough. Restraining his wildly running mind, he listened to Sengoku's answer. There's no particular reason. If you can't convince her with words, do it with strength. Just make sure she signs the treaty. Okay Sengoku-san, leave it to me, Blaze assured. One more thing, I want you to understand it's not time to eliminate the crystal pirates. They haven't served their purpose yet. When it's time, you will be the first to know. I understand. Blaze and his unit first reached Paradise and from there they entered the Calm Belt, nesting grounds for the world's largest sea kings. As marines, they can safely cross the Calm Belts by using sea stone lining at the bottom of their ships so most of the sea kings would not notice their presence. Even though sea kings are very strong and fierce, they aren't unbeatable. A good example is Silver's Rayleigh, he was able to reach Amazon Lily by just swimming. Though the bottom of their ship is coated with sea stone, some sea kings still noticed the ship and attacked. Blaze let Regis and Rosinante deal with them as part of training. After sailing in the Calm Belt for half a day, they finally saw Amazon Lily in the distance. The focal point of the island is a large mountain situated in the center, carved with gigantic curved snake statues and the name of the tribe of the island, Kuja. Just as their ship entered the site of Amazon Lily, the female warriors who are on the lookout spotted it and reported the news of approaching marine ship. In no time, the entire island was alerted. Blaze stood on the deck along with Regis and Rosinante while looking at the maiden island located in the distance. He also noticed the other marine ships and statued soldiers on them. Those men really turned into statues. Should we enter the island? Rosinante asked, curiously looking around. Tell the soldiers to dock the ship here, if we go any further the Kuja warriors will attack the ship as men are forbidden on the island according to their belief. Look out for sea kings, we are still in the combat. Blaze spoke and commanded. Are the female warriors here that strong? Kuina asked. Yes. All the women born on the island are natural-born warriors and trained from a young. Most of them are capable of using haki from a young age. Blaze replied. Blaze-san, why is the pirate empress turning down such a lucrative offer? What if she rejects us again? Regis asked. She won't. Previously, the Amazon Lily is naturally protected against outsiders. However, with new sea stone technologies, this protection has begun to disappear. As such, the only method to keeping outsiders from entering is for the pirate empress to sign the treaty with the world government and become the warlord of the sea. Only then she can protect the island. Otherwise, the world government may send a fleet to destroy this place. Do we need to send some sort of message or just simply wait here? Regis inquired. I don't think she would come and meet us on her own, considering her personality. Let me send a message. Saying this, Blaze leaped from the ship and moved towards the island. 128, Elder Nyan and Boa Hancock. As Blaze approached the island, the warriors of the Kuja tribe watching the border stopped him from advancing any further. There were 4 of them, but all of them are strong, capable of utilizing haki. The snakes around their necks morphed into bows while the arrows aimed at him, ready to shoot. A leading woman in warrior clothing spoke, "Stop right there. Don't move. Even if you are a marine, you aren't allowed to enter the island. Since you know I am a marine, then you should know our purpose for coming here. Tell your empress to come and meet me within an hour. Otherwise, you have gals, threatening our empress in front of us? Shoot him down." The women shouted. Blaze narrowed his eyes before they could fire their arrows, his conqueror's haki burst out and knocked the 3 women unconscious, leaving one standing. 1 hour is the limit. Otherwise, face the destruction. And, I am not joking. Saying this, Blaze stretched his hands. A tennis ball-sized miniature sun formed in his hand and with a slight lift of his hand, it floated towards the sky and settled in the center of the island. What is that? The woman asked, gasping for breath. Blaze's haki drained her strength completely. You will know in a few minutes. You should hurry and report it to your empress. Sending the message, Blaze returned to the ship. As soon as he returned to the ship, he heard the marine soldiers on board whispering among themselves of the maiden island. I wonder how the female-only island would look on the inside? It would be great if we get a chance to peek inside. Before you could peek, you would be turned to stone. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world and also very strong. Have you seen her before? No. Are you all looking to die? Get to work. Regis's stern words brought them back to their senses. As for Blaze, he simply chuckled. If they meet Hancock, they will definitely turn to stone. At the same time, within the center of the mountain is a deep valley where the Kuja tribe village is located. Inside the palace, where the pirate empress lives, a fierce argument could be heard. Elder Nyan, who appeared within the room without anyone's notice, started speaking to Boa Hancock. Hebihime, you can't keep on doing this. The Marines and world government won't tolerate your actions anymore. Just now I heard that another Marine ship has appeared. If you reject again, they will definitely attack. As for Boa Hancock, she looked rather uninterested sitting in the throne chair formed by Salome, a large white snake with red marks on its body. Hancock of now is only around 20 years old, compared to the original timeline she is still young and blooming with a well-proportioned and slender figure. She is very tall and had long black hair that extends past her waist. She's indeed a breathtaking beauty with beautiful eyes and large breasts. Even after what happened to us, you want me to work for the world government? Never. I am not taking the offer. Hancock was adamant in her decision. If you don't, then Amazon Lily will be destroyed. Elder Nyan hit her snake stick on the ground and spoke earnestly. Can't you understand, Hebihime? Our safety is no longer guaranteed with Com Belt Current and Sea Kings. The warlord position is a godsend opportunity. As long as you accept their offer, our Kuja tribe will prosper. Elder Nyan's words only Hancock further as eyebrow twisted, she suddenly shouted. Enough. I have no interest. Throw her out. Listening to her command, 2 female guards came and dragged Elder Nyan to the door. Hebihime, this isn't about you, so don't act arrogant and willful. It concerns everyone on the island. Hearing her words, Hancock finally gestured the 2 guards to stand down and let Elder Nyan free. Pointing her finger at Nyan, Hancock proudly raised her head and spoke. Even if the entire island is destroyed, I will be forgiven because I am beautiful. All the women around her were captivated by her charm and heart-shaped symbols appeared in their eyes. Hebihime-sama. They all screamed in unison. At that moment, an anxious female guard who met Blaze came and reported the situation to Hancock. She didn't forget to convey the words Blaze uttered. Furthermore, that marine cast some kind of flame at the sky. It's still hovering above the island, but it's becoming bigger by every passing minute. What? Everyone present in the room was alarmed. As for Hancock, she was enraged and looked intimidating with her eyes bulging madly and her teeth bared. How dare a man threaten this empress? Let's go. Along with her, Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold, Elder Nyan, and other Kuja pirates came out of the place. The first thing they noticed is the miniature sun hovering directly above the island. Unlike before, it has grown bigger, attaining the size of a football within few minutes. When that marine first cast it, it wasn't this big, but in a few minutes, it reached the current size. The female guard informed. That thing looks like a mini version of the sun. If it keeps on growing, I'm afraid the heat alone would destroy the Amazon Lily after an hour. Hebihime, the Marines have sent someone stronger this time. He isn't someone you can defeat. Use this opportunity and sign the treaty. Elder Nyan seriously advised, remembering the recent news that she read about a particular Marine whose strength rivals even the Admiral's. Hancock frowned, breathed in deeply, kissing out a pink-colored heart with her devil fruit ability. Slave arrow. She then pulled the heart back and fired hundreds of arrows at the miniature sun hovering above. Unfortunately for her, before the slave arrows could strike the sun ball, they were vaporized by the extreme heat being emitted by the miniature sun. Hebihime, the only way to stop that thing from burning our island is for you to go and meet the Marines. Elder Nyan persuaded, but Hancock's anger didn't diminish a little. 129, Choice. The Marine ship has anchored a little away from the borders of Amazon Lily. Within a few minutes after Blaze sent the message, tension arose between the Marines and women of the Kuja tribe. Some women in warrior clothing gathered at the island port, pointing the arrows at them that were coated with haki. Fortunately, they didn't attack but waited for their empress's order. Even so, the Marine soldiers on the ship were extremely nervous, so they pointed the cannons and pistols at the warriors, for their share. As for Blaze, he didn't care about them, he just relaxed in his favorite recliner arranged in the front deck of the ship, waiting for Boa Hancock to appear. It didn't take long, not even 15 minutes passed before his observation haki picked several figures approaching from the center of the island. Finally, Blaze rose to his feet and stretched his hands. Hebihime-sama. The Kuja warriors made way for Hancock, noticing her presence. She came forward, walking step by step, showing her endless charm and elegance. She wore a yellow dress that's adorned with the emblem of the Kuja, and a pair of golden earrings that resemble snakes made her even more beautiful. Even Blaze, who has seen countless beauties of the earth, has to admit her beauty is indeed out of this world. Especially, her hourglass figure. No wonder everyone's charmed by her. When he looked at his companions, he revealed a helpless expression. All the Marine soldiers had an infatuated expression, their eyes filled with tenderness and love. Regis and Rosinante are no exceptions. Forget about them, even Kuina is affected by her, as he heard her murmur. How can a woman be so beautiful? Every one of them has turned into gleeful suitors of Boa Hancock. Knowing they are hopeless, Blaze stepped forward to meet her himself. At first glance, Hancock seems to be arrogant, selfish, and spoiled, but Blaze knew deep down, she is a rather sensitive and vulnerable woman who is afraid and concerned about how other people might react to the truth of the shameful past that she and her sisters experienced. Another human being affected by the cruel and despicable deeds of world nobles. So you came, Bao Hancock, Empress of the Amazon Lily. I thought you won't. Let me introduce myself, I am Blaze, headquarters. Before he could finish the introduction, Hancock interrupted him midway. I don't care who you are and have no interest in aligning myself with the world government to become a warlord of the sea. Oh. Blaze shook his head in pity. You have a bounty of 80 million berries and even turned many of the marine soldiers into the stone using your devil fruit ability. Since you rejected the offer, then as a marine I have no choice but to arrest you. No matter what I do, even if I reject the offer, even if I commit crimes, even if I kill someone, everyone in the world will forgive me, because I am beautiful. Don't you think so too? Hancock cutely looked at him while adjusting some of her bangs to the back of her ear. Hebihime-sama. Ah, she's so beautiful. Everyone screamed and agreed in unison, even the soldiers behind him. You are indeed beautiful but not to the point that I would forgive your crimes. Blaze put the hard front but in reality, his heart thumped a little. But, his willpower isn't some normal people can compare so he got over her charms very quickly. On the other hand, Hancock was surprised. How can a man resist my charm? Was I not attractive to him? At that moment, Elder Nyan, who was beside her once again persuaded Hancock. Hebihime, accept the offer. This man isn't someone you can face right now. Shut up, Hancock directly kicked Elder Nyan away and faced Blaze. Even if you hide them from my eyes, I will show your lustful heart to the world. Thinking through, she shaped her hand in the form of a heart and shouted, Marrow marrow marrow, from her hand heart-shaped beam shot forward. Blaze is positive her powers won't work on him but the people behind him will surely turn into statuses considering their perverted thoughts. So he doesn't plan on sit and buy and watch. Blaze's eyes widened, the air around him distorted before ripples went in all directions. The overbearing conqueror's haki pushed Hancock's love beam and crashed down on Amazon Lily. His domineering haki affected the surroundings as the ground the Kuja warriors stood on showed signs of cracking while the still sea of calm belt swayed back and forth. Foam came out of most Kuja women's mouths, with their eyes blank, mouths wide open, they all hit the ground with audible thuds, unconscious. The ones who are conscious were pushed back while they struggled to breathe and fought with all their might to remain standing. They all had a look of horror on their face. Conqueror's haki. Even Hancock and her two sisters who are formidable haki users felt the haki pressing upon her. Elder Nyan who reappeared had an astonishing expression on her face. This is, what a powerful house Hoku haki. Boa Hancock, you stand no chance against me. I give you two choices, sign the agreement or prepare to get captured. Blaze smiled at Hancock. His statement and smile completely provoked Hancock who suddenly leapt high in the air and dashed at Blaze before delivering a powerful flying kick. Perfume femur. Blaze effortlessly blocked the attack by lifting his left arm slightly coating them with emission-style haki. As the result, her full power kick couldn't even touch his arm. She was gritting her teeth in anger while her emotions were out of control. How could a man like you who sides with the world government use the conqueror's haki? Flipping in mid-air, she landed on the handrail of the ship looking down on him. I joined Marines so that I can help some people and it's also convenient for me to achieve my goals. It doesn't mean I support the world government or their deeds. Hearing his words, Hancock snorted. At that moment, Elder Sis Marigold and Sander Sonia came along with Hancock's snake weapon, Salome. Stop being stubborn. Agreeing to the world government offer doesn't mean you work under them, you will only be aiding when the situation demands. Blaze persuaded with gentle words. But it had an opposite reaction on Hancock. She felt Blaze is looking down upon her as a weak woman so she attacked again. After exchanging 10 moves, Blaze pushed Hancock back and spoke, you can keep on attacking but the time's running out for your people. Look back. Only then Hancock noticed, the miniature sun in the sky is 10 times bigger than she last saw. Not only that, the heat from that thing began to affect the island. The women were sweating more than usual while the high temperature showed signs of scorching the surface of the island. What's your choice, are you going to agree or let your people die? Blaze asked. 130, Celestial Dragon Hoof Mark. Even if you destroy the island, I won't agree to the request. Saying this Hancock, turned around and left. There's nothing she can do as she isn't Blaze's opponent. Blaze looked at her retreating back with a smile. Her unyielding character didn't surprise him but it seems like his method had an adverse effect. Hancock's sisters Marigold and Sander Sonia glanced at the miniature sun hovering above their island with a helpless expression. If nothing's done, the heat would burn the island to ashes but her sister seems to be hell-bent on rejecting this man. At that moment, Elder Nyan appeared next to them surprising both. Elder Nyan. She looked at Blaze and spoke, Marine, give us some time. I will try and convince her to accept the treaty. Don't worry, I didn't come here destroy the island. That miniature sun is just a small trick I used to draw your Empress's attention. Saying this, Blaze snapped his finger, and the miniature sun soared to the clouds and exploded into beautiful fireworks. Elder Nyan's impression of Blaze once again intensified. She is right, as this marine is completely different from others. Only someone with this kind of temperament is qualified to control the haki of the kings. She knew with such a strong House Hoku haki, he won't side with the world government. There has to be a reason why he's in the Marines. With his assurance, Elder Nyan left with Marigold and Sander Sonia. As soon they left, Blaze shifted his attention to the Marine soldiers behind him, his eyes turned sharp. Especially, looking at Regis and Rosinante's reluctant eyes as if they lost their soul with Hancock's departure. Flashing behind them, Blaze kicked them in the butt. The force behind the kick directly cast them into the sea, rousing them from their stupor. Blaze-san. They looked at him with guilty. Since your mental fortitude is so weak, I am intensifying your training by 2 times, and you 2 are not allowed to board the ship before sunset. What? Blaze-san, please, we don't want to become food to those beasts. They are in calm belt, if they stay in the water for some time they are bound to attract the Sea Kings. I will hold you 2 responsible if the Sea Kings damage the ship. Leaving the cruel words, Blaze then looked at the Marine soldiers who all had their heads facing the floor. Our Marine reputation went down the drain because of your actions. As a Marine, we should have a strong heart. I am ashamed of you all. In the Kuja Palace, Hancock returned to her room and crashed into the bed deep in thoughts. How was that Marine able to resist my charm? He's also very strong. Her eyes showed reluctance as this was the first time suffering a loss, and that too in front of a man. She maintains a tough and aloof demeanor out of fear of being taken advantage of again because she's a woman. Due to her suffering as a slave and how the first man she ever saw painfully burned her back with her slave mark, Hancock is very discriminating and judgmental towards men. Because of her beauty and strength, she is used to seeing men and women, young and old alike, fall instantly in love with her and forgive her when she acts cutely apologetic or reminds them of her beauty. However, Blaze's appearance and displayed a complete immunity to her charm, softening her arrogance. Night came. Hancock and her sisters sat in the room discussing the warlord offer and Blaze. Elder Sis, I think you should accept the offer. It would protect our tribe from the Marines and world government as we have bounties on our head. Marigold said, that Marine is also very strong, just he alone is enough to take us out. Hearing her sister's advice, Hancock bit her lips. In fact, she also planned to accept the offer, but after being defeated by Blaze her pride won't allow it. Accepting it would show that she's weak. Leave me alone. Let me think about it. Sending her sisters out, Hancock looked herself in the mirror and slowly exposed her back that revealed the celestial dragon slave mark. She won't forget the day that she and her sisters were captured as slaves and the sufferings and horrors they experienced flashed before her eyes. What a beautiful sight. I came to speak with you alone but didn't expect I would get a feast. Blaze spoke leaning in the edge of the window. Who? Hancock swiftly covered her exposed back with the quilt and faced Blaze. You saw my back. Hancock held the cloth tightly while killing intent leaked from her eyes. Yes, but your front is more beautiful than the back. I think I would really turn to stone if you use your ability now. Hancock's lies and attitude towards life were because of her horrible past. She did not want to ever show weakness again to anyone. Now, Blaze has found her secret. But, Blaze's answer caught her completely off guard as she thought he would be repulsed because of the mark. Do you know what this mark means? Hancock asked, biting on her lips as a trace of blood appeared. Blaze nodded his head and said without expressing any judgment on his face, Celestial Dragon's hoof mark. As he answered, Hancock's body trembled as he fell to her knees, breaking out in tears. Looking at her state, Blaze spoke again. It's just a slave mark, you shouldn't bother yourself with the past. A mark won't change the way I look at someone. I was once a slave too, you know. What? Really? Hancock asked back. Blaze knew Hancock's state of mind right now is very unstable and vulnerable, so he carefully chose his words. Yes, he then recounted his past and the journey he traveled after that. I despise the world government as I have seen their actions. Then why did you join the Marines? They are the world government's lapdog. You are partially right, but not all the Marines follow the world government's absolute justice. Some of the Marines truly want to change the world into a better place. I stay in the Marines because in the future I plan on separating the Marines from world government control. His words made Hancock speechless, but when she was Blaze's clear eyes she knew the man in front of her with such sky-high ambition is speaking the truth. No wonder you command the Conqueror's haki. 131, back to the New World. I haven't told anyone about my goal before, so please keep it a secret for me. Blaze winked a little, easing the mood between them. Okay. You don't despise me for the slave mark? Hancock asked again, a little doubtful. I have already said it, some slave mark doesn't define the person. If you are so disturbed by it, I can erase it for you. Blaze expressed his thoughts. What? You can? I thought the slave marks were permanent which can't be removed. They are. But I can erase or modify them into a better symbol if you want. Blaze said with confidence. The slave marks are similar to tattoos of earth, imprinted by special ink into the outer layer of the skin. As the concepts are the same, he can easily remove them by disintegrating the ink and restoring the skin. I want it erased, Hancock replied in a quivering voice. Okay then. May I? Walking towards the bed, Blaze gestured to her to show the back. Hancock blushed a little, but she still turned and exposed the back. Pointing his index finger at the hoof mark, Blaze fired a solar beam that started to slowly erase the mark little by little. He then placed his palm on her back. As soon as he did that, Hancock trembled as if she was struck by a lightning. She suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" "Relax." Hancock then felt a warm flow of energy on her back and a slight itchy feeling that made her body squirm. In 2 or 3 minutes, the burnt marks on her skin disappeared a little. But, this is not the end. Blaze had to repeat the whole process 3 more times before the hoof mark on her back completely vanished. Her creamy white back looked as good as new. Done. Really? Hancock found it a little unbelievable, so she checked her back in the mirror. To her surprise, she found nothing on her back, not even a scar. It really disappeared. Tears gushed from her eyes of happiness. How many years has it been? She's been bothered by the mark ever since it's branded on her back and how others would treat her if it's seen. Can you sign the warlord agreement now? Blaze asked. Once you sign it, neither the Marines nor world government would come near 3 kilometers of Amazon Lily. This time Hancock didn't refuse, she directly signed the agreement paper presented by Blaze. Well, I think it's time for me to take my leave. See you then. Blaze kept the paper in his coat and prepared to leave, but Hancock stopped him. Wait, can you erase my sister's mark as well, please? Hancock pleaded with cute eyes. Blaze's eyes softened looking at her expression, he agreed. Sure. Hancock then called Marigold and Sandersonia to her room. When her sisters reached her room, they were surprised to see Blaze and Hancock in revealing clothing. Elder sis, you. Before they could finish their sentence, Hancock exposed her clear back that's devoid of celestial dragon's hoof mark. How? They looked at Hancock with incredulous eyes. They didn't understand what's happening and how their sister's mark disappeared. Elder sis. He helped me in erasing the mark, I asked him to remove yours too. Hancock spoke in a joyful tone, showing a smiling face. Blaze then helped Hancock's sisters by erasing the hoof mark on their back as well. Especially, Sandersonia, who dropped to the floor bursting into tears and repeatedly thanked him. Unbelievable, you can really erase the slave mark that's said to be indelible. Elder Nyan, who once again magically appeared in the room, exclaimed. You are no ordinary person. It's the Boa sisters' blessing to have met you. Blaze simply smiled and spoke to Hancock. Pirate Empress, I think it's time you turn the soldiers back to normal. You can call me Hancock. Okay. Blaze then came to the port area along with Hancock, her sisters, and Elder Nyan. Hancock boarded the marine and used the ability to return the soldiers to normal. After chatting with them for a few more minutes, Blaze returned to his ship and left Amazon Lily while Hancock gazed in the direction he left with a complex expression. As his ship set sail, Blaze called Sengoku. Sengoku-san, it's done. Good. I knew it, sending you was the right choice. I am in the middle of something, we will talk later. You can return to the new world. Sengoku's voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. Ending the call, Blaze came out of his cabin and looked at the disappearing view of Amazon Lily. Don't know why, but Hancock's beautiful face flashed before his eyes. Without his knowing, his heart thumped faster than usual. Is it because of her devil fruit, or am I beginning to like her? Blaze couldn't come to a conclusion. What he doesn't know is, the same thing is happening to Hancock, who still stood on the shore of the island staring in the direction the marine ships disappeared. She touched her slightly excited heart, which is beating faster than usual, while her face had a tinge of redness around them. New World. Blaze enjoyed the sunrise by relaxing on the deck of the ship. He always enjoyed the feeling of bathing in the morning sunlight, as it bring forth a pleasant feeling and strengthen his constitution. After basking in the sun for an hour, Blaze then checked his status. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Haki, 61.3. Free Attribute Point, 3.1. His attribute point rose by 0.1 after destroying the pirate crew, yesterday. He doesn't know how his current strength is, compared to the Yonkos. With his current strength, he can fight Crystal, but the same couldn't be said about the other emperors, as he knew they are on a different level. Blaze desires to face the emperor, but till now, his unit hasn't been allowed anywhere near the 4 emperors' territory. They are basically responsible for the protection of the world government-affiliated kingdoms. Rarely, they will meet some pirate crews on the sea. It's been 10 days since Blaze and his unit returned to the New World. Nothing much happened in this short time aside from eradicating the pirate crew that tried to plunder the nearby kingdom. But today, an urgent report came from the headquarters. A new devil fruit is discovered on some unknown island, but it caused friction between the Whitebeard pirates and Beast pirates. Hearing the report, Blaze straightened his back while an excited expression surfaced on his face. Finally, some good news. 132, Contact. New World. On an unknown island, a fierce battle was ongoing between two all-stars of Beast pirates and commanders of Whitebeard pirates. On one side, King the Conflagration was seen fighting the 3rd Division Commander Diamond Yozu. On the other hand, Jack the Drought fought the 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista. A little away from them, the subordinates of both factions could be seen battling. Blaze and his unit reached the island just a few minutes back. They docked the ship away from the eyes of the pirates and observed the battle from distance. He has been strictly told by Sengoku to not engage them as it will very well escalate the situation. With the Marines' strength, they can't afford to anger two emperors of the sea at the same time. Blaze stood on the deck of the ship watching the battle while his eyes listened to Regis's report. Blaze-san, I got a word from headquarters that Kadayo made contact with Whitebeard. Right now, they are fighting. Headquarters has sent Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru to oversee the situation and make sure nothing happens. Hearing it, Blaze smirked as he can perceive the situation clearly. Kaido's battling Whitebeard to stop the latter from going anywhere so that his underlings can successfully seize the devil fruit. Unlike beast pirates who are strong and fight every battle by themselves, the Whitebeard pirates depend on the strength and reputation of their father, Whitebeard. And as he expected, Yozu and Vista showed signs of exhaustion after 3 or so hours and couldn't stop King and Jack from leaving with the devil fruit. Blaze's task this time is to find the devil fruit and monitor whichever the pirate crew has it. They have to prevent the devil fruit from falling into the hands of an emperor as it will only increase their strength. If it's some ordinary devil fruit it doesn't matter, but what if it's some rare kind? Since both the emperors are showing interest in them, it has to be a rare one. Blaze ordered the soldiers on board to follow the beast pirates' ship since they are the ones who have the devil fruit. A huge pirate ship with beast pirates Jolly Roger left the island and sailed towards north. The ship was at least 4 times larger than the marine battleship. Moreover, the ship was armed with high-quality, long-ranged cannons capable of hitting enemy ships from afar, most possibly manufactured in Wano's factories. On board. Big Bro King, what is this devil fruit that even Kaido-san shows interest in? Jack asked. Jack looked the same as shown in the original series. There's no difference in his appearance aside from the fact he's slightly younger now. He is massive in stature, standing close to 27 feet in height, which is even taller than his Governor General Kaido. On the other side stood King, who's slightly shorter, around 20 feet in height, and is better proportioned, well-muscled, and had broad shoulders. What set him aside from others is his dark uniform that exposes no skin and a plume of fire that burns in his back, thanks to the Lunarian race bloodline. Jack, are you really training well? Look at the sword wounds on your chest, you should be ashamed. Even after eating the ancient Zoan, you are still getting injured. I am sorry, big bro. King then opened a wooden box that they just acquired from the Whitebeard pirates, revealing a devil fruit that had a weird shape. From its appearance, it should be Zoan type. Inform Kaido-san that we have the fruit, King ordered his underling and closed the box. At that moment, a beast pirate ran forward and notified. King-san, Jack-sama, a marine has been following us since we left the island. They are keeping the distance from the very start. Is there an admiral on board? Jack asked. Even though they are not afraid of marine admirals, it would be troublesome to fight them on the sea. No. It's just a normal marine battleship. I think they are sent to monitor our movements. Jack, sink them. How dare they stalk us? King grunted in displeasure. Yes, Jack then ordered the underlings to prepare the cannon and aim the marine ship. As soon as they are ready, Jack commanded. Fire. At the same time, Blaze called Sengoku and informed him that the beast pirates have the devil fruit. Wait, don't do anything stupid like last time. I am sending Kyuzen over. Most of our troops are sent to the Whitebeard territories to keep an eye on the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard. Sengoku spoke, rubbing his temples. Well, I don't think I can wait, Sengoku-san, the beast pirates have started firing at us. Do you still want me to stay put? Blaze casually asked as beast pirates' ship fired their cannons. As the other party's cannons are long-ranged and highly accurate, they perfectly came at the target. On his side, Regis and Rosinante prevented the cannons from hitting the ship. Sengoku, who sat in his office, rubbed his temples and said, just don't do anything stupid, okay? Sengoku knew how strong Blaze is. It's also the reason why he's worried that the latter would do something reckless again. If it's in normal time he won't bother, but right now Marines are dealing with a lot of things. If his actions provoke Kaido, there's a 90% chance that Madman would attack Marineford as he did last time. It would affect the lives of a lot of soldiers. I will try my best. Saying these words, Blaze ended the conversation and ordered the soldiers on board to get ready to fight. What are you all doing dilly-dallying? Prepare the cannons, increase the knots and steer the ship to the left and start firing. Blaze then came to the front deck of the ship and saw Jack on the opposite side commanding his underlings while King just watched everything like a bystander. You guys, move back, he said to Regis and Rosinante. He then breathed, inhaling air while his lungs expanded. Seconds passed as Blaze took his time to gather a huge amount of solar energy in his mouth before releasing them as golden flames of destruction. Breath of sun. A huge sea of flames blasted forth, scorching everything in its path, while the sea directly below the flames instantly evaporated. Unlike Kadayu's bolo breath that's concentrated on a straight line, Blaze's attack expanded, covering a wide area. The sudden attack caught both King and Queen off guard, while King's expression changed, feeling the intensity of the flames. 133, King and Jack. The sudden attack of Blaze caught both King and Jack off guard as their expressions suddenly changed, feeling the intensity of the flames. If they let the flames hit them, it would definitely torch their ship and blow them to bits. Without wasting time, King transformed into his pteranodon form and shouted, "Jack!" Yes, Big Bro Jack transformed into full mammoth form. He then sucked the water from the sea using his trunk and sprayed them at the incoming raging flames with explosive force. Though it couldn't stop Blaze's attack, they reduced the intensity of the flames as there was no haki imbued in it. At the same time, King leaped from the ship, flew towards the flames, and flapping his wings vigorously, creating a strong wind current that divided the flames into two. Thanks to that, Blaze's flame breath avoided burning the ship. King, who was now in his pteranodon form, clad in flames, shot at the marine ship at extreme speed. There was a sonic boom as he streaked forward. Seeing King's figure approaching their ship, Regis commanded the soldiers on board. Fire! The marine soldiers who were waiting for the order took aim and fired the bullets and cannons, but nothing hit him as King evaded everything with ease. Blaze knew this kind of attack won't hurt the latter, so he smirked and jumped from the deck, faced King's dive head-on. He knew, in the pteranodon form, King's beak is long and sturdy, and an effective pointed weapon capable of tearing anything in its way. The combination of great speed, strength, and size bestowed by the pteranodon transformation gave him the power to force-destroy things. If he let King head first into the ship, it would break into two. Come! Blaze channeled a huge amount of haki, pushed all his physical strength to his arms, and punched forward. Boom! His punch clashed against the pointed beak of King's, creating lightning ripples and shockwaves that swept past in all directions. But that's not the end. As soon Blaze's punch made contact, it triggered a terrifying explosion. Golden flames burst forward and swallowed King completely. In the next moment, King's figure shot back like a cannonball and crashed into the beast pirate's ship while his entire body emitted steam. Blood trickled from his pointy beaks. Big Bro Jack came to his side, transformed into his human form, but was shoved aside by King, who stood up and faced Blaze, who already landed on their ship. King's body also slowly transformed back to his human form. Looking at his condition, Blaze was surprised that King was only slightly injured even though he was in the eye of the explosion. His reaction is fast, he was able to clad his entire body right before the explosion went off. Besides, his Lunarian bloodline isn't for a show as he's somewhat immune to heat. Blaze mused. There was silence and the atmosphere was extremely tense as all the beast pirates on board pointed their weapons at Blaze, ready to attack at moment's notice. At the same moment, Blaze's marine ship collided with the beast pirates' ship while the soldiers on board aimed their rifles at the beast pirates. Regis and Rosinante stood at the front while Kuina stood behind them. I suppose you are Rear Admiral Blaze, the one who said to have defeated Speed. Now I know the rumors are true. King spoke. The beast pirates once clashed with the Speed pirates. Without a doubt, they are a formidable crew. Especially Speed, he was able to escape even after facing their captain Kadayu. Yes, Blaze replied while an overbearing haki broke out of him. The air around twisted and rippled while an invisible shock wave exploded forth. Thud, thud, thud. The next moment, most of the beast pirates fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back and foams coming out their mouths. He doesn't want to have any distractions, and leaving them may endanger the lives of his subordinates. The beast pirates are knowledgeable and knew what this means. The ones who are able to remain conscious gulped while their hands trembled in slight fear as they knew the man before them is strong. King the Conflagration and Jack the Drought, surrender yourself and hand me the devil fruit. I will let you live. Blaze let out some arrogant words for fun. Of course, he knew they won't surrender. Why don't you come and get it? Jack exuded killing intent as he unsheathed the scythe-like blades from the tusks on his shoulders. As you wish, Blaze uttered and exploded with terrifying strength while golden lightning flickered around his body, multiplying his speed to the utmost limit. On the other hand, Jack roared loudly as his arms and weapons were shrouded in armament haki as if clad in dark armor. At the same time, King conjured a flame in his right hand. Blaze's target is Jack. His figure blurred and reappeared before Jack, stunning the latter as he couldn't even react. Though Jack is strong, he's slow in the movements. Moreover, Jack of now isn't as strong as shown in the original timeline, as he's just 19 years old right now. A fist bubbled with golden energy smashed Jack squarely in the face. The flame-clad punch didn't make contact with the skin, but the force behind the attack directly bypassed his defense and shredded his innards. In that fraction of the fraction, Blaze dealt another blow by slightly turning his body to the left. His left elbow struck the center of Jack's chest, blasting him away. In both the blows, Blaze used everything in his arsenal. His attack carried strength, speed, advanced haki concept, and devil fruit power. He held nothing back. Jack's body smashed into the railings of the ship and slid to the floor, completely unconscious. His face was completely deformed while blood oozed from his mouth, ears, and nose while a scorching dent could be seen in his chest. Just 2 full power attacks, it's all it took to force Jack to the brink of his death. 134, Clash of Two Emperors of the Sea. Just as he took down Jack, Blaze's eyes turned red as he sensed an enormous figure behind his back. It's none other than King. Imperial Flame. King conjured a fireball over his open palm and formed a fist to execute a powerful, flame-clad punch. Blaze didn't have time to evade, so he can only coat the point of contact, his left cheek, with haki. Bang! It's a powerful blow wrapped in flames. As it hit Blaze, his body was forced to skid for some distance before stopping. Good punch, Blaze spit the blood in his mouth and praised, but you picked the wrong opponent to play fire with. The next moment, a terrifying heat swept the surroundings and soon they transformed into golden flames. In no time, the entire Beast Pirates ship was engulfed in a sea of flames. Hot, hot, hot! The Beast Pirates who are conscious jumped into the sea carrying the unconscious one, only a few with a strong body and haki remained in the ship to watch the battle. As the sea below them bubbled in high temperatures and showed signs of evaporation, the pirates who jumped onto the water quickly swam away from the ship. The astonishing thing, the Beast Pirates ship remained intact even after Blaze displayed his devil fruit power. It should have been made from a unique tree or treasure wood atom. King's eyes narrowed as he glared at Blaze, but he showed no signs of burn by the heat. As Blaze thought, the latter is immune to heat to a certain extent. But, Blaze's earlier explosion damaged King, so he's not completely invulnerable to flames. Let's test his limit. Without wasting any time, Blaze charged forward and punched, letting the haki flew through his arms. King did the same. Bang! Both their fists collided in mid-air, generating sparks of purplish lightning and shockwave to diverge in all directions. Their strike didn't touch but struggled in mid-air to win over the other. It seems like the Beast Pirates didn't waste time on Wano. You even grasped the concept of Ryu, Blaze uttered, genuinely surprised by the fact that King can use internal destruction. Blaze could sense King is strong. His haki has possibly reached the initial stage of Admiral level. Combined with his devil fruit and natural-born strength, he's a monster worthy of his 1.2 billion bounty. Finally, Blaze increased the haki flowing through his arms and pushed King back. He may be strong, but against Blaze, he stands no chance. I am going to have fun thrashing you. Saying this, Blaze crackled his knuckles while King squinted his eyes as his face turned cold. On the marine ship, Regis, Rosinante, Kuina, and other marine soldiers watched the battle with interest. Kuina exclaimed. Blaze-san is going all out. It seems like that King is quite strong. It doesn't matter how strong he is, he won't be able to win, Rosinante said. True. Let's capture the Beast Pirates who jumped into the water. We can't just wait for their battle to end before doing anything. Regis spoke and ordered the soldiers to apprehend the pirates who were fleeing in the sea. At the same time as Blaze battled King, 2 Yonkos, Kaido, and Whitebeard clashed on an unknown island situated in Whitebeard territory, New World. Reime Hakathungar Begwa. Kaido swung his kanabo, Hasaikai, horizontally with both hands that carried devastating force as he imbued them with conqueror and armament haki. On the other hand, Whitebeard roared atop his lungs in anger and wrapped his naginata with a quake bubble to greatly increase its striking power and waved. Boom! The sky itself split, indicative of a clash between 2 conquerors' haki users. The clouds rumbled and turned dark as if the heavens themselves had acknowledged their presence. Kaido, you dare come here and send your forces to steal the devil fruit in my territory? Do you think I won't kill you? Whitebeard's furious voice thundered aloud. Thrusting the naginata with his right hand, Whitebeard focused vibrations around his left fist to form a spherical bubble and punched Kaido in the face, venting his anger with monstrous strength. The air cracked as Kaido's face deformed. The shockwaves directly passed through Kaido's tough skin, directly blasting him backward, causing the latter to split, mouth full of blood. Kaido raised to his feet and wiped the blood at the corner of his lips as if it was nothing while showing a wicked grin. Whitebeard, you are getting old and slow. Your attacks aren't hurting as much they do back then. Whitebeard gritted his teeth as he leaped high in the air while spinning his naginata and brandished at Kaido. Bang! The strongest man in the world and the strongest creature once again clashed, generating an enormous shockwave of pure power that swept in all directions. Meanwhile, some distance away from the island, a fleet of 10 marine ships shook from the shockwave and as the sea itself rocked back and forth, making everyone on board dizzy. Akainu and Kizaru stood side by side in the main ship watching the battle as sky divided and thunder rumbled. Akainu gritted his teeth in anger while Kizaru looked relaxed. The hell with the great age of pirates and Yonkos. We should kill every one of them and end this squabble. We, the Marines, are the strongest force in the world, we can't let some pirates fool around as they wish. Akainu clenched his fist that transformed into magma. This battle was violent and devastating. As time passed, their clashes only intensified and showed no signs of weakening. The Marine soldiers and officers noticed the mountain in the distance was suddenly torn apart under the collision and soon, to their shock the entire island shook and cracked. Boom! A sudden shockwave nearly propelled a Marine soldier into the air before he once again landed on the deck hitting the mainmast. The Marine soldier perspired. How long will they fight? It's been nearly 6 hours since they started fighting but their fight showed no signs of stopping. In their eyes, this type of frightening destructive power was not something that humans can cause. Those two are simply monsters in human skin. They all wondered, is this the power of Yonkos? It was simply inconceivable. 135, Marineford on alert. The battle between Blaze and King ended with Blaze emerging as the victor. As for King and Jack, they were apprehended and bound with sea stone shackles. King is tough and strong-willed as he was able to battle him for 6 hours without losing. When it comes to strength and haki, he's as strong as Speed but he's not as fast as Speed. Compared to King, Jack is a lot weaker and has a long way to go. At that moment, system notification sounded in his mind awakening Blaze from his thoughts. Achievement, defeated one of the All-Stars, King. Reward, 0.5 haki 1.0 free attribute point. Achievement, defeated one of the All-Stars, Jack. Reward, 0.5 free attribute point. Lucky! Blaze exclaimed joyfully. At the same time, he wondered why the rewards are a lot low as both King and Jack are calamities of beast pirates. Then he thought, maybe only when the entire crew is defeated the rewards will be complete. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Haki, 61.8. Free attribute point, 4.5. Blaze-san. Regis's voice interrupted his thoughts. When he raised his head, he saw the latter holding Den Mushi that resembled Sengoku. Hello. Blaze. Sengoku's helpless voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. He heard that Blaze has caught 2 all-stars of the beast pirates. He's pleased with Blaze's strength but thinking of Kaido gave him a headache. That madman Kaido will definitely try to attack and rescue his subordinates. If it's some normal members of the crew Kaido may not care but King and Jack are a different matter. I assume you know about the clash between Whitebeard and Kaido, right? Sengoku asked. Yes. Their battle has ended a while ago when Kaido got the report of King and Jack's defeat. If I am not wrong, he's heading right towards you. From what I heard, he left the battlefield furious. I don't need to say what this means, right? Sengoku stated the situation. If possible, I really want to fight Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Blaze answered in an excited tone. You brat, I agree you have strength rivaling admirals but against Kaido I see no odds of you coming out alive. Don't compare him with Crystal, they are not of the same level. What do you need me to do, Sengoku-san? Blaze asked, openly. Impel down won't do any good. Bring King and Jack to the Marine headquarters. Garp and I are here and I also ordered Akainu and Kizaru to come back. I sent Kuzan for your support. My concern is, can you reach Marineford before Kaido get to you? Even though Kaido is strong and capable of flight, he can't find me easily. The new world is big. Did you forget there's something called Viva Card in the world? Sengoku helplessly responded. Yes, Blaze scratched his head and replied. I forgot. Then if I kill King and Jack, there should be no problem, right? Blaze asked while his eyes gazed over King and Jack. Can you stop with the foolish talk? It's a serious matter. Sengoku angrily spoke. Okay. After listening to Sengoku's plan, Blaze ended the call and threw the Den Mushi back at Regis. At that moment, King who was silent the entire time spoke. You may be strong but against Kaido-san you won't survive a single blow. I would be happy if Kaido can defeat me in a single blow but I doubt he would do that as he enjoys fighting and likes to test the strength of his opponents. Blaze indifferently remarked. If he wants to rescue, that's only after defeating me. At that moment, Regis who was next to him spoke. Blaze-san, I don't doubt your strength but it's a widely known fact, if it's one-on-one, Kaido will win. On land, sea, and air, among all living things, he is a pirate who is known as the strongest creature. Blaze rolled his eyes at Regis as the latter spoke the exact words said in the anime. But Blaze knew the words aren't just for show as Kaido's really strong. In New World, no one dared to provoke that madman, and his strength is acknowledged by all. Back in Marineford, the order is given to prepare for battle by Sengoku, and the top officers present in the headquarters rallied elite troops to the plaza. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Marineford, a city where the families of Marines reside, have been told to stay indoors for safety purposes. Fleets of ships were stationed around the coastline. When the soldiers heard Kaido is coming, they were nervous and anxious, as every time Kaido attacked Marineford many have died in the process. After what seemed like 2 hours, the Marine soldiers noticed a figure pedaling a bicycle on the sea. Kuzan has arrived. He could have arrived sooner if he used his devil fruit in a different way, but he won't, as he's basically lazy. Kuzan, you came. Have a bite. Blaze gestured the latter as he savored large meat of the Sea King that he just killed and barbecued. You really have the nerves of steel. You even found time to eat. I don't know what to say. But Blaze, you should stop stirring up trouble wherever you go. I can't, it's in my nature, Blaze shrugged, swallowing a huge piece of meat. So, what are you going to do? I don't think we can reach Marineford before Kaido finds us. Do you have the confidence to confront Kaido head-on? Nope. Kuzan sighed and sat next to Blaze. I should at least enjoy the meat. It smells good. 136, here comes Kaido. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. A marine officer reported the recent activity of beast pirates while beads of sweat drenched his entire body. Is it true? Sengoku asked in a calm tone, as he already expected this. Yes, our resources confirmed the fact that beast pirates gathered their entire force and left Wano. Considering the distance, they will only reach tomorrow, so we don't have to worry about them now. Our primary concern is Kaido. Sengoku waved his hand while the marine soldier took his leave. Wahahaha, Blaze Brat is doing good. First, crystal pirates, now beast pirates. I see his spirit hasn't gotten softer after all these years. He has guts. Garp, who was sitting opposite Sengoku, cackled while his eyes shined. Shut up, Garp. In a way, you are the reason for all this. Sengoku roared, slamming the table. What? Sengoku, I am just an old man, you can't blame everything on me. Sengoku snorted. I think Blaze learned all this from you. Evening. Just as Blaze's marine ship is half a day trip away from the headquarters, the clouds above them thundered. Arara, he has come. Kuzan and Blaze gazed at the sky while the marine soldiers on board gulped, feeling suffocating pressure that appeared out of nowhere. Kuina wondered aloud, what's this sudden change in the weather, and what is that shadow above the clouds? No one answered her as they all stood thunderstruck watching the figure amidst the black clouds and purple lightning. Wind and clouds begin to blow everywhere as the weather continues to worsen while the silhouette of the dragon flashed into their view. Finally, Kaido, the large blue eastern dragon, emerged from the clouds. His monstrous serpentine form and blue-scaled dragon scales, long horns, sharp fangs, and limbs with clawed hands and feet gave him a scary appearance. His mere presence intimidated all the marine soldiers on board, some even cringed in fear. A sense of powerlessness overtook them looking at the colossal and frightening form of Kaido. This is bad. Notify the headquarters and send them our location. Kuzan called the marine soldier who's near him and ordered. Is that dragon? Kuina asked in a trembling voice. That dragon is the Kaido. Regis answered, clenching his fist. He's Kaido. Kuina found it unbelievable. As for Blaze, he was thrilled while his blood boiled and his heart thumped rapidly in excitement. Genuine emotions flooded into his heart, as he has been yearning to meet such a strong opponent. After coming to the world of One Piece, he always wanted to meet the Yonkos, as they are the top existences in the world. And, Kaido before him is the strongest creature. Kuzan, no matter what happens, don't interfere in the fight. I want to fight him myself. Blaze said in a serious tone as he exuded a powerful breath. Looking at his expression, Kuzan sighed as he could tell Blaze is completely serious in fighting Kaido alone, even if it means death. Don't die. At that moment, Kaido, who towered above everyone, scrutinized the marine ship in front of him, with his eyes narrowed. Just a look, everyone on the ship felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying creature. Facing Kaido, a pure battle intent broke out of Blaze's body that transformed into vigorous conqueror's haki and confronted Kaido head-on. Feeling the remarkable haki and battle intent, Kaido's narrowed eyes turned into one of surprise as he looked straight into Blaze's eyes. Woro. Interesting. A marine using House Hoku. I didn't expect to meet such a person. I can tell you're different from all the marine that I have faced before. You have good eyes. Are you the one who captured King and Jack? Kaido asked, still in his dragon form. Yes, Blaze admitted. After that, there was absolute silence as Kaido and Blaze looked at one another. But the silence gripped everyone's heart in terror. Regis, Rosinante, Kuina, and other marine soldiers on board had a look of worry and concern on their faces. They trust Blaze and his strength, but against Kaido their confidence wavered. Perceiving Blaze's surging battle intent, Kaido finally spoke. It's been some time since I met someone as interesting as you. If you bore me, I will kill you. Kaido then grinned as flames appeared in his mouth. Opening them, he gathered a tremendous amount of fire that swirled before breathing them out into a huge, conical blast toward the marine ship where Blaze stood. Bolo breath. The flame blast rocketed rapidly forward and covered a huge distance within a fraction of a second. Blaze, who was expecting Kaido's attack, drew his fist back and violently slammed it forward. All-consuming fist. Golden flames surged from his hands and boomed forward as a dense column of fire. The attack was as intense as Kaido's or even stronger. Boom. Waves of flames went off in all directions as their attack collided in mid-air while dark purple sparks resonated. But what happened next shocked everyone. If it's any other form of attack, Blaze may be at disadvantage, but against flames, he's the best. Blaze's all-consuming fist devoured Kaido's flames and exploded forward, gaining more intensity. As someone who enjoys taking a direct hit from his enemies, Kaido didn't dodge and faced the flames head-on in arrogance. As such, the dense column of golden flames smashed Kaido in the face and knocked him back. Ah! Kaido roared, feeling slight pain as the high heat directly bypassed his defense and burned his innards. 137, Power of Sun. Saying Blaze's attack injured Kaido would be an exaggeration, as it just slightly hurt the latter. As for Kaido, he recovered in a moment and stared at Blaze in slight surprise. Blaze didn't wait for Kaido to attack again as he leaped and appeared far away from the ship. An overpowering momentum broke out of him while translucent golden energy cloaked his entire body. A sun-shaped mark revealed at his glabella, and monstrous golden flames of destruction surged from his body with him as the center and swept every direction. A high temperature of heat spread out, covering 2 kilometers. The golden sea of flames burned fiercely as if they are ready to incinerate anything in its way. Everyone on the marine ship felt the heat and soon it became intolerable. Everyone's expression on board changed into that of horror. Helpless, they were forced to navigate the ship away from Blaze. This is... Feeling the ferociousness of the flames, even Kyuzen was shocked. He could tell Blaze's flames are multiple times stronger than Sakazuki. Forget about Kyuzen, as even Kaido's eyes gleamed in excitement. Among those flames, only Blaze stood as if he's a fire deity descended from heaven. Zzz. As if hearing a call, all the flames gathered and twirled around Blaze. With a thought, they transformed into 10 miniature suns of varying sizes. 6 small and 4 larger ones. The smaller ones are just slightly larger than baseball, while the larger ones were 100 centimeters in diameter. The power of Sunday. Blaze's ultimate state as he unveiled his devil fruit power to his entirety. The larger ones moved and formed a circle around his back. The smaller ones moved to his hands, 3 to his left and 3 to his right. Hovering in mid-air, Blaze stared at Kaido and clenched his fist, feeling the power of his devil fruit. Blaze's current form shocked everyone as this is their first time seeing it. Kyuzen looked Blaze in expectation, and to give them a better foothold he froze the sea below with his Ice Age ability. Kaido felt the power of the flames from the last attack. It's frightening but not to the extent of alarming him. In the sea, the Yonkos are the peak existence. The Marines have to gather all their forces just to face one of them, and there's no guarantee they would win. Just Yonko commanders like King and Queen are powerful enough to face Marine admirals for some time. That's how horrifying the Yonkos are. But, Blaze's strength has surpassed the level of admirals. His devil fruit ability is powerful, but he couldn't reveal its full power as it would endanger the friends and foes alike. Today, he can't and won't suppress it. His body suddenly sparkled in golden lightning as his figure blurred and reappeared above Kaido, while the smaller miniature suns released endless flames and augmented his right hand. Further coating them with haki, Blaze punched Kaido's head. As he used internal destruction, his haki bypassed Kaido's tough scales along with extreme heat. The air around warped and twisted under the destructive force of the blow, while sparks of lightning scattered around. Meanwhile, flames raged and consumed Kaido's form, scorching his impervious hide. The intense heat he felt from the attack stunned Kaido, while the force behind the attack overpowered his entire dragon form as he crashed into ice floor created by Aokiji. Blaze didn't wait for Kaido to recover as he prepared his next attack. In the distance, Kyuzen was amazed by how powerful Blaze's devil fruit ability is. He even wondered what kind of devil fruit the latter has eaten for him to possess such destructive firepower. Considering Blaze's current strength, Kyuzen believed the latter won't lose easily. Thinking something, Kyuzen took out a visual Den Mushi and transmitted the battle to the headquarters. Marine headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his temples as he just now received the report that Blaze and Kyuzen has met Kaido in the middle of the sea. Although the entire conflict is because of Blaze stirring things unnecessarily, Sengoku can't just sit back and watch him face the Yonko alone. Before he could plan his next course of action, another marine officer barged into the office carrying a snail and informed, Sengoku-san, we just received a signal from Visual Den Mushi, transmitted by Admiral Aokiji. It shows the battle between Rear Admiral Blaze and Kaido. Play it. Yes. The Den Mushi in the marine officer's hand projected the battle into a big screen. They saw the back of Blaze standing in the sea of flames with the miniature sun revolving around him, facing the enormous azure dragon. Kaido. They saw Blaze preparing some kind of attack. Seeing this, the officers in the room sucked a breath of cold air. A single marine facing the Yonko, they simply couldn't fathom it. At that moment, Garp, who was silent all the time, stood up and left Sengoku's office, leaving a word. I will go. Sengoku didn't stop Garp. He ordered the marine officers, project the battle in the plaza, let the soldiers watch it. It doesn't matter whether Blaze wins or loses, his battle would definitely boost the spirit of marines and let them know that Yonkos are also human beings. Under Blaze's command, the 4 large miniature suns that hovered behind him came forward and twirled, generating more heat. The next moment, all the 4 balls released wisps of scorching energy straight from their core that gathered at the heart, forming the 5th miniature sun. But, it looked completely different from its counterparts, as it had a shade of bluish energy about its surface and had a size of 50 centimeters in diameter. As soon as it reached its full potential, Blaze commanded while the gold and blue miniature sun streaked towards Kaido, propelled by other miniature suns. As for Kaido, he didn't let it strike like other attacks as he sensed the extreme danger from the small thing. But, before he could do anything, the sun exploded on its own. Even so, Kaido didn't show any sign of relaxation as his senses told him something horrifying is going to happen next. 138, Reimei Haka. Thunder Begwa. The crisis that Kaido sensed isn't a mistake. As soon as the gold and bluish sun popped, it didn't generate any form of explosion or flames, but something weird happened. The space itself shook and twisted as the air around the surrounding sucked to a single spot before they contracted further. Finally, a small spark occurred in the core. A gentle ripple of death spread, covering nearly everything within 1 kilometer before it happened. A terrifying power burst out before they mutated into flames of mass destruction. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud raised to 200 meters in the sky, blooming the entire sky red. Followed by the explosion is a devastating shockwave of extreme heat that spread in all directions. Kyuzen's ice field evaporated in an instant along with the seawater below, revealing the bottom of the sea. Ah! The marine soldiers on the ship screamed as the entire ship was tossed into the sky, along with them. Some were even brought in the air and thrown off from the ship but were saved by Kyuzen. The ship went down as the entire sea below them had evaporated and hit the ocean bed, stupefying everyone as they all looked around. Regis, Rosinante, Kuina, and Kyuzen looked dumbly at the mushroom cloud, and then down at the seafloor. They just crashed in unbelievable expression. Did the sea just disappear? For the first time, they understood Blaze isn't simple as seen on the surface and underestimated him severely. The momentum of the battle was even stronger than when they faced crystal pirates. Aokiji-san, look there! Regis and Kuina screamed at the same time. In the distance, the parted sea came crashing down again. They nearly forgot the fact that they were standing in the middle of the sea. Kyuzen leaped high in the air while an ice shard extended from both his hands. As soon as they touched the water, they iced the entire sea again. He knew it won't hold for longer, considering the scale of the battle. As for Kaido, who was just a few meters away from the center of the explosion, felt the full brunt of it. A powerful, disastrous force of heat blazed his entire dragon form. The extreme flame even scorched his impervious scales and hurt him. Even, he, who takes pride in his tough physique and is called the strongest creature in the world, was forced to use haki at the last moment. Otherwise, the explosion and the flames would have injured him heavily. He was shocked by the power Blaze had shown. That hurts. Kaido's voice came from the cloud of debris and mist as he returned to his human form. Blaze frowned a little as his attack failed to inflict the damage he expected, but it's mostly because he couldn't control it well and let it explode before it could reach Kaido. Even though he knew about Kaido's impenetrable defense, he was still astonished seeing it in person. Furthermore, he could sense his haki is very powerful. As the mist faded, Kaido's human appearance came into full view. He stood close to 23 feet in height and wore a purple full-sleeved shirt with baggy pants of grey-green color. He looked imposing with a stern face while a massive pair of grey-white, sharp-pointed horns come out of the sides of his head. He held his weapon, a large, black, spiked kanabo that rested on his right shoulder while he wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his lips with his left hand. You got some spirit and strong devil fruit. Kaido grinned. The next moment, Blaze's expression changed as he hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest while the 6 small miniature suns transformed into armor and encased his arms. Bang! Despite his enormous size, Kaido's figure crossed nearly 100 meters in an instant and appeared before Blaze as he swung his kanabo with devastating force. Reimei Haka. A visible trail of dark lightning exuded from his weapon, indicating he imbued his weapon with both Conqueror and Armament haki. His overpowering attack collided against Blaze's armored arms. Crack! The defense Blaze created with the devil fruit power and haki shattered as the spiked kanabo hit the arms. But before Blaze was smashed away, innumerable flaming fist extended from the large miniature suns behind him and punched Kaido. As the attacks had advanced haki, they bypassed Kaido's defense. Even Kaido didn't expect that his opponent would strike at this moment. Blaze's figure was kanonied far away and crashed into ice wall frozen by Kyuzen while Kaido too flew back, knocked by innumerable fists at the same time that had advanced Haki. Marine Headquarters. With their mouths wide open, everyone present in the marine fort watched the earth-shattering battle between the Blaze and Kaido. Some clenched their fists with burning passion in their eyes. Among the crowd were some familiar figures like Smoker, Hina, and other trainers who met Blaze before. They just came to the headquarters finishing their training. At that moment, Blaze's figure was deeply rooted in countless marines' minds while their respect for him grew deeper. They all knew that someone stronger than admirals has appeared in their ranks. Without his knowing, Blaze's fame spread while his standing improved. Blaze coughed a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise to his feet as he couldn't feel his arms. When he looked at them, he saw a dent in his left while his right arm was crooked to an unknown degree. Kaido used everything in the strike. In a way, it's his full-powered attack as it was imbued with the Conqueror's Haki. His arms shined in golden light before they showed signs of healing, visible to the naked eye. In a matter of seconds, his arms recovered to their original state. Blaze didn't use his Senju vitality to heal the injuries as it would drain his physical strength. Facing Kaido, it's not a good idea to fatigue himself. His eyes flashed recalling Kaido's strike. So this what it feels like when struck by a weapon imbued with Conqueror's Haki. It's really powerful. If it's any other person in his place, they would have lost their consciousness against this overwhelming power. Even Blaze would have been seriously injured if he had failed to block it. 139, Flame of Higher Order. Kaido rose to his feet unscathed as if Blaze's attack did no damage but was really surprised when he saw Blaze in his feet without any injuries as most of the time all will fall after getting hit by his Reimei Haka. He caressed his chest feeling slight pain as Blaze's attack injured him. It's not some luck, his strikes damage me. It's similar to Ryuo and Odin's technique but where did he learn that? Grinning lightly, he laughed. Worororo, you are not bad. This fight won't be as boring as I thought it would be. Saying Kaido swung his kanabo vigorously that propelled a projectile like shockwave. Kongo Kabera. Blaze pulled his fist back and slammed it forward that nearly cracked the air as it carried his physical strength, Haki, and devil fruit power. Fist-shaped heat pressure roared forward and met Kaido's shockwave. It was a bad move to face it head-on as Kaido's strike shattered his punch and advanced forward. Blaze once again used his hand and miniature suns to block the shockwave that's already weakened by him. Even so, the strike pushed him back and forced his body to slide for a few meters before stopping. Opposite, Kaido once again transformed to his full beast form and roared. Demolishing wind. As he blew strong, powerful yet sharp crescent wind blades lanced forward. Facing Kaido, Blaze didn't plan on holding back at all as golden flames of destruction erupted from him. He concentrated, sharpening his senses, feeling the heat, and imagined the power of the ever-burning sun. Without his knowing, he entered a deep level of concentration and his mind grasped something that's far away from him. The flames around him kindled and burned fiercely as some kind of change happened. Crackle. A succession of slight sharp snapping noises came from the golden flames as if countless mini-explosions indistinct to human ears were occurring. A dumbfounding thing happened. The golden flames got torched by the flame of higher order as its color changed every passing second as if they are fighting within. Crimson, red-orange, once again gold, then purple before finally settling at white-blue. As soon as his flames transformed everything began to change. The ground he was standing on began to melt while the miniature suns he created also changed their color, a bluish hue appeared on its core. A temperature of extreme spread, affecting the surrounding. Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed feeling the heat. Glaring at Blaze he muttered, something has changed. Opening his eyes, Blaze smiled. Is this devil fruit awakening or just improvement in temperature and color? Let's find out. With a thought, the flames transformed and took the form of a dragon that's bluish-white in color, as big as Kaido's frame. Soaring into the sky, it roared and challenged Kaido. At the same time, the large miniature suns behind Blaze collapsed into a sea of flames before taking the shape of a dragon. But this one had a different appearance, a golden body and bluish head. Unlike the last one, Blaze commanded it to soar above the clouds. Interesting. Dragon vs Dragon, bring it on. Kaido screamed and darted towards the bluish dragon while whirling his serpentine body into a coil to summon several tornadoes around him. Blaze's blue dragon swung his serpentine tail fiercely to shatter the tornadoes into nothingness before colliding against Kaido. As soon as the flaming dragon touched Kaido, his impervious scale showed signs of burning. Feeling the burning sensation, Kaido moved fiercely destroying some parts of the flaming blue dragon but before he could make his next move he felt his entire body is coiled. Crash! Struggling to free himself, Kaido crashed into the ground. At that moment, the other flame dragon that had soared into the sky revealed itself but it was enormous, at least twice as big as Kaido's dragon form. Dragon Drive! Blaze grasped his fist and the huge dragon collapsed, splitting into countless bluish golden arrows that rained down from the sky. As the other flame dragon pinned Kaido to the ground, he couldn't dodge the attack even though he sensed them from miles away. He roared while an overwhelming haki broke out of him shattering the dragon that bound him and faced the arrows. From the distance, it was a beautiful display as all the arrows had a golden body and a bluish head. Regis, Rosinante, Kuina, Kuzan, and other marine soldiers viewed the spectacle without blinking, afraid of missing something. But what no one expected happened at the last moment as Kaido withdrew the dragon form and changed into human beast, hybrid form. Gripping his kanabo tightly, he imbued them with House Hoku Haki, which resulted in thin lightning-like streams of dark energy emanating from his weapon. Gazing at the sky, he swung the club with extreme force, causing a massive tornado-like wave that spiraled into the sky, destroying thousands of arrows effortlessly. None remained. All it took was one strike, to stop one of Blaze's strongest skills. It didn't deter Blaze but instead made him smile because Kaido's finally starts to take him seriously. Blaze knew Kaido only transforms into the hybrid form if his opponents prove strong enough to handle both his human and full dragon forms. In this form, he's strong, tough, and fast with no weak spot. The actual battle between them is just starting. Marine Headquarters. Kaido's so strong. No wonder he's an emperor of the sea. A soldier muttered, looking at the ongoing battle. Among the crowd, Jun stood along with a few of the sisters from Vice Admiral Tsuru's unit. She felt weak watching the battle and figured the gap between her and Blaze. Even Sengoku was surprised by Blaze's devil fruit powers and the strength he displays. At that moment, Kizaru and Sakazuki, who rushed to the headquarters on their own, arrived just on time to watch Blaze's flame transforming from gold to bluish-white. He's scary. I think he's stronger than us, the admirals. Kizaru commented. As for Sakazuki, he stood there clenching his fist in anger. It was supposed to end that day, I was so close to killing him. If not for Kuzan and 140, future sight. Bang! Blaze's figure smashed into the ice wall and slipped to the ground. As he tried to get up, pain assaulted from all parts of his body, causing him to groan. Kaido's last Conqueror Haki-imbued attack fractured multiple bones in his body while blood flowed from his head, mouth, and nose. His marine coat had been completely destroyed while the shirt beneath was tattered all over, revealing a toned and muscular body underneath. He has been fighting Kaido for nearly 3 hours and it's a miracle that he survived till now. If not for his strong vitality granted by his Senju constitution, and healing ability, he may have been knocked out after an hour into the battle. Till now, he doesn't know how many times the bones have been broken or fractured. He's strong, but Kaido's a monster who's superior to him in every aspect. He lost the ability to use his devil fruit powers for some time as he overused them beyond the limit and emptied nearly 60% of his Haki reserve. As Sun has already set, he can't replenish them in a short time. His Haki reserve is at least thrice higher than a normal person, but Kaido's more perverted than him with supreme Haki, maybe due to his Oni bloodline. Your abilities intrigue me. You can heal from severe injuries in seconds. Is it because of your devil fruit or bloodline? Kaido asked as he charged again. Kaido wasn't uninjured as Blaze's flame, in fact, scorched his scales while he also got injured by his Haki, but it wasn't anywhere near to stop him as there wasn't a sign of fatigue on his face. His near-invisible endurance and the incredible amount of stamina amazed even Blaze, who knew about it beforehand. Only after his attributes cross the 70-bar limit in all aspects he can face Kaido without losing. But, to defeat him he needs to be stronger than Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Clearing his mind, Blaze once again focused on dodging Kaido's attack that he has been attempting for some time. To dodge successfully, he needs to see the future. His observation Haki attained the level of instinctual, but it's some distance away from reaching the level of future sight. The battle with Kaido is an opportunity for Blaze if he utilizes them correctly. Kanbunshoku or observation Haki is an extension of one's imagination, but just imagination isn't enough. Intent, presence, emotions, and purpose also play a vital role. Blaze calmed himself completely to concentrate and predict Kaido's attack. However, he got hit head-on by the latter's kanabo and once again crashed into the ice wall. He's so fast. Blaze punched the ground in anger and rose to his feet again. But what he didn't know is, without his awareness he's keeping up with Kaido. Though Blaze is not as strong as Kaido, his Haki isn't weak either. The attacks that heavily injured him before didn't hurt him as much as they did. It's not Kaido's attacks that are weakening, but Blaze's control over Haki is developing rapidly as he fought. Blaze and Kaido clashed again and again, but Kaido continued to overwhelm. Blaze didn't give up as stood back again and again, proving his willpower isn't weak. Kaido is highly confident in his power and considers himself to be far above others, so Blaze's resilient behavior completely exasperated him, as he couldn't crush someone who's weaker than him. Enough playing. Enraged, he roared and swung his kanabo violently, but Blaze dodged all of them. Finally, Blaze managed to predict Kaido's attacks and dodged them, which surprised Kaido, and he soon discerned that Blaze's observation Haki is growing. Blaze did indeed touch the concept of future vision, but he's still away from mastering it completely. Besides, it won't be of much help facing Kaido as he almost exhausted his physical strength and devil fruit power from overusing them. At that moment Kaido attacked. Using his dragon tail he propelled himself forward and rushed at an unbelievable speed. Though Blaze saw the future, it took every ounce of strength in his body to dodge. It's how fast Kaido is. The battle between them continued. Kaido attacked furiously and with everything he got while Blaze tried his best to dodge every one of them, but sometimes the attacks hit him. Another 2 hours passed. Blaze gasped for air heavily. He's at his limit as his haki too reached the end. In normal circumstances, his haki won't deplete this quickly, but to block Kaido's blows without getting injured he's forced to channel a huge amount of haki. It's also the only reason why remained standing till now. As for his physical strength, it drained to the limit because of healing his injuries too many times. It took all his willpower and strength to remain standing. Even so, facing Kaido's incoming his heart was steady without any nervousness or excitement while his eyes exuded unwavering determination. Channeling haki and leftover devil fruit power he had in him to his fist, Blaze punched the air in front of him. At that moment, Kaido's weapon came clashing, emitting dark lightning sparks. The clouds above shook, while objects rose off the ground from the sheer pressure while the ground beneath them cracked and split forming a wide crater. The strikes collided but ceased from touching one another while the force from each blow exerted into one another, and finally, Kaido's strike overwhelmed Blaze's and banged right into his face. A loud, powerful shockwave dispersed outward along with Blaze, who lost consciousness after fighting Kaido for nearly 6 hours. Blood oozed from all his pores and he was violently flung away by the strike as he failed to coat his body with haki. The black sparks faded while Kaido wielded his kanabo over his shoulder and cried. I got excited over nothing. On the other hand, Blaze's figure kanonied back and was about to crash into the marine ship, but Kuzan caught his body and placed him on the deck of the ship. To calm the anxious soldiers on board, who are worried about Blaze's well-being, Kuzan stated. He just lost his consciousness, he will be good once he wakes up. 141, Room of Authority and 5 Elders. Marine Headquarters. Blaze's battle against Kaido pumped the blood of marine soldiers and officers present in the headquarters and riled their spirits while their eyes burned with the desire to become strong. Though Blaze lost the battle after preserving for hours, his strength, determination, and resoluteness won countless marine soldiers' hearts. Oh, boy, Vice Admiral. Tsuru, who stood next to Sengoku, sighed and thought in her heart, Sengoku, what do you plan on achieving by doing this? In fact, Blaze's strength is beyond Sengoku's expectations. As for why he did this, he wants to boost the spirit of soldiers and at the same time, Blaze is standing among the Marines. Pangaea Castle, Mary Gosa. Room of Authority, a large, expansive, and opulent room with tall alcoves and windows along the walls. It's where the 5 elders meet and give an audience to anyone who came to see them. Right now, they are discussing Blaze's fight with Kaido. One of the 5 elders, who had a scar on the left side of his face and a walking crane, spoke. His rate of improvement is fast. His strength has crossed the level of admirals and won't be long before it reaches the level of yonkos. It should have been a good thing for us to have someone like him on our side, but considering his past actions we can confirm he hates world government. A tall and thin bearded man with long white hair expressed. It's time we decide what to do with him. If we wait any more, he will be harder to control. We can't neglect him anymore. His ambitions are high considering his powerful conqueror's haki. He's different from Garp, but Sengoku supports him unconditionally. If we are going to do something, we have to do it now. The elder who holds the samurai sword with him uttered. Let's test him one more time. If he's dead set on opposing our authority, then we have no choice but to eliminate him. All the 5 elders discussed and agreed on the proposal. They knew leaving Blaze in the Marines is very dangerous as he's someone who doesn't obey the orders. With his strength, it won't be a problem for him to attain the ranks of Fleet Admiral, but then, will he listen to their orders? The answer is a big no. They could already foresee what would happen if Marines falls under Blaze's control. Blaze is a thorn in their eyes that needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. As for what method they are going to use, it's a mystery. Just like that, they voted Blaze's fate over a casual conversation. It's not surprising since they are extremists who would sacrifice a countless number of innocent people for the sake of maintaining the world government's authority and keep the world balance. Back to the battle. Blaze didn't stay unconscious for a long time, he regained his consciousness after half an hour, feeling the tearing pain all over his body. When he looked around, he was surprised to find the battle has already ended. And, when he saw Garp standing at the deck of the ship, he understood. Seeing him opening his eyes, everyone on the ship let out a sigh of relief. Where's Kaido? What happened? Blaze asked Regis while the latter narrated the following events. As soon as you lost consciousness, Aokiji-san clashed with Kaido, but sensing Vice Admiral Garp's arrival, Kaido left with King and Queen, leaving behind the devil fruit. Blaze nodded his head in understanding. He knew even without Garp, Kuzan is more than capable of handling Kaido for some time. Healing his injuries with his devil fruit powers and vitality that recovered to some extent, Blaze sprang to his feet feeling rejuvenated. It's a rewarding battle as he experienced the true power of the Yonko and his strength has improved by a whole new level. He perfected his Ryuo or internal destruction completely while he also grasped the advanced observation haki concept, future sight. Besides, Coming in contact with Kaido gave Blaze the necessary insight into how to master the House Hoku infusion. He's not Luffy as he couldn't comprehend it in the middle of the battle. He also came to know one thing. House Hoku infusion can't be taught or trained, one should realize it themselves to use it successfully. Blaze is confident that the next time he meets Kaido, the result will be different. He's not arrogant enough to claim he will beat Kaido, but he certainly won't lose. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear, confusing Blaze as he didn't complete any achievement nor did he defeat anyone. When he checked, he was surprised. Achievement complete, become a Vice Admiral. Reward, 2.0 Haki 2.0 free attribute point. Seeing this, Blaze smiled as he knew what it means. Sengoku promoted him to the rank of Vice Admiral as soon as his battle with Kaido ended. He then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.8. Devil Fruit, 63.7. Haki, 64.3. Free attribute point, 6.5. All his attributes have increased exponentially. Aside from 2.0 Haki points and 2.0 free attributes points, he gained from completing an achievement. The battle with Kaido raised his Constitution attribute by 0.4, Devil Fruit by 1.0, and Haki by 0.5. The major growth came from the Devil Fruit attribute as it rose by a whole 1 point thanks to him comprehending the true nature of the flames. Blaze clenched his fist, as he knew he's not far away from challenging Whitebeard. At that moment, Kuzan and Garp came over after commanding the soldiers to prepare to set sail. Wahaha, you brat, I thought you won't wake up for a week considering the injuries. You have improved. Garp laughed aloud while Blaze simply rolled his eyes. What do you think of Kaido's strength? Garp asked. I won't lose the next time we meet. I am just a little away from grasping how to properly utilize the Conqueror's Haki. Blaze replied. Oh. Garp was surprised by his words. 142, House Hoku Infusion. Morning. Blaze recovered to his peak state while all his injuries completely healed after resting for a few hours, and even beings like Garp and Kuzan were amazed by the speed of regeneration. As for the other marine soldiers, they knew dumbfounded as they know how severely Blaze was injured. They thought it would take 10 to 15 days for him to recover completely. The first thing in the morning, Blaze went to find Garp for some tips. He knew the latter isn't good at teaching, but he's good with his fist and that's what he wants. Surprisingly, this time Garp didn't hit him like always. Under Blaze's instruction, the marine ship found an uncharted island some kilometers away from their location. Then, Garp and Blaze landed on the island while Kuzan, Regis, Rosinante, and Kuina accompanied them. Brat, are you ready? Garp asked, knuckling his fist. Unlike other times, he had a solemn expression. Blaze wondered, is it because he's going to beat me seriously this time? I am ready. Blaze nodded his head and took a deep breath. He knew about House Hoku or Conqueror's Haki infusion before. He even asked Old Man Magnus to teach him, but the latter stated it can't be taught. Only after his battle with Kaido, he realized the meaning behind his words. Haki is nothing but willpower of oneself, but it gets complicated, divided into 3 types. Not everyone is capable of utilizing Conqueror's Haki because they are not worthy or simply their willpower in itself isn't strong enough. Utilizing Conqueror's Haki is similar to Armament Haki but at the same time, different. Unlike Armament Haki that's trained and stems from willpower, Conqueror's Haki is just sheer willpower itself. So, Blaze disregarded all the complex things and went to the basics. Upon concentrating, Haki or just pure willpower flowed to his right arm and coated his fist. Streams of dark purple energy emanated from Blaze's arm. Seeing this, Garp grinned. You still have a long way to go. With a thrust to his leg, Garp shot forward and punched his fist that sparkled in purple lightning while Blaze did the same. Boom! Their fist didn't even touch, but the impact itself generated a stream of black lightning followed by a powerful shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. As for Kuzan, Regis, Rosinante, and Kuina, they were pushed back not by the shockwave but by the overwhelming pressure brought down by the 2 Conqueror's Haki users' clash. The clouds above didn't split or divide because the sky is clear blue with no clouds. Their fist isn't even touching. Kuina exclaimed aloud as this is her first time witnessing something like this, while Regis and Rosinante watched with their eyes wide open. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki. Kuzan sighed and shook his head. This is why the Marines try to eliminate House Hoku users before they realize the full potential and what they are capable of. Blaze and Garp battled for another 2 hours before ending it. After all, if they go all out, their fight would go on for days. They don't have that much time on hand to waste. Besides, Blaze wanted to fight Garp to understand the use of Conqueror Haki and familiarize himself with the use of Advanced Observation Haki, Future Sight. Marine Headquarters. Blaze and his unit reached the headquarters around noon after sailing for another few hours. As soon as their ship reached Marineford, and when Blaze stepped down from the ship he got goosebumps. Because the way everyone looked at him felt creepy and weird. But, in those eyes, he sensed deep respect and admiration. What's happening? What he didn't know is, his battle against Kaido has spread far and wide. Around Garndline and New World, there are not many people who don't know his name. Furthermore, today's news is all about him. The newspaper with the title Strongest Marine has spread the whole world that soared his fame to another level. When Blaze inquired the marine soldier about what happened, he found the reason in how his battle was watched by everyone at the headquarters. Blaze's heart warmed a little as he understands what kind of influence it would have on the soldiers and how it would raise his reputation among the top-level marine officers. In truth, he needs this kind of influence right now as he intends to separate the Marines from world government control. He needs to thank Sengoku for his trust. Blaze then went to meet Sengoku to describe the encounter with Kaido and give the devil fruit he obtained from King Fleet Admiral Office. It's a dragon fruit model, Allosaurus. No wonder Kaido showed interest, he tries to create an army made of Zoan-type users. Many rare kinds of Zoan fruit are eaten by his subordinates. Sengoku stored the devil fruit and asked. What do you think of Yonko's strength? Strong. He's unbelievably strong. Compared to him, Crystal is very weak, he isn't even fit for the title of weakest among the 4 emperors. Blaze replied. Crystal pirates have their own use. I know you have enmity against them, but if you go and kill them it will create unnecessary chaos, so wait for some time. I promise you, Sengoku-san, I won't go out of my way to destroy them, but if they cross my path I can't guarantee it. Blaze gave his word. Okay. I appreciate it. You have been promoted to the ranks of Vice Admiral, taking your strength and merits into account. I hope you make use of your position wisely and bring justice to the world that's spread with criminals and pirates. Yes. I know you just came back, but there's something that I need your help with. You have to make another trip to Amazon Lily. I plan to gather the 7 warlords for a small meeting. Since this is their first time, I don't think they would come to Marineford, so I arranged it on Sabayati Archipelago. No problem, Sengoku-san. It's more like a vacation to me. Blaze chuckled while Hancock's figure appeared in his mind. 143, Approaching Danger. Amazon Lily. Hancock lay in her bed, sweating, struggling to breathe while her entire face flushed red. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at Hancock in worry. As for Elder Nyan, her complexion changed when she observed Hancock's condition. She heard the latter's mumble. I can't breathe, am I going to die? Yes, Elder Nyan replied in a grave tone. What? Elder Nyan, this isn't something to joke about. Sandersonia and Marigold exploded in anger and warned her not to joke. But Elder Nyan's next words, I'm not, made them realize the grave situation they are in. How did this happen? Elder Nyan placed the hand on her head in dismay. Elder Nyan, do you know what's happening to Elder Sis? The former empresses suffered from the same illness before they died. I too caught it but survived as I left the country in time. Now, Hebihime suffers from the same illness, love sickness. Love sickness. Both Hancock sisters revealed a bewildering expression. Yes. Hebihime, look at this article. Elder Nyan showed the newspaper that was circulated today with a striking title, The Strongest Marine. But, what caught Hancock's attention is Blaze's handsome figure in a marine outfit confronting a huge azure dragon, Kaido. Much to everyone's shock, Hancock sat upright and snatched the newspaper from Nyan's hand. Elder Sis, are you okay? Startled by her sudden action, Sandersonia and Marigold asked with concern. Elder Nyan's face twitched as she knew what this means. To save Hancock, they have no choice but to call Blaze. Marine Headquarters. As soon as Blaze came out of the Fleet Admiral's office, his den mushi rang. Seeing it's an unfamiliar call, he was surprised a little. Hello. Hello. It's Elder Nyan. Oh, Elder Nyan. What is it? Blaze spoke, remembering he left his contact before leaving Amazon Lily. Blaze-kun, I need your help. Can you come to Amazon Lily? Elder Nyan requested. What happened? Blaze asked, confused. Hancock is suffering from an illness, I think only you can help. Don't tell me. Blaze suddenly thought of the love sickness. Actually, I was put in charge to escort Hancock for the first warlords gathering. Even if you didn't call, I would have got there in a day or two. Good. It's for the best for Hancock to leave the Amazon Lily for a few days. I will inform Hancock about your arrival. Okay. I will reach there in a few hours, Elder Nyan. Saying this, Blaze ended the call. After informing his unit to rest as he's more than enough to escort Hancock, Blaze left the headquarters by creating a huge firebird. Amazon Lily. Blaze reached the Amazon Lily around dusk. When he entered the Kuja Palace, he was welcomed by a large number of dishes cooked just for him. As for Hancock, she looked extremely beautiful clad in a purple outfit with a cute smile hung on her face. Unlike in the original series, she didn't behave extremely as she did in the original timeline as soon as she saw him. But, she avoided looking him in the eye and had a tinge of blush on her face like a young girl in love. Blaze didn't know how to react. In fact, he also likes Hancock not just because she's beautiful but because of her softer and compassionate side. He wants to spoil her. But, he wasn't in a hurry to accept the feelings as he first want to feel and take some time to realize them. He wants to make sure he doesn't love her just because of her beauty. Hancock, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. How are you doing? I am good. Hancock replied, but she quickly turned shy. Next, Blaze enjoyed the huge feast prepared for them. During the feast, Elder Nyan asked, I am surprised that you fought that monster Kaido alone. You know Kaido. I know him long before he became the Emperor of the Sea and how strong he is. Anyone with little knowledge of the New World would know his notorious reputation. He's indeed strong. My attacks did nothing but scratch him. Blaze said, swallowing a huge meat piece. About the gathering of warlords, since it's the first time it will take place in Sabayati. Hancock, we will depart in 2 days. Okay, Hancock replied as soon as Blaze spoke. Blaze didn't stay in the Kuja Palace or city, rejecting Hancock's insistence, and went to the jungle outside of the city. He needs to utilize his time wisely and train. He doesn't want to taste defeat again. It frustrates him more than anything. Furthermore, a huge crisis is approaching his way. 2 days passed quickly. Blaze left the Amazon Lily with Hancock while the Kuja pirates accompanied the latter for her safety. Hancock didn't care as she trusts Blaze very much. Elder Nyan watched as their ship left the Amazon Lily. She thought in her heart. All of the previous empresses died because they tried to suppress their feelings by distancing themselves from their object of desire. By going with Blaze, Hancock won't suffer the same fate. The return journey wasn't so boring as Hancock accompanied him. Blaze and Hancock conversed during the entire course, both sharing their past and good memories. Blaze told about his ambition, defeating the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. And, separating Marines from world government control. You will definitely do it, I believe in you, Blaze. Hancock spoke in a shy tone. Blaze smiled but thought in his heart, I know I can do it, but the problem is I don't have time. There's a reason for his worries as he was feeling uneasy over the past 2 days. He knew his senses won't lie and what this warning means. Some people are getting impatient. It won't be long before the world government make their move. This uneasy feeling didn't bring fear but only excitement to Blaze, but what troubles him is, will it affect the people around him like Regis, Rosinante, Kuina, and Hancock? Anyway, he can't stop what's coming. He can only face it head on. 144, Gathering of Warlords. Sabayati Archipelago. The Gathering of Warlords is taking place today in Marine Base located at GR60. As for Blaze and Hancock, they reached Sabayati yesterday and spent the time touring the famous places. After having their breakfast, Blaze escorted Hancock along with her snake weapon Salome to the meeting site. Just as they neared, they heard a huge commotion from the distance. You, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? I am not, my hands and legs are moving on their own. When Blaze took another few steps, he noticed what's happening. A vice admiral attacked the one standing next to him by slashing his sword while the other one defended, perplexed. It's the work of Doflamingo, playing the trick by pulling his strings. It's not just him in the vicinity, as all sorts of characters gathered around. Blaze saw Jinbe, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma. Crocodile and Moria watched the play in amusement while Kuma and Jinbe stood without bothering. Among the 7, only Dracula Mihawk missed. On the Marines side, he saw Vice Admiral Tsuru and few other Marines of lower rank. Doflamingo stopped his tricks as soon as he saw Blaze. His arrival attracted everyone's attention as they know very well about him, who's recently hailed by the strongest Marine. Blaze had a hint of nonchalance on his face, dressed in casual clothes with a marine coat draped over his shoulders. Without him doing anything, the warlords in the surrounding felt an overpowering sensation. Blaze just simply looked at Doflamingo and the strings he used to control the Marine snapped and caught on fire by a bluish-white flame that burned through the strings. Doflamingo quickly cut the strings before the flames could touch him while his forehead drenched in sweat as his senses warned him. Vice Admiral Blaze. The lower-ranking Marines saluted with deep respect. Hancock's eyes, who's beside him, were filled with stars as she could sense how everyone looks at Blaze. There was a hint of reverence, admiration, gratitude, and fear. Doflamingo, what are you doing, attacking the Marines? Want another beating? Blaze asked while his conqueror's haki crashed onto the ladder, nearly forcing him to the knees. He's even stronger than when I fought him. Even admirals aren't a threat in Doflamingo's eyes, but Blaze is a different matter. He's a monster who doesn't listen to anyone but his heart. You guys may be warlords allied with world government, but if I find any of you using the powers to hurt the innocents, I will beat you the same. Blaze as his eyes swept the crowd of warlords. Of course, Hancock is an exception. Hearing his threat, Crocodile and Moria's expression changed. Even though they are some lawless pirates, they have their own dignity and have a fair share of experience. But now, someone threatened them in their face. How could they not be enraged? Before they could erupt in anger, Sengoku arrived along with Admiral Kizaru. My apologies for being late. I am glad you all made it. Where's Hawkeye my hawk? A Marine Rear Admiral who's in charge of my hawk's situation reported. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hawkeye told me he will come but he's still not here yet. Okay then. Let's not waste our time, everyone takes your seat. It's our first gathering, we have a lot to discuss. Soon, everyone entered the meeting hall prepared inside the Marine base. Blaze, you two take the seat. Sengoku spoke but Blaze refused. No, Sengoku-san, I will wait outside. There are some unpleasant faces in the room, I may accidentally kill them if I keep on looking at them. Blaze spoke as he glanced at Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Moria. Saying this, Blaze left while saying goodbye to Hancock with his eyes. After he left, Sengoku looked at Kizaru and nodded his head. Then, Kizaru left the hall and followed Blaze. Blaze-kun, where are you going? I can tag along. Kizaru asked. Of course, I am planning on drinking some wine. Blaze replied. Recently, he's been falling in love with wine and its wonderful taste. He thought in his heart, no wonder many characters love wine in One Piece world. Just as they came out of the Marine base, they met the last warlord, Dracula my hawk. He looked the same as shown in the series, clad in the black coat with the large sword Yoru on his back. Oh my, Dracula my hawk. Kizaru spoke in an apathetic voice as if he didn't care. Hawkeye my hawk. Blaze glanced at the latter. He could tell the latter is strong, very strong. In fact, his haki level is slightly above the Admiral's. Vice Admiral Blaze, I didn't expect to meet you here. My hawk also scrutinized Blaze. Aside from news, he heard about Blaze from Shanks when he recently met him. You should go, the meeting has already started. Leaving the words, Blaze went past the latter with an uninterested expression. If he met any other person at the level of Hawkeye, Blaze would be excited to fight them but Hawkeye is different as he's a swordsman. Besides, he's not strong enough to rouse his interest. With Blaze's current strength, only a few people in the world can rival him. In a few minutes, Blaze and Kizaru reached GR70 chatting with each other. Grove 70 to 79 is famous for hotels and bars so it's the right place to pass some free time. Blaze randomly entered a hotel and ordered wine and some delicacies. Then he asked Kizaru. Is there anything you want to talk about, Admiral Kizaru? You are very keen any, Blaze-kun, Kizaru asked, feigning a surprised expression on his face. No. It's just I know you well. You are no fun. Sengoku-san has an important task for us. It's an absolute secret, so don't divulge the information to anyone not even to your unit. Blaze asked, when are we leaving? We need to leave before today's sunset if we have to reach there on time. Kizaru then shared some of the mission details. 145, Confess. After sharing the mission details, Kizaru left to complete some unfinished business. According to the latter, they will leave before sunset from Sabayati itself. From what Kizaru said, their assignment involves protecting a bunch of important scientists and help them move their base to a new location. It was supposed to be just Kizaru's task but the Marine Intelligence Department received reports that underworld people are interested in the research and there's a chance that a certain great pirate crew is involved. So, at the last minute, Blaze was assigned to tag along with Kizaru to deal with any unnecessary situation. The gathering of warlords didn't go on for a long time as it ended after an hour. Blaze finished his wine and walked back to the Marine base but before he could reach the place he noticed Hancock coming towards him along with Jinbe. Did anything interesting happen in the gathering? Blaze asked. No. It was boring. This thing insisted on meeting you. If not for him saying he just wanted to thank you, I wouldn't have brought him along. Hancock snorted as she walked to Blaze's side. Knight of the Sea, Jinbe, long time no see. I am sorry for your captain's loss, he was a good individual. Blaze walked forward and patted the latter's shoulder. Blaze's words made Jinbe shed tears and he felt grateful. From the first time they met, he knew Blaze is different from other Marines and has own way of doing things. Even that time when they were defeated by Blaze, Tiger told them he sensed no malice from the human being but was trying to save them. Thank you for that time, I don't know why you decided to let us go but the Sun Pirates are truly grateful for that. Blaze waved his hands, I had my reasons but it doesn't matter anymore. How's Queen Otohime, is she still asking the fishmen to sign the petition? She's doing good. Though she hardly had any success, Queen Otohime is indeed persistent in her efforts. Even if she succeeds, it's not time to relocate the Fishman Island to the surface. Blaze shook his head. Even so, he doesn't want Otohime to die early. Jinbe was puzzled. Forget about that. You have someone called Hody Jones in your ranks, right? Jinbe thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Keep an eye on him for me. Why? Just do it, it's better if you do it yourself and monitor all his actions then you will understand. Okay, Jinbe agreed. It's because the request is from Blaze, if it was someone else he would have just scoffed off at that person. See you then. Blaze bid farewell to Jinbe and accompanied Hancock to her ship. Just as they walked for a few minutes, Blaze gently grasped Hancock's hand and spoke, Hancock, after you leave I don't know when we will meet again, so I thought a lot. I don't know when it happened, but I have fallen in love with you. Hearing his words, Hancock's heart pounded while sweet feelings covered them. Her face was flushed to the extreme and she didn't know how to respond. It took time for Blaze to admit that he started to love Hancock, as his heart is filled with ambition and resolve to become the strongest person in the world. He aims to defeat Whitebeard, who stands at the peak of this world. But today, he had a sensation that he should say what he feels, otherwise he may regret it for a lifetime. It didn't take long for them to reach the port area where the Kuja pirate's ship is docked. The entire time, Hancock quietly followed Blaze without speaking. Discerning the latter's state of mind, Blaze took the initiative. He suddenly grabbed Hancock's waist and pulled her to him. Lifting her chin slightly with his hand, Blaze kissed her gently on the lips. Savoring her lips for 10 seconds, he freed Hancock, who stood still like a statue as if she had lost all the ability to reason. In fact, this is also Blaze's first time kissing a woman since he didn't have a girlfriend even on Earth. During his time on Earth, he's worked in a gaming company, and his life revolved mostly around home and office. He wanted his life to be adventurous, but he didn't dare to try anything. The time he felt truly alive is when he let his imagination run wild, or while reading his favorite novels, mangas, or when watching anime. But when he transmigrated, his personality took a 180-degree turn, as he had enough of his boring past life. This time, he wanted his life to be radiant, full of adventures and battle. He yearns to laugh uproariously in presence of death. So what if he dies? He will breathe his last with a sense of peace and fulfillment that he had done as his heart desired. Confessing to Hancock, Blaze felt his mind got clearer than ever. Caressing her soft cheek, Blaze spoke softly. In this life, you are mine and my everything is yours. Hancock bit her lip, while her eyes turned red and soon burst into tears. Without wasting any second, she plunged into Blaze's arm and embraced him tightly, feeling the warmth. Hancock knew Blaze as someone she would give her life for and someone she could love forever. He expressed his love even though he knows her past. What more could she want? In the meantime, the Kuja pirates looked at the lovely scene with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did that man just now kiss Hebihime-sama in her mouth? How dare he? Especially, Sander, Sonia and Marigold, they didn't expect her cold and arrogant sister would hug a man in broad daylight, and that too in front of so many people. So embarrassing. 146, Dr. Vegapunk. Unknown Island, New World. Blaze and Kizaru left Sabayati and reached the secret marine base of the Marine Science Division around midnight. The island is tightly guarded by special soldiers who were dressed differently from normal Marines. But, Kizaru's presence simplified the process, as every one of them seemed to know and respect him highly. None of them questioned their entry. Blaze and Kizaru made their way into the facility that's spread with various scientific equipment and scientists who are busily running here and there. Soon, they came across a room that's full of tools, machines, half-finished cyborgs. All these things amazed Blaze to the extreme. Old man Kizaru, you came. A voice came from the distance. MN. When Blaze looked over, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Sentamaru, captain within the Marine Science Unit and bodyguard of Vegapunk. Noticing Blaze's presence, Sentamaru showed a surprised expression and asked Kizaru. Isn't he the Marine who was in the news recently? Yes. He's Blaze-kun. Kizaru answered and spoke, is everything ready? We are supposed to leave in the morning, right? Yes. But the geezers here are very busy, so they haven't moved the equipment to the ship yet. Sentamaru replied. Where's Vegapunk? Kizaru asked. Sentamaru then brought them to a dark room with dim lighting. When Blaze entered, he took a breath of cold air, as the room is packed with bottles full of devil fruits. It's his first time seeing so many devil fruits in one place. Though most of them are man-made that had an appearance similar to a smile, there are some genuine ones amongst them. From there, Sentamaru opened another metal door leading them to a large metal chamber that's spread with research papers and half-finished robots. There they met an old man wearing glasses who's at least 6 feet tall and looked healthy for his age. He was looking at something through a microscope with interest. Without a doubt, he's Vegapunk. He wore a standard white color robe over his striped shirt and yellow gloves. But, something caught Blaze's attention as he looked around. He saw all kinds of research papers, giantification, cloning, artificial devil fruits, experiment on lineage factor, sea stone, and many unknown things he didn't even understand. Old man Vegapunk, Admiral Kizaru is here. Sentamaru interrupted the research as if he didn't care. And, Vegapunk didn't seem to mind the interruption. He gazed at Kizaru and spoke. Oh Admiral Kizaru, you are here. Your Pika Pika no Mi is a wonderful devil fruit, I have almost cracked it. It won't be long before I incorporate some of your abilities into the recent project of mine. Vegapunk seems thrilled about the results. You came on time, I need more samples of your blood. Dr. Vegapunk, we don't have time for that. We need to evacuate this facility now, didn't you get the orders from world government? Kizaru spoke, scratching his head. Vegapunk ignored Kizaru's words, who are you? His eyes behind the glasses scrutinized Blaze and soon it glistened. Such strong vitality. He muttered as he neared Blaze. Dr. Vegapunk, nice to meet you. I am Blaze, Headquarters Marine Vice Admiral. I heard many things about you. Blaze introduced himself. You are very good. You have one of the most enviable physiques that I have ever seen that's balanced in all aspects. Your physical strength can't compare to Kaido's, but with strong vitality, you are durable and can heal quickly. Thanks, Blaze said, stopping Vegapunk's from touching his body. Only then he noticed the latter's glasses displaying a string of data that's probably scanned from his body. Can I have your blood sample? No. Vegapunk found rejection disappointing, but he didn't mull over it. He got past them and inquired Kizaru. Where's the new facility? I don't want a similar thing to be happening again, it's interrupting my research. The new facility is on an island near Red Line and it won't show on any log. So if a similar situation arises, the Marines will send the fleet at a quicker speed. You won't have any problems there. Kizaru explained, slowly. Okay. I will inform the others to vacate the facility and destroy anything that's of no use. After Vegapunk's order, the evacuation process was smooth. Meanwhile, Blaze left Vegapunk's room and toured the science facility that's full of oddities. One particular research chamber caught his attention. He saw Caesar Clown experimenting on the prisoners that were sent here instead of impelled down. Caesar injected some kind of serum into the prisoner, who violently twitched and screamed in pain. Looking at them in amusement, Caesar laughed. Shurororo, indeed, this is the pinnacle of science. Experiments with live subjects. I like it here because we can do whatever we want. You can kick, or scream. But no one's coming to save you. As the prisoners of world government, no one would show sympathy to you all. Is that so? Blaze walked over. Who are why? Caesar looked back but stopped his words as soon as he saw Blaze. You are the Marine who fought Kaido a few days back. You got any problem? No. Even though they are pirates, they are also human beings. Not every one of them is evil. Blaze spoke while Caesar nodded his head. In fact, he's a little afraid of Blaze as he saw the battle between him and Kaido via Den Den Mushi's projection. He won't forget it as he knew how strong that monster Kaido really is. Blaze continued. Didn't you hear the announcement just now? Evacuate the facility and transfer the required equipment to the marine battleship at the port. 147, meeting Crystal Pirates again. Next morning. 6 marine battleships cruised the sea arranged in a compact formation, 4 on each side protected the 2 in the middle. It's been 2 hours since they left the former marine base of the Science Division. Right now, they are heading to Punk Hazard, where the new secret marine base has been created for the Science Division by the world government. Considering the number of resources, manpower, and protection invested by the world government, one can imagine how important the Science Division is to them. As they even sent some of the best world government agents for protection aside from the marine soldiers. Blaze suspects that even Cypher Paul are concealed amongst them. Blaze was in the lead ship that's at the front, while Kizaru and Sentomera stays in the middle ship with Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and other scientists. Just as Blaze was standing on the front deck and enjoying the morning sunrise, he suddenly noticed a fleet of ship shadows in the distance. Not just him, the marine soldiers on the lookout also noticed the incoming ships and alerted the entire marines. In no time, the fleet of shadows grew clear. There were 10 ships, all of them are equal to the size of a marine battleship. Among them, on the lead is a large ship with a Jolly Roger of a skull with a crystal design. Crystal Pirates. Blaze's eyes turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Not just Crystal Pirates, he saw other renowned pirates of the New World along with the people of Underworld. Blaze frowned as he found it surprising to see them allied with the same goal. At that moment, Kizaru's figure flashed beside him. Staring at the ships in the distance, he spoke. Crystal Pirates, they are the worst enemy to face on the sea. It's going to be troublesome. His ability is similar to Kuzan. If he uses them, we will lose our ability to move and become immovable targets. Blaze nodded his head as he experienced the latter's ability firsthand. But like Kizaru, there's no change in his expression, as if he didn't care. What do you think we should do, Blaze-kun? Kizaru asked. Do you even need to ask? We have no choice but to eliminate them, as it's nearly impossible to outrun them. Blaze shrugged. In the meantime, on the Crystal Pirate ship, a pirate with a cigarette on his mouth looked at Blaze and Kizaru through the telescope and spoke, Captain, it's that guy we encountered before. And, Admiral Kizaru is also on board. It won't be easy to abduct Vegapunk under their watch. Such a formidable lineup, it's even scarier than the buster call that I have heard. A sword-wielding pirate licked his shining blade and asked, Captain, are we doing it? Of course, we are doing it. Crystal spoke in a stern tone while he exuded an aloof aura. He may be called a Yonko, but Crystal knows his shortcomings very well and how many vie this position. It's why he partnered with Kaido in secret. Once he completes this transaction of seizing Vegapunk and handing him over to Kaido, he was promised an arsenal of weapons and territories. To achieve his dream of obtaining the One Piece, he will do whatever it takes, even it means walking in the fire. Blaze and Kizaru stood on the front deck gazing at the pirate ships that speedily catching up to them while the marines on board were on high alert. They aimed their rifles at the approaching ships and positioned the cannons such that they can fire at the moment's notice. Just as they entered the range, Kizaru commanded, "Fire!" At the same time, the pirate ships also started shooting. The battle commenced, shaking the very sea they stood. At that moment, Blaze stepped forward and stretched his hand. A huge amount of energy gathered in his index finger, forming a blue miniature sun the size of a small coin. Just as Kizaru wondered what Blaze was doing, he saw the latter firing the thing from his hand like a laser that hit one of the pirate ships at a blinding speed. Boom! What followed after was a thunderous explosion that shocked everyone to the core, before they beheld a horrifying sight. After the explosion, the flames of high temperature expanded to a certain extent before they compressed to a single point, vaporizing everything in the range and dispersed in the air. The pirate ship that got hit by the attack was nowhere to be seen along with the pirates on board. But, anyone with a sane mind knows what happened to them. Gulp. The pirates on the other ship mechanically took a step back in fear. Facing this kind of monster that can obliterate them in an instant, they felt powerless and insignificant. Scary any, Kizaru commented. On the other hand, the marines were in high spirit. They knew Blaze and his deeds, with him on their side they have nothing to fear. So what if the other side has a Yonko, we have Vice Admiral Blaze on our side. With the thought in mind, they attacked fearlessly. As for Admiral Kizaru, he was unimportant and completely forgotten. In the meantime, Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, Sentomaru and other scientists watched the battle from the distance, guarded by world government agents. He's a monster like Kaido, the marines got another powerful figure on their side. It's the right decision to team with the world government. Caesar Clown sweated as he mused. As for Vegapunk, his eyes shined when he saw the attack. This attack, it's not simple. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? Why have I no knowledge of this? 148, the power of crystal fruit. Blaze didn't stay idle, he attacked again. But, this time he intended for a wider range. He can't let the pirates close the gap between them, as it would put all the marines' life at risk. From what he sensed, the pirates' number is at least thrice that of marines even after he destroyed one of their ships. Blaze breathed while bluish-white flames surged from his body. By pressing the palm together like that of a praying gesture, he drove it forward. The flames surged from his palms like an inferno and burned forward, growing into a wide one, enough to annihilate the pirate ships in one fell swoop. Noticing his attack, the marines cheered and fired the cannons enthusiastically as if the victory is in their grasp. On the other hand, aside from crystal pirates, the other pirates, and underworld people nearly pissed their pants facing Blaze's flame, as they witnessed what happened before. They don't want to scatter as ashes by the wind. Left with no choice, they all looked at Crystal for help. They knew he's the only one in their group who can stop the flames and fight Blaze as his equal. Crystal snorted and spread his hands, shooting a long crystal shard from his hands that connected to the sea and crystallized the entire sea water into the crystal that had a purple hue inside them. As far as one's eyes could follow, it was covered in crystal. The entire sea is crystallized, while the ships of both sides had also stood in their position, losing the ability to move. Shug. The terrain quivered for a moment before a huge crystal wall of around 25 meters sprouted from the ground, covering the pirate ships thoroughly. It totally obstructed everyone's view. Even Blaze's flames can't break through such a sturdy crystal wall and hit the pirate ships that are protected behind. Everyone gasped at the sudden change in the situation. It seems they underestimated the Yonko. But, Blaze wasn't done with the attack. Before the flames could strike the crystal wall, Blaze undid the pressed palm and thrust them again. As soon as he did that, the flames parted into two ways and effortlessly avoided the crystal wall before they pressed together again, striving to destroy the pirates from both sides. Crystal was quick to react as he raised another layer of protection with his ability on the sides, but he failed to notice that Blaze's flames weren't the same as he encountered before. Boom! When Blaze's flames came in contact with the crystal wall, they battled for domination before his flames destroyed the defense with force and advanced forward. The momentum was disrupted by Crystal's ability, but Blaze's flames still destroyed two ships on both sides. As a result, the pirates' forces decreased further. In the meantime, Crystal stared at Blaze with his raised brows as he noticed the latter's flames are intense with high temperatures and had a solid texture to them, unlike before. In direct combat, it may pose a threat to him if not defended properly. His senses tell him that Blaze isn't the same person that his crew crushed before. Just as the remaining pirate crew rejoiced escaping Blaze's flames, Kizaru launched an attack of his own. Yasakani no Megatama. Crossing his arms before the chest, he used both hands to fire a torrent of destructive light beams, that's capable of causing extreme damage to whatever they hit. But, against Crystal's impregnable defense, even Kizaru's light beams failed to deal significant damage. It surprised neither Kizaru nor Blaze, as they both knew well about the latter's ability. Kizaru's just testing the extent of his fruit power and at the same time, playing with the other side. Blaze knew very well about Crystal's power. His ability may look similar to Admiral Aokiji, but in fact, it was vastly different. Aokiji's ice ability work on the concept of elementalization, while Crystal has the ability to crystallize most of the things. Besides, he can harden or soften them as he wishes. A good example is the crystallized ground. If he wants, he can soften a part of the ground similar to the texture of mud and use it to sink the others before hardening them. Blaze had to admit Crystal's control over his devil fruit ability is unprecedented. With all his skills combined, he's indeed a terrifying opponent. If Blaze compares Crystal's use of devil fruit ability to his attribute point, it would be above the 70 bar limit. But, Blaze too has promoted the power of his devil fruit to the next level. The result won't be the same as the last time. I will take Crystal, you watch over the others, Blaze uttered to Kizaru. Okay. Both the sides jumped from their respective ship and faced one another. On one side is Marines and on the other side are pirates and underworld people. Left with no choice, both sides confronted one another after their superior's command. Clash. The sounds of metal clanking and the burst of blows reverberated across the surrounding. Meanwhile, Blaze too leaped from the ship and faced Crystal, who still stood in the same spot, looking at him while his subordinates went to stall Kizaru from rampaging. I should have killed you the last time when we had met. Crystal shook his head in pity. You should have when you had the chance. Not anymore. Saying this, Blaze waved his hand while a solid staff bluish-white in color actualized in his hand. It emitted a horrible heat and sense of oppression. Imbuing them with Conqueror's haki, Blaze rushed forward and brandished the staff horizontally with everything he got. The staff led a trail of black bolts of lightning that sparkled in all directions. As for Crystal, he produced a sword made out of black crystal and coated them with armament haki before waving at the direction Blaze's attack was coming from. Bang! The strikes collided for a brief second before a cracking noise echoed, followed by a thwack sound. Crystal's sword scattered and Blaze's staff banged Crystal's face, smashing him way back. Crystal's figure flew back for hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. 149, Blaze vs Crystal. Though the strike connected perfectly, Crystal was quick to react, and at the last moment, he enveloped his face with a layer of crystal and further strengthened them with armament haki. Still, Blaze's attack injured him to some extent. Raising to his feet the next moment, Crystal wiped the blood off his lips and sent an incredulous look at Blaze. You can imbue your strikes with Conqueror's haki? How? Crystal clenched his fist as he found it unbelievable. He has been in the sea for how long, but Blaze mastered something that he couldn't do for years. Why? Crystal was unreconciled and his heart couldn't accept the reality. Controlling the wildly running thoughts, Crystal faced Blaze. He knew the latter isn't the same person that he battled before. A small mishap may take his life. Before Crystal could settle, Blaze attacked again. A miniature sun of terrifying temperature reached before his face. Not underestimating the attack, Crystal erected a huge crystal wall that sprouted from beneath his feet, completely enclosing him. Crystal was right about that. As soon as Blaze's miniature sun touched the wall, it exploded, triggering a strong current of intense heat that began to melt nearly indestructible crystal wall. Behind the wall, Crystal frowned as he felt the temperature of the flames is higher than he faced last time, so he further augmented them with haki. Taking the opportunity, Blaze rushed forward and smashed the crystal wall heavily with the staff that's imbued with Conqueror's haki. The drive and strength behind the attack shattered the crystal wall and advanced forward to strike Crystal, but the latter seemed to have expected it as he crossed the hands with his arms crystallized. The attack pushed Crystal back as his feet skidded for a few meters before stopping. Blaze is strong, without a doubt, but Crystal is in the league of his own with ultimate defense granted by his crystal fruit. Blaze and Crystal clashed with everything they got. Little by little, Blaze tactically lured Crystal far away from the battlefield so that he can unleash his powers without any worries. He doesn't want to make the same mistake that he had done last time. Besides, the reason why Blaze suffered last time is mainly due to Crystal's weird ability, but he's prepared this time. Are you wondering why your ability isn't working? Do you really think I won't be able to counter it the second time? Blaze smirked. Crystal scowled while glaring at Blaze. He's indeed surprised by the latter's ability to prevent them. Crystal's ability indeed bothered Blaze last time and nearly took his life. As for what that ability is, Crystal can crystallize even the air, and if it was inhaled, it's the end. With the microcrystal that's inconspicuous to the naked eye, it's extremely hard to notice and defend against. Once someone inhales the microcrystals, Crystal can restrain the other party's movement, even control or kill them without much effort. But, Blaze can burn these crystals as he's the sun itself. The last time he failed to do that because his flames weren't intense enough to destroy them. Furthermore, Blaze wasn't the same person who faced Crystal before, he improved drastically in this short time. He comprehended future sight and learned how to imbue his strike with Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Kizaru fought with Crystal Pirate's vice-captain, the Silver Sword the Maniac. He may not be as strong as his captain Crystal, but he's also a powerful foe with a 1.2 billion berries bounty on his head. A reckless and bloodthirsty swordsman with extraordinary skills. Even Kizaru, who's an admiral, can't defeat him in a short time. Ama no Murakumo Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Kizaru clashed with Silver Sword by forming a long sword out of light. Vegapunk, Sentimeru, and other scientists remained on the ship. As for Vegapunk, his sight is on the fight between Blaze and Crystal as he was fascinated by Blaze's flames. It was different from any other flames that he has ever seen. If possible, he wants to understand its meaning and merge them into his recent project. At the same time, he's also impressed by Blaze's strength. He muttered, "He's strong. Of course he is. Do you think someone who can fight Kaido and live is weak? He's even stronger than admirals." Caesar Clown uttered. Unknown to everyone, two men were also covertly watching Blaze's fight from one of the ships commanded by world government agents. They are none other than CP0, the strongest intelligence organization among Cypher Paul. No one noticed their presence. "He's much stronger than we expected. It won't be easy to bring him down, just with our strength. It doesn't matter. Don't forget we came here to monitor his actions, not to fight." CP0 member who seems to be the one in command calmly spoke. "Yes. Back to the fight." Blaze went all out as the entire region is surrounded by a sea of bluish-white flames that can incinerate anything. Even Crystal's abilities couldn't resist as they melted under extreme temperature. With a thought, flames around him came together and took an airy form behind Blaze. Soon, the huge structure came into the view. It was a titanic, many-handed shape with a face of Buddha at its center. It was similar to Hashirama's true 1,000 hands, but Blaze's didn't have that many hands. He only had around 200-300, but even that depleted half of his reserves. As he had to reinforce them with extreme temperature and further imbue them with Conqueror's Haki. It was demanding, even to Blaze. As his opponent Crystal is someone with ultimate defense and powerful armament Haki, it won't do Blaze any good to drag the fight. It's better to end it in a single move, if possible. 150, Defense vs Offense. Crystal glared over at the huge form behind Blaze and felt a sense of crisis. He knew facing whatever that ability head-on is a foolish decision, but what other choice does he have? Because running away from the attack isn't an option, his pride as a Yonko won't allow it. On the other hand, Blaze is taking the risk with the attack of this big as it consumes his Haki too much. But, he has an edge over his opponent thanks to his advanced observation Haki, future sight. Wasting no time, Blaze attacked by thrusting his palm. As soon as he did that, nearly hundreds of hands launched forward that are made of extreme heat and coated with Haki. Facing a myriad of blue flame fists that came at him from all directions, Crystal simply stomped his foot, and the next second, like volcanic eruptions, crystal chunks that's as big as a small mountain, boomed from the ground. Not just 10, 20, nearly 100 sprouted from the ground and shielded Crystal while some advanced towards Blaze. It was a good move as he defended and attacked at the same time. But Blaze, who has already seen the future, effortlessly evaded the crystal chunks and sent the attacks right at Crystal. Though the latter was able to block a few with brute force, most of them found their mark. The countless fists clobbered Crystal at the same time, forcing the latter to crystallize his body and further reinforce them with armament Haki. But before the barrage of blows could end, Blaze drove his left palm forward. But halfway through the attack, he stopped as he perceived the view of Crystal escaping. Under the torrent of flaming fists, even Crystal, who had nearly impervious defense, sustained injuries, so he promptly softened the crystal surface beneath him and slipped away. Though it may seem like the best move at that moment, it narrowed and restrained his ability. Blaze didn't expect that Crystal would make such a blunder, so he took the opportunity. "You aren't going anywhere." Dispersing the ability behind him, he used the flames to actualize a myriad of spears and made them rotate at high speed. Aiming at Crystal's position, Blaze waved his hand. The spears zoomed forward. They didn't cover a wide area but centered on a small area targeting the latter's retreating point. And, Blaze arranged the spears in 4 layers. The first and second layers that are entirely made of his Devil Fruit ability would focus on weakening Crystal's defense. While the third and fourth layers are the real deal as they are reinforced with a huge reserve of his Haki. Sensing the incoming danger, Crystal gritted his teeth and used his ability to create a dome made of hard crystals, but it couldn't stop Blaze's flame spears from penetrating it. Boom! The torrents of spears found the mark, and the next moment, they exploded, triggering a mushroom cloud and terrifying shockwave that consumed everything within a kilometer range. The aftermath of the attack even affected the battle between the Marines and pirates that's happening far away from the explosion. Kizaru, who was fighting Silver Sword, stopped for a moment to mumble, gazing at the frightening cloud that reached the sky. Scary any, if they confronted in the land, the scale of the attack would have destroyed the entire island. Vegapunk, who was watching the battle through some kind of advanced telescope, breathed quickly. There it is. That explosion is different than anything I have ever seen. If I could learn the mechanism behind it. As for others on the ships, they gulped, feeling the shockwave and intense heat even from such a distance. Back to the battle, Blaze hovered in mid-air utilizing his Devil Fruit ability. Below him, there's a kilometer-long crater with at least a 200-meter depth at its center. Crystal was in a sorry state with one of his knees touching the ground. His shirt was ripped to shred while burnt marks could be seen all over his body. Blood oozed from his left thigh and right abdomen area, exposing a punctured wound. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Crystal rose to his feet firmly while his wounds were crystallized to stop the bleeding. Blaze frowned seeing the latter's condition. Though he knew very well about the latter's capability, he was still surprised. Now he understands why Crystal is called a Yonko and was undefeated by many great pirate crews that vie his position. Blaze knew Crystal's strength comes majorly from his Devil Fruit and how he uses it creatively. From the outside, it may seem like the latter using his ability too much, but it's the complete opposite. He actualized most of his ability from the sea that he crystallized at the beginning. Since he doesn't create them out of thin air, even if their fight extends for 3 or 4 days he won't be exhausted. That's what makes him a formidable foe to handle. It's also the reason why Blaze chose to end the fight as soon as possible, but he just found it won't be easy. The fortunate thing is, Crystal is also human, as Blaze knew his last attack injured the latter to a certain extent. Facing another 2 or 3 strikes like that, even he will fall. Crystal's biggest weapon is defense while Blaze's strong point is his offense. In this battle, the victory determines which or who is superior. 151, End of the battle. Nearly 5 hours passed since Crystal and Blaze started battling, but neither of them showed weakness. Opposite to Blaze, Crystal panted lightly while his entire body is riddled with deep wounds, but the latter still stood like a rock by halting his bleeding with his Devil Fruit ability. Blaze lost count of how many times he wounded Crystal. To injure Crystal, who has a solid defense, he was forced to imbue a huge amount of haki in every strike. Though he didn't suffer any injuries, Blaze was exhausted to his limit and didn't know how long he can maintain. Fortunately, it's daytime, otherwise he too would have been in a sorry state. As a result of their battle, their surroundings were completely destroyed while crystal mountains could be seen raised everywhere. Blaze knew Crystal's condition is way worse compared to his. Though his use of Devil Fruit powers is still powerful, he exhausted haki and stamina to withstand his attacks. If Blaze persists, Crystal will definitely fall. Blaze and Crystal looked at each, preparing for the final drive. Blaze waved his hand while a flaming blue staff actualized before him. Meanwhile, Crystal encased himself in crystal armor that cloaked everything aside from his face. And, further coated his entire body with armament haki. Blaze grasped the staff tightly while the memories of what happened when he first met Crystal surfaced in his mind and the faces of dead marine soldiers under his command who lost their lives. His heart burned fiercely while his anger tapped whatever strength he had left in him and surged them to his weapon-held hand. Ripples of black lightning sparkled around his weapon as Blaze imbued every ounce of Conqueror's haki, without holding anything back. Crystal! Blaze roared and sped forward while brandishing his staff. At the same time, Crystal braced for the attack and yelled, "Come!" while a sword made of black crystal materialized in hand. Arriving before Crystal, Blaze raised his staff over his head and waved it downward with explosive strength. The space itself trembled under the pressure while the flashes of dark purple lightning scattered around. Clash! Crystal waved his crystal sword and confronted Blaze's attack. Both the weapons clashed, triggering a shockwave that destroyed everything as it expanded. Crack! Crystal's sword shattered as soon as it came in contact with Blaze's weapon. It couldn't even stop Blaze's strike for a millisecond, and the same thing happened to Crystal's armor. Blood splattered. As Blaze's staff struck Crystal, sounds of bone breaking resounded before Crystal's entire body was smashed far away. Without giving any time for Crystal to respond, Blaze transformed the staff into a spear and hurled it at the flying figure. The flaming spear split the wind and zoomed forward at blinding speed. As crystal armor had already been shattered, there's nothing to stop it from piercing the latter's body. Crystal coughed a mouthful of blood before crashing into one of the crystal chunks that he formed. Even after all that, Crystal quickly crystallized his heart and coated it with haki. Still, the intense heat from the flaming spear slowly began to burn his heart. Coating his arm with haki, Crystal tried to yank the spear out, but before he could do it, the flames from the spear flew to the tip. The next moment, Crystal had a bad feeling and smelled death. Blaze, who still stood at the original spot, snapped his finger. Boom! No! Crystal screamed internally before the heat energy near his heart went bang. Crystal didn't lose his consciousness, but he knew it's the end for him. When he looked down, he saw a gaping hole at the left side of his body. His heart along with the internals was vaporized after the explosion. Huff, huff. Blaze panted heavily as he had put everything in the last strike. At that moment, the system notification echoed in his mind. Achievement, defeated a Yonko, Crystal and his crew. Reward, 2.0 Constitution 2.0 Devil Fruit 2.0 Haki 2.0 Free Attribute Point. Finally! Blaze exclaimed in his heart and checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 67.9. Devil Fruit, 66.0. Haki, 66.5. Free Attribute Point, 8.5. Aside from the system reward, the battle also helped him a little as his Constitution, Devil Fruit and Haki attribute rose by 0.1, 0.3, and 0.2 respectively. As he received the reward, his previous exhaustion faded away while he brimmed with energy and strength. Looking at the number of free attribute points, a smile came to his face. After much thought, Blaze decided to enhance his Haki and Devil Fruit. He first added 4.0 to his Devil Fruit and raised them to 70.0. After that, he used another 4.0 free attribute points on his Haki and raised them to 70.5. Feeling the strength coursing through his body, Blaze clenched his fist. My strength is finally close to reaching the summit of this world. His strength is on par with Yonko's, but if he fights them head-on, there's a 50% chance that he will lose. He's sure of the fact after his fight with Kaido. It doesn't mean he's weak, it's just he has much to learn. As for Whitebeard, his strength should be in the range of 75-80 attribute points, in Blaze's terms. As for the exact one, it can only be found after meeting him in person. Coming out of his thoughts, Blaze gazed in Crystal's direction and the next moment, his figure disappeared and appeared before the latter. He's surprised to see Crystal still alive and noticed the latter's life slowly slipping away from his body. In Crystal's eyes, there's no regret, unwillingness, fear, or anything of that sort. If Blaze noticed one thing, then it's calmness. What a terrifying willpower! Even in the face of death, there's no fear. Crystal is ruthless and one of the sinister pirates that Blaze had met, but he had to admit he admires this particular trait of his. Crystal didn't even react to Blaze's arrival, he just closed his eyes and accepted the death on his own. He lost and failed in the quest to find One Piece and conquer the sea. Blaze breathed and looked at the sky. There is no right or wrong in this world, in the end, it all comes to what you want. 152, Surging Undercurrent. Blaze waved his hand, the bluish-white flames came forth and burned Crystal's body to ashes. The power of Crystal Fruit is truly something else. He plans to exchange it using the system exchange function and present it to Kuina. It would be a perfect fruit for her. And, Blaze needs the power of the fruit on someone close to him as it would help him in the future when he opposes the world government. On the other side, Kizaru defeated Silversword and apprehended him. With Crystal and Silversword defeated by Blaze and Kizaru, the Crystal Pirates lost their will to continue the battle. So, the Marine soldiers easily captured the remaining pirates and shackled them. He won, the CP0 agent muttered, finding it a little unbelievable. It's indeed surprising. They knew how powerful Crystal was, so they thought Blaze would utmost stop the latter from achieving his goal. But, they didn't foresee Crystal, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, would fall here. It's a big event that would shake the entire world. Report the entire battle to the 5 elders. The CP0 agent in command ordered. When Blaze went back, countless Marine soldiers were dragging the captured pirates to the battleship. Blaze-kun, I see you got even stronger. What happened to Crystal? Kizaru came to his side and asked. Dead, and his ashes were scattered in the wind. Blaze coolly replied. You killed one of the Yonko, the news will take the world by storm, and once again going to drive the new world into chaos. Kizaru spoke in a lazy tone, with his hands in the pocket. Blaze didn't care. At that moment, the Marine soldiers who noticed Blaze's presence gathered around cheering and shouting his name. Vice Admiral Blaze. Of course, they are happy since they took down the Yonko crew. They will definitely receive a huge amount of merit points for partaking in the battle. And, they can brag to their family and friends once they reach the headquarters. Every one of them was in high spirit. Enough. Everyone, get on the ship if you don't want to sink to the bottom of the sea, the crystal surface will soon start to disintegrate. Blaze shouted, calming the excited Marine soldiers. Taking his words as a command, they quickly boarded the ships and prepared the sails. Blaze wasn't joking when he said that. The only reason why the crystal surface didn't disappear, is because it wasn't entirely made of crystal fruit ability. Crystal used his ability to crystallize the water, it's similar to elementalization, so the sea won't immediately return to its previous state. At the same time, it won't take too long either. They have at least another 10 or so minutes before it starts. Along with Kizaru, Blaze too boarded the battleship. Once the crystal surface began to thaw, the marine battleships departed and sailed towards Punk Hazard. On board, Kizaru went to report the battle to Sengoku while Blaze met excited Vegapunk, who eagerly asked him about the mechanism behind the high-temperature flame and explosion. Figure it yourself, aren't you a scientist? Blaze replied in a mysterious tone and left while the other scientists along with Vegapunk wondered. Walking to the front deck of the ship, Blaze felt the changes brought by the recent rise in his attributes. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 67.9. Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute point, 0.5. Aside from increasing his strength, there wasn't much change. Blaze thought he would awaken new ability once his Devil Fruit crossed 70 points, but he was disappointed. However, he sensed a change will happen pretty soon. If he's not wrong, it would be when his attribute hits 75 points. Marine Headquarters. Ending the call with Kizaru, Sengoku rubbed his temples in helplessness, but a smile hung on his face. Blaze Brat did it. He didn't blame him as he knew it's unavoidable. In fact, he's proud that Blaze defeated a Yonko by himself. Once the news gets out that Marines took down a Yonko, it would raise their reputation and stop countless pirates from sailing the sea. It's a good thing, but Sengoku has to prepare for what's to come. At the same time, in Room of Authority, Mary Gosa. The 5 elders received rather shocking news. Crystal is dead, killed by Blaze. The break in the balance, it's something they don't want to happen. It's also why they ordered Sengoku not to eliminate the Yonko group even if they have the power to do it. It's time we take his life, since even Ayam-sama expressed his thoughts. One of the elders, who has large birthmark spots on his forehead and a large white mustache, spoke. Everyone agreed. In truth, even they didn't expect Ayam-sama would pay attention to some unknown person and tell them to personally take care of it. It seems they underestimated Blaze. It won't be easy, as Sengoku and Garp favor him too much. If they knew, considering Garp's personality, he will definitely stand against us. Even Sengoku, too. We can't afford to fight them both, even with our strength. The tall and thin-bearded old man with white hair spoke. True. We have to make him come to us. We knew everything about him, let's see if we can use any of it. The elder who holds the samurai sword with him uttered. Good. In a matter of minutes, they planned and ordered the Cypher Paul to come and meet them. The next day. Uncount, his life is in danger and the 5 old fellows are coming for his head. Blaze escorted the Vegapunk and other scientists to Punk Hazard. Unlike in the original series, the Punk Hazard is full of life spread with trees and animals. As for the secret base, it was built at the center, concealed from the ordinary people's eye. Blaze and Kizaru didn't stay for long, as they have to escort the surviving crystal pirates to impel down. 153. Uneasiness. As Blaze and Kizaru left the Punk Hazard, the entire world was shocked by the news, one of the Yonko, crystal pirates' demise. Once again, Blaze was at the center of attention, while his name and reputation spread far and wide. In Grand Line, there's not a single person who doesn't know his name. After the battle, many acknowledged the title, the strongest marine, befits him. Some who were doubting his strength because of how young and how short he's in the sea began to dread his strength. As Sengoku believed, Blaze's name sent fear into the hearts of pirates who knew how strong the Yonko, the crystal pirates, were. And at the same time, it pulled countless talents who admired Blaze to join the Marines. But, it wasn't enough to obstruct the great age of pirates. Crystal Pirates' demise worsened the situation and directed the new world into more chaos. Onigashima, Ueno County. Humph, Kadayo's eyes narrowed at the news and chugged down a large amount of wine. Screw the Crystal Pirates. I should have known he will fail, considering how weak he was. Throwing the newspaper away, Kaido once again focused on drinking. The only thing that interested him in the news is Blaze. Outside his chamber stood King and Jack. They too read the newspaper and were shocked by the Crystal Pirates' defeat. Vice Admiral Blaze, he's too powerful, Jack uttered. I am going to kill him, the next time we meet. King burned the newspaper in his hand and coldly said. Unlike King, Jack's thoughts were different, as he knew how strong Blaze is. Aside from his captain, he doubts others could take him head-on. Unknown Island, New World. Temporary hideout of red-hair pirates. Shanks and Beckman sat some distance away from all the crew members who were chatting and enjoying their drink. Unbelievable. It's only been a year or so, but his strength has already reached the level of Yonko. Beckman commented, looking at the newspaper. That's the problem. His rise is too quick, and coupled with his personality, I don't know how the world government will take this. Shanks is spot on, as he knew 5 elders very well. What do you mean? Beckman asked. Nothing. I think I am worrying too much. Shanks shook his head. The same thing happened on the Whitebeard and Big Mom territories. They were shocked, not because Crystal was defeated but by Blaze's strength. They knew someone of their caliber has appeared on the sea. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Wahaha, that brat has done it. Garp grinned widely, looking at the newspaper. Sengoku should be pleased. Grandpa, what are you reading? At that moment, Luffy ran from the shadows of the trees with Ace. Snatching the newspaper from Garp, Ace glanced at the content and was shocked to see Blaze's picture along with his feat of defeating a Yonko. Ace, what is it? Luffy asked, eagerly. Ace threw the newspaper back to Garp and spoke, "Nothing, just a marine defeating a pirate." Marine headquarters. Blaze returned to headquarters and went to meet Sengoku while Kizaru took the job of delivering the crystal pirates to Impel Down. He reported to Sengoku about the battle progress and how strong Crystal was. If he had learned how to use his Conqueror's Haki, then I couldn't have defeated him. Ha ha ha, I think you don't quite understand. Not every Conqueror's Haki user is capable of that, one needs to be extremely talented, qualified, and chosen. Sengoku replied. Oh yes, Sengoku-san, I need a Paramecia-type devil fruit. I don't have any requirements, just anything will do. For what? Sengoku raised his eyebrows. If you plan to give someone to your unit, I suggest you select a good one. No. I need it for a different purpose. If any fruit will do, then it won't be a problem. I will send someone to get it. Sengoku said. Thanks, just make sure it's a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Okay. Blaze, the fall of Crystal Pirates stirred many pirate crews to fight for the position of Yonko. I need you and your unit in New World for that. Since you just finished the battle, take a rest for 2 or 3 days before departing. Sengoku mentioned. No problem. Leaving the Fleet Admiral office, Blaze called Regis to ask them where they are. Regis informed him that they went to Sabayati to relax. Blaze-san, we will come back immediately, Regis spoke. No worries, take your time. Blaze didn't mind since they were training non-stop for some time. Ending the call, Blaze went to the temporary cabin arranged for him. As he waited for the devil fruit to come, he called Hancock. It's only been 2 days but he already started to miss her. Hancock, did you safely reach the Amazon Lily? Blaze asked. Hancock, who was on the other end of the call, felt sweet when Blaze's first question is about her well-being. No, we will reach by evening. Good. Not even 2 days have passed since we parted, but I am already starting to miss you. Did you miss me too? Blaze asked with a smile. Yes, Hancock's meek voice came from the other end. Hearing it, Blaze laughed. He enjoys seeing Hancock's embarrassed and shy side. Speaking with her for another minute, Blaze ended the call. At that moment, a marine office came to deliver a devil fruit. Blaze didn't even bother to see what kind of fruit it is, before using the system function to exchange it for crystal fruit. Once Kuina comes, he will give it to her. Evening came, Blaze simply rested by reclining on the chair and thinking something. The uneasy feeling that he has been experiencing intensified lately. As if something's going to happen soon. His worries came true by the ringing sound of Den Den Mushi. When he attended it, Regis's anxious voice came from the other side. 154, Solar Teleportation. Blaze-san, emergency. I am sorry. Regis stuttered and spoke in an anxious tone. Hearing it, Blaze flashed outside of the marine headquarters and flew towards the Sabayati. What happened? It's Kuina. She was with me the whole time but suddenly she disappeared. I thought she ran off somewhere and would return but just now I received a call. Blaze-san, I have a bad feeling. Explain clearly. Blaze-san, do you remember Eri and Sia, the world noble slave that we saved? Regis asked. Yes. When I sent them home, I gave them my Den Den Mushi number in case of emergency. Just now, their mother called and said men in black suits suddenly barged into their home and took Eri and Sia. Regis paused and once again continued. Blaze-san, I think it's not a coincidence. Remain where you are, I am coming. Saying this, Blaze ended the call. Gazing at the setting sun, he took a deep breath. I may only have half an hour. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few kilometers away. It happened a few times, and in no time, his figure arrived some kilometers away from the Sabayati. How did Blaze do this? It's very simple. He used his ability to teleport through sunlight. When the sun is up, he can use the solar energy in the surroundings to shift his body within a few kilometers. Instead of saying teleportation, a right would world be translocation. Unfortunately, he can't do this in battle as he still can't use them freely. He needs further practice. Locking onto Regis's heat signature, Blaze teleported next to the latter, startling him greatly. Regis looked at Blaze in shock, he just ended the call and stored the Den Den Mushi inside his robe. Was Blaze-san nearby? When did she disappear? Blaze asked, looking around. He found a trace of Kuina's heat signature in the nearby stall. Her heat signature is on the verge of disappearance. I think, half an hour has passed, Regis answered. He was puzzled as to why Blaze-san was asking this question. Blaze sighed with relief. Thankfully, he arrived on time. If he had been late by a few minutes, he would have lost the heat trail. Taking a few steps, he touched the waning heat signature that's only visible to him and gave them life. The disappearing heat kindled and expanded until it reached Kuina. Spotting Kuina, Blaze let out a breath. He nearly lost her. Looking at Regis, he asked. Where's Rosinante? Find him. I will be back in a few minutes. Blaze's figure once again disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, a ship slightly larger than a caravel cruised the sea. Its speed was faster than any ship that was shown on the One Piece world. The ship didn't have any marks or Jolly Roger, it was simple and plain. On the deck of the ship, Kuina lay unconscious with her hands and feet shackled. There were more than 20 agents on the ship, all of them wore sunglasses and were clothed in white suits. They are members of the CP4 division except for one, who wore a long coat and had a red mask. He's a CP0 member who's in charge of the operation, capturing Kuina. Suddenly, he turned and looked at Kuina. Just now, his observation Haki sensed something. As a person who's been into assassination from an early age, his senses rarely fail him. The next second, he sensed a powerful breath from the direction sun is setting. When he looked over, he noticed a shadow in the distance with his extraordinary eyesight that's kilometers away from him. Oh no! The next moment, Blaze's figure appeared before him. His marine coat fluttered in the breeze, but what caught the CP0 agent's attention is the rage burning in the latter's eyes. The CP4 agents reacted, but before they could do anything their bodies caught fire and burned. All of them screamed in agonizing pain, feeling their skin and muscles melting slowly. Without wasting any time, all of them jumped onto the sea, but to their shock, the flames didn't die, they still burned. In a few seconds, they died with their bodies burned to crisp. The CP0 agent took a step back facing Blaze. He felt nothing but an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. Considering his status and strength, it's indeed something that he never experienced. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Kuina's figure. He knew his only chance of survival is to take Kuina hostage. Though he wasn't strongest among the group, with his strength he should be able to achieve it. Pity, he doesn't know Blaze has future sight. Before him, any kind of trick is useless. Before the CP0 agent could make his move, Blaze's figure flashed past him, and with the sword made of solar energy, the former's head was lopped off his neck. If he had tried to fight Blaze head-on, he could have survived 2 or 3 strikes, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Since you guys made the move, I hope you are prepared for the consequences, Blaze muttered and gazed at the red line in front of him. What infuriates him to the extreme is their attempt to harm the ones close to him, just to lure him. Grabbing Kuina, Blaze leaped off the ship and flashed towards Sabayati. He rescued Kuina, but he can't do the same to Eri and Sia as they are far away from him. Furthermore, the sun will set in a few minutes. If he wants to free them, his only option is to confront the world government. And, that's what he plans to do. He's going to raise the Mary Gosa to the ground. 155, Mary Gosa. Blaze returned to Sabayati carrying Kuina on his shoulder. Regis and Rosinante let out a sigh of relief when they saw Kuina. Handing the unconscious Kuina to Regis, Blaze took out the Den Mushi and called Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When the latter attended the call, Blaze recounted everything that happened. He didn't call Sengoku for his help but to hear his opinion. Sengoku-san, what do you think I should do? Blaze asked. Blaze, listen to me. Since Kuina is safe, let the matter rest. Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration and anger. He didn't expect the world government will make a move on Blaze. I can't. Eri and Sia are also human beings. Furthermore, they aren't captured because they are world noble slaves, they were abducted because of me. If I don't do something, the guild itself will kill me. Actually, I don't understand why do we have to listen to their bullshit. We, the Marines, are not some world government dogs, we are here to protect the people. Sengoku-san, even if it cost my life, I am going to do something about it. It doesn't matter whether you support me or not. If something happens to me, just take care of Kuina and Regis. Saying this, Blaze ended the call. On the other side, Sengoku smashed the table in front of him to bits and called the world government's commander-in-chief, Kong. Kong-san, what's happening? Why did it come to this? Sengoku inquired in an indignant tone. Sengoku, you should know what this means? Blaze is someone they can't let get strong anymore. He's different from us and considers the world government as a thorn in his eyes. But, he didn't do anything wrong. Yes. But can you confirm the same for the future? With his strength, he will definitely climb to your position. What happens then, will he still listen to the orders? I don't think so. Kong patiently explained. In truth, he also admires Blaze and his sense of justice. At that same time, he could envision what would happen when the latter becomes Fleet Admiral. The world government won't allow someone like Blaze to command the Marines. It would be pure destruction. Stifling his anger, Sengoku spoke. What if I decide to support Blaze in his action? You are free to do so. But you of all people should understand what that means and how it would affect the world. Kong calmly responded. Sengoku gritted his teeth and punched the wall that shook the entire marine headquarters base, alarming countless officers in the building. Sengoku-san, what happened? Aokiji arrived the next second and asked. He's the only admiral in the headquarters and sensed the source of tremor is from the fleet admiral office. Sengoku ended the call with Kong and faced Kuzan. Sighing, he narrated the entire thing to Kuzan and asked his view. Hearing it, Kuzan was rendered speechless. He had the same doubts as Blaze of Marine's way of doing things. The only difference is, he kept it in his heart while Blaze asked it aloud. He doesn't know how to react to the situation. In fact, he thought it's suicide even for Blaze. Confronting world government, who in the right mind would do so? Do you want me to support Blaze? Kuzan asked seriously. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know how many people will die if we support him? I don't want to start a war. If possible, try to convince him. Sengoku said. I don't think it's possible. I know. Thankfully, Garp isn't here, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Make sure he doesn't know anything. Yes. Room of Authority, Mary Gosa. I don't know how he discovered that girl Kuina so soon. Furthermore, he effortlessly killed everyone on the ship. It seems we still underestimate his power. The elder with the scar on the left side of his face spoke. We still don't know what devil fruit he has eaten to date. Another elder commented. The plan A has failed. Will he come to rescue the two slaves Eri and Sia? Or should we send someone to capture Boa Hancock as he loves her dearly? The elder with the birthmark on his forehead asked. They can't turn back now since they offended Blaze to the point of no return. If they let Blaze roam free, who knows what might happen? There's no need to worry. Considering his personality, he will definitely come. Sabayati. How did I get here? I thought I was abducted by a bunch of men in the white suit. Kuina asked, scanning her surrounding. You were. Thankfully, Blaze-san so rescued you on time. Regis then recounted everything to Kuina. World government. Kuina clenched her fist and looked at Blaze. Blaze-san, I am sorry. It's because I'm weak. Don't worry about it. Blaze waved his hand and took out the crystal fruit that he stored inside his robe. He then gave it to Kuina. Kuina, it's for you. Blaze-san, what devil fruit is this? Kuina asked, holding the fruit in her hand. It's the crystal fruit. Blaze replied. What? Regis, Kuina, and Rosinante exclaimed. They knew how overpowering the fruit is, as they experienced its power themselves. Without thinking much, Kuina ate the devil fruit. She didn't care about the consequences of losing the ability to swim as she knew the importance of the fruit. Blaze then told them his next course of the plan, attacking Mary Gosa. As soon as he told them his plan, Regis and Rosinante expressed their thoughts. Blaze-san, we will come with you. No. I need you guys to rescue Eri and Sia as I distract everyone with my attacks. Once you do that, escape and don't wait for me. Make sure your identities aren't exposed. Blaze spoke. Okay. Both of them nodded their heads unwillingly. Kuina, you return to the headquarters, Blaze said while Kuina didn't reject. Taking Regis and Rosinante, Blaze flew towards the red line. On the way, Regis asked. Blaze-san, it's only been an hour or so, could they have transported Eri and Sia so soon? You are underestimating the world government too much. As soon as I rescued Kuina, they would have initiated their next plan. If I am not wrong, they should have already reached the Mary Gosa. Blaze calmly replied. Blaze-san, are you really doing it? It's the path of no return. Rosinante spoke. As a former world Nobel, he knew the strength of the world government. It doesn't matter. I knew it would come to this one day and I am prepared for it. Rosinante, as soon as we separate, you lead the way since you knew this place well. Blaze told Rosinante. I don't remember much but I will try my best. It didn't take long for Blaze to reach the top of red line as sun hasn't set yet. Dropping Regis and Rosinante somewhere away, Blaze flew above the Mary Gosa. As soon as he appeared he was discovered by the guards and 5 elders with their observation haki. But, Blaze didn't hesitate for a second to launch an attack. With a thought, 6 miniature bluish-white suns materialized before him. Clenched his fist, he punched. The miniature sun broke into countless fireballs and rains down on Mary Gosa. Feel the fury of the sun, you celestial dragon scums. Blaze muttered. At that moment, he heard a shout from the distance. Stop! The 5 elders rushed towards him but on a midway, they were horrified to see Blaze's attack. They didn't expect, he would launch an attack on Mary Gosa, the holy land of world nobles, without any wavering. 156, Blaze vs World Government. What's happening? The citizens of Mary Gosa came out of their residence. As soon as they came out of their home, they were assaulted by intolerable heat that scorched their skins within seconds. Besides, they were shocked by the bluish-white fireballs raining upon them. Screaming in terror and pain, all of them began to run for their lives. Never in their dreams they thought, someone would attack Mary Gosa. They all wondered, what are the guards and 5 elders doing? But, just before the fireballs could fall on the ground, a powerful sword thrust came out of nowhere and cleaved the space itself. A void cracked open in mid-air and engulfed the fireballs. The fireballs plunged into the opened expanse and disappeared from view. Even so, some of the fireballs escaped under Blaze's control and found their target. As soon as they touched the ground, boom, it triggered a devastating explosion that incinerated everything in its path. The destruction and the shockwave itself killed countless world nobles before they could comprehend what's happening. In Blaze's mind, a notification sounded. He completed an achievement. Achievement complete, kill or punch a celestial dragon. Reward, 2.0 free attribute point. With the reward, his attribute points were increased to 2.5. Since he's facing the world government, Blaze didn't hesitate to use all his free attribute points and raised his constitution attribute to 70.4. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 70.4. Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute point, 0.0. Just as Blaze closed his status panel, the 5 elder appeared before him with rage apparent on their faces. I have finally seen your hypocritical faces. What are you angry about? Since you decided to hurt someone on my side, you should have prepared for my retaliation. Blaze ridiculed. The 5 elders didn't speak nonsense, they directly attacked. One of the elders used Soru, appeared before him, and delivered a kick packed with his full strength. Blaze, who saw the future, effortlessly parried the kick with his left hand, but what happened next startled him a little. A transparent black radiance rose from the elder who assaulted him and covered everything within 100 meters, including the other elders. Blaze felt some kind of pull, and the next moment, he stood in an unfamiliar place. He instantly figured he was teleported somewhere far away by the power of the elder. A space power. Blaze muttered to himself and looked at the elder who used the power. He's the youngest looking one with blonde hair and beard. Of course, if he'd wanted he could have evaded the attack, but the only reason he didn't do so was because he sensed the black radiance can't harm him. When he looked around, he saw Pangaea Castle in the distance, some kilometers away, to his right-hand side. Blaze smiled, noticing the people below. Along with the 5 elders, he saw Commander-in-Chief Kong, countless world government agents, and Cypher Paul. A grand welcome indeed. Shall we start? Blaze said while an overpowering momentum erupted along with the sea of bluish-white flames. Attack! Commander-in-Chief Kong waved his hand. As soon as he commanded, the world government and Cypher Paul agents swarmed him from all directions. Are they trying to exhaust my strength with numbers? Blaze thought and faced everyone with haki and pure physical strength. Blaze was cautious and kept watch of his surrounding with observation haki, as he knew world government isn't simple. As the sun had set, he has to limit how much strength he uses in his attacks. He doesn't want to exhaust his strength, as it would end very badly for him. Even so, dealing with them one by one is a very taxing job, so he directly used his Conqueror's haki. Zzz. But, his haki only managed to take out 1/3 of the world government agents, as most of them are trained to face such situations. The next moment, the countless agents attacked him all at once while Kong, 5 elders, and some Cypher Paul agents watched from the sideline. You guys are getting on my nerves. Blaze clenched his fist, coated them with haki, and punched. Bang! His fist triggered an air pressure along with terrifying heat that crushed and incinerated everything around him. Countless agents were thrown in the air, some were killed struck directly by his fist while some were burned to ashes. In the end, only a few remained. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a CP0 agent appeared before him and tried to grasp his hand. Sensing danger and seeing the future, Blaze leaped and decided to widen the gap between him. But, he was shocked to find the CP0 agent's reaction is faster than him, as the latter shadowed him easily. With no choice, Blaze blocked the latter's attack by coating his entire arm with haki. At the same time, he opened his mouth and breathed flames that roared forward with terrifying momentum. In such close range, evading is impossible. But, the CP0 agent disappeared and appeared behind him. This time, Blaze couldn't evade the latter's hand from grasping his neck. Out of nowhere, a tremendous force attacked his consciousness. Blaze felt as if his soul was struck by countless needles. It was so powerful that screamed in pain before his Conqueror's haki erupted on his own and blasted the agent far away. But, that short time frame is enough to change the outcome of the battle of this caliber. The 5 elders who were waiting for this opportunity, attacked. The elder with a long beard appeared before Blaze when he was in trance and pierced his heart. As soon as Blaze came out of his trance, he sent a kick to the elder's head. But, the latter calmly avoided and retreated to the other elder's side. Blood dripped from Blaze's chest, but the wound healed, at the speed visible to the naked eye. Even so, he wasn't happy as he knew something doesn't add up. The five elder aren't fools. Since they planned such an attack there has to be a reason and Blaze wasn't stupid enough to believe it was to pierce his heart. With their intelligence, they naturally knew everything about his powers, so is his ability to heal from even severe injuries. If they knew everything, why did they execute such an unwise blow? What Blaze doesn't know is, the five elders are the most bewildered ones. They thought Blaze would be weakened by now, but why did he seem completely fine without any sign of sluggishness? They are wondering not because they pierced Blaze's heart, but because the elder who pierced his heart implanted multiple sea stone scarps inside the latter's body. But they didn't expect Blaze would look completely fine even with sea stones in his body. Unfortunately, they don't know even though sea stone will deprive Blaze of his devil fruit powers, it won't weaken him as the devil fruit came from the system. How are you still fine? The elder with the birthmark on his forehead asked, unable to contain their curiosity. It didn't take long for Blaze to discover that he couldn't utilize his devil fruit power. So the last attack was to strip off my devil fruit abilities and weaken me at the same time. Possibly, they left tiny pieces of sea stones inside my body. If you think using the sea stone will end me, you are guys too naive, Blaze declared. Before coming here, he thought of this possibility and he wasn't someone who completely rely on his devil fruit power. He needs to be wary of the annoying space fruit power and the other elders' flawless teamwork. Furthermore, he needs to figure what kind of abilities the other four elders hold. Imbuing his arms with Conqueror's haki, he rushed towards the elders without minding the world government agents. But before he could reach them, a figure interrupted him midway, the former fleet admiral of the Marines, Kong. Kong-san, are you sure you want to do this? Blaze asked in a calm tone. From where I stand, it's inevitable and you knew it, Kong replied. So be it, Blaze's face turned cold and he attacked the latter without a shred of hesitation. Kong met Blaze punch that imbued with Conqueror's haki with nothing but armament haki and stood still like a mountain. That's how refined his haki is. The next moment, Kong's figure transformed into a huge gorilla that had a body full of silver hair. Balling his enormous left hand, he smashed at Blaze. Blaze attempted to stop the attack by crossing both his haki-coated arms, but the power behind the strike flung him far away. His figure crashed into the huge rock and slid to the ground. What a monstrous power! Wiping the blood at the corner of his lips, Blaze stood to his feet. If he hadn't improved his physique to 70 points, the blow would have injured him heavily. Blaze heard about Kong's power. He had eaten an ancient Zoan fruit, monkey fruit model, King Kong. Time to get serious. Blaze muttered. Soru. His figure disappeared and appeared before Kong the next second. Before the latter could react, a punch imbued with Conqueror's haki struck his stomach and sent him flying away. Trying to show off your power, to me you're just another old fogey. Blaze ridiculed. Knowing Blaze can't be defeated by Kong alone, the five elders along with Cypher Paul agents joined the battle. Just like that, the battle of generations started between Blaze and the world government. Unfortunately, no one would come to know of this heroic battle of a single being facing the entire world government. 157, I will be back. 5 hours passed since the battle between Blaze and the world government has begun. It was intense and destructive. If the battle had happened somewhere other than Red Line, it would have wiped out the entire island. Shlurk! The elder with the samurai sword flashed before Blaze and drove his sword to the heart. Though Blaze had seen the future, he's in no shape to dodge the attack. So, he used the opportunity to seize the latter by his neck and punched him multiple times in the face, with his right fist that's imbued with Conqueror's haki. Even though the samurai sword-wielding elder defended with armament haki, Blaze's punch disfigured the elder's face, broke his facial bones, and shattered his teeth. Throwing the elder like a rag, Blaze faced the incoming punch of Kong with his own, but the power behind the attack shoved him back a few meters. The five elders and commander-in-chief didn't pursue him but instead once again regrouped. They gazed at blood-covered Blaze in wonder. He's as strong as a Yonko. If we hadn't deprived his devil fruit power, it would have been more troublesome. The elder with the birthmark on his forehead spoke. True. However, what astonishes me is his ability to heal from his injuries instantly. I thought it's his devil fruit ability, but it seems like it comes from his physique. A long-beard elder state. He's more annoying than Kaido. If we had let him grow, he would have become a threat. Fortunately, we acted fast. It doesn't matter anymore as he's at the end of his line. His injuries had long stopped healing. As the elders discussed among themselves, Kong stood somewhere away from them looking at Blaze. He had witnessed and experienced many things over countless years, but he hadn't seen someone as terrifying as Blaze. He saw how Blaze single-handedly took out the world government agents one by one and finally began to target them. Every single one of them on the battlefield is injured by the latter, even the five elders suffered under his hand. He had seen how Blaze's strength improved as he battled them. His question is, what if the other party had support? Kong couldn't predict the outcome. It somewhat disturbed him. Meanwhile, Blaze looked at his body that's drenched in his own blood. The last attack of the elder completely damaged his heart and touched his left eye that's destroyed by one of the elders. Though he was super strong, he's a human being at the end of the day. Facing multiple figures of Yonko caliber, he couldn't maintain his powerful state. Moreover, he finally couldn't suppress the tearing pain that he has been feeling from all over the body, suffered from countless injuries and sword cuts. Weakness assaulted him while he felt dizzy, it took all of his willpower just to stay conscious. The effect of exhausting his haki to the limit and overdrawing his life force to heal the injuries again and again. Even so, he stood tall with his back straight without minding the heartbeat that's quieting down by every passing minute or his severe injuries. Blaze could feel his life slipping away from him little by little. But, he was feeling happy and felt like laughing aloud, as in his heart he didn't regret anything he had done. The time may be short, but he enjoyed life in the One Piece world to its fullest and even fought countless strong figures. He accomplished what he missed from his previous boring life. Death doesn't fear him. His only regret is, he couldn't say goodbyes to his loved one and the one he cares about. Countless figures that he met in the One Piece world flashed before his eyes. Especially Hancock, he finally loves someone but regrets that he couldn't spend time with her. True, he's impulsive and a little arrogant, but the battle with Word Government is inevitable. Since they decided to eliminate him, nothing would have stopped them from achieving it. If he hadn't come here today, they would have resorted to more vicious methods. He doesn't want to see the ones he cares about losing their lives in the process. Finally, everything comes to one thing, he's not strong enough. Far away. Unknown to Blaze, 4 figures were watching the battle. They are none other than Regis, Rosinante, Eri, and Sia. After successfully rescuing Eri and Sia from the agents, they came to see the battle. Seeing Blaze's sorry figure, tears poured from their eyes. Blaze-san. If not for us, Marine-san wouldn't be in this situation, Eri and Sia said in sadness. Don't feel guilty. The ones in the wrong are the world government. They decided to eliminate Blaze-san, so they will use any method to use against him. Rosinante comforted him and spoke to Regis. Regis, we should leave. If we stay any longer, someone will discover us. 5 minutes. Regis stated while Rosinante sighed. Laughing a little, Blaze gazed at Kong and the 5 elders. What are you all doing standing there? I am still alive, you know. Not for long. Your heartbeat is barely beating, once per minute. It won't be long before you die. One of the elders calmly stated. They don't want to experience the same thing that happened to the samurai sword-wielding elder. Look at him, his entire face is smashed to pulp. It will take at least 1 month for him to heal from such injuries. Facing someone of Blaze's caliber who's on the verge of death is a wrong move. Since he's dying on his own, there's no need for them to stain their hands. Pity, I thought I would at least bring one of you to death with me. Blaze chuckled and thought, so this is it for me, hey? Closing his eyes, Blaze relished the last moment of his life. Just as he thought this is the end, the system notification sounded in his mind. While a translucent screen emerged before him with a row of text. System notification. Initiating the one-time emergency protocol gifted by God. Reason, the host's life force is on brink of fading away. Establishing random teleportation, CO ordinates marked. Teleporting in 10, 9, 8. Blaze nearly laughed. When he looked at the elders he understood they can't see the system screen. 5 elders, it's not the end, it's just the beginning. I will come back stronger than ever. The next time we meet, it will be the end of all of you. Saying this, Blaze laughed aloud. His words sent the 5 elders in bewilderment. But what happened next shocked them to the core. Blaze's entire figure vanished from the spot without any sign. Where is he? One of the elders asked the blonde elder who has the space power. I don't know. He shook his head as he couldn't sense even with his space power. Did someone help him? But I don't sense anyone within a few kilometers radius. It doesn't matter. He's already on the brink of death, no one can save him. He's doomed to die. The elder with the scar on the left side of his face spoke. True. Let's go. Blaze-san disappeared? He didn't die. Regis exclaimed with his fist clenched. Let's go. I can't hold on much longer. Rosinante spoke. He has been constantly using his devil fruit to avoid the observation haki of others from spotting them. He can only hold on for another 15 or so minutes. If they didn't leave, they will be discovered. Okay. 158, Whale Island. Snake Beach Forest. A little boy around 7 or 8 years old could be seen digging a giant hole. He was dressed in a green shirt and green short shorts. He's none other than Gon, who's digging the hole to bury the fox bear that Kite had killed yesterday to save him. After shoveling, he tried his best to push the mother bear into the hole but to no avail. Seeing his struggle, Kite came forward to help him. They both finally managed to push the mother bear into the hole. Gon then sealed the pit with sand and planted a cross symbol made of wood above the grave with a bunch of flowers. My name is Kite. I am a hunter. Kite introduced himself to Gon. They then went fishing to feed the child fox bear while Kite explained what a hunter is. He then asked Gon about his father, to which Gon replied. I only know his name, Jing Freaks. Looking at Gon's back, Kite told him the truth that Mito concealed from him. Your father is still alive and he's my teacher. He's one of the best hunters in the world. Just as they were discussing, Gon's nose twitched a few times before he uttered aloud. There's a smell of blood. He then rushed in that direction. Blood. Kite frowned, but he still followed Gon. After 2 minutes of running, they came across a bloodied figure who lay unconscious on the ground. It's none other than Blaze who lost his consciousness and was teleported here by the system. Looking at the degree of injuries, Kite's hand went to the sword sheath hung around his waist, but he relaxed when he failed to sense anyone nearby. Who would injure a person to this extent? He's barely alive. Gon checked Blaze's pulse and spoke. As a skilled hunter, Kite could tell the injuries on the person came from multiple sources. He finds it astonishing that he's still alive with such deep wounds. I don't sense none on his body, but how did he suddenly appear here? Checking his pulse, Kite frowned. Gon, he's not breathing. No. When I touched him, I felt the heartbeat. It was faint and weak but it's true. Gon shook his head. Can't you do something? He's dying. Trusting Gon's words, Kite placed his hand on Blaze's chest to check again. After 40 seconds, he indeed felt the heartbeat. Unbelievable. His heart is beating even though it was pierced by a sword. His will is strong, he refuses to die. Can we get him to the hospital? Gon asked. I don't think he will be alive for that long. Let me try something. Kite spoke and used his Nen as a healing element so that Blaze would be alive until they get him to the hospital. But something Kite didn't expect happened. As soon as he projected his aura into Blaze's body, his Nen was completely absorbed by the other party. Kite didn't stop but continued to pour his Nen into Blaze, even though he was shocked by what's happening. The high-quality life energy absorbed by Blaze's Senjuo constitution began to heal his heart little by little. In no time, Blaze's heart was completely healed and began to thump at a normal pace. Wonderful. What did you do, Kite? His heart is beating again. His life isn't at risk anymore. Shall we take him to the hospital now? Wait. He's regaining his consciousness. Kite told while his entire body went on high alert. His senses tell him the man is extremely dangerous even though he didn't even possess Nen. Blaze opened his right eye but the next moment he grimaced as his entire body ached while the tearing pain once again assaulted him. He then looked around but was shocked to see the face of Gon and Kite. Don't tell me the system teleported me to the Hunter x Hunter world. Touching his left eye that pained him more than anything else, Blaze sat up. Sensing his struggle, Gon came to his support and asked, Mister, are you all right? I am fine. Thanks for saving me. Blaze replied while feeling the mysterious energy coursing through his body. Is this Nen? It saved my life. Who are you? How did you appear here? Kite asked. My name's Blaze. I come from a faraway place. Do you know where I am? Blaze asked even though he knows the answer. Snake Beach Forest, Whale Island. Gon replied. Oh. I didn't get your name. Blaze asked, checking the severity of his injuries. I'm Gon. He's Kite. Your injuries are serious, let's go to the hospital. Can you walk? Gon asked. No, I am fine. I just need food to replenish my energy then I will heal on my own. Really? Then I will go and get some food along with some bandages for your wounds. Saying this, Gon went to get the supplies. As Gon left, Blaze gazed at Kite and asked. Thanks for saving me. Is it Nen? Yes, Kite kept his reply short but he still hadn't relaxed his vigilance. Seeing this Blaze chuckled, you don't have to be on guard against me. I won't bite. Sensing no malice from Blaze, Kite loosened up a little. Meanwhile, Blaze sent his thoughts into the system. As soon as he did, a screen came before him with a row of words. Emergency teleportation complete. Note, since it's a one-time emergency protocol, system won't help the host the next time his life is in danger. You will truly die. To his surprise, Blaze saw a new task on the system screen. Task, defeat the King Miriam. Reward, back to One Piece world. It seems I'm stranded here for 4 to 5 years. Well, it's for good. Blaze thought and checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 70.4. Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute point, 0.0. There's no change in his attributes. Meaning, he can use his Haki and Devil Fruit powers without any problem. But if he wants to use his Devil Fruit power, he needs to remove the sea stone scarps inside his body. 159, Nen. There was silence between Blaze and Kite. As Kite appeared stern and stoic, Blaze found it hard to have a conversation with him. Even if he asks something, Kite's answers are very blunt to the point of appearing rude. But, Blaze knew it's how Kite is, so he didn't take it to heart. That Nen you used to save me is remarkable. Can you teach me? Blaze asked. No. Only hunters are allowed to learn and practice Nen. Kite refused. Blaze chuckled as he knew Kite would definitely refuse. Even if the latter didn't teach him, he can learn on his own. The Nen he used to heal him has already stimulated the life force in his body. He hadn't opened any aura nodes, but he can feel them. Just a slight push, he can open some of them, but he wasn't in a hurry. He first needs to recover. He didn't feel any of the aura nodes when he was in One Piece world, but now he can. He doesn't know why and it didn't matter. He can find the answers slowly. Blaze took a good look at Kite. He looked the same as shown in the anime with flowing white hair that reached his knees. He wore a light blue peaked cap, a long-sleeved white shirt, black trousers, and brown shoes. Even though he couldn't see the Kite's Nen with his own eyes, he can feel its presence with his observation haki. It's quite strong. Just as Blaze was feeling bored, Gon returned with food, water, and bandages. As Gon helped him to bandage his wounds, Blaze gulped all the foods in a minute. It left Gon and Kite speechless. After eating the food, Blaze frowned as the energy contained in the food is very little. If he eats such foods, he needs at least 20 days to heal all the injuries and replenish some of his lost life force. But in his current state, he can't do much. After 1 or 2 days, he will be able to suppress his severe injuries, then he can hunt some animals or large fish in the lake or ocean. Once Gon nursed his injuries, Blaze thanked him. Thank you, Gon. Once I recover from my injuries, I will treat you to a meal as thanks. Really? Wonderful. Gon jumped around in glee. 10 days have passed. Aside from some broken bones and left eye, Blaze's injuries were mostly healed. At least he can move around now. But, he's still weak as he had to use all the recovered energy to heal the wounds. In another 10 days, he will be back to his perfect shape. Yesterday, he caught a large amount of fish from the lake by knocking them with his conqueror's haki. It's very embarrassing, but he had no choice. He had to do it to earn some money to buy food and clothes. Blaze stayed in the forest while Gon lingers here during the daytime to take care of the child fox bear aside from going home to sleep. As for Kite, he left Whale Island after making sure Blaze is of no threat to Gon and others. Blaze has no choice but to wait for another 10 days till his injuries are entirely healed before he can venture out. Another 20 days passed. Morning. After having a nice bath, Blaze came out of the lake and wore the clothes that he got stitched from the famous tailor of Whale Island, a black shirt, grey pants, and a white coat. After wearing his shirt and pants, Blaze draped the coat over his shoulders like a cape, without wearing them entirely. Old habits die hard. Appearance makes the man. Once dressed, he looked handsome with his height reaching 6 feet 8 inches, and he also cut his black hair to the normal length. It's been a month since he came to the Hunter x Hunter world. His body is entirely healed including his left eye, while he also replenished some of his lost life force. Today, he plans on opening all his aura nodes so that he can practice Nen. During the 1 month, he didn't stay idle. He meditated daily to feel the life force and aura nodes in his body. It wasn't that difficult as his physique is very strong and rich in life energy. Feeding the child fox bear some of the fishes he caught in the lake, Blaze sat on the ground and closed his eyes. As Kite's Nen already triggered the cells in his body, Blaze used the life energy to open some of the aura nodes. As soon as he did, the life energy present in his body gushed forth like an open dam, startling him. Wasting no time, he guided them in the direction of other aura nodes. In 5 or so minutes, all the aura nodes in his body were completely opened. When Blaze opened his eyes, he saw the life energy like a water vapor leaking from his body. But what he finds surprising is, the aura flowing from his body is somewhat excessive. It's completely different from what happened to Gon and Killua when Wing opened their aura nodes. Blaze once again closed his eyes, guided the Nen to flow through and around his body, stopping them from leaking out of his body. Since control of Nen is similar to haki, he learned it quickly. In fact, Blaze finds controlling Nen is far simple compared to haki. He then began to try all the basic concepts of Nen, or one can say basic manipulations of aura flow. First, 10. Blaze has already learned to keep his aura from leaking away from his body. 10 means envelop or shroud. He got this covered as his aura is already flowing through and around the body rather than away from it. It created a shroud around him that feels similar to standing in a viscous fluid. 10 is the most basic defense against emotional Nen attacks like bloodlust and against some limited physical attacks. Also, 10 maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away. Next, Zetsu. 160, Advanced Nen Techniques. Next, Zetsu. Stopping the flow of aura from one's body by closing all of their aura nodes. Doing so will halt all outflow of aura, making one's presence much harder or even impossible to sense. With his eyes closed, Blaze just visualized and his body went into Zetsu mode. He didn't find it difficult at all, it happened as a natural reaction. Even Blaze finds it surprising. Is it because of my Senjua constitution? Let's find it out. He then went on to try the next concept Ren. The concept focuses on summoning a larger amount of aura and projecting it outwards in an explosive manner. At the same time, emotions can also be imbued in the Ren. For example, bloodlust. A prolonged emission of malicious Ren can induce uncontrollable terror in those who cannot use Nen, paralysis, or even death. Ren is nothing but a show of power and can be used to intimidate other Nen users. In a sense, the use of Ren is pretty much similar to Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the Nen in his body, Blaze muttered. Ren. The next moment, aura blasted from his body akin to a volcanic eruption. As Blaze didn't control his strength, his feet cracked the ground he stood, and the expanding Nen destroyed everything within a 100-meter radius. Fortunately, the little fox bear went into the forest to play after eating the fish, otherwise, it would have been killed by his aura alone. It seems my Nen is pretty strong. It should be because my physique is different and stronger. Blaze mused as he looked at the ruined surrounding. Next, let's find what my aura type is. Blaze filled the glass he prepared beforehand with water and placed a leaf to float on it. After that, he placed his hands around the glass and performed Ren. This time restrained his Nen. Still, as soon as he projected his aura, the quantity of the water increased in a fraction of a second, and the glass shattered into pieces the next moment. Phew! Blaze nearly cursed as he didn't expect the glass would explode even after he limited his Nen. As expected, I am an enhancer. Let's try the advanced Nen concepts. First, Gyo. An advanced application of Nen, in which one concentrates the aura into a specific body part, hands, legs, eyes, etc. Blaze first focused his aura on his eyes, then he tried it on his hands and legs. He was able to focus them in an instant without any problem as it is similar to Haki. What's more, he was able to increase or lower the amount of aura he focuses on with a thought as he would do with his Haki. It's another advanced application KO, concentrating aura into one particular body part. Next is Ken, a pure defensive technique to guard against attacks from any direction, an advanced version of the basic Ten and Ren techniques. The amount of aura surrounding the user's body during Ken is about 10 times higher than during Ten. Ken is similar to armament Haki. Coating the entire body will drain the Haki fast. It's the same with Ken. Next, Ryu. Ryu is redistributing one's aura according to the situation or need. For example, by focusing 70% of one's aura in one fist and using the remaining to defend. To others, it may be an advanced concept or difficult to master, but to Blaze, it's the same as other concepts, he can perform it with a thought. Nen concepts are much easier than I anticipated, Blaze thought. If others hear his thoughts, they will probably spank his ass as others had to train for countless months or even years to master these concepts. The final concept in Nen advanced concepts is N, a combined application of Ten and Ren. Extending the Ren further than normal, then using the Ten at the same time to contain and give shape to the aura. Usually, the shape of N is a sphere. Using N, one can feel the shape and movement of anything within the area covered by the aura. Those who master N are typically able to extend it to a circle with a 50-meter radius. There are exceptions. Xenozaldik can extend his N up to a radius of 300 meters. Another example is Neferpitu, who has an irregularly shaped N and can extend up to 2 kilometers like a wisp. But this technique is extremely tiring and drains one's N faster. As for Blaze, his N extended up to 400 meters. Even, he was surprised by the outcome because it's not his complete strength as his physique hasn't fully recovered. It seems I am going to enjoy my time here. Blaze smiled a little. Even though everything went well, he knew he needs training and constant practice to improve his Nen. Just as Blaze finished testing the Nen concept, his observation Haki sensed Gon's aura approaching his direction. After a minute, Gon's figure came into the view. His pure and innocent eyes glistened while he looked lively and energetic. Blaze, shall we start? Gon asked, arriving before him. Blaze chuckled, glancing at his eager eyes. After Kite's departure and learning the truth about his father, Jing, Gon is determined to become a hunter. That's when Blaze suggested he should learn some martial techniques. So for the last few days, he has been teaching Gon the Rokushiki martial techniques, Soru and Kami-e. As Gon is naturally agile and possesses springy muscles, these two techniques are most suitable for him. Above everything else, the potential he is gifted with is extremely amazing. As he was able to learn Soru and Kami-e basics in short 10 days. Let's start. Blaze gestured for Gon to start. Taking a deep breath, Gon muttered. Soru. His form disappeared for a second, but as he wasn't proficient in it, his body was exposed the next second. He used Soru for a minute before stopping. Since he's just 8 years old, his stamina is limited. Blaze commented. Good. You grasped the basics but need further practice. As for Kami-e, it varies from person to person based on one's flexibility and movements. So Blaze just taught him the idea and let Gon practice on his own. Okay, gone, I will be leaving the Whale Island tomorrow as I have other things to do, Blaze said. You are leaving? When will you come back? Gon looked disappointed. Don't worry, I will come back in a few months. Blaze comforted. He had to leave the Whale Island to explore the other region of the Hunter world, and at the same time, he needs worthy opponents to sharpen his nin skills. 161, Heaven's Arena. After instructing Gon for an hour, Blaze then proceeded on to practice his nin type. As he's an enhancer, he can greatly increase his physical attack and defense with nin. It's suited for close combat. He didn't attempt to enhance his attacks as he knew it may very possibly destroy part of the Snake Beach forest they are in. So Blaze switched to experiment with other nin types: transmutation, emission, manipulation, and conjuration. Visualizing and creating something is indeed very exciting. Like a child who found his favorite toy, Blaze began to play with different nin types. Anything can be achieved with nin. The only condition is, whether your aura is strong enough to support them or your visualization is powerful enough. Of course, specialization skills are a different matter. Since Blaze is familiar with heat, he attempted to transform his aura into that of heat. The feeling of his aura transforming is wonderful, he just thought, and his entire aura transmuted into high heat. Bluish-white flame surrounded his body. But, the next second he cancelled it, feeling his skin burning under extreme heat. Oops, it seems like I can't transform the aura into such high heat where even my physical body can't withstand. Blaze thought. He forgets the fact his body isn't resistant to heat with sea stone scraps inside him. Thinking for a moment, he tried again. This time, he started from low temperature and began to increase the heat bit by bit, to find the highest temperature his physical body can endure. After finding it, he remembered the feeling so that he won't mess it up again. Of course, if he protects his body with haki it won't be a problem, but what's fun in that? Next, emission. With a thought, an orb of heat aura gathered on his palm. He then fired it from his palm at an extreme speed that blasted the heat orb out of Whale Island. Good. Blaze muttered and went on to the next type, conjuration. He was able to conjure most of the things he visualized in his mind without any problem, but he needs lots of practice to conjure some special or complex objects. For instance, Shizuku of Phantom Troop can conjure a vacuum cleaner that can infinitely suck up objects. Blaze was able to conjure a vacuum cleaner, but it didn't possess the same features as Shizuku's Blinky. There's a reason why he tried to imitate Shizuku's ability. If he had succeeded, he can suck the sea stone scraps present in his body with a simple command. It seems like it's not possible, at least for now. Next, manipulation. This type is a little complex as one first needs to have a complete understanding. It can as simple as manipulating a sword or commanding non-beasts, constructs, or even living beings. He simply conjured a sword and manipulated it by waving his index finger. Blaze wasn't in a hurry to create an ability that's suited for him. First, he wasn't in contact with nin for long. Second, he plans to understand nin well and its types before proceeding to the next step. Resting for some time, he began to practice his haki. Though nin is fun, haki is Blaze's core, he can't simply ignore it. Thanks to the death match with the 5 elders, his physique and haki attribute improved by a huge margin. It didn't show in his status before because of his severe injuries. As he recovered from his injuries, it was revealed in his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 71.2. Devil Fruit, 70.2. Haki, 71.5. Free Attribute Point, 0.0. Next day. After saying goodbye to Gon, Blaze left Whale Island on a transport ship. Reaching the nearby city, he brought an aircraft ticket to Heaven's Arena with all the money he had. Since it's a technological world similar to Earth, he's having a hard time without any money. He couldn't even eat properly. If it was One Piece world, he would simply kill a few sea beasts and barbecue them and eat to his heart's content. But here, he can only let his stomach rumble as it wishes. So, his first stop is Heaven's Arena to earn some money for himself before traveling to other places. Besides, it's a good place to hone his nin. After a tiring journey, Blaze reached Heaven's Arena the next day. As shown in the anime, it's an enormous tower with 251 floors. Standing in a long line of combatants for some time, Blaze reached the front and filled the form that asked for basic information like his fighting experience. After getting a number 1022, Blaze went inside. He was greeted by an enthusiastic audience in a large arena with 16 small fighting platforms. Blaze didn't wait for long before his number was called. When he walked into the arena specified to him, he met his opponent who was in martial clothing. As soon as the referee finished explaining the rules and said the word begin, his opponent lunged at him ferociously. He put on a weird stance while he attacked with his hands that's shaped like that of tiger claws. Aside from being flashy, Blaze didn't see anything. So he simply flicked his opponent's forehead with his finger when the latter approached him. Before his opponent could figure what's happening, he was sent flying back and crashed into the spectator's stand, losing his consciousness. The referee gave him a ticket and told him he can advance to the 50th floor. Accepting it, Blaze left the arena and moved to the 50th floor after getting some pennies. In 2 days, he reached the 100th floor. After that he kept the advancing slow. It was boring, but he had no choice but to do it for the money. Besides, with a private room for his own, he can meditate and practice his Nen without any interference. After devouring a large amount of meat, Blaze sat in the bed to meditate. Closing his eyes, he did nothing. After a minute, he sensed the natural energy in the surroundings, but the amount is very little, maybe because he was in a city filled with people. He slowly began to draw them into his body. Prior to opening his aura nodes, he just inhale and exhale the natural energy as he couldn't find any way to use them. But now, he can. Drawing the natural energy into the body, he led them into the aura nodes and made it circulate as he does with Nen. He wasn't capable of controlling the natural energy similar to Senjutsu, but making them just circulate won't be a problem. He did it in the hope it would help him to enhance his life energy Nen or bring some kind of benefit as it did with his haki, but something he didn't expect happened. 162, God's Blood. An unusual transformation ensued in his body when the natural energy circulated through aura nodes. The natural energy blended with the life energy Nen present in the aura nodes to form a new kind of energy that's full of vitality and power. It gave a scare to Blaze as he didn't know what this means, whether it's good or bad. But, the transformation couldn't proceed further as if they lacked something. It failed. And, the erratically fused energy fluctuated vigorously, showing signs of an explosion. Bad. Blaze's expression turned grim. Feeling the power contained within them, he knew the explosion will very possibly turn him into blood mist. Unknown what to do, Blaze tried to lessen the impact by enveloping the new kind of energy with his haki. But, as soon as his haki came in contact with it, the energy began to devour his haki and at the same time, showed signs of stabilizing. Unfortunately, it's not the end. The energy which showed signs of becoming stable rotated at great speed, devouring the life energy and haki present in his body without his consent. Even the natural energy present in the surrounding was drawn into his body and fused with the other two. The process lasted for half an hour and finally, the three energies fused perfectly to form a new kind of energy that glistened in golden light. Blaze let out a sigh of relief, realizing there's no danger anymore. Wiping sweat drops from his forehead, he relaxed a bit to calm his wildly pounding heart. He nearly lost his life with his own hand. After 5 minutes of rest, Blaze probed the energy carefully. To his surprise, he can feel the connection between him and the energy. With a thought, he was able to sense and see the energy that had the size of a small pearl. It was golden and have a consistency like that of blood. When Blaze tried to grasp it with his thought, it ran away like a naughty child. It then fused in his bloodstream and circulated the body along with his blood. Just as Blaze wondered what's the use of this energy, the system notification sounded in his mind. Notification: the host has created a new kind of energy by fusing 3 different kinds of energies. It's an achievement worthy of admiration even in the outer world. After analyzing, the new energy has characteristics similar to God's blood. So the system thinks the apt name for this newfound power is God's blood. God's blood: burning God's blood will enhance the host's attribute and physique to the next level for an hour. Depending on the usage, the time may vary. Once host replaces all the normal blood in the human body with God's blood, you will transcend the limit and your physique will reach the half-god level. Achievement: God's blood. Reward: 5.0 free attribute point. Note: host can't add the free attribute point here, as entry into the HXH world is unofficial. You can add the points as you wish once you return to the One Piece world. Whoa, God's blood, what a cool name. Blaze's eyes brightened. When did I become so awesome? Blaze wasn't in the condition to try his new power, as his life energy and haki was drained to zero to create God's blood, so he's completely exhausted. Collapsing onto the bed, he slept. The next day, after completing his fight on Heaven's Arena, Blaze returned to the room to form the next drop of God's blood. Unlike yesterday, he knew the steps, so the process was easy. Even so, it still drained his life energy and haki to zero. Curious to explore the new power, Blaze didn't mind the exhaustion and directly burned a drop to test it. As soon as he did, the drop of golden blood scattered into a countless wisp of energy, directly enhancing every aspect of his being. He felt power, boundless power coursing through every inch of his body. He felt reborn. After experimenting for 10 minutes, Blaze understood some of its abilities. It can be used to enhance his physique or directly utilized as a form of energy that he desires, whether it's Nen or haki. Doing so would improve his Nen or haki by 3-folds. To someone of his caliber, it's a huge improvement. It would practically make him invincible within the short time period. Another thing he noted is, the God's blood has the ability to heal any type of injury. Even a severed arm or leg can be regrown. Just now, all his hidden injuries and the life source he depleted during his fight with the 5 elders were also recovered. Meaning, Blaze is back to his peak. Feeling the power, Blaze clenched his fist while his lips curled a little as if he was smirking. World government, 5 elders, wait for me. I will come back soon. Days passed by. Every day, Blaze would train his haki and nin concepts. He would form a drop of God's blood at the end of the day so that his exhaustion doesn't interfere with his training or fight. After lingering between 150 to 190th floor for 15 days, Blaze earned nearly around 400 million jenny, enough for him to spend for years. Deciding it's enough, Blaze won his fights and proceeded to the 200th floor. A female clerk welcomed him at the registration desk and handed him a form to sign. She then explained to him the rules of the 200th floor, along with match timings. After hearing the explanation, Blaze filled the form and ticked the checkbox that he's ready to fight any day. The female clerk then handed the room key and told him his next match will be informed once it's fixed. Blaze was informed the next day of his match. His match date has been confirmed 2 days from now at 9 AM on the 225th floor. He was looking forward to it, as it will be his first nin fight. He'd hope his opponent is at least a little bit stronger with powerful nin ability, not some rookie crushers. 2 days passed. As Blaze entered the arena, he heard the shouts and cheering from the crowd of spectators. Unlike on the lower floor, the number of audiences on the 200th floor is plentiful. The announcer introduced him as debut fighter of the 200th floor and then his opponent, who currently has 9 wins and 2 losses. Blaze was surprised when he heard it. 9 wins, it seems I won't be bored. After the announcement, his opponent entered the stage. His opponent is named Rozak, with a relaxed demeanor. As soon as he entered the stage, the noise from the audience stands increased. It seems he has huge support. Rozak is a tall, muscular man with well-developed muscles that can be seen from his open-styled silver leather jacket. He had short blue hair with electric blue eyes. Looking at Blaze, Rozak muttered, but it was audible. "A rookie, hey. Rookie." Blaze smirked hearing his words. 163, First nin battle. Even though the referee said, "Begin," Rozak didn't take the initiative to attack. In his eyes, Blaze's common stance is full of opening without any guard. But his sharpened senses warned him his opponent is dangerous. If he makes a single mistake, he will die. Not letting the pressure affect his mind, Rozak commented at Blaze. "It seems you are not an ordinary person. Come, you are wasting my time." Blaze gestured with his hand. The next moment, Rozak erupted with amazing ren before using 10 to shroud it around his body. Making his preparation, he dashed towards him. The crowd thundered into cheers seeing him action. From the aura, Blaze could tell he's a master who's been practicing nin for some time. Facing the attack, he didn't use his nin. First, he needs to understand how his pure physical ability compares to nin users. After that, he will plan his next course of action. Rozak launched a flurry of punches shrouding his arm with nin. As for Blaze, he blocked his strikes with bare hands. Even with his physical attribute crossing the 70-bar limit, he felt slight discomfort. He's not Kaido with absolute defense. The Senju Constitution granted him a powerful life force and physical energy along with tremendous stamina and resilience. The only thing it wasn't great at is defense. Still, it's enough to overwhelm the majority of people even in the One Piece world. On the other hand, Rozak looks stunned seeing his nin-enhanced punches couldn't injure his opponent. Impossible. I am an enhancer. He didn't even use 10, how did he block my punches with bare hands? When he saw Blaze look absent-minded, Rozak felt humiliated. Since normal nin attacks don't work, I will show him my Hatsu. Just as Blaze was contemplating, Rozak transformed his aura into the shape of long whips and lashed at him from all directions. Moreover, his whips were enhanced with nin, so they packed incredible power. Even a fellow enhancer would be injured if he faced the attack head-on. Coming out of his thoughts, Blaze avoided the attacks as if they were nothing. Seeing none of his attacks could hit his opponent, Rozak roared. "Don't think it's all I got. I have another nin ability, Power Multiplier. Every time I land a hit, my powers grow. Oh, you should have used that from the start. I won't dodge anymore, come." Blaze said, finally showing some emotion on his face. "What?" This time, Blaze shrouded his body with 10. The point to be noted is, he wasn't using Ken but normal 10. Because it's more than enough. The next moment, Rozak charged at him vigorously and sent a torrent of punches. Blaze blocked everything with his 10 shrouded hands but none of them managed to crack his 10. It was while his opponent's strength multiplied with every attack. Finally, after 30 consecutive strikes, Rozak's fist was enveloped by spherical-shaped deep red energy. The aura in the fist is a little overwhelming. Laughing crazily, Rozak shouted. "You shouldn't have let me hit you consecutively. Let's see how you block this one." Sensing the power behind the attack, Blaze guessed it should be as strong as Yuvajan's Big Bang Impact. Though the latter can use it normally, Rozak had to fulfill a lot of conditions to reach this level. It's the difference between him and the powerful nin master. Blaze mused. "Should I use Ken? No, my full power 10 should be enough to block the strike. Let's test it. Arriving before him, Rozak punched while Blaze blocked with his arms crossed. The overwhelming punch carried a devastating power enough to obliterate anything in its path. The power behind the punch sent Blaze flying out of the arena bounds while his 10 was destroyed by the strike. However, it wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Seeing the strike, the audience screamed in excitement. Whoa, what was that? The blow seemed pretty powerful but Blaze seems to be unharmed. The announcer screamed. Dusting his dress, Blaze jumped onto the stage without any signs of injuries. Seeing it, Rozak couldn't believe his eyes. How can it be? That was a critical hit enough to rival missiles. Is he a monster? It's my turn, Blaze said, concentrating his Nen onto his fist. A golden spherical bubble formed around his fist, even affecting the surrounding. Though he just directed 10% of his aura. Feeling the endless power contained in the fist, Rozak gulped and took a few steps back. He knew if he got hit by that fist, he will die a gruesome death. It should be slightly stronger than your last punch. Are you ready to take it? Don't forget to shield your face with Ken, otherwise, you would die. Blaze asked and kindly reminded. Sweat formed on Rozak's face. I'm quick on my feet, I can dodge it. It may be powerful but it's nothing if it can't hit me. The next moment, his entire view collapsed as his opponent appeared before him as if he teleported. Facing the incoming fist, he sensed death. Knowing he can't dodge the attack, he heeded Blaze's warning and shielded his face with 100% Ken. Still, he felt weak under overwhelming power. Boom! As Blaze's punch connected, there was a loud boom followed by a shockwave. As for Rozak, he was sent flying and crashed into the audience stand. He lost his consciousness as most of his facial bones were shattered while his entire face was deformed beyond recognition. His entire being is covered in blood. If Blaze hadn't held back his strength at the last moment, Rozak would have lost his life. The cheering audience quieted down. Silence ensued as none of them expected this outcome. Once the referee announced his victory, Blaze left the battle stage and returned to his room. Though using them seemed fun, the battle didn't excite him much. But, he had to admit Rozak's Hatsu is pretty powerful. Once he masters his enhancement category to perfection, he will definitely become a notable figure. Power multiplier. It was a good Nen ability but if he wasn't wrong, to perform that last strike he needs to fulfill a lot of conditions. Though Blaze is strong, his strength is nowhere near enough to defeat the Chimera Ant King. His current aura reserve should be slightly stronger than Netero but he wasn't exactly sure. Only after he meets Netero in person, he can say for sure. Even so, if he battles Netero with Nen alone he will definitely lose as he wasn't as skilled in Nen as the latter. If he uses his God's blood, his powers should reach close to Royal Guards but not enough to defeat them, much less the Ant King. He needs Nen training and practice. Of course, if he uses his Haki and Devil Fruit ability he will be able to do it but, what's fun in that? As a battle lover, he needs some challenges. Besides, he will be bored to death if he doesn't have a goal for himself. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 30 advanced chapters there. 164, Hisoka Maro. 4 months passed by. It's been nearly 6 months since he came to the world of hunters. In the 4 months, he competed in 9 matches and won every one of them. Aside from Rozak, he didn't meet any strong opponent with good Nen mastery. Most of them are rookies or weak. It doesn't matter, the reason he stays here is because of the quietness. When he feels bored, he would go and watch the battle between other Nen masters. Of course, he didn't plan on staying here for the long term. Once he wins his next match, he will earn the right to challenge the floor master. He will leave after that. Just as he came to the 225th floor to watch today's battle, he was surprised by the names revealed on the board for the next match: Hisoka vs Castro. So he finally came to Heaven's Arena. When Blaze was on Earth, he enjoyed Hisoka's character, sinister, manipulative, and self-centered. He's the type of person you will feel the urge to beat. Since Hisoka's someone who loves to fight stronger opponents, Blaze was going to give him the opportunity. The battle started once both the combatants entered the battle stage. Hisoka looked the same as he remembered, with his attire adorned with various card symbols. His appearance is similar to that of a magician with face paint along with star and teardrop symbols on his cheeks. The battle went as expected. Castro lost. After playing with him for a while, Hisoka struck the latter with Nen. As he's an experienced Nen user, Castro didn't suffer any disabilities during the initiation. Just as Hisoka walked out of the battle stage, he met Blaze who had been waiting for him in the passageway. Hisoka played with the Joker card in his hand and looked at Blaze releasing his extreme bloodlust. "Who are you? Are you up for a fight?" Blaze asked, revealing a portion of his powerful aura. "If you do, feel free to choose me as your next opponent. I am ready anytime." "Okay." Once Blaze disappeared from his view, Hisoka narrowed his eyes. He could tell Blaze is strong and the thought of fighting such an opponent excited him to the core. I'm sure he will entertain me. After his talk with Hisoka, Blaze went back to his room to resume training. In the last 4 months, he practiced his nin every day and grew habitual to it like haki. If he wanted, he could create a hatsu of his own without much difficulty. In fact, he tried to imitate many people's nin ability and got succeeded with most of them. A good example is Leorio's remote punch. Like Jing, he was able to imitate it without much effort. Aside from that, he now has 130 drops of God's blood. After experimenting and analyzing for a few days, he discovered, to attain the half-god physique, he requires 3000 drops of God's blood. Of course, he wasn't 100% certain of it, but it should be around that range. To reach that, he needs at least another 8 years to complete it. It's a long time and Blaze wasn't in any rush either. Since he's going to fight Hisoka next, he plans on creating a unique nin ability to play with the latter. 4 days later, Blaze and Hisoka stood face to face in the battle stage of Heaven's Arena on the 225th floor. Hisoka could hardly contain his excitement as it's been some time he fought any worthy opponents. Blaze had a slight smile on his face as well, looking at the excited Hisoka. Confidence oozed from the latter as if he's the most powerful. Blaze, is it? I'm so happy, you make me feel so good. I am going to enjoy breaking you. Hisoka licked the Joker card in his hand and spoke. Hearing his words, Blaze laughed. I like your confidence, but are you really that strong? When the judge uttered the word begin, Hisoka took the initiative and dashed forward like a maniac, emanating boundless killing intent. Just from the aura alone, Blaze could tell Hisoka's on a different level than other nin users he met. It's what you call talent. Especially his nin, it's dense and strong. Swoosh. Facing Hisoka's tricky fighting style and sinister moves, Blaze evaded them all the same with little to no effort as if he knew the latter's moves beforehand. It's not because Blaze can see the future, it's just Hisoka's moves are slow. Not just him, most of the fighters he encountered all had flashy moves but were slow. As for Blaze, he firmly believes in the concept of absolute strength as all kinds of tricks and abilities are ineffective before it. The crowd cheered and yelled as both Hisoka and Blaze began to fight. The fast-paced battle excited and drew everyone into the battle. The next moment, Hisoka kicked at his face with full strength. He's using KO, concentrating his entire aura into the right feet. If Blaze attacks now, he can heavily injure Hisoka as the latter left his body defenseless. But suddenly, Blaze laughed inwardly and muttered, interesting, as he perceived the future. Hisoka kicked at him but his feet froze for a second, centimeters away from his face, before zooming forward with explosive force. Bang! Though the force behind the kick isn't enough to break his ten, Blaze used Ken to block the strike. He remained unharmed. Powerful. The power behind the kick is exceptional as it's enough to injure even master enhancers if they didn't use their full aura to block the strike. The reason behind the power is as simple as Hisoka used his hatsu, bungee gum. He connected his feet to the ground with bungee gum before the kick and let it loose once it was stretched to the maximum. It drastically increased the force behind the kick. It's simple but very efficient. That's what makes Hisoka's bungee gum terrifying. If any opponent gauges his strike with just the amount of KO or Ryu, they will suffer horribly. It's not the end of Hisoka's attack because as soon as he noticed Blaze is unharmed, he threw the cards that appeared between his fingers at blinding speed and with absolute precision. What's extraordinary about it is, he did it from an angle that perfectly obstructed Blaze's eyesight. If not for the observation haki, even he would have been fooled. Blaze didn't try to dodge the attack but swiftly caught the cards between his fingers by coating them with Ken. Feeling the cards, he showed a surprised expression. Amazing! Hisoka's cards felt heavy as if they are steel. The latter had shrouded his cards with shu, but the amount of aura and how he applied them is extremely amazing. His cards were heavier at the edges while lighter at the center because he applied Ryu along with shu, splitting his aura in the cards to yield maximum output. 165, Absolute Barrier. Hisoka's eyes narrowed witnessing Blaze catching his cards with ease. He knew very well how much aura and power he inserted in the cards. Though he's a transmuter, he mastered his enhancement to a certain degree. To catch the cards without suffering any damage, his opponent is definitely an enhancer and should have attained high-level mastery. Still, Hisoka smiled the next moment because his plan has succeeded. In the last attack, he didn't just throw the cards but also his bungee gum. It had perfectly glued to Blaze's cheek. Since his bungee gum can be concealed within, it's very difficult to spot in the middle of battle without using Gyo. Of course, Blaze sensed the bungee gum with his powerful observation haki even before it was attached to the right side of his cheek. So Hisoka's smile didn't last for long. When Blaze casually threw the cards away and touched the bungee gum to feel its texture, Hisoka's expression changed. Does he know about my ability beforehand? Hisoka wondered. Though it wasn't enough to sway his spirit, he was disappointed a little. Is this your nin ability? It's a good plaything. Blaze praised. Feeling the bungee gum with his own hands, he could tell its properties and nature of transformation. Plaything. Hisoka felt unresigned. It's his creation, after all, there's no way he can take this lying. However, it's really nothing in Blaze's eyes as he casually cut the bungee gum by forming a small sword made of heat with his aura. I created an ability of my own. Let's see how it is when compared to yours. Blaze's ren spiked for a moment and extended about 3 meters before morphing into a thin spherical membrane. Feeling and seeing Blaze's aura in close range, Hisoka's heart quivered in excitement as the latter's nen is incredibly powerful and beyond his imagination. Blaze concentrated and the aura around the edges of the spherical membrane solidified into some kind of transparent crystal. It gave birth to a barrier-like thing. It's a very simple use of and along with the transmutation of his aura into a hard element. I call this absolute barrier. Though I created it on a whim, it's rather hard. As you can see, I transformed the aura around the barrier to make it more durable. It won't break easily. Blaze boasted with his head held high and explained, but Hisoka's in no mood to listen. Enough for chit-chat. Let's fight. Hisoka channeled his nen around his body, ready to strike. What are you saying? The fight has already ended, you lost your chances to hurt me. Blaze spread his hand and shook his head. What? Hisoka raised his eyebrows. Let me demonstrate my abilities so that you can understand clearly. Blaze snapped his finger and the barrier around his body vanished. The next moment, Hisoka's face changed as he found himself in a spherical barrier. He wasn't even able to react to the attack or fathom how it happened. Blaze smiled. Capture complete. I forgot to mention the nature of my ability. The absolute barrier is a pure defensive technique, but it can also be bestowed on others in a way to protect them. Of course, it includes foes. Hearing it, Hisoka grimaced. Blaze doesn't need to explain anymore as he understood the concept completely. Troublesome ability. Still, it doesn't prevent him from trying to break the barrier. After a few seconds, Hisoka panted as none of his tricks worked. Even his bungee gum couldn't help him. The barrier didn't even budge. He knew he won't be able to break it even if he tried for another 10 days, so he finally accepted the fact of being trapped inside. So what now? Are you going to kill me? Hisoka asked. You have the potential to be a good fighter, so I am going to let you live. I just hope the next time we meet you are at least strong enough to entertain me. Blaze spoke and undid the barrier. Hisoka felt as if he was slapped in the face. It's always him who lets his opponent live so that he can break them in the future when they become formidable, but someone did the same to him. Of course, if you try to attack me now, I will kill you, right here and right now. Blaze narrowed his eyes, revealing his killing intent that's capable of overwhelming even Hisoka. Facing Blaze, Hisoka felt as if he was being stared at by an unknown beast. His acute danger senses warned he will die if he does anything foolish. With drops of sweat on his forehead, Hisoka uttered. I am not a fool. I know when to advance and retreat. The next time we meet, it will be different. Saying this, Hisoka admitted defeat and left the battle stage. He soon disappeared from everyone's view. He has a strong spirit. The battle wasn't as exciting as he envisioned. Though Hisoka's strong, he's not at the level of overwhelming top nen masters of the world. After winning the battle against Hisoka, Blaze got the qualification to challenge the floor master, but he didn't do it as he wasn't the least bit interested. The reason he came to Heaven's Arena is for money and to engage in battle with proficient nen users like Hisoka. He accomplished what he came here for. It's time he moves. The next day, leaving Heaven's Arena, Blaze went to see a doctor and find a solution to remove the sea stone scraps in his body. It had bothered him for some time now. After scanning his body with advanced medical devices of Hunter World, the doctors found 12 sea stone scraps inside his body. The problem is, they settled in different parts of his body. Just as they decided to remove the scraps using a magnetic tool that can draw any kind of metal, it failed as the sea stone is an entirely different element. Blaze expected this outcome. He just wanted to see whether they has any method. Of course, it's not the only method, as the scraps can also be removed by surgery or handled by special nen doctors. But, considering his physique, there's no way these normal doctors can cut his skin. The other method is also not feasible as he needs to be a hunter to invite special nen doctors. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Blaze decided to return to Whale Island. 166, Start of Hunter Exam. A white cloud, the size of a small car, sped over the sea, towards Whale Island. Blaze lazed on top of the cloud in a carefree manner with his eyes closed. The white cloud is something he created with his aura using transmutation and conjuration. To make the cloud more powerful and versatile, he added 5 drops of God's blood. As a result, it became a sentient life form. Blaze named it Little White. It's not capable of speech but intelligent, able to think and follow his words. Blaze reached Whale Island in a few hours. He directly landed in the forest a little away from the town, where he stayed when he first came. As soon as he arrived, 2 figures came running from the distance. It's Gon and the little fox bear. Blaze, you came back. Gon rushed and held him. I missed you. Not just Gon, the little fox bear also didn't forget his scent as it came forward and nudged its head on his legs showing affection. Blaze smiled and touched Gon's head. Well, I told you I will be back in a few months. He then looked at the fox bear that had grown in size. He took out the food he prepared for the little guy and threw it. Blaze, what is that? I saw something flying past just now, did you come riding this? Gon asked as checked the white cloud that floats in mid-air. Little White, come here, Blaze called. He picked Gon and placed him on the cloud. Show him some of your skills. As soon as he commanded, Little White sword carrying Gon who was screaming atop his lungs. Ah, Blaze, help me. Blaze chuckled as he watched Gon disappear from his view. Gazing at the little fox bear, he said. You are next. When it heard his words, its fur stood up and it ran away in fear. The little white came back after 10 minutes with Gon who lying on the cloud while his hands were tightly clutching the surfaces of the cloud for support. Yet, his eyes gleamed in excitement and enjoyment. Did you like it? Blaze asked. It's wonderful. You can play with it anytime as I will be here for the next few months. Really? Yes. Blaze replied and asked, Gon, how was your training on Soru and Kami-e? Why don't you show it to me? After playing with Gon for a while, Blaze began to gather the woods to build a small wooden house since he's going to stay here for some time. He plans on spending his time in meditation and training. Whether it's haki or nin, he has a lot to learn and comprehend. He needs to utilize his time wisely. Days passed. Blaze trained in peace as there's no one to disturb him, except Gon who's also a sensible kid. He won't bother him for no reason and rarely interrupts his training. Most of the time, he would just play with Little White and Con. In no time, 2.5 years have passed. Though there's no change in Blaze's appearance, he's 23 years old right now and it's been 3 years since he came to this world. In these 2.5 years, Blaze's strength rose steadily without any drastic change. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he's right now. His nin grew smooth and dense after much meditation, practice, and understanding. His aura is not the same as it was years ago, it's vastly different. Even if he faces the king's royal guard, he has the confidence to kill them with just nin alone. As for the king himself, he can only tell after facing him in person. If possible, he wants to have a fight with Chairman Netero, which may tell his current level of strength. If we are just talking about haki and constitution, he should be as powerful as Whitebeard in his prime. In these 3 years, his haki rose from 71.5 to 75.4 while his constitution attribute grew to 74.8 from 71.2. Aside from this, he didn't forget to develop his god's blood. Right now, 1/3 of the blood in his body has turned golden. Meaning, he has nearly 1,000 drops in his body. If he hadn't used some for experimentation, he would have had more but it doesn't matter much to him. Even so, the feeling of power, it's simply wonderful but one shouldn't be intoxicated by it. Blaze knew it very well. Overconfidence leads to destruction. It's time to leave the Whale Island. Around 9 in the morning, Gon hurried towards him in excitement. Blaze, Aunt Mito agreed, she agreed to sign the hunter application card under one condition. What is it? She wants me to catch the master of the swap. I am going to do it. Gon clenched his fist. It's really an impossible condition set by Mito, as she doesn't want Gon to take the hunter exam but it's only for ordinary people. To Gon, this task poses no difficulty. Unlike in the original timeline, Blaze trained Gon very well. Though he didn't teach him nin, he made him do all types of exercises to improve the latter's physique. Then what are you waiting for? I believe you will be able to catch it quite easily. Yes, Gon then went to catch the fish. With his current strength, it's indeed a very easy task. Everything went as shown in the original timeline, this time he caught it pretty easily. Though reluctant, Mito signed Gon's hunter application card. As for Blaze, he applied for the hunter exam even before Gon. The next morning, Mito and her grandmother came to the harbor to see him off. Blaze also came to the port to board the ship but Mito came to speak with him. Mito looked at him and spoke, Mr. Blaze, please look after Gon. He's still young and inexperienced. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him with me around, Blaze assured her and boarded the ship along with Gon. 167, Exam Site. Upon boarding the ship, Gon bids goodbye to the inhabitants of Whale Island and shouted, once I become the best hunter in the world, I will come back. His shout attracted the attention of other passengers on board who also came to take the hunter exam. Without minding the mocks of others, Gon observed the ship. As for Blaze, he quietly stood in the dock enjoying the sea breeze and watched Gon's actions. He also noticed Kurapika and Leorio among the ship passengers. As he knows what will happen next, he just enjoyed the process. Everything went as occurred in the anime. Gon told the captain of the ship that a storm is coming. Just as he said, the storm raged in their way, while nearly every exam applicant on the ship suffered seasick except for Gon, Blaze, Kurapika, and Leorio. After a few minutes, the captain summoned them and asked the reasons for taking the hunter exam. Gon quickly answered that he wants to know why his father chose to be a hunter. After Gon, Blaze answered, "Just for fun, as I am bored." As for Leorio and Kurapika, they both refused to reveal their reason. But, as soon as the captain announced it's part of the exam, they told their own reasons. Kurapika tells about the phantom troop who annihilated his Kurta clan, and he's taking the hunter exam as it would help him to revenge. Followed by Kurapika, Leorio declared he's taking the exam for money. The comments shared by Kurapika and Leorio spark the animosity between the two, and they go out to the deck to duel as shown in the series. Blaze watched everything with interest while the next storm came in their way, one that even the captain of the ship took seriously. Gon accompanied the crew member Kitso to help with the sail while Blaze followed them outside. Leorio and Kurapika stood face to face without bothering about the storm. But suddenly, Kitso, who came out of the cabin, was tossed out of the ship because of a wave. Leorio and Kurapika couldn't even react before Gon jumped out. The other two promptly reacted to catch Gon's legs. The incident also helped Leorio and Kurapika sort out the dispute among them. As for the captain, he's impressed with them and promised them to bring the ship to the nearest port to the exam site. "Hey, that's strange," Leorio muttered and explained. "That the cedar tree is in the opposite direction of Zaban City, where this year hunter exam is going to be held." "Gon, perhaps you misheard." Kurapika spoke. "No, the captain said to go to the cedar tree." Gon shook his head. He then asked Blaze. "Blaze, what do you think we should do?" "Trust your instincts." "Okay. Then I am going to check out the tree the captain spoke of," Gon said while Kurapika followed suit. Leorio bids goodbye to them and walked in opposite direction, but he soon came back knowing it was a trap. "Are you also from Whale Island?" Leorio tried to strike a conversation with Blaze. "I come from a distant land. I just stay in Whale Island temporarily," Blaze replied. The conversation is short because both Kurapika and Leorio find Blaze is different from them. With their keen perception, they could tell he's a very strong person. They soon reached a small deserted town. A group of masked people appears with an old woman blocking their way. The old woman told them they have to undergo the quiz in order to reach the cedar tree. Clearing the quiz, a door to a tunnel opens. They are instructed to meet the navigators living in a house by the cedar tree. Upon reaching the cedar tree, they find the navigators, a couple being attacked by a shape-shifting creature, the Kiriko. After passing their test, thanks to Gon, they agreed to fly them to the exam site. Gon, Blaze, Leorio, and Kurapika arrive at Zaban City under the guidance of the navigator. He then led them to a small restaurant and helped them to the back room after providing a password to the restaurant owner. The elevator descended 100 floors below, leading them to a tunnel where all the applicants waited. Their arrival attracted everyone's gaze. "The atmosphere is strange down here," Leorio spoke. "They vastly differ from all the hunter applicants that we saw before." "Have seen," Kurapika commented. "Hello, please take a number." Beans came and gave them the identification numbers. Blaze got the number 406, the last one. Shortly after, they are befriended by Tonpa, the rookie crusher. He told them about the other applicants. Particularly, Hisoka, who nearly killed an examiner on last year's examination. Then it happened when an applicant bumped into Hisoka without apologizing. The latter did something that made the applicant's arms disappear. Blaze smiled seeing him. He could tell Hisoka used his nin and tricks to achieve this effect. Sensing his gaze, Hisoka turned his head just to see Blaze. He was shocked and froze for a second before coming back to his senses. As the Gon's trio spoke with Tonpa, Blaze went to meet Hisoka. "It's been some time, I hope your strength has improved since the last time we met." At that moment, the bell sounded while the examiner for the first round appeared. Sato's introduced himself and tells the participants to follow him through the tunnel as part of the first exam phase. The hunter exam has finally begun. 168, Swindler's Swamp. "I apologize for the wait. The entry period for the hunter application has ended," Sato's announced. "The hunter exam will now begin." He then warned everyone about the danger of losing their lives in the process, but none of the applicants backed away. Seeing this, Sato's spoke. "Very well. All 405 applicants will participate in Phase 1. Follow me." Saying this, he started running and explained. "I'm Sato's, the Phase 1 examiner. I will lead you to the exam's second phase." "What about Phase 1? Hanzo asked. "It has already commenced," Sato's replied. "This is part of the test." His answer confused and panicked some of the hunter applicants. "You must follow me to Phase 2. This is the exam's first phase," Sato's explained. Blaze ran alongside Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio while glancing at the other participants. He also noticed the disfigured and pinned 2 hours passed since the start of the exam. The applicants have traveled over 30 kilometers from the start point. None of them know how far they should go. They are forced to run at the leader's pace with no goal specified. With no end in sight, many have already dropped out. I underestimated the hunter exam. Everyone here is a monster. Leorio showed signs of exhaustion, but he got irritated seeing Killua using the skating board. You should show some respect to the hunter exam. Why are you using a skateboard? It's cheating. He yelled. Why? Killua asked ignorantly. This is an endurance test, Leorio replied. No, it isn't. Gon expressed his view. Hey! Gon, what are you saying? Leorio complained in exasperation. The examiner only told us to follow him. Gon stated the fact. Hey, how old are you? Killua asked, approaching Gon. 12 years old. Gon replied. Killua mused, we are of the same age. Guess I will run too. Killua picked the skateboard with a stylish maneuver and started running alongside Gon. He then introduced himself as Killua. I am Gon. Gon stated his name. Watching their interaction, Blaze smiled. It's a form of enjoyment to meet and see your favorite characters in person and how they interact. You two are really compatible and make a good team, Blaze commented. Who are you? Killua asked, but his body was on full alert. He could feel the aura emitting from Blaze with his sharp perception. It's even stronger than his brother Illumi. Nice to meet you. I am Blaze. Killua snorted and ignored him. Blaze didn't mind as he knew Killua's personality very well. After another few kilometers of running, many hunter applicants began to collapse. In their group, Leorio was completely exhausted and covered in sweat. He was on the verge of quitting. Thanks to Gon, he gained the motivation and starts running even ahead of them in full force. When they reached a wide staircase mark, Hunter Examiner Satoz started increasing his pace. At the same time, Gon and Killua agreed to have a race to the exit and the one to win will pay for dinner. Blaze also increased his pace. When he crossed Hisoka, who was running with Illumi, Blaze sent him a glance before advancing forward. In a few steps, he joined Kurapika and Leorio. Who is he? Illumi asked. I met him 2 years ago at the Heavens Arena. Hisoka recounted his battle with Blaze. You lost? Illumi asked in a surprised tone. I want to fight him again, but I am not confident of defeating him. Hisoka spoke his mind. We may have a chance if we join hands together, what do you say? You know, I don't do work for nothing, Illumi replied. But, your words have piqued my interest. Scarlet Eyes Kurapika spoke. That's why the Kurta clan was targeted, for our unique scarlet eyes. When our emotions are heightened, our eyes turn scarlet. The eyes in the scarlet state are considered one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. They command high prices in the black market. That's why the Phantom Torque attacked you. Leorio asked. They took every eye from my clan's remains. I can still hear their darkened eyes crying out in anguish. I swear I will capture the Phantom Troop and I will reclaim the eyes of my clan. Kurapika revealed his deepest secret. Next, Leorio told his side of the story of how his friend would not have died if he had money. Listening to their conversation, Blaze reached the end of the tunnel. Gon and Killua already waited there along with the examiner Satoz and a few other participants. Once the other applicants arrived, Satoz introduced them to the location as the Milsey Wetlands, also known as the Swindler's Swamp. We must cross the wetlands to reach the second phase of the hunter exam. This place is home to numerous beasts, mysterious creatures and deadly plants who deceive humans and prey upon them. Be careful. If you let them fool you, you are dead. Stay very close to me so you won't be deceived. Just as Satoz finished explaining, a shout came from afar. Don't let them fool you. A man showed up dragging an unconscious ape that had an appearance similar to Satoz's. He's an imposter. I am the real examiner. He then accused Satoz of being a man-faced ape. The applicants become confused. What's going on? I think what he says is true. But, before the applicants could come to a conclusion, Hisoka attacked the two with his cards. The man with the ape got killed while Satoz easily caught the cards with his bare hands. That settles it. You are the real one. Hisoka spoke. Of course, Satoz spoke and warned Hisoka that he will be disqualified if he try to attack him again. Sure. Hisoka accepted. Let us be on our way. Please follow me. Satoz then led everyone into the Swindler's Swamp that's covered in fog. Blaze looked around in interest as he ran. Though he has seen many things in One Piece world, the HXH world has its own uniqueness. He's thoroughly enjoying this journey. After a few minutes of running, Killua suggested, feeling the tense atmosphere behind him. Gon, let's move up. Okay, Gon then shouted at Leorio and Kurapika before following Killua. As for Blaze, he was ahead of everyone. He did it so that his debut doesn't affect the original storyline, as he wants to observe the fight between Gon and Hisoka. Just as he thought, everything went as shown in the series. Leorio and Kurapika separated from the group. After a few minutes, Gon went to search for them. Knowing it's time, Blaze followed Gon without alerting him. After running for a minute, he reached the location where Leorio faced Hisoka on his own. Seeing Leorio is in danger, Gon attacked Hisoka with the fishing rod. Even when facing Hisoka, he didn't show any nervousness or fear. Unlike in the original series, Blaze has taught Soru and Kami-e to Gon and has improved his physical abilities by guiding him daily. He also gave him combat training. If Nonan is involved, Gon won't lose easily. Let's see how far Gon's strength has reached. Blaze watched the confrontation from the distance. 169, Chairman Netero. Is that a fishing rod? What a fascinating weapon. Allow me to take a closer look. Hisoka spoke as he walked towards Gon. Gon didn't show any kind of fear or nervousness when facing Hisoka. But before he could make his move, Leorio attacked Hisoka from behind. The result is obvious, he was punched hard in the face and lost consciousness. Gon seized the moment and attacked from behind, which Hisoka evaded easily. You came to rescue your friend? Hisoka asked, appearing behind Gon. But Hisoka underestimated Gon and his reaction speed. Gon used Soru and vanished from the spot. Even Hisoka failed to react to the speed. The next moment, Gon once again used Soru and rushed forward with his figures disappearing from time to time. Though Soru is a powerful movement technique, Hisoka is not weak either. After the initial surprise, he was easily able to follow Gon's speed. Interesting. Hisoka's eyes shone in excitement. He evaded Gon's attack and asked, "You are better than I thought. Did Blaze teach you those techniques?" Gon's attacks were powerful and precise, but Hisoka was even faster than Gon. The result didn't surprise Blaze much, as he knew the characters in Hunter World aren't normal either. In truth, Hisoka is really surprised by Gon's strength, but the result remained the same. He caught Gon by the neck and grasped him tightly. Gon couldn't react in time to use his Kami-e technique, he felt powerless and weak. Seeing Gon struggle to breathe, Hisoka let go and said, "Do not worry. I will not kill your friend. He passed the test." You passed as well. Grow up and become a fine hunter." After receiving the call from Illumi, Hisoka grabbed Leorio and asked, "You can find your way back, right?" As Hisoka walked away, Kurapika came. "Gon. Are you all right?" Seeing everything is okay, Blaze silently took his leave and moved towards the second phase exam site. He didn't interfere because Gon should understand his weakness and need some motivation. "Welcome. I am Menchi, the second phase examiner. I am Buera, the other examiner." Menchi and Buera introduced themselves. Menchi states the second phase involves cooking, which made the applicants laugh and ridicule. Then, Buera tasks them to cook pork. Upon signal, the applicants dashed to the forest. Gon, Killua, Blaze, Leorio, and Kurapika went to search the forest for the pigs. It didn't take long for them to find the pigs, but aside from Blaze, none of them expected them to be carnivorous. The pigs took notice of their presence and stormed towards them. When everyone planned to run, Blaze stood in his place and simply stretched his hand. "Blaze, what are you doing? Let's go," Gon urged. But Blaze didn't move. He used his Conqueror's Haki to collapse 5 pigs and scared the other ones away. "Oh, what kind of trick is this?" Leorio exclaimed while Gon, Killua, and Kurapika had surprised expressions on their faces. "Why are you all standing in a daze? Take the ingredients. Let's go and cook." Blaze spoke and grabbed a pig while others did the same. It didn't take long for the other applicants to find the weakness of the great stamp pigs and kill it. Soon, everyone came with a pig in hand. Like in the series, most used the crudest method known, roasting the entire pig. As for Blaze, he cut the pig into slices and coated them with spices before barbecuing. Still, he knew Mecha will fail everyone even if the dish is good. So, after grilling them, he ate and shared it with Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika. "It's good," Leorio commented while others also enjoyed the dish. Blaze consumed most of it and left just 2 pieces for the examiner. Like in the series, Menchi fails everyone for different reasons. The same happened to Blaze, saying the food is not delicious. "What? Even you failed?" Gon exclaimed. Blaze just shrugged. After a few minutes, Menchi failed everyone, saying she's full. The hunter applicants were surprised by the decision. "No one has passed. Are you serious? Does she really mean it? The exam is over." Many couldn't accept the decision. Toto, the wrestler, snapped and destroyed the kitchen utensils out of anger. "I won't accept it." As applicants and Menchi fought with words, an airship floated above the exam site. The next moment, an elderly man jumps the airship and landed on the ground, creating a crater. Chairman Netero. Blaze's fighting spirit ignited. He can't wait to fight him, someone who stands at the peak of the HXH world. With his observation Haki, he could sense Netero is stronger than he expected. Who's that geezer? He's Chairman Netero, one in charge of the hunter exam, Menchi explained to the applicants. Netero asked Menchi if she really failed them because of their unwillingness to try new things. Menchi admits losing her cool after her profession was insulted and making the exam harder. She informed him that she will resign as an examiner and requested the chairman to redo the second phase. Very well, how about this? Netero spoke, you will continue to serve as the examiner but you must also participate in the new test you propose. Is it okay? I agree. Then the new exam will be boiled eggs. Menchi requested the chairman to bring them all to Split Mountain. Boarding the airship, they reached the Split Mountain where the new exam is going to be conducted. Now, everyone. Look down there. The new exam is collecting the spider eagle's eggs. They build webs down there. Spider eagles build their webs deep in the ravine, to protect the eggs from predators. This makes spider eagle eggs are most difficult to obtain in the world. Netero explained. Menchi then showed how to obtain the eggs by jumping onto the ravine. Dangling on the webs for a few seconds, she got the eggs and was brought up by an updraft. After that, the other daring applicants jumped onto the ravine before Menchi could explain things clearly. Thanks to Gon, aside from some of them everyone successfully got the eggs. Returning to the surface, everyone cooked the eggs and enjoyed the taste. Even Blaze finds it very delicious. HXH world is really filled with mysteries. Allow me to introduce myself to the remaining 43 applicants. As soon as everyone boarded the airship, Chairman Netero formally introduced himself and Beans. Beans announced that the airship will arrive at the site of the third phase the next morning at 8 am. The applicants are thus free to dine, rest, and do they please until contacted. Gon and Killua ran off to explore the airship while Leorio and Kurapika decide to rest for the night. As for Blaze, he went to the dining hall to have some food. After having some food, he plans to go and meet Netero. 170, Trick Tower. After having his fill, Blaze left the dining hall and toured the ship. It didn't take long for him to find the room where Gon and Killua are playing the ball game with Netero. By the time he reached the place, Killua came out with a pissed-off look. The latter was surprised to see him standing outside the door. Seeing his expression, Blaze chuckled. You quit too soon. I guess you don't have the skill to take the ball from the old man. I am in a bad now. Don't get in my way. Killua spoke and tried to walk past but Blaze stopped him. Oh. What will you do if I block your way? Kill me. Blaze asked with a playful expression. Killua snapped. He didn't hesitate for a second to attack. He aimed directly for Blaze's heart while the nails in his hand turned razor-sharp like that of a beast claw. But, Blaze effortlessly caught Killua's hand and tightened his grip making the other party moan in pain. You should refrain from attacking me. If you do that again, I may accidentally kill you. Saying this, Blaze emitted his ren infusing it with ruthless killing intent. It was just for a moment but it's enough to scare Killua so much. With tremendous force, Killua broke free from his hold by twisting his hands and leaped back creating some distance between them. Sweat formed on his forehead as he looked at Blaze in terror and fear. Run, you are not his opponent. Illumi's thoughts engulfed his mind. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be afraid. You have to control your killing impulse. What will Gon think if he finds that you kill for the slightest grievance? Blaze spread his hand and spoke. Killua didn't buy it but Blaze's last sentence brought him back to his senses. He calmed his mind. Go and take some rest, Blaze said and entered the room where Gon and Netero are playing. Inside the room, Gon was using everything he got to take the ball from Netero. The Sora technique he taught didn't give him an advantage against a character like Netero. Still, the Sora technique clearly surprised Netero as he didn't expect a kid like Gon to know such profound technique. With a glance, he could tell it would help Gon in the future. Click. Blaze came inside. His sudden arrival made the two pause the game and look at him. Seeing him, Gon shouted. Blaze, you came at the right time. Netero-san said that he will give us the hunter license if we get the ball. Really? It doesn't seem that hard. Blaze spoke with a slight smile. No. My offer is only for the two kids, not for others. Netero declined as he could tell Blaze isn't an ordinary person. I don't need your offer. Old man, I came to fight you, I hope you are as powerful as others say. Blaze spoke, revealing part of his aura astonishing Netero. Oh. Sensing his aura, Netero squinted his eyes. He's stronger than I thought. Maybe, I can warm up my old bones. But, who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? First take the ball from me, then we will talk about the fight. What do you say? Netero chuckled. Deal. Blaze agreed as he was waiting for this. He was worried that the old man will decline his proposal. Taking his white robe off, he walked towards the center of the room and stood opposite Netero. Cracking his neck, Blaze asked. Can we start? Sure. Netero and Blaze stood face to face ready to attack any moment. The two moved at the same time. Both of them looked at each other while lightning sparkled between them. Blaze made his move, dashing forward at extreme speed. Fast. Netero punched his leg and backed away while Blaze pursued. Blaze didn't use his full strength as doing would definitely destroy the airship. At the same time, he could tell Netero is also doing the same. Meaning, they aren't using their full strength. They are competing with just speed and reflex. On the side, Gon looked at the play with an astounded expression as he was having a hard time following the moving figures of both Blaze and Netero. After a minute, Blaze showed a surprised expression. He had to agree, when it comes to pure speed and reflex Netero bests him. He's really strong. Blaze mused. After all, he's a human who surpassed the limit of his body by training to the extreme. Looks like I won't be able to beat him without using future sight. Thinking through, he didn't hold back his observation haki anymore. The battle changed the next moment. Blaze's hands reached the ball easily. Though Netero reacted and saved it from falling into his hand, it happened again. Netero couldn't believe his eyes. How can he predict my movements so accurately? Did he use Nen that's related to future? He didn't have the luxury to think as Blaze's speed and reflex began to match his. If this continues, I would lose. Netero suddenly increased his physical power and moved away from him. Blaze didn't continue to chase, he stopped in his tracks and looked at Netero. You lost. Netero didn't deny his words as he knew he's the one who lost his cool. If they continued to compete increasing their physical power, it would destroy the airship and put countless applicants' life in danger. We will meet after the hunter exam is over, Netero spoke. Good. Let's go Gon, you should take some rest. Blaze left the room with Gon. After he took his leave, Netero stroked his beard and was in serious thought. Pondering for a minute, he called someone and told them to check on Blaze's background. He's interesting. Next day. The airship reached the next destination where the third phase of the hunter exam is going to be held, Trick Tower, a prison wherein long-term criminals are kept. Once everyone landed, Bean stated the aim of the third phase of the hunter exam, which is to safely arrive at the bottom of Trick Tower within 72 hours. The third phase started. After a while, Kurapika realized that the number of people has decreased by half. At that time, Gon found the secret stone tiles and the way in is to flip them. After a discussion, they all picked a tile and entered the tower. Blaze also did the same. His appearance replaced Tonpa. Like in the original series, they all ended up in the same room. They saw 5 watches in the room with 2 buttons on each of them, an X and O. A door appeared once they wore the watch. The next moment, the voice of the third pace examiner, Lippo, came from the mic. He told them the rules. They have to vote whether to open the door or not. Everybody voted to open and walked through the door that lead them to another room. After another puzzle, they advanced to a large room with a platform in the middle. On the other side, there are 5 prisoners. They must beat at least 3 of them in a challenge to advance in the tower. Lippo once explained the rules. You will be fighting against the 5 of them. The fights will be one-on-one and you can only fight once. There can be no draws. The prisoner's sentence will be reduced by 1 year for every hour they delay the applicants. In other words, their goal is to buy time. The first prisoner is Ben. He came forward and spoke. I'm up first. Choose your combatant. 171, 4th phase. I will go, Blaze spoke and came forward before the others could decide. Blaze. Gon looked at him. Are you sure? Kurapika asked. Nothing to worry about, they are just a bunch of criminals. Blaze walked to the stage at the center while his opponent did the same. Now, let us determine the method of combat. I propose a death match. Ben. Proposed. No problem. Can we start? Blaze nonchalantly agreed, but Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio were dismayed. Will Blaze be okay? Leorio asked. You guys don't know him well. None of the criminals aren't his opponents. Killua uttered as he know Blaze's strength to some extent. Ben. Didn't rush to attack, he studied Blaze. His opponent's untroubled and composed look rang warnings in his mind. He could tell Blaze didn't take him seriously as the latter didn't put any guard against him as if he knew he would win. This kind of confidence made him uneasy. Gritting his teeth, Ben. Decided to attack as he has no other choice and can't give up. The next moment, he leaped high in the air and came at Blaze. He aimed for his throat. Facing his attack, Blaze stood without any care in the world. Swoosh! Blaze simply waved his hand when Ben. Was centimeters away from gripping his throat and the latter's head flew in the air while his headless body dropped to the ground. There was pin-drop silence as no one except Killua understood how Ben. Was killed. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Blaze calmly walked back to his team's side. Killua looked at Blaze in terror as only he saw clearly what happened at that moment. Blaze waved his hand at an extreme speed, generating some sort of wind blade that severed Ben. Head. The criminals on the side came out of their daze, they looked at Blaze with fearful expressions and at the same time felt relieved that they don't have to face him. Inside the monitoring room, Lippo similarly witnessed what happened. Just like others, he too didn't see how Blaze killed Ben. He's strong. The next prisoner is Sidokan, who has been sentenced to 149 years for serial bombings. Gon volunteered to face him. I will go. Like in the series, Sidokan proposes a match to see whose candle burns the longest. Gon chooses the longer candle, unaware no matter what candle he chooses it's going to burn faster. Thanks to his quick thinking and reaction, Gon kept his candle on the floor and sprinted toward Sidokan to blow his candle out. Just like that, he won. Unlike in the series, they won both matches without much effort. They just need to win another one to advance to the next round. But instead of Mahtani who was supposed to face Karapika, Jonas the serial killer came forward. His appearance alerted Leorio who seemed to know about him. We should give up this match. Leorio suggested. Just as Karapika thought of going forward to face him, Blaze stopped him. Killua, you go. Why are you asking Killua to fight him? Leorio asked. There's no need for him to risk his life. We already won 2 matches. Just watch. Killua didn't mind fighting him, so he walked to the platform and faced Jonas. How are we settling the contest? Killua directly asked with his hands inside the pocket. Jonas replied. Contest? You seem to be confused. This will be a one-sided massacre. I have no interest in the exam or any offer of pardon. I just want to hear you scream. Really? Okay. Then the loser is the one who dies. Killua proposed. Jonas looked amused and agreed. The next moment, before Jonas can even make a move or speak, Killua ripped his heart out in an instant without any effort, shocking everyone present. What? Jonas was confused and felt cold. When Killua showed his beating heart, the latter pleaded to give his heart back, but in a matter of seconds, he was dead. Killua's win put the score at 3-0. They won the contest without losing any match. A small path suddenly appeared as soon as they won. The path didn't directly lead them to the finish line, they were forced to cross various hurdles to reach the bottom of the tower. After many obstacles, they all arrive in a small room with 2 doors. They encounter a very difficult choice. The first is to choose the door with an O mark that allows 5 to pass, but is long and difficult, while the second is to choose the door with the X mark that is short and easy, which requires only 3 minutes but only allows 3 to pass. This time, Lippo told them the long path will take more than 70 hours to reach. His sentence is basically forcing them to fight each other. I am choosing O. Gon was determined while others also followed his choice. As soon as they choose, the long and difficult road opened. Actually, we don't have to travel the long one since the short is just on the other side. Saying this, Blaze touched the brick wall. We can destroy the wall with the weapons in that room. Gon's eyes brightened. No need. Blaze placed his palm on the wall and released his Nen, which directly destroyed the wall. Wow! Let's go! In the monitoring room, Lippo looked at the destroyed wall in shock as he knew how deep and hard the wall is. Even if they used a weapon, it would have taken 1 hour for them to dig it. But now, it was destroyed with a single blow. He's dangerous. Using the short path, they directly reached the finish line. In the final space, they saw Hisoka, Gitaraker, and Hanzo. We finally reached. Leorio exhaled. They all have passed the 3rd phase of the Hunter exam, they just need to wait for the remaining time before moving to the 4th phase. After 70 hours, they exited the Trick Tower along with other Hunter applicants who passed the 3rd phase. Finally, there were 25 candidates. As soon as they came out, Lippo greeted and congratulated them. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on passing the 3rd phase of the Hunter exam. Only the 4th phase and final one remain. The 4th phase will take place on Zivil Island. He pointed at the island behind them. The next moment, an examiner comes with a wheeled table with a box on it. Lippo then told them they need to draw lots. To determine who will hunt and who will be hunted. Lippo then called them to draw the lots in the order they exited the tower. Hisoka is first, followed by Illumi and Hanzo. The 4th one is Blaze. He went forward to draw the lot which was sealed, concealing the information within it. Once everyone drew the card, Lippo spoke. Everyone took the card? Now, remove the seal from your card. As everyone looked into the card, Lippo revealed the application of the card. The card indicates the target. As soon as he said it, everyone hurriedly hid their own ID tag. The box has recorded which card was drawn by who. The objective is to steal your target's badge. Naturally, you are allowed to use any method you choose to steal ID tags, including killing your target and taking the tag off from the corpse. Lippo continued. Listen carefully. Your target's ID is worth 3 points. Your own ID is also worth 3 points. All other ID tags are worth 1 point. You will need 6 points in total to advance to the final phase. So, in Zivil Island you have to collect 6 points to advance to the next phase. After that, all of them entered a small steamboat that took them to Zivil Island. On the boat, Blaze looked at the number tag in his hand, 301. He knew it was Illumi's ID tag number. My luck is good. I thought it would be boring. After 2 hours, the boat reached Zivil Island. The fourth phase of the hunter exam began. 172, Little White. Zivil Island. Blaze exited the boat 2 minutes after Hanzo and walked in the direction his target, Illumi, went. It didn't take long for him to find and reach the location of Illumi. He found the latter in a forest-covered region, situated in the center of the Zivil Island. As I thought, I am your target. I guess my luck is bad today. Illumi spoke as he removed the pins from his body, while his appearance returned to normal. From his words, it's easy to guess that he was clearly waiting for Blaze here. I heard from Hisoka that you are very strong. If even he says so, I think you are not an easy one to fight. Killua is completely unlike you. Considering his natural talent, it won't take long before he surpasses you. Blaze shook his head. Since you know you are my target, are you going to hand your tag or do I have to take it myself? You know Killua is my brother. Illumi asked. Though it's not some secret, not many know about the Zaldik family details. It's not much of a secret. Blaze shrugged and asked, are we doing it or not? Hisoka, how long are you going to hide? Come out. You know. Illumi asked without any change in expression. Blaze smiled. When I got the target number I purposely looked at you 2 times so that you notice my target is you. And, I know you would team up with Hisoka. Fighting you alone would be boring, with Hisoka it would be slightly interesting. Hisoka came from behind the tree and looked at Blaze. You are so confident of yourself. Trust me, when you reach my level you would understand my state of mind, Blaze spoke and snapped his fingers. The white coat he wore suddenly disrobed on its own and transformed into a small cloud. Little White, teach them a lesson. If you defeat them both without my help, I will give you a drop. As soon as Little White heard his words, it seemed to be excited. Seeing its enthusiasm, Blaze chuckled and jumped onto the nearby tree branch to watch the show. Little White divided itself into 2 parts and further transformed into a faceless human form with an athletic figure and height reaching 6 feet. Illumi and Hisoka looked at the human cloud in wonder and astonishment. They knew if they want to get to Blaze, they need to take care of it first. Both of them attacked at the same time intending to destroy it. But, will it be so easy? For your information, Little White is an intelligent creature. It has its own life aura. Blaze notified with goodwill. He wasn't exaggerating with the statement. In fact, it took him some time to figure out the true capabilities of Little White that's made with 5 drops of his god's blood. Blaze knew god's blood isn't some simple energy that just enhances his physique or improves his strength upon burning. It's fascinating energy with many mystical properties. Since he has no guidance, he had to experiment and find its innate characteristics on his own, so even now, he doesn't know the full capabilities of his god's blood. As Illumi and Hisoka rushed to attack, Little White activated its Ren. Seeing the Ren, Illumi and Hisoka stopped on their tracks as the pureness and quantity of the aura is almost on par with them. At that moment they knew, the fight isn't going to be an easy one. But, if they get entangled with the cloud thing and consume their strength, how will they take out Blaze? Illumi and Hisoka looked at each other, coming to an agreement. The next moment, Hisoka went forward to block the 2 bodies of Little White while Illumi rushed towards Blaze. It's not that easy, Blaze chuckled seeing their little antics. Little White has been with him for 2.5 years. Since it's intelligent, it learned and trained with him. It won't be easy to get past or defeat Little White. One of the Little White bodies easily blocked Hisoka and another one went to obstruct Illumi from advancing forward. Hisoka's punched Little White in frustration, coating his fist with Nen, but to his astonishment, his arm passed through without making any contact. Before he could retrieve his hand, the gaseous form of Little White solidified, locking Hisoka's arm in place. The next moment, a fist swirling with lightning struck his face and sent him flying back. Hisoka's figure banged into the tree trunk and slid to the ground while smoke emanated from his body. The feeling of being struck with lightning isn't good, as Hisoka's entire body tingled with pain. At the same time, Illumi's figure smashed into the tree next to Hisoka. Though he wasn't struck by lightning, he was punched in the face with a hardened fist of Little White. Rising to his feet, Hisoka spoke. That thing isn't weaker than us, but its ability is weird. It can turn gaseous, solidify and emit lightning. I don't know what other abilities it has. It seems we won't be able to destroy it without revealing our strength. Let's do it. Illumi too rose to his feet while countless needles with yellow top appeared in his hand. Illumi and Hisoka once again fought 2 forms of Little White. An hour passed. Though Little White is strong, it couldn't fight them both by dividing itself into 2. After a few minutes into the battle, Illumi and Hisoka got accustomed to the fighting style of Little White and began to counterattack. After an hour of resistance, Little White couldn't hold any more as its entire body was torn into countless fragments by Illumi and Hisoka. Knowing it's time, Blaze waved his hand. Little White was magically teleported to his side along with the countless shredded fragments that were ripped from its body. Then, the torn fragments fused into Little White, transforming it back into the original shape. Still, it looked deflated, wasting too much energy and life aura. Sensing its depressing emotion, Blaze comforted and said, "Don't worry, you fought well. It's your first actual fight, after all, it's not that bad to lose. I will give you a drop for your effort." But, Blaze's word didn't seem to comfort it in the least. With silence, Little White transformed into the white robe and equipped itself on Blaze to rest. He knew it won't be easy for Little White to win Illumi or Hisoka. The reason why he let it fight them is to get experience and develop on its own. "Okay. You guys earned the right to fight me. Shall we start?" Blaze asked while gazing at Illumi and Hisoka. 173, God's Domain. Blaze stood with his hands folded. As for Illumi and Hisoka, they pushed their nin to the peak and then enveloped the entire body with 10 ready to handle any situation. Seeing their cautious stance and expression, Blaze knew they won't make any move without any provocation. So, he activated his nin ability, God's Domain. The next moment, an overpowering ren erupted from his body and extended to nearly 500 meters. Then, he further used his ten to shape the aura. The reason why he gave the name God's Domain is because he's pretty much invincible within the range of his N. His N is different from others as he changed his aura into solar energy. In a few seconds, his aura will start to increase the temperature within the 500-meter circle. Furthermore, he created this Nin ability with the base of his Sun fruit. Within the domain, he can pretty much use all his Sun fruit abilities. Opposite to him, Illumi and Hisoka's expression turned to the worst when they felt his overwhelming Ren. It's completely on another level. Blaze sent a punch in an upward motion similar to uppercut. The next moment, bang, a force hit Hisoka's jaw, who was some meters away from him, and sent him flying in the air. Before his body could touch the ground, Hisoka was magically teleported right in front of Blaze, who kicked him once again clearly in the face. The power behind the kick directly knocked Hisoka unconscious and smashed him far away. Though he didn't use any special kind of skill or KO, Blaze didn't hold back his strength. He had to commend Hisoka for his reaction. The latter used his bungee gum and Ken just before the point of impact to reduce the damage. Still, he couldn't resist Blaze's blow from knocking him unconscious. After dealing with Hisoka, Blaze set his sight on Illumi. Coming from the Zaldik household, he is pretty strong, being trained from a young age by a powerful Nin master. There's no need to say anything about his combat skills, as he's proficient in hand combat and assassination. In Blaze's eyes, Illumi is a tad bit stronger than Hisoka. Still, it's no way near to entertain him. Maybe, if it's his grandfather Zeno, he may put some struggle. On the other hand, Illumi watched Blaze's every action attentively, as he couldn't even react or comprehend how Hisoka was beaten. His instinct is screaming at him to run far away as fast as possible or he will die, but Illumi forcibly held his thoughts and stayed put. He wants to fight. Blaze smiled and extended his left hand in a grabbing motion. Seeing his movement, Illumi's body went on high alert, but some kind of unknown energy forcibly surrounded his body. He could do nothing to stop it. The next moment, to his astonishment, he was teleported and was held by the neck. Blaze clutched Illumi's neck tightly and looked at the latter in playful expression. To others, you guys may be strong, but to me, you are just ant that I can squash anytime I want. Uttering the words, Blaze punched Illumi in the face. Though the latter tried to block the attack by crossing his hands, it did nothing as Blaze's punch ignored his defense and struck him squarely in the nose. Illumi felt dizzy from the impact while a ringing sound reverberated around his ear. With blood dripping from his broken nose and mouth, he looked miserable. Getting his number tag, Blaze tossed Illumi in the opposite direction that he smashed Hisoka and walked away. Though he messed with Illumi and Hisoka, it didn't alter the HXH timeline by much. Blaze picked a good spot at the center of the island and watched the hunt of other applicants with his new sensing ability that he developed that combines his observation haki and transmuted nin. He transmuted his life aura into solar energy and it began to slowly spread the entire island. One can say it's an enhanced version of his nin ability God's Domain. But it can't be used in the battle as it takes some time to activate. With that, Blaze was able to see everything that's happening on the island. As the temperature of solar energy that Blaze spread is the same as the atmospheric temperature, not even powerful or perceptive Nin masters can detect his spying. Blaze first observed Gon. He located Gon in the northeast direction. The latter was secretly watching the confrontation between Pakal and Q. Gon was amazed at how Pakal masked his presence while stalking his prey and equally impressed that his opponent was able to sense it. Seeing their confrontation gave an idea to Gon how he should approach Hisoka. He then began to practice with his fishing rod, without knowing he's watched by Jaretta. Blaze then searched Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika. None of them met any match, they were just strolling the island looking for the other applicants. After 2 days of training, Gon finally perfected the technique to snatch Hisoka's badge after mastering the art of hunting. Finding that the scent of blood attracts hemotropic butterflies, Gon took advantage of this fact and used hemotropic butterflies to lead him to Hisoka's location. It didn't take long for him to find Hisoka, who was sitting under a tree. As for the injuries Hisoka suffered from Blaze, he covered them with texture surprise. Now, Gon has to wait for the right opportunity. This time, neither Illumi nor his target came to Hisoka. Maybe Blaze's appearance and his actions changed some of the events. A day passed with Hisoka and Gon doing nothing. But, the former finally decided to search for his target and came across Leorio and Kurapika, who already teamed up. After meeting and seeing Leorio and Kurapika's progress, Hisoka was a little excited, making him forget his humiliating loss against Blaze. Hisoka's killing intent suddenly spiked, scaring the nearby animals and frightening Gon very much. The following events went as happened in the original timeline. Hisoka began to search for his next prey while Gon followed. When Hisoka found Gon and was entranced by the thought of killing the latter, Gon acted. With pinpoint accuracy, he stole Hisoka's tag. Watching the scene, Blaze chuckled, as this was one of the best scenes in the HXH that he likes very much. To see it in person, he was truly happy. Catching the tag that lands perfectly in his hand, Gon looked at Hisoka and found the latter was staring at him with a gleam in his eyes. Wasting no time, Gon flew from the spot. 174, End of Hunter Exam. Before Gon can truly celebrate the fact of stealing Hisoka's tag, he suddenly lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Jareta, who was targeting Gon from the beginning, appeared and took both Hisoka and Gon's tags. A moment later, Jareta's corpse crashed before Gon. When Gon looked above, he saw Hisoka standing over him with a smile on his face, expressing how impressed he was. Everything went as happened in the original timeline. Hisoka dropped Gon's and his own tag and commended Gon for his job before walking away. But, Gon doesn't want that, so he rose to his feet even with a paralyzing effect and told Hisoka to take back the tag. Hisoka came back and punched him heavily in the face. I'll take it back only when you are able to punch me in the face, just like that. Till then, I shall leave the tag with you. Saying this, he walked off. The event seriously affected Gon. He looked lost and dejected even though he got the tag. 7 days passed. An announcement rang, the 4th phase of the exam has just ended. Applicants, please return to the start line point. You will be given 1 extra hour. If you do not return in that time, you will fail the exam. Furthermore, you are not allowed to exchange tags anymore. If found, you will be disqualified. Hearing the announcement, Blaze stood up from his position and walked toward the starting line at a slow pace. When he reached the start line, he saw Hisoka, Illumi, Pakal, Killua, Hanzo, and Badaro. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio appeared at the end of the time limit. Aside from him being an extra one, there wasn't any change in the list of applicants who passed. After presenting the tags, the 4th phase of the Hunter exam officially ended with 10 remaining applicants. After that, all the participants who passed are taken to their next destination. On the airship, Chairman Netero interviewed each examinee and asked them who they look out for and who they least want to fight. When it came to Blaze's turn, he too answered honestly. I keep my eye on number 405. He's a good kid with potential. As for the other question, I don't want to fight 405, 99, 403, and 404, as I see them as my friends. Netero asked. Why do you want to become a hunter? I don't have any interest to become a hunter. I just came here for a fun. Well, having a hunter's license may come in handy. The next day, the 10 remaining applicants arrived at where the final phase of the exam is going to be held, a hotel owned by the Hunter Exam Selection Committee. For the final phase, we will hold a one-on-one tournament. Chairman Netero explained and revealed the bracket he had drawn. When the others wondered whether only the last person standing is going to pass, Netero denied and spoke. No one win is all you need to pass. The winners are removed from the bracket while losers continue up. In other words, the person who finishes at the top won't pass. The bracket was the same as shown in the series, except there was one extra line that directly connected to the top, his. Blaze had an amusing expression as it means he will be fighting the final loser. Netero then explained why some applicants have more chances of passing the exam than others and about the 3 criteria: physical strength, mental strength, and overall impression. After the explanation and rules of the fight, the final phase begins with the first match being between Gon and Hanzo. Struggling for hours and using all the tricks under his sleeve, Hanzo couldn't break Gon's spirit and determination. Knowing it's futile, he directly admitted defeat and knocked out Gon. The first fight ended with Gon's victory. There was no change in the following fights until the match between Killua and Gitaraker. Learning that Gitaraker is actually his older brother, Illumi, Killua was shocked and scared at the same time. Killua surrendered in fear of his brother and considered the well-being of Gon. Blaze didn't meddle in the affairs, just silently watched from the sidelines. Afterward, the match between Botaro and Leorio took place. Killua suddenly appeared behind Botaro and killed him, resulting in his disqualification. So, everyone aside from him passed the hunter exam. With that, the hunter exam has officially ended. Later, the past applicants were taken to a classroom-styled room and Beans presented the hunter's license to everyone along with an illustration book of some sort regarding hunter association. At that moment, the door to the room was smashed open and Gon came. He confronted Illumi and broke his arm in the process while saying he will rescue Killua. After their dispute, Beans officially introduced the use of hunter's license to everyone. Once everything ended, Gon chased after Illumi while Kurapika and Leorio followed. As for Blaze, he walked towards Netero. "Old man Netero, you are going to keep your promise, right?" Of course Netero agreed. In truth, he was also thrilled to fight Blaze after knowing how strong the latter is. "It's not the right place to battle. We will move to some open ground." "Sure." On the side, Menchi, Boera, Lippo, Satos and Beans looked at one another with a look of surprise. "That man and Chairman Netero are going to battle." "Chairman, are you serious?" Satos asked. "It seems so," Netero replied casually. "Can we watch it?" Menchi asked. "I don't mind," Netero said and looked at Blaze. "No problem. Blaze too don't mind some spectators." On the other hand, after confronting Illumi again and confirming Killua's location, Gon, Kurapika and Leorio decided to go to Kukuru Mountain to see Killua. Gon came to ask him but Blaze rejected him as he has an agreement with Chairman Nintero. "We will meet after some time. Here is my phone number, contact me if you need anything." Blaze said goodbye to Gon and left with Netero. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 175, Blaze vs Netero. Next day, Blaze, Netero and others arrived at some unknown island located west of Kyokanyo Kingdom. The island is deserted with little to no signs of life as if countless battles had happened here. "Is this some kind of battleground where you fight others?" Blaze asked looking around. "I have indeed battled here for few times but it was long back," Netero answered casually while stretching his body. He wore his favorite heart-shaped t-shirt that he only wears. From this one can discern, Netero takes the fight seriously. "Let's start. You guys stay away." Blaze spoke, looking at Menchi, Boera, Satos and Beans. Hearing his words, they looked at Blaze in ridicule. Though they aren't as strong as Chairman Netero, all of them are Nin-masters with experience. Seeing their looks, Blaze knew what they are thinking. "As you wish." Blaze shrugged and released his aura. Blaze's Ren was vast, imposing, and powerful, it directly blasted the others some meters away. Only Netero stood in the same place unaffected. Feeling the magnitude of his Ren, Netero finally showed an astonished expression while his carefree attitude was long gone. Finally some worthy opponent. "Chairman Netero, I hope you don't disappoint me. You don't know how long I have been craving for a blood-boiling battle." Blaze uttered while his conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano that's suppressed for a long time, even affecting the surrounding. Aside from Netero, the others felt as if someone placed a huge mountain on their heads. Without knowing, their knees weakened as if they lost all their strength. "What's happening?" Beans cried, perspiring heavily. "Why the sudden pressure? It directly affects our consciousness." Menchi yelled while her knees hit the ground. The same happened to Boera. "What kind of power is this?" Satos spoke, resisting the haki with all his willpower. Though they were affected by Blaze's haki and their condition isn't in the best state, the fact that they hadn't lost their consciousness is worthy of praise. With Blaze's current level of haki, if their strength and willpower hadn't reached a certain level, they won't be able to stand before him. On the other hand, Netero was surprised and excited at the same time. He too sensed the strange power released by Blaze, but it didn't affect him in any way. As someone who's vastly experienced and seen the world, it didn't take long for Netero to figure out the effectiveness of haki. It seems to affect one's mind but it varies based on individual. "It didn't affect me, is it because I am strong?" The next moment, Netero also released his powerful Ren while thinking. How many years has it been? Finally, someone worthy has arrived. As his goal has always been to find a worthy opponent against whom he could fight with his all. Blaze and Netero stood facing one another, waiting for the other to make the move. The air was heavy with two powerful Ren clashing while the ground beneath them cracked like spider webs. Blaze decided to make the first move as he knew Netero got accustomed to letting his opponent make the first move. He activated his Nin ability, God's Domain, while his N reached 500 meters. If Blaze wants, he could increase the range of his N, but it would reduce the might of his skill. Sensing the range of his N, Netero was shocked. "I think I am underestimating him." Wasting no time, Blaze smashed his fist at Netero without holding back his strength. Before Netero could comprehend what Blaze is doing by punching from far away, his senses warned him. With an inhuman reaction, he put strength in his legs and jumped back. Landing a few meters away from the original position, he looked at Blaze in astonishment. Just now, his punch reached me. How? Some kind of space technique? No. His Nen ability is somewhat related to his N as he hadn't deactivated it. Netero reacted and thought. At the same moment, Blaze was surprised to see Netero evading the strike. He commented in his heart. Good reflex. He could tell Netero's aura isn't as vast as him, but his Nen is more polished, which can only be obtained with experience and training hard for years. Blaze decided to attack again but didn't use the same trick as he knew it was useless against Netero, who has great perception and reflex. Thinking through, he dashed towards him at full speed. A head-on battle. Netero didn't take Blaze lightly as he formed a prayer sign that left after images. As soon as he clasped his hand, his Nen ability 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva activated. A multi-armed Nen construct materialized behind him that had the form of a gigantic statue of Guanyin. As everything happened in a split second, even Blaze couldn't follow the speed. Before he could reach Netero, the latter waved his right hand in a slapping motion. The next moment, an overwhelming mighty force came towards Blaze on his left-hand side. It was simply too fast to react as he only had time to channel his aura to the left-hand side for defense. Boom! He was slapped far away by the mighty force without a chance to resist. His body flew with no sign of stopping under the overpowering strength. Blaze knew if he don't do something he would be thrown far away. With the thought, countless chains formed of his heat aura and directly penetrated the ground for support. After the combined aid of thousands of chains, he stopped his body. If not for him being inside God's domain, he would have been thrown further away. I was careless. Blaze muttered and glanced at his left hand, which is completely broken. He could tell the bones inside were shattered in multiple places. In that attack, he saw the vastness of perfection and pinnacle of strength reached by Netero. A kind of awe rose in his heart while he truly began to respect the old man who trained countless years to perfect his technique. The strike showed him how much hard work and dedication the latter has put in. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 176, The Might of 100 Type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Netero raised his eyebrow in wonder, looking at Blaze's condition, just a broken hand. It was a direct hit, though. He's tough. On the other side, Beans, Menchi, Boera, and Satos were quite amazed at the Netero's Nen ability they had witnessed and enthralled by the profound might behind it. At the same time, they were horrified to see Blaze unharmed with just a minor injury after meeting the attack head-on. He's another monster like Chairman Netero. Where did he come from? Satos muttered. Dusting himself with his right hand, Blaze thought and the injury on his left hand healed itself and was back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Blaze wasn't in a hurry to launch his next strike. The last encounter showed him everything that he wanted to know and where his current strength lie. His aura is stronger than Netero, but the latter is more powerful when it comes to aura quality, speed, and reflex. If he doesn't find any way to overcome Netero's 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva, he won't be able to reach him. No wonder even King Miriam, who was superior in strength, struggled to touch Netero. I am going to enjoy this fight. Thinking up to this point, Blaze was fired up while even more powerful Ren exploded out of him, startling everyone. A clear example of Nen getting powerful with extreme emotion. The next moment, Blaze's figure vanished and reappeared on the original spot as he once again stood opposite Netero. Another feature of his Nen ability, he can shift to any spot within God's domain. As Blaze channeled his entire aura to his fist, a translucent golden sphere covered his right hand. Seconds passed, the continuous aura input transformed the golden orb into a miniature sun. As soon as it happened, it began to affect the surrounding. The high temperature showed signs of melting the ground beneath him while an oppressive air spread. The destructive might scared the hell out of Beans, Menchi, Boera, and Satos, urging them to run further away from the battlefield. As for Netero, he squinted his eyes seeing Blaze leave his body unprotected to gather his aura on his right fist. Smirking a little, "You are underestimating me, young man. Did you believe that I would just stand here and watch you prepare your attack?" Uttering the words, Netero changed his stance and clasped his hands in a fluid motion. As he clasped, the Bodhisattva and construct behind him attacked. Third hand. The construct attacked with both hands in a way that was clasping, intending to crush Blaze between two of its hands. As Netero's praying sign didn't even exceed 1/10 of a second, even Blaze with sharpened sense and reflex can't react and respond to his attack. But, Blaze's only advantage he has against Netero is his future sight. So, even before Netero clasped his hands, he perceived the attack and prepared his next move. Just before Nen construct could touch his body, Blaze's figure faded and appeared behind Netero. Even with the perfect opportunity, he didn't attack. He waited. As he anticipated, Netero's reaction is also out of the world. The second he appeared behind him, Netero's figure shifted to mid-air as he faced him. At that moment, Blaze punched. He knew Netero will be able to react to the attack without much problem, but what he want to find is, how strong his attack is when compared to Netero. He doesn't have Ant King Miriam's analytical skills, so he can't find Netero's attack pattern and rhythm. His only choice is to attack head-on and win with brute force. As soon as he punched, the surroundings began to distort before a booming sound reverberated, followed by an eruption of golden flames that blazed forward. The force and intensity behind the blow are so high that it incinerated everything in its path and reached Netero within seconds. Under the face of such a strike, Netero looked calm. He took his prayer stance and pushed both his palms forward. 10th hand. As soon as he did that, the non-construct behind him utilized all their hands and pushed forward, blocking the golden flames from advancing further. Bang! Both the strikes collided, triggering a thunderous sound and powerful shockwave. To Netero's astonishment, the hands of non-construct showed signs of burning and cracking under extreme temperature and intense force behind the attack. Ultimately, Netero's construct overwhelmed the flames and destroyed them with a torrent of palm strikes. Impressive! Blaze commented and rushed forward, seeing Netero preparing his next attack. Clasping his hands together and resting his right ankle on his left calf, Netero joined his thumb and index fingers together, making a sign with his hands that looked like the number 99. The next moment, the Bodhisattva non-construct unleashed a torrent of palm strikes with all its arms, in different forms. Even though he saw the future, Blaze couldn't evade all the strikes as one of the palm strikes patted his entire body like a fly and another one smashed his entire body into the ground. Netero's attack didn't stop, as countless strikes hammered him from all directions and pressed him further into the ground, creating a deep pit. This time Blaze didn't foolishly resist the attack with just Nen alone, he coated his entire body with armament haki. As a result, he wasn't injured deeply, just some minor scratches, but the barrage of attacks was able to break his Nen defense and struck his haki-coated body. If not for his haki, he would have been injured heavily. He's really strong. I doubt I can defeat him even if I use my armament haki, anytime soon. It's just how strong Netero's 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva is. No matter how strong his attack is, if Blaze doesn't find a way to break his Nen construct, he can't injure Netero. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 177, Destructive Beam. Netero's attacks didn't even take 1/10 of a second to prepare and complete, from his prayer sign to non-construct attacks. Even Blaze with his extraordinary strength and future sight finds it hard to overcome Netero's attack. He didn't anticipate the latter's Nen ability to be this overpowering. Though he's stronger in terms of physical strength and amount of Nen, he couldn't touch Netero with his ability. Since it came to this, there's no need to hold back. Thinking through, Blaze flashed before Netero once again, but this time, he used both Nen and haki. Reacting to his movement, Netero prepared his attack. The next moment, the Nen construct behind Netero made its move and one of its hands slapped at him. Perceiving the attack with his future sight, Blaze teleported outside the range of Netero's Guanyin Bodhisattva and prepared his next move. As Blaze imbued Conqueror Haki into his fist, his hand crackled in black lightning. He didn't further enhance them with Nen because both Haki and Nen are of different sources of energy. He once tried to combine them both into his attack, but the result is, he was injured heavily. Natural energy is the only source of energy that makes his Haki and Nen work together in harmony. Since he doesn't know the way of harnessing the power of natural energy, he can't utilize them in the battle. Meaning, Blaze can only use one type of energy at a time in his attacks aside from simple usages like defense. At the same time, Netero suddenly squinted his eyes when Blaze used his Conqueror's Haki. He sensed danger and extraordinary power in Blaze's hand that now crackled in black lightning sparks. I better not let that attack hit me. Netero thought, but the next moment, Blaze disappeared. It's that technique again, he can teleport instantly within the range of his N, but the range of his N is ridiculously long. And, I think it's not his limit. Netero mused and kept his vigilance, ready to attack at any time. Swoosh! Blaze appeared before Netero, but he didn't hurry to attack. He vanished from the spot again and appeared behind Netero. He repeated the process as his figure kept on flashing all over the place. The entire time Netero didn't react to his antics but stood calmly with his hands already in the prayer stance. Though the two of them didn't take the initiative, they were battling mentally. In a span of a few seconds, they exchanged thousands of moves. With his strength, he just need one clear strike to beat Netero, but Blaze knew it won't be easy. After a minute of mind game and perceiving future moves, Blaze stopped flickering from one place to another and appeared opposite to Netero. It's time. He knew the head-on attacks won't work, so he changed the approach. His initial plan is to fight Netero head-on and defeat him with absolute strength, but he didn't expect it to be difficult. After battling with Netero, Blaze got a clear idea of where his strength lie. If his assumption is not wrong, his Nen should be as strong as King's 3 royal guards. You showed the might of your Nen ability. It's time I show mine. Gazing at Netero, Blaze smiled and snapped his fingers. The next instant, the temperature in the surroundings grew at astonishing speed and in no time, the terrifying heat transformed into golden flames. There's nothing but a sea of flames within the range of his god's domain. Feeling the frightening temperature of the flames, Netero squinted his eyes. Unbelievable. He transmuted his aura into such high-temperature flames. This is bad. His worries came true as the high temperature affected him greatly while he began to perspire heavily. Though he was able to resist, for now, he can't persist for long. Blaze waved his hand while part of the flames gathered around to form 9 miniature suns and encircled Netero. Since he planned to fight Netero as soon as he came to the hunter world, of course, he was prepared for his 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Seeing everything in order, Blaze clasped his hand. The next moment, the 9 miniature suns began to revolve at high speed and fired a beam. Each of the beams met at a single point before blasting towards Netero as an immense beam of high temperature. It's not some simple beam as Blaze channeled all of his Nen into the beam to make it more powerful. If Netero manages to block it, his only choice is to burn a drop of his god's blood. Seeing the attack, Netero didn't dare to be careless as he sensed an extreme destructive power behind the strike. Forming a prayer sign, he made a new sign. As soon as he did the sign, there was some change in the Nen construct. All the hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva merged together and were finally left with 2 hands. As Netero pushed his right hand forward, the Nen construct did the same to meet the incoming golden beam head-on. Bang! The 2 strikes collided to trigger a blinding light followed by an explosion. With his hands in clasping form, Blaze roared while the rotating miniature suns gathered the remaining flames within God's domain and imbued them into the beam. In the distance, Beans, Menchi, Boera, and Statos were watching the battle while keeping a safe distance. Is this even a fight between humans? Menchi muttered, gaping at the fight between Blaze and Netero. What I don't understand is... that man named Blaze seems to be as strong as Chairman Netero. Statos commented. Chairman Netero won't lose, right? Boera asked as Netero's old while Blaze is still young. Zzz. Blaze's destructive beam melted the hand of Netero's Nen construct and blasted forward by piercing it. Seeing this, Netero pushed his other hand forward while channeling aura to repair the injured hand of the Nen construct. Neither of them showed any weakness while inputting 100% of their aura into the attack. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 178, End of the battle. Ultimately, Blaze's beam punctured Netero's Nen construct and blazed forward striving to incinerate Netero. Clearly feeling the destructive energy within the golden beam, Netero jumped back and distanced himself, evading the strike effortlessly. Boom! With nowhere and no one to vent, the beam struck the ground where Netero stood last and ruined it down into a huge crater, melting part of the rocks into magma. Blaze let out a long breath as he gazed at Netero. He didn't expect the latter would evade the strike at the last moment as he thought the other party would use everything to block it. Without a doubt, he misjudged Netero's fighting style. It's the difference between One Piece world and Hunter world. Fighting Netero is exhausting. His 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva is powerful. Let's try that trick. Blaze mused and deactivated his god's domain. The next moment, his heat aura returned to its normal state before transmuting into a lightning one that's purple in color. Blaze's entire body sparkled with purple lightning. This Nen ability is similar to Killua's God's Speed but in terms of power and destructiveness, it's more outstanding than Killua's. To match against Netero's speed and reflex, his only choice is to boost his speed to the latter's level. If he can use his Devil Fruit powers, it's a different concept. But for now, he can only resort to this trick. The only problem is, even he can't use this lightning trick for long as the level of its destructiveness is enough to injure his physique. Thankfully, with his Senju power, he can heal his cells as soon as they get burned. Lightning. Seeing Blaze's new ability, Netero was taken aback for a moment before muttering, how many more tricks he has under his sleeve. It seems to be endless. Netero took his prayer stance while the Nen construct that disappeared previously once again reappeared in its 100-type form with no damages. Blaze smiled while he vanished the next moment, making Netero gasp in surprise. But, before the latter could react, Blaze appeared in front and punched him. Netero only had the time to make a simple hand movements with his right hand. The Nen construct behind him acted instantly and smashed at Blaze with its fist. This time, Blaze was able to react to the strike as his speed is countless times faster than before. Jumping a little, he kicked at the Nen construct hand by channeling 50% of his aura to his leg while the other 50% to his fist. His kick destroyed part of Guanyin Bodhisattva's hand and using the momentum, Blaze pushed towards Netero with his punch aimed at the latter's face. To dodge the strike, Netero had no choice but to back away. It hurt his pride more than anything as it was the second time that he was forced to move back. After a long time, he felt anger in himself. With his emotions disturbed, an overpowering ren burst from him, stronger than ever. Feeling his aura, Blaze wasn't scared but instead was excited, so he made his move by zipping toward Netero. Clash! They both clashed once again and battled with extreme speed and reflex. After 10 minutes, Blaze finally found the opening that he sought. With quick speed, he bypassed Netero's defense and punched him squarely in the jaw with everything he had. The punch sent Netero flying in the air, and his body dropped some meters away from the initial position. After the strike, Blaze's lightning form disappeared while he dropped to his knees with a burning smell coming out of him. The next moment, his injuries healed on their own as he rose to his feet. It's understandable that he was injured as he's not Killua who's familiarized with electricity from a small age. He used the power of lightning forcibly. On the other side, Netero also rose to his feet. He had a bruise on his jaw and drops of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Wiping it away, he spoke. I got old. It would have been good if I met someone of your caliber a few decades back. Blaze shook his head. Chairman Netero, you are strong and a formidable challenger. Don't flatter me. I know you haven't used your full strength, what are you saving it for? Netero stroked his beard and joked in a nonchalant tone. Anyway, it was nice fighting you. Fighting against Netero, Blaze understood how he should spend his time to improve himself. What do you plan on doing next? Netero asked. If possible, he wants to keep Blaze with the Hunter Association and give him some position. A person of Blaze's caliber is no joke as his strength is simply outstanding. Even so, Netero could tell Blaze isn't a bad person so he doesn't mind where the other party goes. I'm going to travel the world. We will meet again, soon, Chairman Netero. Saying this, Blaze waved his hand and his coat transformed into a small cloud. As he jumped onto it, little white soared into the sky disappearing from view. Looking at the disappearing back of Blaze, Netero sighed. He's so strong at such young age. Where did he pop up from, why there's no record of him? At that moment, Beans, Menchi, Boera, and Satoz approached Netero from the distance. The battle of this level was an eye-opener for them and even made them wonder, can one's strength reach such a level? Chairman, are you okay? Beans asked in a worried tone. When he saw Blaze successfully punching Netero, his heart stopped for a moment as he was the backbone of the Hunter Association. I am good. Netero nonchalantly replied. Blaze lay on the back of Little White and thought of the battle with Netero. With my current strength, I won't be able to defeat the Ant King without burning some drops of God's blood. Well, there's still a year left before the incident happens. I need to train properly to enhance my Haki Inen. His next target is Phantom Troop. For that, he just has to be in your new city after 5 months to meet them. In the meantime, he plans to roam the Hunter world. Author's note, I am extremely sorry about the long absence. I couldn't find time to write. And, I lost the feeling to write because of poor story planning. As I am writing after a long time, I find it hard to complete a chapter in a short time. I'm getting back into the form. Give me some time, the novel will be soon back to a stable release. Thanks for the support even during my absence. I will try my best to deliver the story more enjoyable to read and complete it with a proper ending. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 179, Your New City. An unknown island little away from Hunter mainland. The entire island is raised beyond recognition with countless deep craters along the surfaces as if some kind of war had taken place here. Ha! Sound of punching beat reverberated across the island. Sweat leaked from Blaze's entire body and drenched his coat as he has been practicing his punches non-stop for days. It's been 5 months since his battle with Netero. He traveled to different places of the Hunter continent for 2 months before he came to this island. Since then, he has been training his Haki Inen. After his battle with Netero, he found a way to utilize his power properly by training his strength, reaction, and speed. In these few months, Blaze's constitution rose from 74.8 to 76.8 while his Haki attribute grew to 78.5 from 75.4. After finishing his training, Blaze took out the phone he brought and checked the date. It was August 29th. He knew the Yornu underground auction will take place on September 1st, so it's time he moves. As he waved his hand, the little white on his shoulder transformed into his cloud form and showered water. Taking a clean bath, Blaze dressed in fresh clothes left the island. Your new city. It's a sprawling metropolis located on the European continent. The annual auction in your new city is the biggest in the world, with trillions of jenny exchanging hands over the course of 10 days. Furthermore, it's home to thousands of auction houses that trade many illegal items. The influence of the mafia in the city is quite high. It didn't take long for Blaze to find Gon, Killua, and Leorio who were surrounded by a crowd of people. Leorio hyped to a gathering crowd that the first one to beat Gon in arm wrestling will win a diamond ring worth 3 million. As Killua shows off the reward, Leorio tells the crowd that it only costs 10,000 to participate and enthusiastically asks them to come forward. A person in the crowd commented. He's beaten 150 guys so far. He's gotta be running out of stamina by now. Look, he looks tired and sweating. Don't lose before I get my turn. Okay, next person, please. Leorio yelled. Blaze smiled and stood in a line. After a few minutes, his turn came. When he came forward, Leorio, Killua, and Gon stood froze. Before they could speak, he stashed 10,000 jennies in Leorio's hand and walked towards the table, and put his hand out. Looks like you have gotten strong, Gon. How are you? Blaze spoke, feeling Gon's strength. Blaze. Where have you been these few months? I tried to contact you but I couldn't reach your number. Well, I was out of the network area. Struggling for a few seconds, Blaze let Gon beat him and left the table. Killua, you look good. It looks like you two have successfully learned Nin. Blaze spoke, looking at Killua. Gon, we will talk after you guys finish your business. Saying this, Blaze walked away from the crowd and watched from distance. The next moment, he sensed 3 strong auras. Shizuko appeared. Well, we have our first female challenger. Seeing her, Leorio announced. As expected of the Phantom Troop, they have some strength. Blaze mused, watching the play. Like in the series, Shizuko lost to Gon as she used her right arm instead of her strong left arm. She thanked Gon and left the place. Looking at her leaving figure, Blaze followed. Finally, I can remove the sea stone scraps in my body. Shizuko may look airheaded but he knew she's strong and kills innocent people without blinking her eyes. She joined Franklin and Phaeton who was waiting for her. As they leave chatting among themselves, Blaze followed them. After taking a few turns, the 3 of them reached an alley where there were no people. Suddenly, they turned and confronted Blaze. Who are you? Franklin asked. Nice to meet you, Spiders. My name's Blaze. What do you want? Phaeton asked while he covered his hand with Nin, ready to end his life with a strike. I need to remove something from my body, for that, I need her Nin ability. Saying this, Blaze looked at Shizuku. Die. Without wasting any time, Franklin stretched his hands. His fingers opened and fired aura bullets. Meanwhile, Phaeton too dashed towards him. Blaze sighed, seems like we have to do it the hard way, and snapped his finger. The next moment, Phaeton who was rushing at him disappeared and appeared in the way of bullets. What? Phaeton only had the time to activate his Nin and surround his body. Though Franklin stopped firing the moment he noticed Phaeton, the latter was hit by a quite number of aura bullets. Phaeton, are you okay? I am fine. Phaeton looked at Blaze with his eyes narrowed. He still couldn't comprehend how he was hauled here without any indication. Only at this moment, the trio understood that they aren't facing a typical foe. The opponent is strong. With tactic understanding, they went into the formation the next second surrounding Blaze. As you wish, Blaze spread his hand and vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Phaeton. Swish a strike to the back of the neck, Phaeton was knocked unconscious. Franklin and Shizuko didn't even have time to react. A sword made of extreme heat formed in Blaze's hand. Positioning the sharp point above Phaeton's heart, he spoke. Shall we talk now? What do you want? Franklin asked, gazing at Phaeton below Blaze's feet. He still couldn't believe Phaeton, one of the strongest among their ranks, was taken down without any effort. You are Shizuko, right? Blaze asked. Yes. Shizuko blinked at Blaze, exhibiting no sign of fear or any emotions. I am not an unreasonable person. Help me to remove something from my body, with your Nin ability it won't be a problem. Do that, I will leave your friend alive and as a favor of helping me, I won't kill any of your friends the next time we meet. A favor from me is priceless, you should consider this seriously. Blaze gave his condition. Okay. I will help you. Shizuko agreed without thinking much. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 180, Devil Fruit Power is back. Shizuku. Franklin gave her a look. What if he kills us after getting what he wants? As if she knows Franklin is thinking, Shizuku spoke in a blunt tone. He's strong. We can't beat him with our strength. Besides, it's just a simple task. Since we are in a hurry, I think it's the correct choice. Smart. Blaze clapped and asked, shall we? Before you start, let me make something clear. If you try to do something funny, your friend here will die horribly. Nodding her head, Shizuko walked towards him and summoned her Nin ability. Blinky-chan, let's do it. Looking at the vacuum cleaner that appeared with sharp teeth and tongue, Blaze was intrigued. It's indeed a rare ability. Making a small cut on his hand, he said to Shizuku. The name of the foreign object in my body is known as Sea Stone. Blinky-chan. Suck up the sea stones in his body. As soon as she commanded, a sucking force came from Shizuku's conjured item. The next moment, Blaze felt some kind of foreign force sucking the sea stone scraps settled in his body. Within 5 seconds, all the sea stone scarps were removed from his body. Sensing the familiar power coursing through his body once again, Blaze clenched his fist. My devil fruit power is back. At that moment, Franklin and Shizuka felt a frightening pressure radiating from Blaze. Out of reflex, Shizuka leaped back to maintain distance from him. What have we done? Who is he? Franklin thought, feeling the presence and experiencing terror just standing before Blaze. After a few seconds, Blaze came out of his thoughts and looked at Shizuku. Thank you. I owe you one. Saying that, Blaze disappeared from their view, leaving Phaeton unharmed. The hotel where Gon, Killua and Leorio stay. Blaze met them after the three finished the arm wrestling for the day. What they earned can't get them anywhere near buying the gaming console of Greed Island. He's also interested in Greed Island. Unlike Gon and Killua, he knew a tryout for Greed Island players will be held by Tsezgura on September 10th. Blaze. Seeing him again, Gon was happy. Since you guys learned Nen, want to play a little? Blaze asked looking at Gon and Killua. Good. Gon answered with excitement, balling his fist. Though Killua didn't answer, his eager eyes filled with fighting intent revealed his true thoughts. Leorio, what about you? Blaze asked. Waving his hand, he answered. Though I learned Nen, I am not very proficient at it. After having a nice dinner, they went to an open ground where there was no one to disturb them. Show me your Ren, Blaze asked with his hands behind the back. Gon and Killua looked at each other before bursting with a powerful aura. Though they just learned Nen basics, their aura is steady and vigorous. Such talent. Blaze sighed. With their potential, in another 10 years or maybe even less, their Ren may reach his level. He was truly astonished. What you two learned till now is just basics and you have a long way to go. Saying this, Blaze showed a part of Ren that forced Gon and Killua to jump some meters back. When he then channeled the burst of Ren to his right fist, a golden spherical bubble took shape. Not only that, as his Nen concentrated on his fist, it began to affect the surroundings as everything within 100 meters began to crack and tremble. Feeling his power, Gon showed a thrilling expression while Killua revealed a look of horror. He's far stronger than I thought. I don't think even Grandpa will be his match. Killua thought. As soon as he cancelled the Nen channeled to his fist, Gon ran towards him and asked, Blaze, can you teach us then? No. I am not good at teaching stuff. You will meet someone better who will systematically teach the advanced Nen. Oh. Gon looked disappointed. To distract him, Blaze asked. What are you guys doing recently? As soon as he asked this question, Gon began to speak about the Greed Island game and how they are struggling to gather enough money to buy it. Blaze didn't intend on helping Gon. As he knew sometimes a journey is much more important than simply reaching the destination. As it would give them precious memories, the experience they need, and the kinds of hurdles they pass to reach the end. Don't worry, you will eventually get what you want if you put in your efforts. I will be here in your new city. You can call me if you need any help. After chatting with them for some time, Blaze prepared to leave as he planned to watch the game between spiders and shadow beasts. When he arrived at the location of the underground auction, the spiders have already killed the people and Shizuka disposed of the bodies, leaving no traces behind. After that everything went as happened in the series, with no surprise. The Mafia shot down the Phantom Troops' hot air balloon and surrounded them. Unfortunately, they were no match for Yuvijan's brute strength. At that moment, 4 of the shadow beasts appeared, Worm, Rabid Dog, Leech and Porcupine. But as expected, they too died at the hands of Yuvijan. Meanwhile, Kurapika and his comrades from the Nostrade family watched the confrontation from afar. They were stunned by the power that Yuvijan displayed and scared to approach him. Except, Kurapika. Kurapika took a shot and successfully captured Yuvijan under the eyes of other spiders. After watching the battle between spiders and other shadow beasts, Blaze got bored and returned to the hotel he reserved for a few days. Though everyone in shadow beasts had unique Nen ability, they were no match for spiders whose strength and combat experience are leagues above them. At first, he thought of meeting spiders and playing with them for a bit, but after seeing and experiencing their strength in person he lost the mood. With his current strength, none of them is his match. If they attack him together, he may feel something and won't get bored. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 181, Phaeton's Rising Sun. The next day, September 2nd. After discovering they can't earn enough money to buy the game console, Gon, Killua, and Leorio dropped the arm wrestling plan and signed up to catch the spiders. Gon even came to invite him, but Blaze rejected him as he knew the former has to walk his own journey. With him, Gon won't learn a thing. At the same time, Blaze too has other plans to catch the battle between Kurapika vs Yuvijan. After sunset, Kurapika and Yuvijan battled far away from the city where there was no one to disturb them. The battle didn't even go on for 15 minutes and there wasn't any surprise in the outcome, Ultimately Yuvajin was bested and killed by Karapikos chain jail and Emperor Time. The next day, September 3rd. Around noon, Leorio called him and said, Gon and Killua tailed 2 members of the Phantom Troop. I fear something happened as it's been some time but they didn't call back as planned. I think they are caught by the Phantom Troop. But don't worry, nothing will happen. Ending the call, Blaze sighed. Though he knew Gon and Killua will escape on their own, it won't be nice to sit and watch after Leorio called him. So, he decided to go and rescue them. And, it's also a perfect opportunity to meet all the spiders in one place. It will be fun. With his Devil Fruit ability back, Blaze easily tracked Gon and Killua's heat signature and found their location Phantom Troop's hideout. When he reached the location, he witnessed Gon slamming Nobunaga's hand down against the table, beating the latter in arm wrestling. His emotion and aura were at their peak, seeing the latter grieving for his friend. The next second, Phaeton quickly appeared behind Gon and restrained his left arm, to the point of breaking it. When Killua stepped forward, Hisoka quickly appeared behind him and held one of his playing cards right at his throat, drawing a small drop of blood. The next moment, Nobunaga and Phaeton begin to fight while Franklin tells Nobunaga to calm down, with Maki and Shizuku reminding them that there's no fighting within the troop. After the coin toss, they ended the small brawl and begin to discuss the chain user. So, what do we do with them? They haven't told us anything about the chain user yet. Shizuku asked. If they don't know anything, we can let them go. Well, Pakunoda. Franklin suggested and asked Pakunoda. Pakunoda replies, I checked them out on the way over. They have no memory of the chain user. No, we can't be sure they are completely unrelated. If the chain user conceals the chains, they won't know his true identity. Finks theorized. No chain user works alone. Instead of using the kids, I can find the information about the Nostrade family from the Mafia site. Shulnark spoke. At that moment, Nobunaga who was silent from the beginning spoke up, asking Gon to join the spiders. Gon furiously replied that he would rather die than join. After confirming Gon's an enhancer, Nobunaga burst out laughing and says that he wants to nominate Gon to Crollo once he comes back. Maki spoke, then, you have to watch them over on your own. If they escape, you can't blame us. Blaze who was silent from the beginning spoke, well, you guys don't have to worry about watching over them. I will take care of them. His voice startled the group of spiders and made them alert. When they searched for the source of the voice, they noticed Blaze coming out from the shadow of the building. Who is he? How did he appear without us noticing anything? Most of the spiders wondered, except the few who met him before. You. When did he come here? How did none of us fail to sense his presence? The spiders thought while their state of wariness rose. You. Phaeton roared. How would he forget the previous encounter and the shame he suffered? Without minding Phaeton's deep red eyes that blazed with rage, Blaze just waved his hand and the next moment, Gon and Killua were teleported next to him. The forcible transport startled them while they both looked at each other in amazement. Just when the spiders thought of attacking, Franklin stopped them. He's the one that we told you about before. We 3 didn't stand a chance against him. Though they didn't attack, the best attackers of the Phantom Troop Finks, Maki, Bonolinov, Nobunaga and Phaeton surrounded Blaze. Hisoka watched from the sidelines with cold sweat all over his face. He's the only one I don't want to meet in this world. Phaeton who was seething in rage didn't wait for the others to do any talking, he straight away attacked Blaze. Swish! Flashing before Blaze, he swung the sword that was concealed inside the coat of his right arm by coating them with nin. Blaze remained unfazed by the attack and effortlessly blocked it with his arm, imbuing them with haki. Crack! To Phaeton and everyone's amazement, the blade cracked into 2. And before the former could react, a kick to his stomach sent him flying away and injuring him heavily. Though he blocked the attack with his quick response and covered the area with Ken, Blaze's kick injured him heavily. His figure crashed into the wall of the building. Ah! Rising to his feet with a struggle, Phaeton spits the clog of blood and spoke, you have done it. I am going to kill you, you piece of shit. With a mind full of rage and heavy injury inflicted by Blaze, he performed his Nin ability. His entire Nin transmuted into some kind of grey aura that leaked from his body. It then turned into a ball of aura and rose to the sky. At the same time, a suit conjured from the aura and armored Phaeton's entire body. It's not good. Let's get out of here. Finks stated and started to run. All the spiders, knowing full well about the Phaeton's Pain Packer ability, began to sprint out of the building. Why are they running? Gon and Killua wondered. They got the answer the next moment as Phaeton's aura transformed into a huge miniature sun. Since Blaze's kick inflicted him with heavy damage, his rising sun is a bit bigger than it was shown in the series. Gazing at the attack, Blaze smirked. If it was any other form of attack, he would have made some effort to block, but against this attack, he only felt pity for Phaeton. In his eyes, Phaeton's attack looked like child's play. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 182, Blaze vs Phantom Troop. Gon and Killua who were standing beside Blaze began to feel the rapid rise in temperature around. But, before it could affect them, the heat was blockaded by Blaze's sun fruit ability by forming some sort of barrier. Looking at the miniature sun that emits terrifying heat, they felt nothing but terror. Thai knew if not for Blaze's protection, they would have turned to ashes by now. The Phantom Troop is scarier than they thought. At the same time, the other spiders who fled to a safe distance watched from afar. I didn't expect Faye would snap after a single hit. I think the damage is pretty great since his rising sun is bigger than the one last time we saw. Finks stated. True, we almost died trying to watch his ability. Shizuko agreed. Gazing the fiercely burning miniature sun, Hisoka's eyes blazed in splendor. Could he be a chain user? Nobunaga suddenly asked. Right now, his only concern is to find the chain user and avenge Yuvo. No. According to Shizuko and Franklin, this person is too strong and his ability is related to space. Shulnark speculated. Shizuko shook his head. He's weird. We can't use common sense against him. It doesn't matter. If Fiden's attack fails to deal any damage, we attack him together. Nobunaga spoke. Me, Franklin, Maki, Bonolinov, and Hisoka will create an opening. Finks you finish him with your move. Surprisingly, everyone agreed and watched the battle. The blazing heat from the miniature sun destroyed everything around them but Blaze remains unaffected, which stunned Fiden and other spiders. Unimpressed by Fiden's rising sun, Blaze simply waved his hand while the miniature sun hovering in mid-air was completely extinguished to others' shock. It was disappointing. Blaze spoke his thoughts aloud and threw a punch with his right arm as if he was doing an uppercut. Bang! Before Fiden could react to his attack, a force struck his chin and smashed him far away. After the strike, Blaze calmly leaned his body slightly back and the next second, the sharp blade of the katana skipped his neck by a few centimeters. The attack came from Nobunaga. Followed by Maki's nin threads. At the same time, Franklin fired his nin bullets that are packed with tremendous power, speed, and accuracy. Just as Blaze planned to dodge, his thoughts and reaction speed were interrupted by a piece of music done by Bonolinov. Due to his strong will, he was able to keep his mind in check. But, the slight gap in the reaction is more than enough for the spiders to finish their planned attack. As for Gon and Killua, they are still beside him but were safe and sound as they are shielded by Blaze's nin ability absolute barrier. Finks, now! Ripper Cyclotron! Finks came at him from the sky with the help of Hisoka's bungee gum and swung his arm at him. Unable to block the punch in time because of Bonolinov's music, he took the blow directly. As Finks did 30 rotations, the power generated by the strike is so powerful, it was able to blast Blaze far back and injure him to some extent. His figure flew and crashed into one of the abandoned buildings at the distance. Jumping to his feet, Blaze thought, Finks' nin ability is truly a damaging one. If Blaze is not wrong, Finks did 30 rotations before performing his attack. He could have done more but he did not, meaning that's his limit. More than that would only harm him. Furthermore, he has to admit their coordination is impeccable and dead on as even a master nin user will struggle under their combined assault. Well, you guys have done your best. Now, it's my turn. A few minutes later. All the spiders lay on the ground beaten black and blue except Shizuku. Even Hisoka wasn't spared. He's too strong. Finks commented, facing the sky. If not for his promise to Shizuku, he would have killed us all, Franklin stated the fact. How are we going to inform the boss? Maki asked. We have nothing to hide. Blaze, you were so cool. I didn't know you were that strong. Gon spoke with sparkling eyes. This is the last time, I won't come to your rescue again. Blaze then chatted with Gon and Killua for a few minutes before leaving. His intervention didn't change much of the events, everything happened as shown in the series. Krollo smuggled Neon and stole her ability. After finding Yuvo's death, he instructed the spiders to kill all the mafia. At the same time, Gon and Killua dropped the hunting plan and went to find another way to earn money. The spiders staged their deaths, copied the auction items, and stole the originals. Kurapika meets and shares his secret with Gon, Killua, and Leorio. The mafia cancels the bounty on the spiders after their fake death. Hisoka successfully tricks the troop into remaining in Yornu. In a bid to help Kurapika, Gon, and Killua were once again captured by the Phantom Troop. Krollo loses his ability to use nin, thanks to Kurapika's judgment chain. Everything ends with Pakunoda's death. Though Gon and Killua failed to obtain a single copy of Greed Island, they found a way to get into the game. For that, they need to improve their Ren or develop their Hatsu and pass the tryout of Greed Island. Blaze 2 plans on participating in the tryout and entering Greed Island. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 25 plus advanced chapters there. 183, Greed Island. At Batara's tryouts for the Greed Island slot, an announcer told the applicants that they need to know and to play the game and introduces Tsezgura as the judge, who's a pro hunter. Let us begin the test. Tsezgura started speaking. Please come up one at a time and show me your ren behind shutters in a curtain. No one will see what's happening inside. The moment we have chosen 32 players, the test will end. When the curtain closed, many of the applicants rushed to form a line. Blaze didn't rush and just simply relaxed in his seat while Killua analyzed the situation in extreme detail and Gon sat in silence. As Killua worries about whether they should join the line, one of the applicants, Pohate, started talking about the process and a minute later, he went to the stage to try. I am heading over. Killua said and went up the stage. Blaze, do you think Killua will pass? Gon asked. Without a doubt. Don't worry. You can pass easily as well. The technique you created is pretty strong. Blaze spoke and sent Gon to the stage after Killua. Next, Blaze went to the stage and met Tsezgura behind the curtain. Show me your ren. Are you sure you want to see my ren? Blaze asked in a playful tone. He knew the phrase, show me your ren, is a code among hunters to display the results of one's training and what they're capable of. Yes, Tsezgura nodded his head, a little skeptical. As you wish. The next moment, a frightening momentum erupted from Blaze and disappeared the next. Still, it scared Tsezgura so much that he backed into the wall. When he met the force of Blaze's nen, he never felt death so close. Why you? Tsezgura tried his best but no words came out. Walking next to him, Blaze simply patted the latter's shoulder and spoke, relax. I just came to experience the Greed Island, so don't mind my presence. Saying this, Blaze exited the room and came to the next one, where he saw Gon, Killua, Bisky, and other applicants who had passed. His presence attracted everyone's attention because some of the experienced nen users felt the powerful ren he released. Especially, Bisky. Her sight never left Blaze until he walked past her and sat along with Gon and Killua. The aura I felt earlier is from him. She thought. The ren she sensed was unlike anything she had ever seen or experienced. He's dangerous. Along with Gon, Killua, Bisky, and 20 other people, Blaze moved to Batara's mansion to enter the game. After some process and explanation, everyone entered the game. Entering Greed Island's starting point, Blaze met the woman, Ada, sitting in a floating mechanism wearing a headgear. She introduced the game and basic rules before sending him out. Looking at a huge, grassy plain before him, Blaze took a long breath and smelled fresh air. Aside from the nice scenery, the thing he noticed is some kind of binding in this place with his observation haki. It looked like the entire island is controlled by nen. He didn't know what concept Jing used, but it was powerful as even he can't cancel the binding. Blaze uttered the keyword book. As soon as he did that, a binder materialized before him and hovered in mid-air. Wow, it really is similar to games on the earth. How fascinating. Blaze mused and checked the empty card slots. Blaze. Gon called and came over with Killua. We are going in that direction, are you coming? No. You guys go and explore it yourself. It's fun that way. Blaze rejected Gon's request. If you need my help, just contact me using the binder. After saying goodbye to Gon and Killua, Blaze left the starting area. He plans on using his time in Greed Island to train himself. If he's not wrong, Gon will stay on Greed Island for 7 months. So he got plenty of time on his hand to train. After that, he will accompany Gon to European continent where the Chimera Ant arc will take place. If he uses his Devil Fruit powers and Haki, he's confident in defeating Miruem, but it will be tough with just Nen alone without using God's blood. Furthermore, he doesn't know how the situation will turn out once he returns to the One Piece world. He had to be prepared to face the world government. For that, he needs to be strong. Blaze certainly doesn't want to make the same mistake of confronting the world government head-on and alone. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 76.9. Devil Fruit, 74.3. Haki, 78.5. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. There wasn't much change in his attribute panel. His Devil Fruit attribute rose from 70.2 to 74.3 corresponding to the growth in his Constitution and Haki attribute. He has a feeling, if he rises his Devil Fruit attribute to 75 there will be a big change, there's a possibility he will uncover a new ability of his Sun Fruit. Thinking through, Blaze searched for a remote location where he won't be disturbed. 5 months and some days passed. Blaze trained his Haki, Nen, and Devil Fruit abilities. Especially his Devil Fruit power, stagnated at 74.9 while his Haki attribute rose to 79.4. As for his God's blood, it was around 1,200 drops right now. He has a long way to reach the 3,000 mark and convert all his blood into his body. At that moment, his binder materialized and flashed a few times displaying a call from Gon. Hello Gon. Blaze, what are you doing? Are you free? Yes. We need your help to get a card. Gon requested. What card is that? Blaze asked, thinking it was time they would have encountered Razor. It's a designated slot card plot of beach, Gon replied. Okay. Where should I come? City of Love. 184, Razor. AI, City of Love. When Blaze arrived at the city, the team was already waiting for him. Aside from Gon, Killua and Bisky Hisoka, Gorinu, and Psezgura's group were there. Seeing him, Hisoka flinched for a moment before returning to normal while Psezgura had a rare look of seriousness on his face. With him, we may be able to win the game. Psezgura thought. Blaze, you are here. Gon ran forward. Blaze nodded. Look like you two have trained well and strengthened your basics. Your life aura looks formidable, smooth, and pure. Good. So, what do you call me for? Gon then mentioned Razor and 14 pirates. We have to beat him in a game to get the card plot of beach. I will join the game but don't expect me to do all the work. You have to clear the game on your own to experience the thrill and hardship. In the entire HXH series, what he liked the most is the game between Razor and Gon's group. He doesn't want to be meddlesome and spoil it. We don't want your help, we can clear the game on your own. We invited you to make up for the numbers. You still haven't changed Killua. Blaze chuckled and ruffled the latter's hair. Though Killua tried his best to avoid Blaze's hand, it didn't change the outcome. I have become strong but he's still stronger. Let's go. Gorinu voiced. As happened in the series, Gon's new team easily won 3 matches making Razor realize the tactics of his opponents. He then decided to give them the win for the sumo match and face them himself. Razor then announced that the next game will be dodgeball which needs 8 players for each team, and whoever wins the game will automatically get 8 wins. Saying it, Razor formed the Devils with his Nin ability. Seeing this, the random teammates of Gon they picked quit in fear. Since Blaze is here, they only missed a single player. Gorinu then revealed his Nin ability and created an ape that completes the team's players to 8. After an explanation of the game rules, the match finally starts. Razor freely gives the ball to Gon's group, making Killua pass the ball to Gorinu, who immediately attacks one of Razor's devils and continues to attack, bringing down 2 opponents. But when Gorinu decides to take out Razor, his throw was stopped by the latter using only one hand. The following events unfolded exactly with no change from Razor taking out Gorinu, his ape, Psezgura and Bisky. Though Hisoka's bungee gum played a role and helped them to take out one of Razor's devils, it wasn't enough for them to win. Gon's used his Hajinkan and hits one of Razor's powerful devils, sending it out of the field. Upset, he used Mornin into his punch but Razor blocked the attack with his Nin and sent it flying upwards. Hisoka takes the opportunity to catch the ball using bungee gum to send Razor out and force him to use his back. Next, Bisky took the last devil with her throw from outside the court but the ball got into Razor's control. As Gon, Killua and Hisoka were discussing how to stop Razor's throw, Blaze went forward and said, "Leave it to me, consider it as my contribution." Really? Gon was excited as he knew Blaze was strong. As Blaze stood before the 3, Razor pulled back the dispersed aura that he used on Nin beasts and threw the ball in high air before spiking it at them. The ball carried powerful momentum and came at him but Blaze remained unfazed and simply stretched his right hand. What is he doing? Is he planning on catching the ball with his bare hands? He's insane. One of Psezgura's team members screamed. He's going to die. Only Psezgura knew it was not the case as he glimpsed Blaze's Ren before. Even Razor squinted his eyes at Blaze's actions and thought of it as reckless. But what happened next was beyond his understanding. His Nin-infused spiked ball was caught by Blaze effortlessly, like how he caught Gorinu's throw. Everyone on Gon's team side celebrated. Finish it. Saying this, Blaze threw the ball to Gon. Gon used every bit of aura to punch the ball at Razor but the latter smartly redirected it towards Gon. As Gon feints, the ball passes past him. Hisoka then used his bungee gum to stop Razor's counter and hurled the ball back to Razor. As the ball is covered by his bungee gum, Razor couldn't throw it back like last time and was pushed outside the boundaries. The game ended with the referee announcing that Razor is out and Gon's team is victorious. Razor accepted his defeat and talked to Gon about his past with Jing and how he changed them while others waited on the side. Seeing Killua's injured hand, Blaze walked towards the latter and spoke. "Show me your hand. What are you doing?" Though Killua resisted with words, he still stretched out his hands. "Healing your hand." A bright golden glow arose from Blaze and poured into Killua's hand. To everyone's astonishment, Killua's badly hurt arms healed little by little. Within a minute, his entire hand was back to its perfect state. There was no sign of injury. Wow! Killua examined his healed hands in surprise. As for others, they looked at Blaze in shock. They have seen Nin-type healers curing others before, but this is the first time they have seen something this magical. Especially Bisky, it took her a few moments to come out of her thoughts. Who is he? He's stronger and more mysterious than I imagined. After the event, Gon and his team finally got the card plot of beach. It won't be long before you guys complete the game. I will see you after the game ends. Saying goodbye to everyone, Blaze left the place. He knew the game would end after their battle with Genthru and his mates. After that, he will accompany them to the European continent. After dealing with King, he can go back to the One Piece world. 185, NGL. Blaze watched from the sidelines as Gon's team made preparations and plan how to beat Genthru and his gang. At the same time, Sesgara and his group provoked Genthru's gang to keep them busy on the basis of a deal with Gon to obtain the card Wild Luck Alexandrite. After 3 weeks, Gon, Killua and Bisky confronted Genthru's gang. Killua and Bisky separate Bara and Sub, leaving Genthru to Gon according to the plan. Killua and Bisky defeated their respective opponents while Gon took down Genthru, suffering grave injuries in the process. But, thanks to Angel's breath, he was healed instantly. After Gon, Killua and Biscuit defeated the bomber and complete collecting the cards from 1 to 99. An announcement was made to every player in Greed Island that a quiz will be held in 10 minutes. Everything went as happened in the series with no change. After the quiz, the player with the best score was announced. Gon won, getting 87 out of 100 questions correct. Obtaining a card, Ruler's Invitation, Gon went to the castle to meet the game maker while Killua and Bisky waited outside. Around evening, the players and NPCs of the game celebrated with fireworks and parades since the game is now over. Gon and others enjoyed a feast and then decided which 3 cards to take back to the real world with Ruler's Blessing. Bisky picked Blue Planet while Gon chose Plot of Beach and Paladin's Necklace. Upon getting out of the game, Gon transformed the Plot of Beach into an Accompany card with his Paladin's Necklace. As everything's over, Gon was ready to use the Accompany card to find Jing, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be disappointed. Blaze too came out of the game along with Gon, Killua and Bisky. When the time to depart came, Gon suddenly asked him and Bisky. Blaze, Bisky, wanna come with us to meet Jing? Bisky rejected him. Thinking for a moment, Blaze too rejected Gon's offer. He wanted to travel with them to the European continent, but he changed his mind. Because he knew the royal guards and king won't be born anytime soon, as the Chimera Ant Queen has just started to reproduce. Even if he goes now, he will be bored. So after thinking, he decides to go on his own to NGL after 2 months. If possible, he wants to return to One Piece world as soon as possible, but this type of thing can't be rushed even if he wants. He can only confront and kill King Miruem after his birth. No. You guys go and do your thing. I will meet you two after some time. Blaze spoke. Okay. See you, Blaze, Bisky. Saying goodbye, Gon used Accompany and uttered the word Nig. The next moment, they transformed into golden light and traversed across the horizon. 2 months and some days passed. Blaze reached the site of NGL with the help of Little White. Though entering NGL has strict requirements, nothing could stop him from sneaking past. It was at that moment that Gon, Killua, Kite and others entered NGL. Seeing them, Blaze sighed in relief. PFFF, I didn't miss the timing. He forget time, engrossed in training his haki as he wanted to break his haki attribute past 80 points. Unfortunately, he couldn't even though he tried his best. The same goes for his devil fruit. His current attribute status is Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 77.3. Devil Fruit, 74.9. Haki, 79.9. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. When Gon, Killua and Kite reached an abandoned village where they will meet Ramit, Blaze decided to make his entrance. Seeing his sudden appearance, Kite pushed Gon and Killua back and conjured his crazy slot. Ah! Are you trying to kill me? Blaze stopped him from attacking. You. Kite frowned, looking at Blaze. He remembers him as Blaze's appearance is the same as he saw years before. Blaze. Gon and Killua uttered a surprised cry, wondering how he found them. I told you to, we will meet after some time. Blaze smiled. What are you doing here? Kite asked. Though he couldn't sense Blaze's strength, he knew the man is very dangerous. NGL has something I want. Blaze shrugged and replied. Kite didn't ask anything and simply uttered, this is no time for chit-chat. We need to scout the area and find the Chimera Ant nest before the king is born. I will just tag along, you guys do your work. Blaze nodded, perceiving Kite's hidden meaning. Soon, they come across the corpses of horses that were impaled on the tree branches. At that moment, Ramit made his appearance and spoke, pointing at his prey, those are mine. Without any further words, he charged towards them. Gon and Killua were overwhelmed by the strike while Kite effortlessly evades and unleashed his Nin, scaring Ramit. As for Blaze, his figure long teleported to a nearby tree where he settled on a branch as if he is going to watch a show. Looking at him, Kite showed a surprised expression as even he failed to see how Blaze did it. As I thought, he's strong. He recounted Blaze's appearance on Whale Island to Jing, but the latter didn't care too much as if he knew Blaze won't hurt Gon. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kite told Gon and Killua to deal with Ramit. If they failed to do so, they had to leave. Facing Ramit, who's physically stronger than them, Gon and Killua were at a disadvantage at first, but they soon overpowered him with Killua unleashing Thunderbolt and Gon rock paper rock. Out of nowhere, a flying figure, Colt, appeared and snatched Ramit away. As the two escaped, Ramit roared at the top of his lungs in shame and rage. Bastards! I am going to eat you. I will remember this. Noisy. Blaze, who was silent the entire time, squinted his eyes. A blazing fire arrow materialized before him and shot at the fleeing Colt. It accurately pierced Ramit's head and scorched his inside, killing him on the spot. Colt dropped the former's corpse and flew at an even greater speed, disappearing from their view. 186. Birth of Neferpitou. Why did you leave the other one? Kite asked. If not, how will the other ants come after us? Blaze replied casually. Hearing his answer, Kite, Gon, and Killua were speechless. Kite shook his head. He could tell Blaze came here to have fun, but what he didn't understand is, how did the other party know about chimera ants? Whatever the reason, it didn't matter to him. With Blaze around, he feels strangely confident about destroying the chimera ant's nest. Blaze, Gon, Killua, and Kite further advanced into the territory of NGL and came across a cliff. The group entered the cliff and discovered a drug factory, and soon after, they met a centaur-like chimera ant accompanied by a mosquito and a centipede-like chimera ant. Gon and Killua confronted the mosquito and centipede-like chimera ant while Kite faced Yunju, the centaur-like chimera ant. When he summoned his Nin ability, Crazy Slots, and killed Yunju, Blaze's eyes shined. After the battle, the clown-faced slot explained that his slots go from 1 to 9, and each number sends different weapons. Annoyed, Kite dismissed his Nin ability and complained that he could not use another weapon until the one summoned by his Crazy Slots was used first. Your ability is interesting, Blaze commented. When the group advanced further, they were surrounded by a large number of chimera ants in a forest-like area. The leader of the group, a frog-like chimera ant, confronted them with an air of authority. As our targets, you have 3 choices. 1. Decide the order in which you'll fight. 2. Attempt to escape. 3. Give up and let us capture you. Kite chose option 1 as he wants to train Gon and Killua. Understanding Kite's intent, Blaze didn't intervene in the fight as Gon and Killua confronted the chimera ants. After they won the battle, Blaze stepped forward on his own as a third person to fight. He stated, I am going to finish them all. Kite consented with silence. Blaze didn't wait for the ants to send their opponent. He stretched both his hands and waved. The next moment, a whitish-blue flaming ring materialized with Blaze, Kite, Gon, and Killua in the center. What is this? The frog-like ant spoke, struck with uneasiness as if he was facing death. Oh! Gon and Killua eyed the flaming ring in wonder. As Gon stepped forward to observe it in close, Killua pulled him back and said, Don't! That thing is dangerous. Go! Blaze uttered. The flaming ring expanded outward at breakneck speed, cleaving everything in its path in a fraction of a second. Everything within a 1 kilometer radius was sliced into 2, including the chimera ants who lost their lives without knowing how. Amazing! Killua thought. It's only getting worse from here. If you start sympathizing with the enemy you won't be able to handle what's coming. Kite spoke, looking at Gon's absent-mindedness. I'm fine. I have no sympathy for bugs who call each other trash. Gon replied, looking around. Hearing his answer, both Blaze and Kite shook their heads. On their way to the Queen's Nest, the group faced attacks from flying ants. This time, Kite eliminated them all with a long scythe conjured from his Nin ability. Witnessing Kite's power, the lion-like chimera ant and his group decide to retreat while Kite decides to follow them to the Queen's Nest. It's at this moment, Blaze suddenly glanced in the direction where the chimera ant's nest is located. He sensed a birth of terrorizing ominous aura in the distance. Without a doubt, it's the birth of one of the Queen's royal guard, Neferpitou. Feeling the unfathomable amount of aura from Pitou, Blaze smiled. Amazing! The aura density is no less than mine. Furthermore, he also knew Pitou's learning speed far exceeds humans. In a short amount of time, she will learn N and would be able to use N. It's going to be fun fighting Pitou. Blaze clenched his fist, completely fired up, while a part of his Ren broke out, startling Gon, Killua, and Kite. Sensing his emotion, Kite asked. What is it? Nothing. You will understand soon. Let's go. Following the chimera ants and after walking for a few hours, they saw chimera ants' nest in the distance. What is this? I don't believe it. Gon, Killua, run. Get out of here. Kite urged, feeling the ominous Nin of Pitou. Don't worry. You have me here. Saying this, Blaze stepped forward and saw Pitou leaping towards them from Queen's Nest. What are you doing? Kite yelled. But, Blaze wasn't in no state to reply to him as he balled his fist with KO. evading Patu's razor-sharp claw strike, and punched at the latter's face. Bang! The strike capable of crushing even the mountains just forced Patu to skid some meters. Naya! You look quite strong. Patu spoke, showing her sharp teeth completely excited. Though she didn't do anything, her malicious wren of being excited caused Gon and Killua to be petrified on the spot. Facing such Nen at a close distance made them understand how weak they are. As for Kite, he stood before the two so that he can protect them from any kind of attack from that malicious creature. Sweat covered his forehead as he haven't encountered such a scary creature before. Just the aura alone made him feel weak in his legs. It should be Queen's Royal Guard. What made him terrified is, if even a Royal Guard is this powerful, how powerful would the king be? Looking at Patu, the Royal Guard ant which is devoid of any emotions, Blaze could tell, Patu simply sees him as a mouse that she can play and test her strength as a form of entertainment. A predatory cat acting on impulse to play and satisfy her curiosity. Blaze smirked. Ant, your thinking is wrong. Stop thinking of yourself as a predator, you're just a prey. Saying this, Blaze's figure blurred. The next moment, he appeared before Patu and kicked at the ladder imbuing his leg with Conqueror's haki. 187, Blaze vs Patu. Even before the strike could make contact, Patu felt a terrifying force traveling from her left arm to the entire body. As a result of immense power, her arm deformed for a second before she was sent flying away. Bang! Kite looked at Blaze in amazement. With the ominous aura, Kite felt from the Royal Guard, he knew how strong the Chimera Ant is, but he didn't expect Blaze to be strong enough to fight it head-on. Blaze's attack didn't injure Patu much but it roused her fighting intent. An overwhelming, extremely ominous wren broke out of her, using her legs as a springboard, she pounced towards him. Her menacing aura forced Kite, Gon, and Killua to maintain some distance from the battle. Seeing her actions, Blaze smiled and showed off his own wren. Unlike Patu's, his aura is extremely pure and vast as an ocean. Furthermore, his Nen is slightly more powerful than the latter. Glimpsing the future, Blaze evaded Patu's attack at ease before kicking at the latter's stomach, coating his foot with 100% of aura. This time, Patu was quick to react, she covered her stomach region with Ken, minimizing the damage to none. Landing some distance away from him, Patu looked at Blaze in fever with her cat eyes. As I expected Naya, you are strong. Amazing. Gon and Killua muttered. They didn't expect Blaze to be this strong. It's more than amazing. I have seen and met many powerful Nen users, but only Jing-san will come close to the amount of aura released by these two. Kite uttered. What? Jing is so strong. Gon exclaimed. Patu's intuition tells her that she should kill the human, otherwise, he would be a considerable threat to the king once he's born. Crouching in her position, her leg muscles contracted, causing them to swell. With a slight force, she leaped, not towards Blaze but towards the nearby tree. Her figure leaped from one tree to another, increasing her speed. Within a few seconds, her figure blurred and turned into after images. Seeing this, Blaze smiled. In terms of physical strength and aura output, she's stronger than Netero but when it comes to utilizing them to 100%, she's nowhere near the latter. After all, Patu has been born for a few hours. But, he could tell she was learning them at a fast rate. Still, Blaze is confident in defeating her if he uses his haki and devil power. But, he didn't plan on doing that. Because if he does that, there's a chance that it would disrupt his plan. With no one of Patu's level guarding the queen, he can't tell what Netero, Morel, and Nove would do. There's still time for the king to be born, he will plan slowly on how to deal with the royal guards. Thinking through, Blaze looked at Patu and smiled. You are strong, Ant. But, are you sure it's the right decision to leave the queen's side? What? He simply stretched his left hand toward the direction of Queen's Nest. A bluish-white radiance enveloped his hand, before growing into a huge fireball. The next moment, bluish-white flame blasted from his hands in a straight line similar to a laser beam, incinerating everything in its path. If you react fast, you can save your king. Patu's countenance completely changed and before Blaze could finish his words, the former leaped from the spot with all her strength, towards the Queen's Nest. As her reaction was fast enough, she was able to intercept the attack midway before the strike could reach the nest. Patu blocked the beam with her own body, enveloping it with Nen. Boom! She didn't expect the fire beam to explode upon contact. The explosion was like a thunderclap to everyone and could be heard from far away. The vigorous amount of heat energy and shockwave released by the explosion traveled outward in all directions. Caught off guard, Patu bore the full brunt of the attack and was blasted towards the Chimera Ant nest at the back. Even with the protection of Nen, she was injured heavily. Blaze didn't even spare a glance and simply turned around. Dusting his hands, he faced Kite, Gon, and Killua who all looked at him with their mouth wide open. What? Blaze asked. They thought it would be a tough fight between Blaze and the Royal Guard, but they didn't expect Blaze would deal with the Chimera Ant in such a manner. What are you plotting? Kite asked. He could tell Blaze was strong enough to finish the ant, but he didn't. It arouses his suspicion. Blaze shrugged without giving any reply. What are we doing next? Gon asked. We wait, Kite spoke. Chimera ant nest. The sudden explosion and crashing sound of Patu startled every ant, including the queen. Within a few seconds, all the Chimera ant soldiers and officers surrounded Queen's Hall to protect her from any harm. Bang! As Peggy and Colt were also stunned by the sudden explosion, Patu's figure crashed into the hall they stayed in. Looking at her injured and bloodied body, they were shocked and astounded as they knew how strong and terrifying the royal guard, Neferpatu is. To be able to injure her to this extent, how strong is the enemy? Without minding the injuries, Patu dashed out and jumped to the highest point of the nest. She looked at Blaze's figure in alert with her cat eyes while guarding the nest with her Neferpatu Dono, what happened? Colt came out and asked. It's the humans. Order the soldier ants to patrol around the nest and summon the others for Nan's awakening. We need a strong force to stop them. Yes. I hope the other royal guards wake up soon. I can't stop him alone. Blaze and Kite stood at the edge of the cliff and monitored the nest in the distance. Neferpatu stood outside and kept her active around the clock. It looks like your strength alerted the enemy. And, it's nearly impossible to sneak past that . Kite commented. 188, last minute. 2 days passed. Netero, Morel, and No finally arrived at their location. Chairman Netero was surprised to see Blaze in the demolished land that had the signs of a hard battle. I am relieved to see you here. Netero said and laughed. As for Morel and Nove, they glanced at Blaze with interest. Hearing Netero's words, they are sure the man is strong, but why they haven't heard of him before? Chairman Netero, Kite greeted, Gon and Killua did the same. How strong was the enemy? Netero asked. Look for yourself, Blaze said and gestured with his hands. Then, Netero, Morel, and Nove came forward to look at the Chimera ant nest in the distance. Not good. That thing looks stronger than me. Netero spoke looking at Neferpatu, while Morel and Nove found it unbelievable as Netero is considered one of the strongest Nan users. Before discussing what to do next, Netero drove out Killua and Gon giving them 2 halves of shogi tiles. We put 2 assassins in the nearest city. Whether you fight them or not is up to you. However, if you want to continue to fight Chimera ants, take them down and come find us. With his words, Netero made it clear that he has no place for the weak, here. He only needs the strong. Knowing their strength and how powerful the Chimera ants are, Gon and Killua left NGL. Of course, they plan to come back after defeating Knuckle and Shoot. Our target is the Queen and the Queen alone. But sneaking past that is next to impossible without a fight. If anyone has any brilliant ideas, I'd like to hear them. Nove suggested that they should exterminate the ants one by one in silence, Morel agreed with a smile. Nove then opened a portal beneath him, took out Morel's weapon, a human-sized pipe, and handed it to the latter. With the pipe, Morel blew smoke that shaped into small rabbits. Let's find out the enemy's number. Go. With his command, the huge number of smoke rabbits marched towards the Chimera ant nest. Seeing this, Blaze shook his head. It doesn't matter how many enemies you kill if you don't find a way to defeat the royal guard, it won't change a thing. Then what do you suggest that we do? Netero asked. On the other side. Neferpatu's ears perked up, perceiving the approaching smoke rabbits. Just as she broods what to do? Shiapoof appeared and told her to wait. The new Chimera ant introduced himself as Shiapoof, one of the Queen's royal guards. Menthuthweopi will soon be born. It doesn't matter if it's normal humans, there's a particularly powerful one among them. His strength is not weaker than ours. We have to be careful. Patu spoke her thoughts. But, Shiapoof didn't take her words seriously. Blaze came forward and stood next to Netero. Let's wait for now. Once the king is born, we will destroy them in one fell swoop. How are we going to do that? Netero glimpsed how strong the royal guards are. It's nearly impossible to kill the king with 3 of them on his side. My strategy is very simple. Blaze discussed his plan with Netero. Are you sure there won't be any problem with your plan? Netero asked. Well, I am betting my life on it. Is it not enough? Blaze asked. You are crazy. Kite shook his head and said, Chairman Netero, I think we should follow your plan. Netero thought for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Well, Morel, Nove, Kite, you 3 follow the plan and try to eliminate the ants one by one. If it doesn't help, we will follow Blaze's method. Days passed as Morel, Nove, and Kite started eliminating the Chimera ant squadrons one by one while keeping an eye on Chimera ant Queen. After some days, the Chimera ants didn't send any squadrons out. Finally, after 20-some-odd days, the 3rd royal guard, Menthuthweopi was born. If Blaze is not wrong, there's not much time till King's birth. In the distance, Morel, Nove, and Kite discussed chimera ants, and soon their topic shifted to Blaze. Why am I getting the feeling that Chairman Netero is treating that man as his equal? Morel uttered, glancing at Blaze and Chairman Netero chatting in the distance. It's because he's strong. You haven't seen him fight, if you had you wouldn't be surprised. Kite answered. Is he that strong? Nove asked, a little unbelievable. You have seen Royal Guard's strength, he exchanged blows with that thing without being at a disadvantage. He had the strength to kill it. Then why he didn't kill it? Nove didn't understand. He wants to face off with the king, Morel replied with a smirk. As a hunter, he understands Blaze's thoughts. I hope everything goes as you said. Otherwise, we will be forced to sacrifice a lot of people. If you can handle Royal Guards, I will take care of the king, Blaze replied, confidently. Another 6 days passed. Suddenly, Blazes looked in the direction of Queen's nest as his Haki sensed King trying to come out while Queen coaxing, it's still not the time, yet. What happened? Netero asked. He's going to be born soon, Blaze replied. How much time do we have? Netero asked. An hour or two. What? Are you sure? Netero, Morel, Nove, and Kite were shocked by Blaze's reply. Blaze didn't wait for them to react. He simply stretched his right hand and from his palm, a small bluish ball materialized and under his command, it rose to the sky. What is it? Netero asked, looking at the small thing. You will know soon. Be prepared, we will act as soon as the king is born. Blaze alerted. Within a few minutes, the small flame ball increased in size. From the ground, it looked like another sun, burning fiercely ready to incinerate everything. Looking at the bluish sun looming over them, all of them were shocked and felt terror as they could sense the terrifying destruction hidden within that thing. If that thing falls, they are doomed to die without even their ashes remaining. Forget about the others, even Netero is shocked. He let out a fake sigh. As I thought, you didn't fight me at full strength. I am indeed getting old. 189, The Birth of King. Meanwhile, in the Chimera Ant Queen nest, the queen screamed out in pain and yelled, touching her belly. It's too early. Wait. Unexpectedly, the king didn't listen to her words. He came out forcefully by ripping his mother's womb, leaving the latter with severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Chimera ants were horrified and appalled. Unlike in the original series, the king didn't have the luxury to mess with other Chimera ants as he felt threatening energy looming over his head. When he flashed outside of the nest, he stood amazed looking at the shocking display of a huge blue sun hovering above the Chimera ant nest. The 3 royal guards arrived and knelt before him. My king, we need to get out of here immediately. Patu sounded anxious along with the other 2 royal guards. As for Mirlem, he still stared at the bluish sun without heeding the royal guard's advice. Even before such danger, the thought to flee didn't cross his mind. Because he's the king. Are you guys ready? He's born. Though we are some distance away, you guys should retreat far away. Saying this, Blaze stretched his hand toward the sky and slammed it down. Within a fraction of a second, the large bluish fireball ball crashes into the Chimera ant nest, directly above the heads of King, Patu, Shiapoof, and Yuppie. The royal guards only had the time to surround and protect Mirlem with Ernan. At the last moment, Yuppie used his shape-shifting ability, enlarged himself, and shielded King, Patu, and Shiapoof. Boom! What happened next is nothing but pure destruction. As soon as Blaze's sun came in contact with the surface, it exploded. The blast creates a giant bluish fireball that shot up as a huge mushroom cloud. The fireball didn't expand but compressed the surrounding medium into a huge orb before expanding into a supersonic shockwave followed by blue fire winds. The shockwave carried extreme heat that vaporized everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Everything was razed to nothingness as the blast packed a destructive force equivalent to some kilotons of TNT. As for Chairman Netero, Morel, Nove, and Kite, they were stupefied by the destructive force and directly escaped into the artificial dimension opened by Nove. In seconds, 1/4 of the NGL had vanished. When the dust and particles in the surrounding settled down, there was nothing as far as his eyes could see. But, his observation Haki sensed 3 life auras in the distance. King, Patu, and Shiapoof's. As for other Chimera ants, there's none alive. Even Shiapoof's aura is frail as if it would go down any minute. As for Yuppie, he was vaporized into nothingness by the extreme temperature as he took the full brunt of the attack. Did I overdo it? Blaze muttered, looking at the devastation below him. The impact of the explosion cratered the surface deeply, which stretched across 3 kilometers in radius. Though he didn't hold back his power, still, he didn't expect the degree of destruction to be this massive. In the distance, Patu and Shiapoof anxiously observed their king to see if he had suffered any injuries. Thankfully, nothing happened to him besides the overuse of Nan and scorch marks. Unlike the king, Patu and Shiapoof had sustained severe injuries. Patu's injuries aren't life-threatening, but Shiapoof's condition is worse. As his weakness is fire, the attack destroyed half of the cells in his body while the extreme heat energy in the surroundings is slowly destroying the remaining half. Looking at the king who looks weak after consuming so much of his nen, Shipuif's heart ached. Thinking for a moment, he liquefied his cells and gave them to the king. What are you doing? Miriam asked, seeing the royal guard offering a drop of white liquid that was rich in energy. My king, use this drop to replenish your nen. Without asking anything, Miriam accepted it. When he consumed it, his nen ability aura synthesis activated and synthesized Shipuif's aura to his own. It directly replenished his nen and enhanced his strength to the next level. As for Shipuif, after donating most of his cells, his power dropped considerably while he transformed into a small bleezebub. Who attacked us? Miriam asked, brimming with strength and overflowing life aura. At the same time, Patu and Shipuif looked in Blaze's direction with hostility and anger. He's back to his peak state. It's going to be tough to kill him. Blaze thought. Meanwhile, Netero, Morel, Nove, and Kite who all escaped into the Nen dimension came out. Glancing at the trail of destruction left by Blaze's attack, they were speechless. Oi, is this something a human can do? Morel exclaimed and looked at Blaze as if he was a monster. Aside from King and the royal guards, I don't sense any chimera ants nearby, Netero spoke. We don't have time to chit-chat. Chairman Netero, I will fight the king while you guys take care of the royal guards. Blaze said and leaped into the air to confront the incoming king. Unlike in the series, the king hasn't met the girl Komuji nor does he knows anything about love. Right now, he's the king of ants with a cruel and violent personality. He won't even hesitate to kill, whether it's a child or his kind, it doesn't matter. Flashing before Blaze, Miriam didn't attack immediately. You are a rare human. You can say so, Ant. Blaze calmly replied. I am going to enjoy devouring you. Miriam haughtily declared and charged forward while terrifying aura berserks out of him. Facing such an intense and monstrous aura, even Blaze felt a slight pressure, and it torched his dormant battle temperament. Facing King Miriam, Blaze's conqueror's haki erupted and went off in all directions with flashes of lightning. Come! Blaze resisted the king's attack with a punch of his own. A pure physical confrontation of power. Bang! The collision created a small shockwave while stirring up the surrounding dust and stones. Meanwhile, Chairman Netero confronted Patu while Morel, Nove, and Kite faced the weakened Shipuif. 190, Blaze vs Miriam. Meeting the punch head-on, Blaze's face changed for a moment as powerful force traveled from the king's strike and pushed him back. His figure skidded back a meter before stopping. Even before Blaze could stabilize his body, Miriam dashed forward and whipped with his powerful tail. Seeing the future with his observation haki, Blaze calmly leaned back his head, evading the tail that whizzed past his face. At the same time, he attacked the latter by blasting a powerful aura from his right hand, taking the king by surprise. At such a close distance, Miriam couldn't dodge the attack. The aura blast banged his stomach and sent him flying far away. But, the strike did little to do damage. Unfazed by the attack, the latter madly charged forward, exploding with % of his aura and face full of excitement. He's fast. Blaze thought. The next moment, golden lightning sparkles covered his entire body that heightened his speed, rivaling the king. Bang! 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 Flashes of afterimages clashed in mid-air, generating shockwaves and booming sounds. The speed of Blaze and Miriam was beyond what the human eye could follow. In a matter of minutes, both of them exchanged thousands of moves. If not for Blaze's observation haki, the king would have injured him multiple times. Though the king has just been born, his reaction and fighting skills are on another level, as if he's practicing them for decades. Without a doubt, the Chimera Ant's long evolution has pinnacled in him. He's a perfect Chimera Ant with immeasurable strength and innate talent. The scary thing is, the king's skills were growing at an alarming rate. In no time, he got accustomed to Blaze's future prediction, his moves were getting unpredictable and erratic. Blaze gets the feeling of being cornered. I have to stop falling into his rhythm. But before he could do anything, he sensed King's next attack and crossed both his hands to block. Bang! The king's tail came out of nowhere, smashed his body, and sent him flying away. The king didn't give him a chance to recover. He rushed forth and bombarded him with aggressive attacks that dropped on all parts of his body. Before Blaze could put up a fight, Miriam ended the barrage with a powerful kick to his face that knocked him back and crash-land far away. Human, I'm just beginning to have fun, don't die too soon. Miriam grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Blaze rose to his feet, wincing slightly in pain. All the thrashing tore some of his muscles and broke some of his bones. His life aura surpasses other non-users of the HXH world, but it's not his forte. Furthermore, Miriam's Nen is far more boundless than his. Wiping the trail of blood near his lips, Blaze silently triggered a drop of God's blood. In the next second, all the injuries on his body healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The residual energy of God's blood elevated his physical strength. The rise in physical strength also directly enhanced his devil fruit powers. He's indeed a tough opponent to kill with formidable strength, high speed, endurance, and an endless supply of nin. The king is no weaker than Yonko. Blaze thought. Miruem was stronger than he anticipated, with innate combat talent while his use of nin is as fluid as one's breathing. Well, if he wasn't this strong, I would have been disappointed. I just hope he would force me to my limit. An overbearing momentum burst out of Blaze along with bluish-white flames. The flames streamed out of him and flowed like a river, covering everything within a 1-kilometer radius. As for the king, he resisted the high-intense flame of Blaze with his powerful nin and remains unharmed. You had your fun, it's my turn. Don't die, Ant King. Blaze took a fighting stance while the sea of flames suddenly receded and flew back into his body. The next moment, a dark bluish membrane shrouded his body like a layer of clothing. As Blaze and King started their next round of battle, Netero engaged in a fierce fight with Patu. Though Netero's aura output is incomparable to that of the Royal Guard, he was able to fight on par with the latter with his nin ability, 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Furthermore, Patu exhausted her nin and was injured slightly before the fight by Blaze's previous attack. Patu wanted to destroy the human before him and help the king, but the latter's ability didn't allow her to do as she wishes. On the other hand, Morel, Nove, and Kite watched the battles from far away, keeping some distance. As for Shiapoof, he was imprisoned by Morel's smoke jail. Since the former is injured heavily and reduced in size, he won't be able to break the smoke with his current strength. Sigh. Both of them are monsters to be able to fight those things. If we fight them alone we won't even survive a few minutes. Morel spoke. Just the Royal Guard's ominous nin alone scares and makes me shudder. Nove shook his head. Thankfully, we destroyed the other Chimera ants and acted in time. If we had given them more time, it could have resulted in a severe problem. Kite expressed his thought while Morel and Nove agreed. I don't know whether that young man can deal with the king. The king is far stronger than anything I have heard. His aura is far more dangerous than the Royal Guards. Morel spoke. Let's wait and see. Chairman has already planned for the worst outcome. So even if the king emerges as the victor, he can't escape. 191, Blaze vs Miruem 2. With blue fumes radiating out of his body, Blaze's entire presence underwent a major change, emitting a strong and fierce aura. Miruem, who stood opposite him, felt the change in the atmosphere while some kind of invisible pressure assaulted him. What has changed? The king eyed the transformed Blaze with caution as his intuitions warned him to be wary of the human before him. But, the next moment, the king snapped out of it, and the monster thought inside his mind screamed. How can I be afraid of the human who's nothing but livestock? I am the king. Exploding with a menacing and bloodthirsty aura, Miruem bent his knees slightly and charged with the force of his legs, unable to bear 100% of his brute strength. The ground below fissured and formed a deep crater. His figure dispersed into a blur of flickers, while ring-shaped air cyclones arose, indicating the fast-approaching figure. The king's intention is simple: head-on confrontation with his entire strength. Concentrating the entire aura into his hand, he punched as he approached Blaze. Facing the oncoming king, Blaze channeled the haki to his hand and further lit up in dark bluish flames. As the former neared, he took a step forward and sent a punch of his own. Boom! The two forces collided against one another. The clash alone caused a shockwave that spread wide, cyclones of debris and rubble whirled around. The pressure from their attacks made the ground explode with excitement. An epic battle between the two elements haki and nin. Then, just as Miruem thought both their attacks were going to be nullified, his sense of danger arose. Fiery energy traveled from his opponent's fist and surged onto his own. Before he could react, bang, a force hit his entire body and pushed him back. The king found himself skidding across the ground, clueless of what had happened. His entire hand trembled in pain. He saw his entire arm scorched from inside to outside. How? Blaze didn't give King the opportunity to think and recompose himself. He dashed forward and sent a horrific punch. Bluish flames gushed forth from his fist and roared forward, taking the shape of a dragon. As Miruem intercepted the strike by shrouding his body with nin, the dragon-shaped flames exploded upon contact, releasing an intense flame of high temperature. At that exact moment, Blaze blinked from his place, reappearing directly in front of Miruem. Before the latter could react, he lifted his arm in the air and balled it. Haki and blue fumes covered the fist. Bursting with overwhelming strength, his fist exploded forth, tearing the air itself. The intense heat from the fist even burned the surrounding air. The punch landed squarely on the king's chest, who couldn't evade the strike on time. Boom! The impact from the attack slammed him into the ground. The force of the attack speared through King's inner and came out from the other end, splitting the very ground into countless fragments. The reason for such drastic damage output of Blaze's attack is because the hit perfectly blends Conqueror's haki and blue fumes of extreme temperature. Furthermore, Blaze shot with advanced haki concept, internal destruction. What Blaze didn't expect is, at such a crucial juncture, the king would counterattack. The moment his body smashed into the ground, he whipped the tail at his face. Bang! Though Blaze guarded his face with armament haki at the last moment, the force of the strike flung him across the air. Crashing some meters away from the king, Blaze leaped back to his feet the next moment. But, blood streamed from his mouth non-stop as the strike broke his cheekbone, lower and upper jawbone. If it was someone else in his place, the tail whip would have turned their heads into blood mist. With a thought, the power of God's blood coursing through Blaze's body healed his wounds in a matter of seconds. Even with his powerful observation haki, he couldn't react in time. Amazing! The king concealed his intent. Miruem waited and attacked at a perfect moment when he lowered his guard, the microsecond when Blaze got delighted by his successful attack. On the other side, Miruem laughed, wiping the lone stream of blue blood off his mouth, and rose to his feet. Ha ha ha! Human, you excite me. Show me more. He's indeed a monster. Did my attack deal no damage? Blaze wondered. His last strike wasn't some common punch, it was packed with the entirety of haki and the power of the Sunday. Miruem didn't wait for Blaze, he took the initiative and charged at him. With an eye-blinking speed, he appeared before him while his fist rocketed forth covered with nin. Blaze dodged. Miruem slammed another punch, followed by the next one. The king's ferocious attacks hailed Blaze like bullets from the gun. The sheer force of each of his punches reverberated through the atmosphere like thunderclaps. His attacks got fiercer, and faster exponentially. Blaze retreated while the king advanced, attacking violently. All Miruem's punches probed his every move and were in search of an opening. Facing Miruem's aggressive attacks, a word popped into Blaze's mind. Scary. Even with quick speed and future prediction, he struggled to dodge the attacks perfectly. If he makes a single mistake, the king's punch would maim him without a doubt. What worries him more is Miruem's talent. If he let the king grow like this, it definitely won't end well. Blaze had to admit, he underestimated the king. Not even 15 minutes had passed since they both started fighting, but Blaze and Miruem had exchanged tens of thousands of moves. In such a fast-paced fight, Blaze was forced to burn out his haki and devil fruit powers at an excessive rate to maximize the damage output. The power of God's blood which was supposed to last over an hour got exhausted in mere 15 minutes because of repeated healing and exhaustion recovery. Are all my attacks for naught? Why isn't it working? Blaze thought as he gazed at King, who was bruised all over. If not for repeated healing, he would look worse than him. Miruem once again launched towards him, but he suddenly stopped in midway as blue blood seeped from his mouth in a steady flow. The next moment, one of his knees hit the ground without awareness. He coughed by covering his mouth with his hands, blood painted his hands blue. Seeing this, Blaze smiled and groaned, he almost scared me. 192, End. Though the king was injured, Blaze knew the fight is far from over as the latter's nin still remained powerful. And, he could see it in the king's eyes, the rage to destroy everything. Silence ensued. Miruem stood up with an ominous aura engulfing him, the abyss-like nin erupted from him as if he were an evil reincarnate. The overwhelming momentum scared the hell out of Morel, Nove, Kite, and Netero who were still fighting. For an ant, he's tough. Blaze remained alert and burned another drop of his god's blood, exponentially boosting his devil fruit powers. The king looked strong but Blaze's attack isn't for naught as it already destroyed the former's inner. Thankfully, he didn't possess a powerful regenerative ability. Without minding the injury, Miruem lunged forward, closing the distance between them in a mere instant. His fingers curled like a claw of a beast, aiming for his neck. His attack was lightning fast and precise with no shortcomings while his entire hand took on a purple coloration, signifying the cladding of Nin. As King's attack neared, Blaze opened his mouth, with a golden light beam already formed. If one looks closely, one would see it's not some ordinary beam. Millions of spear-shaped beams are composed together to form the golden beam. As Blaze breathed, the millions of light beam spears bombarded Miruem at point-blank range. At such close range, the king only had the time to cover his body with Ken. In fact, Blaze already prepared the attack beforehand as he predicted King would attack head-on. And, it's not the end. As King defended, Blaze sneaked behind the ladder with quick speed while a bluish sword of extreme heat materialized on his hand. Zzz. With a swing, the bluish sword exuded a thin near-invisible pressurized slash in a half-moon shape. The temperature from the slash was so intense it ripped the air like paper. Even to such an unexpected attack, the king reacted and whipped his tail in response to fend off. But, the amount of nin he put to block wasn't high as he used most to defend Blaze's other attack. Slash. As a result, blood spattered. Miruem's powerful tail was cleaved cleanly off his body. With a soft thump, it landed on the ground twitching with a leftover life aura. Blood pooled from his open wounds, drenching the ground with blue blood. It was Blaze's real purpose from the start. As he coated the slash with Conqueror's haki and full power of devil fruit, Miriam couldn't block it with part of his nen. He was only able to achieve this because of the latter's injury. With blood dripping from his wounds, King grimaced. Why is the human strong? I can tell I am strong, but all my attacks are seen through as if the human can see the future. I am the pinnacle of my race, born with the destiny to rule over the entire world. It's my fate. I am born king to rule this world and no one can take it away from me. King roared and exploded with overwhelming power. With a thrust, his fist pierced Blaze's body. Blaze didn't evade the attack, he didn't plan to. At the same time, the bluish sword in his hand penetrated King's heart. He knew without sacrifice, he won't be able to kill the king as soon as possible. His wound healed right away, but Miriam's didn't. Leaving the sword in the latter's body, Blaze leaped back, creating some distance. With blood dripping from the sides of his lip, Miriam's knee hit the ground. Without a doubt, he's undeniably powerful with a formidable physique, but he's not a god. Blaze's flame-based attacks already ravaged his inners. It's commendable the king hasn't died yet. At that moment, my king, with a loud shout, a figure shot towards the kneeling figure of Miriam. It's none other than Neferpitou. She escaped Netaro's attacks by letting one of his attacks hit her and came to the king's side using momentum. Seeing this, Blaze's lips curled a little. A bluish-white orb formed on his right hand. When Pitou checked King's injury, her countenance changed. She could tell the king is badly injured with most of his inners burned. She suddenly turned to face Blaze, who was smiling at her. Her look was terrifying with pure malice and rage apparent in it. Seeing the glowing orb on Blaze's hand, her instincts kicked as she protected the king behind with her body. With a thought, the bluish sword that penetrated King scattered into rays of light and pierced Pitou's body from her back. The sword pierced her heart and turned into a bluish flame, burning her inner. She didn't react to the attack as she was facing Blaze, and concern for her king affected her judgment. It was despicable to attack the opponent from behind, but it's all fair in the game. As if the attack wasn't enough, Blaze blinked before her and jammed the glowing orb on her face. As soon as it touched her face, it blasted. Her worry for the king and everything happening in split second, she couldn't even react. With her head exploding into blue mist, Neferpitou lost all signs of life. The death of the royal guard didn't affect King in any way. Using the opportunity, the king attacked him, suppressing his injury. But, a giant palm came out of nowhere and smashed the king into the ground. Bang! The power of the palm thrust fragmented the ground into pieces. At that moment, Blaze saw Netero high in the air. The latter clasped his hands, joining his thumbs and index fingers together, making a sign that looks like the number 99. Then, the bodhisattva behind him unleashed a barrage of palm strikes with all its arms, beating King like an ant as he should be. Blaze didn't waste time just by watching. He too jumped into the air and stretched his hand to face the sky. A giant wave of bluish flames burst forth endlessly. As he clenched his fist, the flames took the shape of a giant spear and spun at great speed. Injecting a huge amount of haki into the attack, Blaze slammed his hand down. The next moment, the giant spear formed of flames, and haki, shot toward the king who was being beaten by Netero's palm strikes. Instead of running away or protecting himself, the king just let go as he was very tired and injured badly. He was aware he couldn't win the human with his badly damaged body. Seeing the giant blue flaming spear coming at him, the king felt pressure and fear for the first time. The fact that he couldn't do anything frustrated the king. But, it was no use. At the last moment, he closed his eyes and faced the attack. With a loud boom and flash of light, the king felt his consciousness slowly slipping away from him. Am I really the king? 193, I am back. Amazon Lily. Adorned with the signature cape and blue and gold clothing, Hancock stood at the top of her palace, staring at the distant horizon. With sun rays shining upon her face, she looked like someone came out of a painting. One thing that seemed out of place is, tears coursing down her cheeks and her body shaking with sobs. It's been 5 years since she heard the news of Blaze's disappearance. Ever since that day, she felt the world had lost all its colors and the sorrow of loss filled her heart. The only thought that kept her going forward is Blaze's smile, small teasing, and their lovely moments. At that moment, Elder Nyan, who appeared out of nowhere, kindly called. Hancock. Looking at the tear-faced Pirate Express, Nyan sighed. There was a time when Hancock was selfish, spoiled, and cruel and had a hatred for men. But, everything changed after she met Blaze. At the same time, his disappearance shattered her heart. Why are you here? Hancock asked with a raised eyebrow while her entire aura changed. How long are you going to keep thinking about him? You have to think for your people and move on. Elder Nyan spoke. None of your business. Get out of here or I will throw you from here into the sea. Hancock snorted and walked into the palace. Though the Marines haven't said anything, I know his disappearance is something to do with the world government. My hatred won't end until I raise the world government to the ground. Somewhere in New World, hundreds of Marines worked busily atop a crystal surface to arrest the surrendered and injured pirates. In the distance, a pirate ship with Jolly Roger could be seen, but it was cleaved neatly into two. One of the marines watched the ship with his mouth wide open, wondering what happened. You didn't watch the battle, right? Captain Kuina did it. She swung her sword and the next moment, a powerful half-moon-shaped wind blade sliced the pirate ship like it was butter. Amazing. Yes. It was a rising pirate crew with a total bounty of 200 million who just entered the New World. What are you doing? We are freaking in the middle of the sea in the New World. Hurry up and transfer the pirates, we don't have all day. A marine officer noted their loitering behavior and urged. Lieutenant Commander, we know you were in the unit for a long time. We heard fellow marines talk about Vice Admiral Blaze, was he really as strong as everyone claims? A marine asked curiously. Though it's been 5 years and many believe he's dead, it's a fact that his figure and accomplishment haven't faded from some of their minds. Over time people will forget some things, but some things won't be forgotten even if one tries, like Blaze's battle with Kaido and the defeat of one of the previous Yonko Crystal pirates. Instead of answering the question, stop the gossip and get to work, Lieutenant Commander reprimanded them and chased them away. On the deck of the marine ship, with sweat oozing from her forehead, Kuina trained hard by swinging her sword repeatedly. Though she's just 18 years old, she has matured splendidly both in terms of beauty and temperament. A little away from her, Regis could be seen drinking wine. Watching the latter train hard, he couldn't help but comment. Kuina, do you have to train so hard? You just finished a battle. I don't want to look weak when Blaze-san comes back. Then, he will think I am being lazy. Kuina replied without stopping her training. Regis shook his head and gulped another mouthful of wine. Will Blaze-san come back after all these years? At first, he too thought the same, but as time passed he lost all hope. The battle of that day is still fresh in his mind, but considering the state Blaze was in when he disappeared, Regis begins to think whether the latter is truly dead. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his temple in frustration and spoke. Recently, the number of pirates entering the Grand Line has increased exponentially. And in the world, the situation is looking grim. Shanks and Kaido's crew has been fighting for 2 days straight with no result. If only that brat Blaze was here. Sigh. Nothing would have happened to him if you had let me know at that time. Garp calmly spoke, but Sengoku no, the former is angry. In fact, if not for him blocking Garp, the latter would have gone to Mary Gyosa for an answer. Garp, how many times do I have to say it? I know nothing about the world government scheme. I wouldn't have let anything happen to him if I had known it beforehand. In fact, he came to know about the entire thing from Rosinante. Though the latter said Blaze disappeared heavily injured since he hadn't made his appearance for such a long time, Sengoku doesn't know whether Blaze is still alive. I am back. The system is truly omnipotent. I didn't even feel anything. Blaze exclaimed and looked around. He was teleported to the middle of the sea. Where the hell am I? After his battle with Miriam, he used the system function to return to the One Piece world after saying goodbye to the few people he knew in the HXH world. Especially, Gon. With a thought, Little White transformed into a white cloud and acted as a mattress. Sitting on it, he considered his next step. Though he's stronger than before, Blaze knew it was not the right time to confront the world government. Besides, it's not the right move to face them alone. He needs some strong people on his side. After thinking for some time, Blaze looked at his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 77.8. Devil Fruit, 74.9. Haki, 79.9. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. There was some improvement on his Constitution attribute, but his Devil Fruit and Haki attributes remain the same. 194, Dracula Mihawk. As Little White soared through the air towards the north, Blaze was glancing at his attributes while deep in thought. He has 5.0 free attribute points. If he wants, he can raise his Haki and Constitution attribute past the 80 bar limit. But, he didn't plan to do it. Right now, Blaze only plans to increase his Devil Fruit attribute. As for his Haki attribute, he wants to break through the limit on his own. Thinking through, he used 0.5 free attribute points that increased his Devil Fruit attribute from 74.9 to 75.4. As soon as he did that, a bang resounded within his body as if some kind of barrier has been broken. The next second, Blaze felt a new kind of power flowing through his veins. Is this? He mused, feeling the power. The power of gravity. After playing with his Devil Fruit ability for a minute, Blaze found the extent of his newfound power, gravity. Right now, he can pull, repel, increase, or decrease gravity within a certain range. This ability is similar to Fujitora's, Yami Yami no Mi Devil Fruit, or Pains from Naruto. Interesting. This is going to be fun. Blaze chuckled. At the same time, he could tell that he hadn't fully unlocked the power of his Devil Fruit. The stronger he gets, the more powerful his Devil Fruit will be. After traversing for around an hour, Blaze finally saw an island in the distance. As he got close to it, he saw a beautiful island surrounded by a coral reef. Is this Purple Bay Island? He knew most of the island in Paradise. And, he once came to this island to capture a pirate crew. Time sure flies fast. It's a type of tourist island located near Sabayati, many pirates pass by this island frequently. So, it's also home to famous bounty hunters who hunt for pirate heads. Let's first change my appearance, I don't want the world government to know that I came back. At least, not yet. Blaze thought and changed the appearance with Nan using Hisoka's texture surprise Nan ability. Though there's no visible change in his stature, he altered his facial characteristics a little and added a mustache, a short beard with thin and neatly trimmed sides. Looking at his appearance in the mirror conjured with the help of his Nan, Blaze nodded. This will do. With his command, Little White once again took off and flew through the air across the shoreline. After a few minutes, a small port town came into view. Right now, what Blaze badly wants to know is the current timeline. So, he searched for a restaurant and went into one. After ordering some wine and meat, he sat at an empty table and looked at the newspaper he got from the owner of the restaurant. On the front page, he saw the words, "Red-haired Shanks, who has recently been crowned as one of the Yonko, battles 100 Beast Kaido." So, he finally became a Yonko. I can't wait to fight him again. Blaze then looked at the timeline, and he was surprised to see it was 1518 with 2 months left. When I left, it was around the end of 1513, which means I was gone for nearly 5 years. Just as he prepared to leave, a pirate crew came out of nowhere and rushed into the restaurant blocking his path. Just a look, anyone can tell they were terrified by something. One of the pirates, possibly the captain of the pirate crew, crashed into Blaze. As the other party is paranoid, he didn't even look back but directly slashed the sword to his rear. But, before the slash could find the target, Blaze delivered a swift kick. The next moment, the pirate was sent flying away and soon, disappeared from everyone's view. Seeing this, the other pirates reacted. They all looked in the direction their captain disappeared and shouted, "Captain!" Before the pirates could make another ruckus, Blaze Conqueror's haki knocked everyone off. What a bother! The other people present on the scene were dumbfounded as they didn't know what happened. At one moment, pirates marched into the restaurant and the next moment, they were all lying on the ground. As Blaze stepped out of the restaurant, he suddenly stopped because he noticed a person standing in his path. Dracula Mihawk. He carried his sword Yoru on his back while clothed in an open black coat with no shirt underneath. Blaze and Mihawk looked at each other. Blaze could tell Mihawk has gotten stronger since he saw him last time. At the same time, Mihawk could tell the person before he is strong, ridiculously strong. Just a wisp of aura radiating from the other party's body warns him to stay away. At the same time, it's that warning that kindled his fighting spirit. Without any words, Mihawk drew his Yoru sword and waved it in the air before pointing it at Blaze. Looking at Mihawk's actions, Blaze sighed. Can't we just mind our own business? Tell me your name. Is this really necessary? I am not a swordsman and I'm not in the mood to fight. Blaze spoke, looking Mihawk in the eye. At the same time, overwhelming willpower erupted from his body and slammed into Mihawk, nearly forcing the latter to take a step back. Such strong conqueror's haki. It's nearly as strong as Shanks. With surprise-filled eyes, Mihawk asked again. Who are you? Getting no response from Blaze, Mihawk's eyes sharpened as he raised his sword and slashed horizontally. It was a simple slash but the shockwave emitted from it was tremendous. A wind blade of compressed air flew towards him, shattering the ground beneath. An attack of such scale frightened the residents of Purple Bay, as they ran as far away as possible. Looking at the attack, Blaze shrugged. So be it. 195, I missed you. As the razor-sharp wind pressure of extreme power came at him, Blaze simply stretched his hand. And the next moment, Mihawk's sword slash suddenly came to a sudden halt. With a slight push of his hand, the wind blade turned and shot toward Mihawk with more intensity. Facing his own attack, Mihawk remained unfazed and effortlessly destroyed the wind projectile with a swing of his sword. Devil Fruit. Though no reaction was evident on his face, internally, Mihawk was surprised as he doesn't know what Blaze did. Hawkeye's Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Let's find out whether you are worthy of that title. Uttering the words, Blaze's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Even before Mihawk could react, a tremendous pressure descended from nowhere and pressed him down. It was as if someone has put a mountain over his head. At the same time, Blaze appeared before Mihawk and balled his fist, dark grey energy surged and covered his fist. Reeling his arm back, he punched bursting with power. Gravity Punch. Facing such an overwhelming attack, Mihawk called forth every ounce of strength hidden in his body and swung his sword coating them with haki. Clash. As Blaze's punch collided with the Mihawk's sword, a loud boom resounded. The clouds above swirled and rumbled with thunder, illuminating the sky with purple streaks. Their clash created ripples of energy and lightning bolts that blustered in all directions. Unable to bear the full extent of the punch, Mihawk was pushed back. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure pressing him disappeared. The next moment, he felt very light as if he can float with a thought. The change in gravitational force around him disrupted his rhythm and made him fall prey to Blaze's blow. Bang! The overbearing punch banged him to the ground. The entire ground beneath Mihawk succumbed and broke itself apart, waking the dust and debris. Swish! A sword swing cleared the flying clouds and debris, but Blaze's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hawkeyes, I'm leaving as I am not in the mood to fight. But, the next time we meet, I won't show any mercy. Blaze's words sounded in Mihawk's ears. He's strong. The sheer amount of destructive force left even him in awe. Shaking his head, Mihawk turned and walked away from the town. Some distance away, Blaze sat in the white cloud as it shuttled through the air at a medium pace. If he stayed, his battle with Mihawk won't end anytime soon. In the short clash, both of them didn't use their full power as there were people present on the island. Any more power would have killed everyone. Next day, Amazon Lily. After traveling for a long time, Blaze finally arrived at the Island of Women. Seeing the island in the distance, his heart throbbed a little without his knowing. He still feels sorry for disappearing without informing Hancock just after confirming his love for her. I hope she's okay. Musing, Blaze spotted Hancock with his observation haki. She looked even more beautiful than he last saw her. She exuded charm and grace, adorned in a golden yellowish dress that's illustrated with the emblem of Koja, and wore a pair of golden earrings. With a thought, he teleported behind her. But, after noticing her saddened face, Blaze couldn't take another step. Seeing Hancock in this state made his heart ache. Feeling a presence behind her, Hancock turned and was met with the figure of a man that she longed to meet. Before she could respond, she felt a pull and the next moment, she was already in his embrace. It's been a while, Hancock. I missed you. Hearing the words and feeling the familiar warmth, tears flowed from Hancock's eyes as she knew it was really Blaze. He came back. As a pirate empress and warlord of the sea, you shouldn't cry. Blaze gently wiped her tears and lifted her chin. Looking at Blaze's face, Hancock couldn't find any change even though it's been 5 years. It was as if the flow of time didn't affect Blaze in any way. I thought you died and won't come back forever, Hancock spoke as tears welled up in her eyes once again. Silly girl. I'm sorry. I won't leave you again. Saying this, Blaze kissed her lips and embraced her tightly. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku ended the call with the Intelligent Division and looked at the report on the table. It was about the battle between Blaze and Hawkeye's Mihawk. As Blaze guessed, his bout with Mihawk attracted the attention of some people. It can't be avoided as there were people present on the island. Moreover, Mihawk isn't some unknown person. He's someone who carries the title of World's Strongest Swordsman, so their battle was bound to attract some attention. Sengoku knew how strong Mihawk is, it was also why he found it unbelievable someone overpowered him. And that someone is an unknown person. Who is he? Sengoku wondered and spoke, Kyuzan, I want you to investigate this person. I don't care whether he's a pirate or whatnot, I can't let some dangerous man run free without knowing his intention. Arara, why do I always get assigned such bothersome tasks? Kyuzan left the Fleet Admiral's office carrying the poster of In Disguise Blaze's face. Next day, Blaze sat at a dining table along with Hancock, her sisters, and Elder Nyan. Marigold, Sander Sonia, and Elder Nyan gave Hancock a weird stare. Unlike yesterday, Hancock had a ruddy complexion while her eyes overflowed with love. Elder Nyan guessed something must have happened between those two. Why did you disappear and where did you go? Elder Nyan asked. I can't say where I went, but my disappearance is due to the world government trying to get rid of me, Blaze replied, wolfing a huge chunk of meat. Hearing the answer, Elder Nyan sighed. It was as she expected. The world government can't allow someone like Blaze to get any more powerful. What are you going to do next? Elder Nyan asked. Well, I need to make some preparations, then I will join the Marines again. To take down world government, I need the power of Marines. It won't be easy. Elder Nyan said. 196, Meeting Sabo. Time passed by. It's been nearly 3 months since Blaze returned to One Piece World. He didn't venture out for the past 3 months, he just stayed in Amazon Lily. Aside from accompanying Hancock, he's been rigorously training his haki. After 3 months, his haki had finally broken past the 80 bar limit. It's what he has been waiting for. He plans to go out today. And before rejoining the Marines, he needs to make some preparations and meet some people. Be careful. Hancock spoke in a concerned tone. Embracing Hancock tightly in his arms, Blaze spoke. You know how strong I am. There are only a handful of people in the world who can fight me head-on. It won't be the same as last time. Kissing Hancock's forehead gently, don't worry, you won't miss me. I will come back once in a while to see you. Blaze jumped into the air and disappeared from everyone's view. Looking at the spot where Blaze disappeared, Elder Nyan said, his actions will change the world. Let's hope it's for the best. Blaze teleported some kilometers away from Amazon Lily, before disappearing again. Within a few seconds, he came out of the comm belt and entered Grand Line. His ability to teleport under the sun has improved to the next level after his Devil Fruit attribute broke past the 75 bar limit. Entering the Grand Line, he traversed towards the volcanic island where the old man Magnus lives. When he reached there, he didn't find anyone. Noticing the area where old man Magnus lived was desolate, Blaze sighed as he knew the latter had passed away. He then arranged a tombstone in the memory of old man Magnus and inscribed a few words on the stone, "Here lies Black D. Magnus who once challenged the world government. Though your soul passed away to find your loved ones, I will forever remember you in my heart." Offering his prayers, Blaze left the island. Before leaving the island, he changed his appearance with an ability texture surprise. His appearance looked the same as the one he had 3 months ago when he battled Dracula Mihawk. A few days passed. Blaze has been searching for traces of the Revolutionary Army as he intends to meet Dragon. To take over Marine headquarters into his control, he needs a strong ally who has the same goal as him. And, the Revolutionary Army is an extremely powerful force with intelligence and knowledge of the world government's actions. They aren't to be underestimated. He finally found them after narrowing his search toward countries that showed signs of an uprising. If it was someone else, they couldn't have found a trace of revolutionary with such ease as they are very sneaky and without any visible traces. Blaze was able to do so because he knew how the Revolutionary Army acted. The Karsha Kingdom, Grass Island. To Blaze's surprise, he caught a big fish. He encountered Sabo, Koala, and Hack of the Revolutionary Army. Well, isn't this a surprise? In a busy restaurant, Sabo and Koala are seated on the second floor at different tables behind one another. As for Hack, he was on the first floor. It's almost done. It won't be long before our people overthrow the current government. Koala spoke in a quiet voice. It's time we leave this country. I spotted a member of CP1 this morning. Inform everyone to be alert and cover their tracks. Sabo responded, gulping a mouthful of food. What? Hearing CP1 was here, Koala was startled. At that moment, Blaze came and directly sat opposite Sabo and spoke. Hello, Sabo-kun. Hearing his name uttered by someone he didn't know, Sabo looked at Blaze, who was dressed in an ordinary blue shirt and dark green pants. Though Blaze looked ordinary without a sign of hostility, Sabo's mind went on high alert as if he were facing someone of great strength. He reacted instantly, Koala, run. I will hold him back. Imbuing his leg with armament haki, Sabo hacked at Blaze with accuracy and swiftness. But, Blaze effortlessly blocked Sabo's kick with his left hand and snapped his fingers. As soon as he did that, everyone within the restaurant forcibly teleported out except Sabo, Koala, and Hack. I just want to chat without attracting any attention. He sighed. Glimpsing Sabo preparing for another attack, Blaze shifted Koala and Hack next to him. Witnessing his actions, Sabo abandoned the thought to attack. What do you want? Sabo asked, clenching his fist. Koala and Hack stood petrified on the spot. Aside from being teleported against their will, they were bound by intense heaviness, unable to even move their muscle. They wondered in their heart looking at Blaze. What's happening? Who is he? CP0, Marine, or someone on the world government side? Koala and Hack were terrified and for the first time in their life, they felt helpless. This man is too strong. Don't be afraid guys, I am not your enemy. Have a seat. Blaze smiled and released Koala and Hack. Though skeptical, Sabo had no choice but to follow Blaze's words as he was afraid the other party would attack Koala and Hack. Furthermore, the man seems to know everything about him, his name, and who is Koala and Hack. Once everyone took a seat, Blaze spoke, can you arrange a meeting with Dragon? I need to speak with him. No, Sabo flatly refused and had a resolute look. Come on, Sabo. I am not asking where your hideout is, I am just asking you to call Dragon. It's a simple request. Blaze spoke as spread his hands. Before Sabo could respond, 5 figures clad in black cloaks appeared inside the restaurant in a ghostly way. CP1 Sabo, Koala, and Hack stood from their seat and glared at them. Hack spoke, the commotion we made attracted their attention. We lead them directly to us. 197, Talk with Dragon. We finally found him. Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo. Kill the other 2 and capture him. The leader of CP1 commanded. Before the 4 figures could follow their leader's command, they suddenly felt stiff and cold as if they were stared at by a wild beast. And the next moment, they saw their leader's head burst into a blood mist while his headless body slumped to the ground, lifeless. None of the people present on the scene could understand what just happened. Can't he see I am in the middle of talking? Barging in uninvited and ruining my business, what should I do with you all? Blaze's voice woke them from their stupor. The 4 CP1 agents looked at Blaze in fear and horror. Though they have undergone various death-like training from a young age and assassinated powerful people, facing Blaze they felt their entire body trembling. One of the agents couldn't withstand the pressure and uttered, "We are Cypher Paul, if something happens to us, the world government won't let you off. You will be chased to the end of the world, either killed or enslaved." Hearing the words, Blaze raised his eyebrows and stood up from his seat. "Oh. I didn't plan to kill you first, but after what you said, I suddenly feel a tingle down my spine. It will be exciting to be chased by the world government. But, are they powerful enough to make me run for my life?" Blaze pondered aloud. "Maybe I will find out once I kill you." The next moment, blood splattered. Ah! The flesh was being gruesomely ripped off from the 4 Cypher Paul agents' necks by something invisible. If someone from the HXH world was here, they would see foreign beasts with their Gyo enjoying the flesh of 4 Cypher Paul agents. In no time, the corpse of the 4 agents was eaten cleanly by the invisible beasts. As for Sabo, Koala, and Hack, they gulped witnessing Blaze's cruel way of dealing with things. Above all, his fearless attitude toward the world government alarms them a little. Dealing with them, Blaze shifted his attention once again to Sabo. "My objective doesn't differ much from yours. I thought it would be good to have an ally. I will ask you one last time, are you going to call Dragon or not?" Sabo thought for a moment and agreed. He called Dragon with Den Den Mushi, "Hello, Dragon-san," and explained about Blaze and gave the Den Den Mushi to Blaze. Receiving the Den Den Mushi, Blaze glanced at Sabo and snapped his fingers. His powers teleport Sabo, Koala, and Hack outside the restaurant. "I finally get to speak with you, Money D Dragon of the Revolutionary Army." Blaze greeted. There was silence on the other side. Dragon was a little surprised to hear his full name, but it didn't affect him much since it's not some kind of secret. "Who are you?" Dragon directly asked. "I am Blaze. You should have at least heard my name, right? If you are the same infamous Vice Admiral Blaze of the Marines who disappeared 5 years ago, then yes, I know you," Dragon answered. "I am the same person," Blaze answered. "I didn't expect you'd escape even after fighting the 5 elders." Dragon praised. "It looks like you knew what happened that day." "Of course. I always keep an eye on world government and Mary Gosa. An attack on Mary Gosa isn't a small matter. I contacted you because I hope we can form a little cooperation," Blaze spoke, cutting the small talk. "Cooperation? My goal is simple, to separate the Marines from world government control. I can't do it alone as it won't be easy. In a way, our goals are the same. You want to free the people from the world government's reign and I want to free the Marines. To achieve that, we have no choice but to confront the world government head-on. What do you say, deal? You have a big ambition. Yours isn't much different. I know it will be hard to trust me or my words. I don't expect you to. We don't need to have any interaction or help each other, but when it comes to a decisive battle, I hope you will engage the world government." Blaze conveyed his thoughts. After thinking for a minute, Dragon agreed as he didn't have any reason to reject. "It's a good deal as both parties won't interact with each other until the final battle. I will agree to the deal once you rejoin the Marines," Dragon said. "Good. It won't be long before I rejoin," Blaze said and ended the call. Walking out of the restaurant he saw Sabo, Koala, and Hack standing outside, waiting for him. "We will meet again." Leaving the words, Blaze disappeared from their view. When the world government got the news that some of the best agents of CP1 were annihilated, they were enraged. After a swift investigation, they found the culprit. Though Blaze was discreet in his actions, many people present in the restaurant saw his disguised appearance. In no time, Blaze's information reached the Marines and they were told to capture or kill this person on sight. Sengoku once again dispatched Admiral Aokiji. Sabayati. When Blaze reached the Sabayati, he saw a noisy pirate ship docked in the port area. At first, he didn't care, but he suddenly noticed the Jolly Roger similar to Ace's hat. Spade pirates. He thought and teleported to the ship. Time sure flies past. When he landed on the ship, he didn't see any core members of the crew. But, pirates left to watch the ship, noticed his presence, and came to confront him. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing on our ship?" a pirate asked while his hand rested on the hilt of the sword. Blaze didn't speak any nonsense and directly knocked everyone on the ship unconscious with his conqueror's haki. As he exited the ship, a bunch of people approached the ship from the distance. Blaze didn't see Ace among them, but he noticed a familiar figure, masked Duce. The most unexpected thing is, that he saw Dark King Rayleigh. On the other hand, Spade pirates also noticed Blaze coming down from their ship. When they saw unconscious figures around their ships, their expressions changed. Blaze sighed, understanding what they were thinking in their heart. 198, a short clash with Dark King Rayleigh. Looking at the angry spade pirates who were fuming with rage, Blaze knew any amount of explanation wouldn't enter their ears, so he didn't bother to reason with them. Attack! A pirate shouted and rushed forward while others blindly followed before Masked Duce could warn them, as he could tell the other party wasn't simple. As he expected, before the fellows could reach Blaze they were hit by a strange repulsive force and pushed far away. You guys shouldn't react in such an extreme manner, your companions are just unconscious, Blaze spoke, staring at Masked Duce. And, I won't show mercy, if attacked again. Ignoring the frightened spade pirates, Blaze walked past them and looked at Rayleigh. The latter is dressed in a simple plain t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. Above these, he wore a silver hooded cloak. I didn't expect to meet the infamous Dark King Rayleigh here. Hearing his words, the Masked Duce and other pirates of spade pirates were startled. What? He's Dark King Rayleigh, the legendary first mate of Pirate King Gold Roger? Unbelievable. Everyone present on the scene found it hard to believe. Rayleigh took a sip of liquor from the small flask he carried and spoke in a calm tone, I'm surprised someone as young as you recognizes me. But, you are not an ordinary someone. Meeting Rayleigh, Blaze's fighting spirit awakened. Though the other party is old, the amount of life energy and haki restrained by him states otherwise. As one of the legendary figures, he sure is a strong individual. Even if he's old, Blaze could tell his strength is no weaker than the Emperors of the Sea. On the other side, Rayleigh was similarly astonished by Blaze's strength. With his powerful observation haki, he could sense the latter's haki was just short of Roger's during his prime. He should be as strong as Whitebeard. When did the sea birth such a monster? Rayleigh thought. Given a choice, he doesn't want to confront someone as powerful as Blaze, as he's already retired. If he fights, it might draw unwanted attraction. Blaze and Rayleigh looked at each other while the surrounding air grew stiff, sound and winds unmoving. The tense atmosphere suffocated most of the spade pirates. Though Blaze and Rayleigh didn't move, their conqueror's haki collided. The air screeched as the willpower of two supreme kings clashed in mid-air. The sheer power triggered ripples and sparks of lightning to erupt from random places. The clouds above thundered while the sea itself shook, pushing back the waves. The bubbles of Sabayati drifting within a certain range burst upon contact, unable to withstand such a tremendous output of willpower. Most of the spade pirates lost consciousness and dropped to the ground with audible thuds. The lucky ones struggled to remain on their feet. Clash of Supreme Kings. Masked Duce uttered with a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect the spade pirates would meet such monsters even before they could enter the new world. Swish! Blaze made his move. Imbuing his leg with haki, he rushed forward and kicked at Rayleigh. His kick hacked forward, tearing apart the air. On the other side, Rayleigh delivered a kick of his own, harnessing haki into his leg. Boom! Even before their respective attack could make contact, there was a thunderous sound. The clouds above Sabayati split, intimidating everyone present on the island. Dark golden and black lightning sparks flew in all directions. Though the attacks didn't meet, the force from each kick exerted on one another, trying to dominate the other. A massive, ring-like blast of pressure expelled into a loud, powerful shockwave that dispersed around. The overwhelming pressure and shockwave could be felt by everyone present on Sabayati. After a few seconds of battle, both their attacks scattered into the wind. Blaze didn't shoot again, he looked at Rayleigh and spoke. If you were in your prime, I would have enjoyed this fight. Pity. And, thought in his heart, I have other business, it's not time to reveal myself. See you again, Dark King Rayleigh. Saying this, Blaze disappeared from the spot. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and chuckled, what an interesting young man. It seems like I won't be bored in the future. On the other hand, Masked Duce and other spade pirates were terrified by the strength displayed by Blaze and Rayleigh. Leaving the location, Blaze quickly spotted Ace without much effort, since the latter was the holder of fire fruit. His heat signature is like that of the sun in the dark. At the moment, he was being chased by Ensign Isuka. After a few minutes, Ace was found by Masked Duce and the latter explained the encounter with Blaze. Though Blaze interfered, nothing changed. After 3 days, Ace was approached by Isuka and Vice Admiral Draw, who gave him an official invitation from the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, Ace refused and Vice Admiral Draw took that as an opportunity and tried to kill him. Ace defeated Draw after a challenging fight and awakened his Busos Hoku haki in the process. After the clash, Ace and Deuce returned to their ship and headed to Fishman Island. If nothing goes wrong, Ace will soon join the Whitebeard pirates after a short adventure in the New World. Blaze watched everything from the distance. He didn't plan to meet Ace as he can't do it with his current identity. If fate yields it, they will meet soon. Furthermore, there's a reason for his visit to Sabayati. He plans to collect some interest from the world government for attacking him 5 years ago. He didn't intend on doing anything big but make some trouble. A good example is killing some celestial dragon scums. Doing so, an admiral will be dispatched to hunt him down. If he beats the admiral, the world government may send a CP0 to track him. It's just he has a good relationship with Kizaru and Kyuzan, he needs to be careful when fighting them so that he won't injure them heavily. But if by chance, Sakazuki was dispatched, he will beat that bastard to a pulp so that he won't get out of bed for a month or two. Let's see whether that bastard is lucky or not. Blaze smirked and balled his fist. He hadn't forgotten the fact that Sakazuki nearly killed him a few years back. 199. Arrival of Admiral Akainu. A few days had passed since Blaze came to Sabayati Island. His short encounter with Rayleigh has created a stir that alerted both the Marines and the world government. Both powers have sent people to look into the situation. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything as Spade pirates left Sabayati while Blaze and Rayleigh concealed their presence. After a long wait, 4 celestial dragons came to Sabayati. Seeing this, Blaze smirked. Finally. He didn't recognize the ones who came as there were many celestial dragon families residing on Mary Gosa. But, looking at their arrogant and self-righteous countenance, he knew it didn't matter which family they were from. Like other world nobles, they had resin bubbles over their heads, preventing them from breathing the air of the common people. Wherever they went, people dropped to their knees and bowed their heads. Nothing has changed. Degenerates. Blaze sighed and looked at the world government agents following them. They were nothing special. It's time to start. Out of nowhere, Blaze's figure materialized before the celestial dragons who were strolling the street. His sudden appearance alerted the world government agents who were guarding them openly and secretly. Who is he? Didn't he know they are world nobles? The kneeling people thought aloud. What is he trying to do? I hope we don't get implicated in the mess he's going to create. Before the world government agents could react and world nobles could throw cursing words at him, an indescribable pressure of gravity crashed upon them. Bang! The next moment, the 4 world nobles and world government agents within a 1-meter radius were squashed into a pulpy blood mass. It took a second for everyone present at the scene to come out of their daze and respond. Looking at Blaze, they involuntarily gulped before fleeing the place. Run! 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 This man killed the celestial dragons. An admiral will soon show up on Sabayati. If the world government found we were at the scene, we won't be spared. As Blaze didn't kill every single world government agent, it didn't take long for someone to report the situation. Ignoring scampering people and terror-stricken world government agents, Blaze walked towards the fruit store nearby and grabbed a green apple. He sat in the chair placed outside the store before taking a bite. His casual attitude stunned the world government agents and some fearless people who watched everything from a distance. Marine headquarters. What? Damn. Sengoku slammed the table and stood from his seat with evident anger on his face. He's the same person Hawkeye encountered a few weeks back. He disappears for a short time but the next thing he does after his appearance is kill the celestial dragon and anger the world government. What is his purpose? Is he from Revolutionary? Who is he? Sengoku thought. Recalling his call with the 5 elders, he rubbed his forehead in annoyance. The world government wants to send its entire force to nab the criminal. It doesn't matter what the other party's motive is, his actions were clear provocation toward the Marines. To maintain justice, they must either capture or kill him at all costs. If they fail, what will the world think? Their failure in eliminating the celestial dragon killer will rouse the pirates and push countless people towards the path to piracy. Sakazuki is on headquarters, right? Tell him to come and see me. Meanwhile, prepare a fleet and notify the available vice admirals of the situation. Yes, the marine officer acknowledged and left to execute the order. It didn't take long. Admiral Akainu's arrival at Sabayati Island created panic among the residents and pirates, alike. Who doesn't know about the fearsome reputation of Admiral Akainu? After his ascension to the rank of admiral, he destroyed many great pirate fleets with over 1 billion bounties. In the last few years, he clashed against Yonko's crew more than once and remains alive. He's considered to be the strongest admiral among the 3. As soon as Sakazuki came to Sabayati, he found Blaze effortlessly since the other party neither attempted to run nor hide his presence. Blaze glanced at Sakazuki. The other party looked the same as he remembered, sporting a crimson suit that was decorated with a pink rose pattern and donned a marine cape of an admiral. Aside from appearance, he could tell the other party's haki and devil fruit powers had matured considerably. It seems like he would put up a decent fight. At the same time, Sakazuki scrutinized the disguised Blaze and snorted. You are indeed not simple. You are obviously waiting for an admiral to come. Who are you? Blaze chuckled and stood up from the seat. It seems like it's my lucky day. I was hoping you would come. Here you are. Hearing the words, Sakazuki knitted his brows and asked, What do you Maya? Before he could finish his sentence, Blaze arrived before Sakazuki in a flash and smacked his face. Bang! As he used haki and gravitational power in the strike, the punch created a ripple in the air and knocked Sakazuki far away. Sakazuki's figure streaked across the air and smashed into one of the grooves. The resulting impact even shook such a massive groove a little. He's pretty quick in his response. He was able to cover his face with haki at the last moment. Blaze thought and flew towards where Sakazuki crashed. Ah! Before Blaze could reach, Sakazuki let out a ferocious roar and leaped into the air while the temperature around the few meters raised alarmingly as he transformed into boiling magma, ready to erupt. Such aggression! Blaze shook his head. Sakazuki is an extreme follower of absolute justice and unquestionably loyal to the world government. He holds immense pride in the name Marines and won't let anyone taint its reputation. And, he knows what will happen if he fails to capture this celestial dragon killer. Die! Volcanic eruption. Sakazuki coated his magma fist with haki. His magma fist then expanded before rocketing forward, akin to a volcanic eruption, burning whatever lies in its path. 200, beating Akainu. A strong repulsive force erupted from Blaze's body and stopped the incoming attack of Sakazuki for a second before scattering them away. Seeing his signature move couldn't even burn the opponent's clothes, Sakazuki composed himself and began to analyze how the other party stopped his attack. He was told the power is related to gravity but the extent of it isn't confirmed yet. Experiencing it in person, the might of the devil fruit is stronger than Sakazuki thought. What category does this devil fruit fall into? Meanwhile, two figures hid behind a huge groove with their presence concealed perfectly. They were watching the confrontation between Sakazuki and Blaze. Don't know what kind of ability they were using, as even Blaze's observation haki failed to notice their presence, but thankfully his N sensed their location. CP0, hey? This is getting interesting. Blaze smiled inwardly without expressing anything on his face. He stared at Sakazuki and gestured with his finger to come at him provocatively. He then commented further, Admiral Akainu, I heard when criminals see you in person, they tremble in fear. But, why am I not getting any of these tingling sensations? Are all Marine admirals just this? Blaze's words angered Akainu as the surrounding temperature rose rapidly while the grass beneath him was reduced to ashes under extreme heat. Clenching his magma hands that were boiling in fury, he thought of the warning Sengoku gave him just before he left the base. He's free to use his powers without any restrictions, but it shouldn't harm the innocent residents of Sabayati or the island itself. Right now, he's waiting for the Marines to evacuate. Are you waiting for the Marines to clear the people? Don't bother. My sole purpose in killing the World Nobel is to battle an admiral and show the world. Unlike you, I'm not someone who harms innocent people just to achieve my goal. Blaze sneered. He knew Sakazuki wasn't the type of person to care about people's lives. It means he was instructed not to harm innocents as the power of magma can burn the entire Sabayati archipelago to ashes. Sakazuki may not be as strong as Yonko, but he's nonetheless a strong individual. His crazy belief in absolute justice makes his haki firm and powerful. Furthermore, he's the owner of the strongest offensive power magma fruit. Just my haki is enough to crush you, Blaze exclaimed and took a step forward. The entirety of his conqueror's haki exploded and even manifested into countless dark purple lightning. The sheer might of the haki turned the sky into a thunderous one. The grounds began to shake while a strangling shockwave swept across the entire island. The countenance of two Cypher Paul agents drastically changed, sensing the vigor of the haki. They looked at each other. This haki, it's nearly as strong as Whitebeard. We are in trouble. They knew Admiral Akainu wouldn't be able to defeat this person with his current strength. Sakazuki too finally understands what level of threat Blaze possesses and, he alone isn't strong enough to stop. But, it isn't enough to force someone like him to back down. After all, he's someone who encounters Yonkos frequently. He won't back down to a criminal. Entertain me well. Blaze spoke, otherwise, I will beat you to a pulp such that there will be no difference between magma and blood. Saying this, Blaze dashed forward and threw a punch by leaping in the air. When Sakazuki tried to counter the attack with his magma fist and haki, he was pushed back. The force behind the punch forced him to glide for a few meters before stopping while his hands trembled from pain and stiffness. Such strong haki! This time, Sakazuki took the initiative. Dark Hound. Transforming his hand into magma, he lashed out at Blaze forming a claw-like thrust. In the series, the blow was powerful enough to melt off part of Whitebeard's head but Blaze didn't find the attack intimidating. Facing the surging attack that fired at him, Blaze made no attempt to dodge. He took a step forward and met the incoming magma thrust with an outstretched hand. Channeling the haki into his hand, he made it erupt outward. Even before the Sakazuki's attack could make contact, it was scattered by the overwhelming haki outburst. As Blaze and Sakazuki clashed against one another, the Marines evacuated residents present in the Grove area from 1 to 29. Boom. Bang. Boom. Still, the exchange of blows between the two powerhouses generated sparks of lightning to fly everywhere and powerful shockwaves that shook the entire Sabayati. Two figures watched the battle from the distance. They are none other than Rayleigh and Shuki. Smoking a cigarette, Shuki said. Well, I didn't expect someone to kill a celestial dragon, just to face an admiral. Either he's crazy or someone with ambition. From the overwhelming conqueror's haki we sensed earlier, I would say he's ambitious. Haha, I felt his vigorous haki when he exchanged a move before. It was as vast as an ocean. Rayleigh chuckled. It's worth living to see what kind of future this generation may create. Bang! After a few bouts, a strong punch from Blaze connected and hit Sakazuki in his face. The explosive power behind the strike nearly crushed the latter's facial skull and smashed him into the ground. Sakazuki groaned in pain while coughing a mouthful of blood. You! Blaze didn't give him a chance to rise again. Flashing next to him, he stomped at the chest with his feet that pressed him firmly to the ground. He didn't just stop with a stomp, his feet exploded with advanced armament haki that burst out and sought to destroy Akainu's internal organs. His actions didn't give him the slightest chance for Sakazuki to reform his magma body efficiently to dodge the haki attack. Understanding the kind of predicament he's in, Sakazuki used armament haki to protect his internal organs. Otherwise, Blaze's attack would have knocked the admiral unconscious. Still, the strike of Blaze forced Akainu to the corner and made him powerless as he could do nothing to escape from the other party's hold. Ah! Bastard, I am going to kill you. Maddened, Sakazuki's Megya no Mi power erupted at full force striving to destroy everything in the vicinity. But, slight pressure from Blaze's feet and another eruption of his haki quelled the Sakazuki's magma power. It was as if the power of magma didn't affect him in any way. SHHHH. You are not a puppy, Red Dog. You should learn to accept defeat. Blaze remarked and punched him in the face with the power of gravity. The immense pressure generated from the power of gravity deformed Sakazuki's face to a quirky extent. Blaze didn't stop with a single punch, as a shower of punches fell on Sakazuki. After 20 or so punches, Blaze stopped sensing Admiral Akainu lost consciousness. As Blaze didn't show any form of mercy, the latter's face was beaten badly with full of blood, beyond recognition.